Imaginary World Brain Depository. The next guidance match will be between Wang Run from the school team and Yi Li from Class 9, Grade 12. Both sides, please begin warming up. The official match will start in 10 minutes. The piercing broadcast echoed in the lounge alongside the bright lights. Yi Li looked at everything before him, his expression slightly dazed. Could it be that he had transmigrated? In his mind, memories surged like a tide, helping him quickly sort out the current situation. This was a world of high martial arts, where martial arts flourished. His predecessor had a dull and honest personality, average talent, a happy family, and a childhood sweetheart who grew up with him. At first glance, this seemed like the standard setup for a winner in life. However, based on the memories he received, his predecessor's life was far from happy. At this moment, he was here, preparing to participate in a school-level guidance competition. Yi Li, your opponent in this competition is my boyfriend. You're no match for him, so just forfeit already. Do you hear me? At that moment, an angry yet delicate voice came from not far away, interrupting his thoughts. Yi Li raised his head while holding his forehead and saw a young girl in a light blue floral dress standing at the entrance of the lounge. Her sweet face was full of anxiety as she impatiently stared at Yi Li. At that moment, Yi Li's somewhat unfocused gaze sharpened, and memories of her surfaced in his mind. Shen Lian, the childhood sweetheart of his former self. But she was not the kind of gentle childhood sweetheart who secretly admired him. Shen Lian not only frequently belittled his former self while elevating herself in daily life, but she was also highly skilled in various manipulative tactics. In short, she was a high-level martial world version of a PUA expert. Recalling this, Yi Li frowned slightly. Damn matching system, how did it pair him with such a childhood sweetheart? Yi Li, I'm talking to you. Seeing his silence, Shen Lian, standing at the doorway, frowned deeply, her face showing increasing impatience as she said coldly, Wang Ren is a substitute for the school team, with a first-tier 5th-level martial cultivation. You just advanced to first-tier 3rd level. What are you going to use to fight him? I'm telling you to forfeit for your own good, understand? So what? A sharp pain surged through his mind, and Yi Li rubbed his temples in agony. According to his memory, today was the day of the school-level sparring competition held by Lin Hai No. 1 High School, where members of the school team would engage in actual combat with ordinary students who had signed up. The special aspect of this event was that, regardless of the outcome, both sides would receive generous spiritual medicine subsidies. His predecessor had managed to secure one of the few available spots, which should have been a good thing. But who would have thought that he would end up matched against Wang Run, Shen Lian's boyfriend? The rules of the sparring competition specifically stated that if one side forfeited, the other would receive double the spiritual medicine subsidies. Beyond that, it would also affect future academic records, to prevent ordinary students from becoming cowards who feared battle. After all, how could a warrior who cowered at the thought of a competition possibly face the terrifying beasts that threatened humanity? Shen Lian came at this critical moment to make Yi Li forfeit, clearly not caring about his future at all. Disgusting. Yi Li's brows furrowed even tighter. So hurry up and forfeit. Seeing that Yi Li was hesitating to hand over the battle token, Shen Lian grew anxious and suspicious. In the past, a single word from her was enough to make this tool obediently comply. What was going on today? I'll say it again, Wang Ren needs spiritual medicine to break through recently. Let him use your subsidy first. Shen Lian's face darkened as she pointed directly at Yi Li, frowning and urging, your battle token, hand it over quickly. Idiot. Yi Li let out a cold laugh and slapped away Shen Lian's outstretched hand. The former self might have indulged Shen Lian in everything, but that was the former self's business. As for him, being a normal person, how could he tolerate such nonsense? At the same time, a phantom-like light screen suddenly appeared before Yi Li's eyes. Ding! Detected that you have spoken harshly to your childhood friend of over 10 years whom you secretly admire. Malicious act value plus 500. Malicious act system successfully loaded. In a high martial world, the strong must ruthlessly humiliate the weak. Commit acts of evil recognized by the system to gain corresponding evil points. Current martial skills. Flowing water fist, mastery, 78%. Cloud piercing spear technique, beginner, 36%. Current evil value, 500. Evil value can be injected into relevant entries to enhance corresponding progress. Comment, your infamy is almost unknown. Yi Li was stunned for a moment, then a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Could this be his golden finger? Hearing Yi Li's words, Shen Lian was stunned, an incredulous expression instantly appearing on her pretty face. After coming to her senses, she said angrily, you've gone too far, Yi Li. I'm telling you, I don't have time to waste with you right now. Hand over the battle token quickly. Otherwise, be careful, I might ignore you for the rest of my life. Alright, what a double blessing. Yi Li casually put away the panel and said with a light laugh, a worn-out shoe wants to decide victory or defeat for me? What's in your head? A defense argument for speaking harshly to the childhood friend secretly loved for 10 years. Malice value plus 300. Shen Lian froze on the spot, her expression shocked. She hadn't expected Yi Li to be so vile, to the point where it felt unbelievable. A tramp? He actually dared to call me a tramp? Shen Lian stared at Yi Li in disbelief, her lips trembling slightly, and shouted, You dare to insult me? I'm cursing you, you idiot. Yili frowned slightly, his tone calm. I'm about to go on stage and knock your boyfriend down. As for you, turn left when you go out and visit the neurology department at Linhai Hospital. Speaking harshly to the childhood friend you've secretly loved for 10 years, malice value plus 200. I am not sick. Xin Lian was infuriated by Yi Li's mocking gaze, which seemed to look at her like she was an idiot. Her face turned so red it was almost dripping blood, and her chest heaved violently. She stared at Yi Li for 2 or 3 seconds, took a deep breath, slowly calmed her emotions, and said in a cold voice, just keep being stubborn. Anyway, as long as you dare to step onto the field, Wang Ren will absolutely beat you to the point of doubting your existence. Her words were full of threats. After speaking, she turned and walked out of the lounge. On the way to the audience seats, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Clenching her molars, she cursed inwardly, damn it. This unsociable loner with barely any friends, don't you know I've always been looking out for you? Truly ungrateful. Still thinking about defeating my boyfriend? That's hilarious. You're more likely to get beaten to a pulp. Inside the lounge, Yi Li withdrew his gaze, quietly took out his phone, and swiftly blocked all of the other party's contact information. This kind of brain damage, with incomplete brain development and completely undeveloped cerebellum, he only wanted to stay far away from. Afterward, he summoned the system panel, his gaze falling on the top. Current evil value, 1000 points. This was the small gain from humiliating Xin Lian just now. The system's judgment of evil deeds seemed quite strict. Gaining so much sin value is mostly because the predecessor secretly loved Xin Lian for 10 years, exhausting countless efforts. So just a few short words completely broke Xin Lian. It can only be said that the shot fired by the predecessor in his youth has now hit his own forehead. There are less than 5 minutes left before going on stage for the competition. Yi Li's eyes sparkled. According to his memory, there was a huge gap in strength between him and Wang Ren. Before figuring out the specific value of the evil deeds points, the correct approach is to use them sparingly to avoid wasting them unnecessarily. So the best strategy for this guidance match is to hold on for a few rounds and then admit defeat. Losing still comes with an elixir subsidy. This was also the original plan of the predecessor. But, just thinking of Xin Lian's demeanor, Yi Li felt a surge of nameless anger ignite in his heart. He is not his former self. He despises people like Xin Lian and Wang Ren from the bottom of his heart. If he gives up here, no matter how he tries to console himself later, he will always feel uncomfortable inside. In his previous life, he had to bow and scrape, watching the faces of those lousy leaders. After crossing over, should he still cower and grovel? Ridiculous. All I know is that I will unleash a massacre. Yi Li sneered, waved his hand, and a pale blue light screen quickly unfolded in front of him. Tolerance is a virtue of mortals, but cowardice is a gambler's greatest taboo. System, all in. Buzz. As the malice points were rapidly consumed, the progress numbers of the 2 martial techniques began to jump quickly. Ding. Consumed 100 malice points. First tier martial technique, Flowing Water Fist, has been upgraded to perfection. Consumed 800 malice points. Second tier martial technique, Cloud Breaking Spear technique, has been upgraded to perfection. Ding. You have diligently practiced 2 martial techniques, and your martial arts level has broken through to tier 1, level 5. Remaining evil value, 100. The light screen flickered, as if in delight. In an instant, Yi Li felt every cell in his body joyfully boiling, as if he had truly honed his martial techniques day after day, raising his proficiency to the peak. Not only that, his entire body's energy and blood suddenly surged. He mastered it seamlessly. It was just like how physical fitness naturally improves after regular martial arts training. Is this the charm of pay to win? Yi Li's eyes sparkled with joy, feeling an unprecedented sense of perfection in his current state. At this moment, the broadcast sounded. 5th match of the guidance competition. Yi Li from Class 9, Senior Year 3 of the Martial Arts Department versus Wang Ren from the school team. Upon hearing the broadcast, both contestants, please proceed to the stage quickly. The timing was perfect. Yi Li stood up cheerfully. He casually picked up a large spear from the weapon rack, and a sharp aura erupted from his entire being. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Very well, I'm starting to understand everything. Yi Li gripped the spear tightly and stepped into the passage. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was as blue as if freshly washed. The martial arts arena was bustling with noise, mostly from curious young boys and girls. In addition, there were some self-media photographers with DSLR cameras and a few school leaders with serious expressions. Soon, under the focus of many eyes, a male student dressed in a sky blue team uniform stepped onto the martial arts stage. It was none other than Wang Ren, a substitute player for the school team. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, his distinctive school team uniform earned him a wave of enthusiastic cheers from the students in the audience. Wow, the 5th match is about to start. What do you think? What do I think? I thought I could learn something, but the first 4 matches were all the school team crushing their opponents in seconds. What am I supposed to learn from that? Don't worry, this match is between the school team substitutes and regular students. It'll probably last a while. You're overthinking it, buddy. Even the school team substitutes are way stronger than regular students. I bet this match will end in under a minute. True, if it doesn't end in a minute, I'll eat my words. I don't think so. That Wang Ren is only at the 5th level of the first rank, while my buddy Yili is at the 3rd level of the first rank. The gap isn't that big. What do you mean? I bet 2 minutes. As the discussions in the audience gradually subsided, most people began to reach a consensus. Actually, it was understandable that they had no confidence in Yili. After all, for ordinary martial arts students, the school team members were almost a complete crush in terms of martial arts proficiency and martial arts level. Not to mention that some school team members had even awakened martial arts talents, making their hardware configuration simply not on the same level. At this moment, Shen Lian, sitting in the center of the audience, let out a cold laugh. Yili, let's see who will take care of you when you're beaten so badly you can't get out of bed. On the martial stage, Wang Ren was brimming with confidence. He first waved to the audience in greeting, then turned his gaze to the opposite side. There, a handsome young man dressed in a white martial arts uniform slowly stepped onto the stage. The young man carried a heavy iron spear on his back, his expression indifferent, his dark eyes icy. It was none other than Yili. Lianer sent me a message saying you absolutely refuse to forfeit. Looks like it's true? Wang Ren smiled broadly, his tone rather composed. Usually, aren't you always avoiding me? Did you take the wrong medicine today? Yili sneered. A whore with a dog, truly a match made to last forever. Insulting an enemy martial artist of first stage 5th level. Malice value +10. He sighed inwardly, as expected, very few, but even a small fly is still meat. Hearing this, Wang Ren's smile faded and his gaze turned cold. It seems you've really lost your mind, your brain isn't clear, and suddenly you're not afraid of getting beaten. He took the long sword off his back, pointed it directly at Yili, and sneered condescendingly. Let me remind you, the sparring match doesn't have so many rules. Even if I injure you today, the school won't hold me accountable. Yili calmly planted the spear beside him and said coldly, idiot, don't lecture others about the rules. Everyone knows them. Also, shut your mouth for your dad. If you say one more word, I'll make you fly. Very good. A cruel smile appeared on Wang Ren's lips. You stubborn kid, I was planning to let you off, but I changed my mind. Don't expect to leave with a single piece of unscathed flesh today. The match begins. The referee's voice rang out at the perfect moment. Rip. As soon as the words fell, a sudden white streak flashed across the martial stage, and the sound of air being torn apart exploded loudly. Under the watchful gaze of hundreds of eyes, Yili, who was standing still, suddenly stepped forward, his figure instantly transforming into a blur. The pitch-black spear in his right hand thundered forward in a piercing strike. Whoosh! The spearhead, carrying a dazzling cold gleam, sliced through the sky like a swimming dragon, instantly closing in on Wang Ren. First, a flash of cold light appeared, followed by the spear striking like a dragon. Cloud-breaking spear technique. The cold sneer on Wang Ren's face had yet to fade when he felt a fierce gust of wind pressure rushing straight at his face, the threat of death looming over him. His pupils contracted sharply. Without time to think, he could only raise his long sword horizontally in front of him. Boom! The pitch-black spearhead swept past like a swimming dragon. Upon collision, the long sword instantly shattered with a thunderous crash. The spear tip, carrying immense force, pierced directly through Wang Ren's right shoulder. A chilling sound of bone cracking suddenly echoed. A burst of blood sprayed from Wang Ren's shoulder as his body was sent flying by the powerful impact, slamming hard against the edge of the high platform, scattering countless fragments of stone. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Wang Ren's mouth, the sharp pain in his shoulder causing him to twist his body desperately. He hadn't even seen the other party's shooting motion clearly before he was severely injured by a shot. The movement was too fast. Moreover, Yili actually kept his word and really sent him flying. Apart from him, the entire martial arts arena instantly fell silent. The students stared blankly at the scene before them. On the high platform, the usually composed teachers were also stunned. The school team member had just entered the field and was instantly killed with one shot? There's actually such a monster hidden among ordinary martial arts students? If you're this strong, why didn't you say so earlier? What era is this? Still playing the old trick of hiding your strength. At this moment, Yili on the martial stage did not stop his movements. Under countless shocked gazes, he leaped forward and appeared in front of Wang Ren almost at the exact moment the spear hit the ground. The experience of having read over 200 passionate manga in his previous life told him that finishing the job was always the top priority. Just as Wang Ren raised his head, a slender hand suddenly pressed down on him, unleashing immense power and slamming his head fiercely into the ground. Under the massive impact, Wang Ren saw stars before his eyes, instinctively curling up his body and reaching for the spear on his shoulder, trying to pull it out. But his hand was ruthlessly stomped back by a martial arts shoe. Wang Ren's consciousness was still intact, and he struggled to mobilize the energy within his body, attempting to buy a little time. He slightly opened his eyes, and what came into view was a pair of icy, piercing black pupils staring straight at him, and the owner of the black pupils had already spread their arms. Wang Ren recognized this move. It was the opening stance of the flowing water fist technique. His heart was filled with terror, and he no longer cared about saving face. Yili, I already. Bang, 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 bang. Yili swiftly bent down, his fists raining down like a storm, interrupting Wang Ren's surrender. The force of his punches was so intense that fragments of stone flew, causing the entire martial stage to tremble slightly. The perfected flowing water fist technique was now displayed at its peak, crushing a fellow martial artist of the same level in public. Evil value plus 200. Bang, 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 bang. As the prompt sounded, Yili's punches became even more ferocious. It wasn't until Wang Ren's body stopped struggling that he slowly straightened up, his handsome face now exuding extreme ferocity. If this is the level of the school team members, then don't come out and embarrass yourselves. Trash. His cold voice echoed throughout the venue as he casually drew his spear and walked straight off the stage, publicly humiliating the defeated rival martial artist. Malice value plus 500. Detected Wang Ren's confidence collapse. Malice value plus 1000. Congratulations. Unlocked cultivation point allocation path. The entire martial arts arena was silent. Yili wins. It wasn't until Yili stepped down from the dueling platform that the referee's empty and desolate voice finally rang out. Only then did the audience recover from their shock, erupting into deafening cheers. What the hell is going on? This is ridiculous. The school team member got taken out instantly. My god, that shot was so fast it defied all logic. An ordinary student? Is this guy even an ordinary student? This guy is incredible, hiding his true strength. Who says regular students can't beat the school team? At this moment, the students were extremely excited. No one could have imagined that such a major upset would occur in the campus competition. Xin Lian, sitting in the spectator seats, was completely stunned. She sat rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the scene before her. The joys and sorrows between people do not resonate. At this moment, she only felt that the people around her were unbearably noisy. Wang Ren lost? How is this possible? She revealed all of Yili's information, just to make it a bit easier for Wang Ren to win. You have to know, even as an official member of the school team, it would be hard for her to defeat Wang Ren so effortlessly. Shenlian clenched her fists tightly, her teeth gritted, and her eyes flickering. Yili, how exactly did you do it? On the high platform at the back of the audience seats, a group of teachers looked at each other, and anyone could see the shock on their faces. The school team members were the best among the students, and even the substitutes were far superior to ordinary martial arts students. This was almost common knowledge. In terms of martial skills, level, and talent, being inferior to the opponent makes it absolutely impossible to win with weakness against strength. The current situation can only indicate that Yili had been hiding his true strength all along. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 adjusted his glasses, his tone filled with undisguised astonishment, and said to the vice principal, "Principal Lee, this student named Yili is truly a promising talent." Principal Lee responded with a smile. Indeed, his blood vitality is comparable to Wang Ren's. Both should be at the 5th level of the first tier. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 then said, however, his martial skills are even more impressive. Although the two martial techniques he demonstrated are not of high rank, they both exude a sense of perfection. Given his age, being able to train two low-level martial techniques to perfection truly shows exceptional talent. This child must have put in a lot of effort in private. Principal Lee's tone was full of praise. He then turned to look at the young woman behind him, who was equally shocked, and casually asked, "Xiaoyang, this is a promising student from your Class 9, right? I think he is fully qualified to join the school team. Why haven't I seen you report him?" Hearing this, Class 9's homeroom teacher, Yang Shan, immediately broke into a cold sweat. Principal Lee, during the blood and energy test 2 weeks ago, Yili was only at the 2nd tier, 3rd level. I didn't expect his progress to be this fast. She quickly explained. She knew in her heart that the other party suspected her of harboring personal bias and deliberately suppressing talent. Vice Principal Lee of Linhai No. 1 High School was famously passionate about nurturing talent. There was even an incident where he publicly beat a teacher who maliciously targeted a student until the teacher knelt and begged for mercy. He only stopped when the people from the Bureau of Special Affairs arrived, leaving everyone deeply shocked. To be honest, Yang Shan actually liked Yili quite a lot. His parents had passed away, he lived alone, and he trained diligently. Apart from being honest to a fault and having average aptitude, there was hardly anything to criticize about him. So, heaven has eyes. Yang Shan could never have imagined that Yili, who usually seemed like a taciturn person, was hiding such astonishing strength. It was simply unbelievable. Is that so? I'll investigate thoroughly when I return. Li Haoan gave Yang Shan a deep look, then turned his gaze to the slender figure walking back to the high platform. The young man was dressed in white, his back straight, his steps steady, exuding confidence and vigor. He casually handed the spear to the referee, whose face was full of shock, nodded politely, and turned to walk into the passage. Not bad, really not bad. Li Haoan nodded with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. Principal Li, a teacher tentatively suggested, since Yili defeated Wang Ren, why not give Wang Ren's substitute spot on the school team to him? The provincial college exchange competition is in half a month, and the more outstanding students participating, the better the ranking for Linhai No. number 1 high school. Li Haohan turned to look at the homeroom teacher of class 1, who immediately nodded. I have no objections. Wang Run was his student, and seeing that he had no objections, the other teachers also expressed their agreement one after another. Li Haohan said with a smile, then it's settled. Xiaoyang, later you go help him apply for the school team's exclusive training room, and also inform him of the exclusive benefits for the school team. Got it. Yang Shan immediately agreed. But Principal Li, the provincial competition is in just a month. Letting Yili join the school team at this time. Yang Shan showed a worried expression. Will it cause dissatisfaction among the other team members? The official members of Linhai number 1 high school's team are at least at the first stage, 7th level in strength, while Yili is currently far behind them. If the team members are dissatisfied with the temporary replacement, they might ostracize Yili in the future, affecting his mindset. This is exactly what Yang Shan is worried about. Teaching him to endure is also a form of training, Li Haohan replied with a smile. Alright. Yang Shan remained silent for a moment before finally accepting his opinion. On the other side, Yili naturally had no idea that the school's higher-ups had quietly changed their attitude toward him. After receiving his share of the spiritual medicine subsidy, he left the school directly and took a taxi home. Once home, he went straight into his room, locked the door, and began studying his golden finger. Notoriety LV1. Your notoriety is almost unknown. Note, upgrading notoriety will grant generous rewards. Current evil value, 1800. Seeing the evil value nearly double compared to the previous all-in, Yili felt much more at ease. Sure enough, poker is a kind of wisdom. Relying on the accumulation of his past life, he spent only 900 points of evil value to upgrade 2 martial arts techniques to perfection. Are you kidding me? Not only did he feel no discomfort, but he also executed them with ease. Even more surprising, his martial arts level increased by 2 tiers. The powerful capabilities of the system were beginning to reveal themselves. In other words, as long as I commit acts of evil recognized by the system, I can use the earned evil value to upgrade martial arts and enhance my level. Fighting Wang Ren once can earn nearly 2,000 points of evil value. Is this thing built upon others' suffering? Yili lightly pressed his chin with his fingers, falling into deep thought. Shortly after, he recalled that after defeating Wang Ren, the system seemed to have added a new feature. Cultivation level allocation path unlocked. Current level, 1st tier, 5th stage, 2%. Upgradable. His gaze swept across the panel, and Yili's heart surged with emotion. Previously, he had raised 2 martial techniques to perfection, and his cultivation naturally advanced to the 5th level of the 1st stage. That was merely a byproduct of improving his martial techniques. Now, focusing specifically on enhancing cultivation, the effect would surely be even more pronounced. System, add points. Yili waved his hand, planning to first spend 100 points of sin value to test the depth of this new pool. Ding! Consumed 100 points of evil value. Starting to enhance cultivation. No external assistance detected. Your cultivation speed is as usual, slow as a snail, poetically enduring. Cultivating. Training completed. Bang! Current level, Tier 1, Stage 5, 50%. Comment, due to the absence of any training bonuses, this gain is equivalent to only half a year of your hard practice. Note, with the same point expenditure, gains may vary depending on external factors. Will the earnings also change due to external factors? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yili was instantly speechless. This was practically no different from spending money on a gacha game and pulling from the wrong pool. Fortunately, he didn't go all in like the first time, otherwise, he would have been furious. At least it was still salvageable. Buffs, right? That's easy to handle. Yili opened the exquisite iron box containing the spiritual medicine and took out a small white porcelain bottle. The bottle held a body-shaping spiritual medicine that was highly beneficial for cultivation. For a first-tier body-tempering realm martial artist, the increase in vitality brought by this bottle of medicine was equivalent to 2 months of arduous training, making it extremely precious. Using it at this moment to enhance cultivation was perfectly appropriate. He unscrewed the bottle cap, and a rich, refreshing fragrance instantly filled the air, bringing a sense of tranquility and joy. Without hesitation, Yili downed the entire bottle of spiritual medicine in one gulp. The cool medicinal liquid flowed down his throat, marking the official start of his new round of attribute enhancement. Ding! Consumed 1,000 points of evil value. Beginning cultivation enhancement. Detected first tier advanced resource body shaping elixir. Your cultivation speed has increased by 20%, finally resembling a normal person. Accelerating cultivation. Training complete, significant increase in vitality and blood. Current level, Tier 1, Stage 8, 90%. Too late. Comment, the spiritual medicine has been a timely aid, and this gain is equivalent to 8 years of arduous cultivation. This leveling speed is simply like riding a rocket. Yili's entire body surged with energy and vitality, his eyes shining brightly, his skin radiating a healthy glow, and his muscles and bones strong and powerful. The numbers on the panel clearly showed that in just a few breaths, he had broken through 3 levels in succession. Now, he was only 1 step away from the 9th level of the first tier. Yili was utterly utterly shocked in his heart. According to his memory, even a genius with exceptional talent would find it difficult to reach such heights before entering a martial arts university. In other words, Yili took less than an afternoon to leap from being an almost invisible average student to someone at a genius level. This speed would make anyone exclaim, unbelievable. However, Yili himself felt that after 8.5 years of hard work, he still hadn't even reached the peak of the first stage. His aptitude really wasn't that great. It's okay, as I accumulate more points, my aptitude will naturally improve. Yili silently comforted himself and casually closed the panel. Anyway, with his current cultivation speed, who would dare say he wasn't a genius? Adding points is the key to becoming a king. There are still 700 points of evil value left, which is relatively abundant. Tomorrow, I'll go to the school library to choose a few new martial techniques to enhance my martial skill setup. Currently, I only master one boxing technique and one spear technique, which is indeed a bit limited. Like a fragile warrior who maxes out attack but doesn't learn to dodge or defend. You have to learn both offense and defense to achieve a balanced approach. After a simple wash, Yili lay on the bed. Only at this moment did a wave of exhaustion slowly rise in his heart. Just after crossing over, so many things have happened. It's time to take a break. Yili let out a long sigh, set his phone to silent mode, and quietly listened to the sound of the wind blowing in from outside the window. Closing his eyes, he gradually drifted into a dream. The next morning, the cypress trees on both sides of the road swayed gently in the morning breeze. Linhai No. 1 High School. Yili, dressed in casual clothes, walked through the campus, entered the teaching building, and headed straight to the third floor. He adjusted his cuffs, walked into the classroom, and returned to his seat. The back row by the window, that is Wang Ren's hometown. Perhaps due to yesterday's competition, many classmates cast various glances his way. Most of the gazes were rather complex. Yili had long been accustomed to such looks. In his previous life, he was the social invisible person in the class, until he suddenly showcased astonishing talent at the graduation ceremony, shocking everyone. At that moment, the looks in their eyes were just like this. Fortunately, due to his quiet and reserved personality in his previous life, no classmates approached him to talk as Yili walked to his seat. Of course, not everyone remained silent. "Brother Yi, you're finally here." Just as Yili sat down, an excited shout rang out. He looked up and saw his classmate Fong Ming, his best friend, running over excitedly. "What's up? Looking for me for something?" Yili raised his eyebrows slightly and asked. "It's not me, it's Teacher Yang looking for you." Fong Ming waved his hand, then said excitedly, "Let's not talk about that for now. You were incredible yesterday. You completely blew my mind." Fong Ming's strength was considered quite good in the grade, having reached the first tier, level 4. But even so, he was no match for Wang Ren. Yet Yili easily defeated Wang Ren in seconds. Defeating a member of the school team, does it feel particularly exciting? Fong Ming asked excitedly. "Not bad." Yili stood up, stretched lazily, and walked out. "Let's go, let's find Teacher Yang first." Fong Ming was stunned, unable to understand why Yili was so calm. In his view, defeating his school team's substitute was definitely something exciting, but his good friend acted as if he didn't care about yesterday's match at all. Fong Ming looked puzzled as he followed Yili out of the classroom. The two of them went up to the 4th floor, and Fong Ming finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yi, don't you have any thoughts at all? That's the substitute for the school team." "No." Yili casually patted his shoulder and pushed the door open to enter the teacher's office. Fong Ming stood outside the door for a long time without moving, eventually sitting down in doubt. Could it be that he was wrong? Isn't it worth being happy about defeating the school team's substitute? After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and sent a message to his father. "Dad, I beat the school team's substitute." The phone vibrated, and a reply was received quickly. "Father, really? My son has improved." "Father, ha ha ha, I've already informed all our relatives. Tonight, I will host a banquet for all the martial arts families in Linhai City." "Father, I just told your grandfather, and he tore up the family tree, saying he wants to rewrite it starting with you." Looking at his father's message, Fong Ming revealed a gratified smile. As expected, it wasn't his own problem. Brother Ye's personality was just too honest. The arrogance displayed in yesterday's match, could it really have been just a coincidence? Fong Ming sighed and then replied, "Father, I was joking. I'm only at the 4th level of the first stage. How could I possibly beat them?" Fong Ming put the phone back into his pocket, feeling the intense vibration from it, clearly indicating the sender was very agitated. In the office. "You've arrived." Yang Shan put down the file in her hand and smiled at Yili, who walked in. "Have a seat. I called you here to share some good news with you." "Good news?" Yili casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Yang Shan nodded and said, "After watching your match yesterday, Principal Lee decided to specially approve you to replace Wang Ren and become a substitute for the school team. Are there any benefits?" Yili asked. "Of course, not only is there an exclusive training room, but you can also arrange your own training schedule." Yang Shan clasped her hands together and said with a smile, "In other words, you won't have to attend the classes on the schedule in the future, but you must participate in the training arranged by the school team. Additionally, you will have free access to the 3rd floor of the library, and there will be the extra spiritual medicine allowances every month and so on. How is it? Yang Shan looked at the young man with pride, expecting to see surprise on his face, but the young man just smiled faintly and said, "Sounds pretty good." He happened to be in need of new martial arts techniques and resources, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. Yang Shan smiled as she took out a silver waist token from the drawer and handed it to Yili. "This is the special waist token for the school team members, and it also serves as an access card for many places." After Yili took the waist token, Yang Shan's smile faded slightly, and she continued, "Additionally, you are replacing Wang Ren's position. Some members of the school team who were close to him might have some opinions about you. Your current strength is still a bit weaker than theirs, so try not to get into conflicts with them to avoid making things worse and putting yourself at a disadvantage." At this point, Yang Shan paused for a moment, then continued, "Especially that girl Shen Lian. She seems to have a pretty big issue with you. I heard that when you were about to join the school team, she strongly opposed it. When you see her in the future, try to steer clear of her." Not sure if it was an illusion, but Yang Shan felt that after she finished speaking, the smile on the young man's face grew even wider. "I see." He nodded lightly. "Got it." Yang Shan let out a sigh of relief and then said with a smile, "Alright, if you don't have anything else to do next, just head to the training building and pick a training room you like. Just go straight there. Shen Lian will be waiting for you." "Shen Lian?" Yili raised his eyebrows slightly. "That's her." Yang Shan nodded and said with a hint of helplessness, "She insisted on helping you get familiar with the environment, and the supervising teacher agreed. Be careful. If she takes the opportunity to give you trouble, just avoid the confrontation for now, understand? Avoid her confrontation first?" Yili chuckled softly and didn't say much more. He simply said calmly, "Then I'll head over now." After speaking, he took the waist token, stood up, and walked out of the room with unusually light steps. Looking at Yili's departing figure, Yang Shan murmured with some confusion, "This child seems to have really changed a bit. Feels a lot more confident." The door was pushed open, and Yili walked out leisurely. "Let's go," he called out to Fong Ming. "Where to?" Fong Ming asked curiously. "The training building." Yili took out a silver waist badge and said casually, "I joined the school team. Teacher Yang asked me to get familiar with the future training environment." The two walked side by side and soon arrived in front of the training building. Upon hearing from Yili that the person who came to pick him up was Shen Lian, Fong Ming's expression became subtle. He hadn't expected that the girl who usually treated his friend like a lapdog would be so kind as to come and help. Although it was a good thing, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Fong Ming clicked his tongue lightly. He had intended to remind Yili that there might be something fishy about this matter, but thinking of his friend's deep feelings for Shen Lian, he ultimately held his tongue. Past experiences had taught him that as long as he said anything bad about Shen Lian, he would be harshly rebuked by Yili, and they would end up parting on bad terms. Regarding this, Fong Ming felt both helpless and resigned. After thinking for a long time, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Brother Yi, if Shen Lian wants to test the power of her new martial techniques on you again this time, just don't agree to it." He spoke hastily, afraid of being interrupted by Yili. "It's not that she can't test them, it's just that she goes too hard. Last time, she even fractured a few of your bones. The martial arts exam is just around the corner. We martial arts students can't afford to have anything happen to our bodies." Fong Ming spoke with particular earnestness, almost outright saying, "Don't be a punching bag." After all, in his impression, that Shen Lian always used testing new martial techniques as an excuse to treat Yili as a punching bag, leaving him covered in bruises every time. As a friend, Fong Ming truly felt distressed watching this. And to be honest, a first-tier 7th level testing new martial techniques on a first-tier 3rd level, wasn't that just finding a moving punching bag? Simply disgraceful. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Yili chuckled softly and, under Fong Ming's helpless gaze, took the lead in stepping into the training building. In his memory, there were less than 2 months left until the provincial martial arts exam. To get into an ideal top-tier academy within such a short time, one's martial arts level would need to reach at least the 2nd tier to be on the safe side. The most urgent task now was to quickly accumulate sin points. The system, however, currently provides no hints, so one can only rely on their own exploration. At this stage, earning sin points by beating people up seems fairly straightforward. Thoughts raced through Yili's mind as Fong Ming followed closely behind. The two quickly passed through the first-floor lobby and arrived at the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. At this moment, Yili saw a familiar figure, Shen Lian. She was dressed in a sky-blue training outfit, her eyes filled with resentment, biting her silver teeth tightly, appearing exceptionally furious. Upon seeing Yili, she was the first to break the silence. "Yili," she squeezed out a voice full of hatred through her clenched teeth. "You finally came. Lead the way." Yili gently raised his chin. "Lead your head." Shen Lian stomped her foot fiercely, pointed at Yili's nose, and shouted angrily, "Yili, I haven't settled accounts with you for insulting me yesterday." Fong Ming was taken aback aback, clearly not expecting this situation. The other party actually started cursing right away. However, he quickly showed a look of realization. This damn woman probably mistook Yili's slightly louder voice as him scolding her. Fong Ming thought to himself. Seeing Yili's calm expression, he became even more certain of his judgment. He immediately stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Classmate Shenlian, Brother Yi is here to get familiar with the environment." "If you're unwilling to help then, familiar with the environment? Familiar my foot." Shenlian stomped her foot in anger, directly interrupting Fong Ming's words. She glared at Yili with resentment and shrieked, "It's bad enough that you used underhanded means to beat my boyfriend, but now you even want to steal his substitute spot? You despicable thief." Venomous words spewed from Shenlian's mouth, as if she wanted to attack Yili with the most disgusting language in the world. Her brazen attitude was not without reason. A first-stage 7th level martial arts rank, combined with a C-level martial arts talent, made her a formidable presence on the school team. Even if Yili defeated Wang Ren, he was only at the first stage 5th level, struggling to fight even a first stage 6th level, let alone her, who was a whole level higher at the first stage 7th level. Shenlian couldn't wait for Yili to lose his temper and attack her, so she would have every reason to teach him a harsh lesson, leaving him bedridden and even unable to participate in the martial arts exam. However, considering Yili's honest and timid personality, Shenlian didn't think he would dare to make a move, so she planned to strike first. Although Yili's parents treated her well when they were alive, Shenlian didn't care about that at all at this moment. She just wanted to give Yili a good beating to vent her resentment. For this, she deliberately sent the other members of the school team away. At this moment, only the 3 of them were left in the entire training building. Even if Yili cried out in pain next, no one would hear. Daring to block my contact, daring to insult me, daring to hit my boyfriend, daring to steal my boyfriend's spot. Yili, you are truly unforgivable. Thinking of this, Shenlian's anger burned even hotter, and she sneered as she said, "Yili, in the end, do you even deserve to join the school team? You might as well just die along with your parents. What did you say?" Fong Ming's face turned bright red with anger at these words, his fists clenched tightly as he immediately channeled the inner energy within his body. With his first tier, 4th level peak strength, even if he couldn't defeat the opponent, he wouldn't lose too badly. At least, that's what he thought. At this moment, a slender hand with distinct knuckles reached out and gently pressed his shoulder. Fong Ming turned his head to look at Yili's calm face, wanting to tell him just how despicable this person was. "Brother Yi, no matter how much you like Shenlian, shouldn't you wake up in a situation like this?" Under Fong Ming's gaze, Yili calmly shook his head. Fong Ming helplessly let go of his hands. He knew that, given Yili's personality, he would most likely choose to swallow his anger. "Brother Yi, there are as many girls in the world as there are stars in the sky, there's no need to." Fong Ming was about to persuade him but suddenly stopped mid-sentence, because Yili's figure had already disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, he appeared in front of Shenlian, whose expression was filled with shock. In an instant, the young man spread his arms wide, and under Shenlian's terrified gaze, he punched her soft abdomen with the force of a meteor. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, Shenlian was sent flying by the force of the punch. Her feet left the ground, and her body was swept by a powerful force across the stairs, crashing heavily onto the steps of the 2nd floor, blood gushing out. "Detected, you severely injured your childhood sweetheart of 10 years with one punch, evil value plus 2000. Fong Ming turned his head in disbelief, then his whole body trembled. He saw Yili adjusting his cuffs as he ascended the steps, approaching the bloodied Shenlian step by step. His expression was calm, and he spoke in a composed tone. "Just help when you're asked. Why so much nonsense? Detected Shenlian's fear value has reached the maximum, evil deeds value plus 1000. Current evil deeds value, 3700 points. Ah!" A terrified voice burst out from Shenlian's mouth. She stared at Yili with eyes full of fear, as if she had seen a demon. Ignoring the sharp pain in her abdomen, she desperately scrambled backward with all her limbs. Yili cast her a cold glance. Shenlian immediately shut her mouth, but the persistent sharp pain in her abdomen caused her eyes to well up with thick tears. Panic and disbelief filled her heart. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't understand why, despite her cultivation being at the first stage, 7th level, she couldn't see Yili's movements just now. She hadn't even had time to unleash her martial talent before being severely injured. What shocked her even more was that Yili actually dared to lay a hand on her. "Where is my room?" "TH3, 3rd floor, the room on the far left." Shenlian replied, trembling. "I can take you there. Please spare me." She bent forward and backward, pleading incessantly. Yili shook his head slightly, completely ignoring her. He withdrew his gaze indifferently, turned around, and said calmly, "Fong Ming, let's go." Hearing these words, Fong Ming seemed to wake from a dream, stiffly raised his head to look at his composed friend, his throat involuntarily moved. "If I remember correctly, Shenlian's cultivation level is at the first stage, 7th layer, yet the other party defeated her with a single punch. This strength, could it be the 8th layer? Or the 9th layer? Moreover, could it be that his friend this time has finally come to his senses?" Fong Ming's breathing quickened as he stepped forward to follow. Before leaving, he couldn't help but glance glance at Xinlian, who was curled up in pain nearby, and asked involuntarily, "Brother Yi, what about her? She won't die, don't worry about it." Yi Li's voice was calm, his steps steady as he walked past Xinlian and headed upstairs. Not killing her with a single punch was already his final act of mercy. Fortunately, this time the harvest was quite fruitful, enough to slightly quell the anger in his heart. "I really am a good person." The cultivation room is located on the 3rd floor. Yi Li's exclusive cultivation room is near the edge. After swiping the waste token, the gate automatically opened. Yi Li stepped inside and looked around. The cultivation room covered an area of about 200 square meters, with exquisite and tidy facilities. The walls were engraved with a spirit-gathering formation, which, once activated by the waste token, could significantly enhance the cultivation speed. In addition, there were a punching strength tester, a blood vitality intensity detector, a recorder, a mental measurement device, everything one could need. No wonder Teacher Yang was staring at me with such anticipation. It turns out this place is so impressive, Yi Li observed while nodding slightly, feeling extremely pleased. Not only did he unexpectedly gain 3,000 points of evil value, but he also got an exclusive cultivation room for free. A cultivation room like this would cost at least several thousand Hansha coins per day outside, saving a significant expense. Fong Ming followed behind him, looking at the boy's joyful profile, and couldn't help but feel it was somewhat unreal. In the past, his friend had always been completely obedient to Xinlian, not to mention being a punching bag. As long as Xinlian gave the signal, Yi Li would even give up something important without hesitation. Not only did Xinlian think this way, but Fong Ming had always believed it too. But what Fong Ming never expected was that just now Yi Li directly went on a killing spree, punching Xinlian so hard that she couldn't even stand. So awesome, so cool. The scene from earlier flashed through his mind. Fong Ming took a deep breath and pinched his thigh hard to confirm he wasn't dreaming. The pain from his thigh confirmed that everything before his eyes was undoubtedly real. He swallowed his saliva, deliberated for a moment, and then cautiously asked, "Brother Yi, what's going on with you today? What's going on?" Yi Li turned to look at him, his expression carrying a hint of confusion. "It's just that." Fong Ming gestured wildly with his hands, struggling for a long time before finally squeezing out a sentence. "Why did you suddenly stop indulging that Xinlian? Why should I indulge her?" Yi Li frowned and naturally retorted, "She cursed at someone right in front of me, almost writing 'come hit me' on her face. Of course, I had to oblige her." Indeed. Hearing this, Fong Ming nodded vigorously. Out of curiosity, he asked, "Brother Yi, what level is your cultivation now?" The day before, it was still tier 1 level 3, and the next day, you could knock out an official school team member with one punch. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Fong Ming would never have believed it. Yi Li's gaze swept over the formation patterns on the wall, and he casually replied, "Just entered the 8th level of the 1st rank." In reality, he had already reached the peak of the 8th level of the 1st rank. However, since Yi Li had just advanced that afternoon, saying he had just entered the 8th level of the 1st rank wasn't inaccurate. Yi Li did not deliberately hide his strength. On one hand, he had a good relationship with Fong Ming, and there was some mutual trust between them. On the other hand, he was well aware that his level might not be limited to this by tomorrow. Even so, Fong Ming's face still couldn't hide his shock. Fong Ming exclaimed, "No way, man. Could it be that you've been hiding your true strength all along? There's really no need for that. If you'd shown your real skills earlier, our school would have worshipped you like a god." Okay, maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration, especially since there's still a monster like Senior Jiang around. Fong Ming said excitedly, "Even without comparing yourself to Senior Jiang, Brother Yi, you're already one of the best in our school. In the entire school team, there probably aren't many stronger than you. Senior Jiang counts as one, Vice Captain Lu Yangde counts as another. Besides them, who else is there? No one. Ha, why are we still substitutes? Brother Yi, just wait, I'll go talk to Teacher Yang right now and ask her to give you a spot as an official team member." Fong Ming counted on his fingers, growing more and more excited as he spoke. Finally, he stood up abruptly and walked toward the door. "Close the door for me." Yi Li waved his hand. "Got it, bro." After Fong Ming left, Yi Li slowly walked toward the punching power testing machine. The last time he tested his punching power was during a previous opportunity. Now was a good chance to test it again and see his true level. Yi Li sat cross-legged, circulating his inner energy, his right fist beginning to gather strength before suddenly throwing a punch. His fist shot out like a cannonball, slamming fiercely into the testing sandbag. Bang! Accompanied by a deep, muffled explosion, the numbers on the testing machine rapidly jumped. 645 kilograms. So high? Yi Li was somewhat surprised. This number had already surpassed the limits of humanity he knew in his previous life. Could it be that he was no longer an ordinary person? He chuckled softly, turned around, and walked to the formation control center, inserting the silver waste token into it. Buzz. The formation patterns on the walls lit up one after another. Accompanied by a faint buzzing sound, Yi Li could clearly feel the surrounding spiritual energy becoming denser. No time to lose, let's start a new round of upgrades. He found a suitable spot to sit down. With the array's enhancement, improving his cultivation was the wisest choice. Current evil value 3,700 points. Ding. Consumed 1,000 points of evil value. Starting cultivation improvement. Detected Class C spiritual energy gathering formation. Cultivation speed increased by 10%. Cultivation accelerating. Cultivation complete. Significant increase in vitality. Current level, first tier peak, perfection. Comment: the formation's enhancement effect is remarkable. This gain is equivalent to 7 years of arduous cultivation. Yili's vitality surged, and the true energy within his body rapidly grew stronger. In an instant, the surging true energy filled his entire body, marking the sign of stepping into the peak of the first stage. This formation's effect is second only to spiritual medicine. Spiritual medicine is rare, but this formation is permanent. Yili felt the improvement in his strength and murmured softly, with a hint of emotion, "No wonder the school team's strength far surpasses that of ordinary martial arts students. The overwhelming advantage of resources and talent is truly undeniable." After pondering for a moment, he walked over to the punching power testing machine again, a trace of determination flashing in his dark eyes. After adjusting his breathing, Yili lightly touched the testing sandbag with his palm and let out a deep breath. Immediately twisting his waist and abdomen, he stomped his right foot on the ground and punched out fiercely. Bang! An even heavier explosive sound rang out, and the test machine's screen clearly displayed 885 kilograms. The standard for peak first-tier punching power is 800 kilograms, but Yili's punching power far exceeds this standard, without a doubt. He calmly looked at the number, secretly smiling to himself. Reasonable. The cultivation others achieve through training is often hollow and insubstantial. With a slight curve of his lips, Yili confidently said, "But I, on the other hand, have been steadily improving step by step through the system. The difference is clear at a glance." However, Yili was unaware that the data from this punching power testing machine was connected in real time to the campus database. His punching power instantly ranked second in the entire school, second only to Linhai No. 1 High School's acknowledged genius, Zheng Qingzhu. The mentor responsible for the data has not yet noticed this change. Inside Linhai Hospital, the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant, and medical staff in white coats were busily moving back and forth. Inside a ward. Yesterday, Wang Ren, who had been beaten unconscious by Yili, was now leaning against the hospital bed, his face pale. His gaze fell on the person sitting upright by the bedside, dressed in a blue team uniform, and he respectfully began, "Brother Lu, just say what you want to say." The young man addressed as Brother Lu sighed, his eyes sweeping over Wang Ren as he added in a deep voice, "If it's about your substitute spot, don't bother. This is Principal Li's decision, and there's nothing I can do." Wang Ren gritted his teeth, full of grievance and unwillingness. "So my spot has just been taken by Yili like that? Do you have any other choice?" Brother Lu sneered. Wang Ren slowly clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He knew that the person in front of him was the only one he knew who might be able to help him. Lu Yangda, vice-captain of the Linhai First High School team, had reached the peak of the first stage of cultivation half a year ago. In the past, before making substitutions, the team coach would always consult his opinion, as well as that of Zheng Qingzhu. Then it's settled. But this time was different. He was directly informed that a martial arts student named Yili would be coming as a substitute, without giving him any chance to object. "Stop deceiving yourself." Lu Yangda patted Wang Ren's shoulder, his tone full of pity. "Your substitute spot is definitely gone. Considering your past performance, just let Yili come over and apologize to you, and this matter will be settled." But Wang Ren still looked unwilling. He had intended to teach that guy a lesson, but ended up being beaten like that instead. He couldn't accept such humiliation no matter what. "Enough." Lu Yangda frowned and sneered. "Didn't you already send Shenlian to deal with that kid? Do you think I don't know? You even deliberately cleared out the people from the training building, clearly planning to go all out. That Yili is probably going to be beaten by Shenlian so badly that he won't be able to get up for 10 days or half a month, right? I've already pretended not to know. What more do you want?" Lu Yangda's voice was as heavy as water. Wang Ren remained silent for a while before saying in a muffled voice, "I understand." Lu Yangda nodded in satisfaction. "Then I'll call him now and have him come over to apologize. I'm just afraid he might not even be able to walk right now," Wang Ren added grimly. Yili, at the 5th level of the first stage, going up against Shenlian, who was at the 7th level of the first stage, he couldn't even imagine how badly Yili had been beaten. At the very least, a few bones must have been broken. Lu Yangda picked up the phone on the table, ignoring Wang Ren's gloating expression, and dialed the number for Yili that his advisor had given him. "Hello, who is this?" The call connected quickly, and a calm and polite voice came through. "You're Yili, right?" Lu Yangda said indifferently. "I'm Lu Yangda, just call me Lu Gu. I have something to discuss with you." "Don't know, no time." The other party coldly refused. Beep beep. The sound of the call being hung up rang out, leaving Lu Yangda stunned, his blood pressure slightly rising. Wang Ren, who was beside him, also didn't expect Yili to dare hang up the phone and looked at him in surprise. This made Lu Yangda even more embarrassed. He considers himself a prominent figure at school and always acts like a big shot. That That's good. In his view, once Yili answered the call, he would definitely obey and come over to apologize. Unexpectedly, the call was cut off before he could even speak. Lu Yongda's expression gradually darkened. Brother Lu, Yili wasn't this arrogant before. Wang Ren, seeing his expression, couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. I guess he got into the school team and now thinks he's all that. He's simply looking down on everyone. Hearing this, Lu Yongda's face grew even darker. Without a word, he dialed the phone again. As soon as the call connected, he immediately scolded, Yili, this is the school team's vice captain. I need to talk to you. Go ahead. The voice on the other end carried a hint of mockery. You went overboard in the competition yesterday. Lu Yongda's brows slightly relaxed, his tone steady. You even took Wang Ren's spot, which was a big blow to him. So what? I want you to apologize to him, and we'll consider this matter settled. Got it. Yili's voice was calm and emotionless. Is that so? Lu Yongda's anger subsided slightly, replaced by a hint of disdain. Yili's submission came faster than he had anticipated. It seems that after learning my identity, he's indeed afraid. The corners of Lu Yongda's mouth lifted slightly as he suppressed a trace of pride in his heart and then added, then you should go find the coach later and tell him that you're voluntarily leaving the school team due to personal reasons. We're about to participate in an exchange match soon, and joining the team at this time would affect. I understand. Before the sentence was finished, Yili interrupted him directly, chuckling as he said, so the school team is full of self-satisfied idiots like you, huh? Hearing this, Lu Yongda's eye twitched slightly, then his burly figure suddenly stood up, his voice carrying a chill. What did you say? Before the words had even faded, the atmosphere in the hospital room instantly grew tense. Wang Ren, lying on the hospital bed, felt his heart race wildly as he stared unblinkingly at the furious Lu Yongda. I said you're an idiot, and I suspect the entire school team is full of idiots like you. On the other end of the phone, Yili didn't take the other party's reaction seriously at all and responded with a laugh. Alright. Lu Yongda laughed in anger, his tone sinister as he threatened, I've seen plenty of troublemakers, but you're the first of your kind. If you have the guts, then. Before he could finish, the sound of the call being hung up came from the other end. Beep beep. Outrageous. Lu Yongda's face turned bright red as he grabbed Wang Ren's phone and smashed it to the ground, shattering it to pieces. Yili, you, someone without even a trace of martial talent, are far too arrogant. Just you wait for me. Fuming with rage, he abruptly turned around and strode out of the hospital room, his retreating figure exuding an intense murderous aura. Wang Ren stared blankly at the phone shattered into pieces on the floor. He thought about demanding compensation but feared further angering Lu Yongda, who was already in a fit of rage. Frustrated, he could only lie back on the hospital bed. At that moment, he suddenly realized that Yi Li's voice on the phone earlier had been loud and strong, showing no signs of injury. A doubt suddenly arose in his heart. Could it be that Xin Lian didn't catch Yi Li and let him escape? Forget it, if he wasn't caught, he wasn't caught. A gloating expression appeared on Wang Ren's face. How dare you talk back to Lu Yongda, Yi Li, you're doomed this time. One was at the 5th level of the first stage, while the other had already reached the peak of the first stage half a year ago. Who was stronger and who was weaker was clear even with eyes closed. Lin Hai No. 1 High School, 3rd floor of the library pavilion. Here, various martial techniques collected since the establishment of Lin Hai No. 1 High School are stored. Students can borrow and study them by paying a certain amount of Hansha coins. Not only are the prices far lower than the market, but the variety and quality are also quite rich, making it one of the important places in Lin Hai No. 1 High School. The 1st and 2nd floors mainly house 1st-tier martial techniques, with only a small portion being 2nd-tier techniques. Yi Li's flowing water fist technique and cloud-breaking spear technique were learned from here. The 3rd floor is dedicated to collecting 2nd level and above martial techniques, but it is only open to teachers and specially nurtured students. After swiping his waist token, Yi Li walked straight to the 3rd floor amidst many curious and envious gazes. Lu Yongda's hostility did not bother him much, as the two were separated by a phone call, making it difficult to confront many matters face to face. Question: what happens if there are no more evil points? The answer is, beat the enemy crazily until they spit out enough evil value. So if Lu Yongda were sitting in front of him, Yi Li was confident he could resolve the conflict between them. Setting aside his chaotic thoughts, Yi Li stood in front of the massive electronic screen and began browsing the various martial techniques recorded here. 2nd-tier martial technique, Mountain Crushing Fist, 100,000 Hansha coins. 2nd-tier martial skill, Serpentine Movement Technique, 120,000 Hansha coins. D-level breathing technique, Breath of Scorching Flame, 200,000 Hansha coins. Yi Li's general plan was to choose a suitable movement martial skill and a relatively high-tier offensive martial skill, but he wondered if the system had invisibly expanded his perspective, as he couldn't find a truly suitable martial skill among the dazzling array of options. The reason was actually quite simple. It wasn't that there weren't good options, but it felt like a waste to spend sin points on martial skills of this level. Although low-level martial arts don't have obvious distinctions in quality, their performance could still be discerned from the descriptions. According to Yi Li's judgment, most of the 2nd-tier martial techniques here are fairly standard. Although there there are many, they are hardly satisfactory. I'll just have to pick a few at random and make do for now. Yili rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit troubled. The breathing technique also needs to be prioritized. It's a skill that can only be mastered after stepping into the second tier. Although it's called a breathing technique, it is actually a type of second-tier cultivation method. Grades, like martial arts talent, are divided into 6 levels from high to low: S, A, B, C, D, and E. The breathing techniques collected by Linhai No. 1 High School, as Yili observed, were at most C-level, yet they were priced at 300,000 Hansha currency. However, all the money Yili had combined amounted to only about 100,000 Hansha currency, which was really a bit tight. Sigh, martial arts high schools only need to place martial techniques here, but these martial arts students have so much more to consider. Are you choosing martial arts techniques? As his thoughts surged, a crisp female voice sounded in Yili's ear. He turned his head and saw a literary-style girl wearing round-framed glasses, holding a book, standing not far away, tilting her head to look at him. And you are? Yili raised an eyebrow. Yu Chanxian. The artistic girl replied with a smile. Seeing the confusion in Yili's eyes, Yu Chanxian quickly added, I'm on the school team too, and I watched your match yesterday. Your name is Yili, and you're at the 5th level of the first rank, right? I see. Yili nodded politely and asked, I am choosing martial arts techniques. What do you want from me? Seems like you're not very satisfied with the martial arts techniques here? Yu Chanxian walked up, stood beside him, and looked at the electronic screen with a faint smile. I noticed you've been frowning. The quality is too poor. Yili calmly expressed his opinion. Of course, Yu Chanxian chuckled. The rare treasures among the martial arts techniques are used by the school as various rewards. How could they possibly be displayed here for sale so openly? Alright, I was being foolish. Yili waved his hand casually and turned to leave. Wait! Yu Chanxian called out to him, pondered for 2 seconds, and then asked, although there aren't any complete rare martial arts techniques here, there are some incomplete ones. Are you interested? I am. Yili stopped in his tracks. Then wait a moment, I'll help you check. Thank you. Soon, Yu Chanxian swiped a name on the screen. Second tier martial skill, rare, Heavenly Gang Void Step, incomplete scroll, 100,000 Hansha coins. How about it? Want to buy it and take a look? Yu Chanxian asked tentatively. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. After all, 100,000 Hansha coins was no small amount. She worried that Yili might think she was taking advantage of him, trying to do something good but messing it up. Yu Chanxian often made this kind of mistake. But even so, she still couldn't change her bad habit of meddling in others' affairs. Okay. To Chanxian's surprise, Yili simply thanked her, quickly made the payment, and completed the order. Next, all that was left was to go to the front desk to pick up the rubbing copy. I'll go get it for you. Rarely having her emotions satisfied, Yu Chanxian eagerly volunteered to run to the front desk. Yili suspected she just wanted to steal his book, so he followed behind her. You're pretty well off, huh? Buying a martial arts technique worth 100,000 just like that, Yu Chanxian joked. Yili glanced at her and said indifferently, my parents have both passed away, and this 100,000 is my last savings. Successfully triggered a strong sense of guilt in Yu Chanxian's heart. Evil value plus 200. If it turns out to be completely useless later, I'll have to live off grass from now on. Hearing the system prompt, Yili's eyes lit up and he continued speaking. Detected an increase in Yu Chanxian's guilt. Evil value plus 100. Hearing this, Yu Chanxian took a deep breath and forced a smile, saying, don't worry, it will work. When it comes to understanding martial techniques, I'm the best in our grade. Yili nodded lightly. The two quickly brought the relevant ancient texts. Yili casually flipped through them and found that the text was severely incomplete. It wasn't just the first half or the latter half missing. The entire text was riddled with large gaps, missing a sentence here, a page of explanation there. No matter how you looked at it, it was completely unteachable. In a nutshell, it was like throwing away 100,000 yuan without a trace. I'm sorry. Yu Chanxian wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She screamed in her heart, why is it like this again? Why do good intentions always lead to bad outcomes? This is a disaster. Considering Yili's situation, her actions were simply unforgivable. Yili temporarily ignored her, calmly flipping through the incomplete book. In his eyes, the light blue panel that only he could see was slowly displaying text. Heavenly Gang Void Stepping Technique, not initiated. Points available. Current sin value, 3,000 points. Finally found a bargain. This should be a martial technique that combines agility and defense. The description mentions that this technique has 3 major levels. When cultivated to a profound level, it can alleviate physical pain and make movements unpredictable. Paired with its unique footwork, it not only neutralizes and evades most attacks but also significantly enhances one's speed. Yu Chanxian carefully observed Yili's expression while awkwardly smiling and saying, this is definitely one of the finest second-tier martial techniques, probably even more exquisite than many third-tier techniques. If only I could learn. She paused, then gave a bitter smile. Alright, I'm sorry. No matter how exquisite it is, with it in such a ruined state, even a martial sage wouldn't be able to learn it. But I really am seriously trying to help you choose. Could you not look at me with that expression? I'm truly sorry, and I'm willing to reimburse part of your loss. Yu Qianxian lowered her head in shame, covering her face with both hands, feeling utterly unworthy of facing the gaze of the handsome young man before her. Classmate Yu, an apology requires you to lower yourself. Don't you even understand such a basic principle? Yili suppressed the joy in his heart, propping his chin with one hand as he spoke casually. Hearing this, Yu Qianxian's eyes widened, her face instantly turning pale. She stammered, really? Of course not, what are you thinking? Yili waved his hand dismissively. Then, with a teasing tone, he chuckled and said, but if you really want to apologize like that, I wouldn't mind. Yu Qianxian crossed her hands in front of her, lightly biting her lip, and then, with a thud, knelt down on the ground. Pressing her hands down, her ample chest was deformed by the pressure against the floor. It was an extremely standard posture of submission. If it weren't for the fact that there were few people on the third floor, this act would surely have drawn a lot of attention. Forcing a young girl to kneel before you, evil act value plus 100. You're being too much. Yili looked at her with some surprise and said, I was joking, I never actually meant for you to kneel. However, seeing how perfectly you knelt, I'll forgive you. Making you waste 10,000 yuan for nothing, such an apology is indeed appropriate. Yu Qianxian got up from the ground and said with some embarrassment, you're the first person I've met who trusts me so much, and yet I couldn't help at all. I'm really sorry. Yili responded helplessly, in the end, it was my decision to buy it, and I never said I couldn't understand it. Really? It's in such a terrible state though. Really, if anything, I owe you a favor. Yili, my classmate. Yu Qianxian's face showed a touched expression. In her view, the incomplete scroll of Tiangang void stepping technique was almost incomprehensible and unlearnable for anyone. The other party's words were clearly meant to spare her feelings, stubbornly putting on a brave front. I understand. Yu Qianxian lightly pressed her lips together and said earnestly, Yili, my classmate, no matter whether you can understand it or not, if I obtain any precious martial techniques in the future, I will definitely share them with you. Hearing her say this, Yili just waved his hand casually. Got it, you can go ahead. Only then did Yu Qianxian smile and nod before turning to leave. Once no one was around, Yili refocused his attention on the panel. Yu Qianxian's nervousness wasn't without reason. After all, this incomplete scroll was practically a fill-in-the-blank exercise. No matter how cheap it was, it couldn't be used for proper practice. But with immense persistence and effort as the foundation, coupled with a little bit of a golden fingers assistance, one can think of achieving things that ordinary people cannot. Current evil value, 3,100 points. Fortunately, I didn't gamble in the cultivation room and forcefully break through to the second tier. Otherwise, I would only be staring blankly now. Yili let out a slight sigh of relief and immediately began a new round of point allocation. Just in case, try adding 500 points first. Based on experience, this is roughly equivalent to 2.5 years of his own arduous cultivation. 500 points of sin value were quickly infused into the panel, and the numbers for the Tiangang void stepping technique began to change. Ding! 500 points of sin value consumed. Begin upgrading the second level martial skill, Heavenly Astral Void Step. Detected lack of resources, Cloud Mist Essence, and incomplete mental technique mantra. Cultivation speed reduced by 70%. Would you like to consume 2,000 sin points to attempt deducing the complete martial skill and remove the negative buff? Too expensive, can't afford the deduction. Moreover, I still have to try deducing. I don't know a thing about martial arts techniques. If I can't deduce it, will the system compensate me? No. Yili decisively chose to forcefully allocate points. Your speed is comparable to a 70-year-old granny running a full marathon. Begin charging towards the checkpoint at full force. Currently in training. Training complete, martial skill successfully initiated. Heavenly Gang Void Step initiated, 60%. Byproduct, after 2.5 years of arduous training, the process of studying martial skills has made your mind more resilient, and your vitality has seen a slight improvement. Sure enough, they slapped me with a negative debuff, speed reduced by 70%, absolutely ridiculous. And besides, a 70-something-year-old lady running a marathon? That's probably a death sentence. Is this really okay? Yili glanced over the panel, unable to stop himself from complaining inwardly. But none of this matters. What matters is that it really works. Even without reading books, practicing close tests, or having the corresponding cultivation resources, he can still forcibly advance his martial arts progress. As the saying goes, adding points is the reason for becoming a king. Forcefully drawing the bow, Yili murmured softly, raising one hand and slightly channeling his true energy, letting it flow slowly along the pathways within his body. Whoosh! A faint white mist rose from his palm, and his originally pale skin became even fairer, exuding a faintly ethereal and translucent aura. If this palm were used to block an attack, the damage received would be significantly less than other areas. Simply put, it provides a certain degree of damage immunity. This is a rare gem among second-tier martial techniques. Yili's heart stirred. Previously, when Shanshan said, most third-tier martial arts are probably not as exquisite as this, he thought she was just comforting him. Unexpectedly, it now seemed quite credible. The consumption is significant. It really really needs to be used in conjunction with the breathing technique. Yili sighed with emotion. Just dissolving the flesh on this palm alone had consumed a considerable amount of true energy. Without the breathing technique to replenish true energy in real time during combat, even a peak first-tier martial artist wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. Moreover, investing 500 evil deeds is barely enough to be considered entry-level. In the past, this amount of effort would have been sufficient to master a second-tier martial skill. Unfortunately, Yili currently has no good solution. Not to mention that he has no idea where to obtain the so-called cloud mist essence. Just the cost in time and money is already overwhelming for him. The martial arts exam is approaching, and time is running out. Very well, let's go all out. After confirming the effect, Yili decisively began to operate the panel, fully channeling this martial skill. Target detected, commencing continuous enhancement of the Tiangang void stepping technique. Current negative buff, cultivation speed reduced by 70%. Currently cultivating. Ding. As your understanding of this martial technique deepens, you recall similar skills and techniques from literary works in your past life and integrate them into your cultivation. Buff acquired, cultivation speed increased by 30%. You transform into an old lady, put on Ken Ashitake's elderly shoes, and sprint rapidly on the track known as the Tiangang void stepping technique. Accelerating cultivation. Training complete. This session consumed 2,400 points of sin value, equivalent to 12 years of your arduous cultivation. Heavenly Gang void stepping technique has been elevated to perfection. Byproduct, over a decade of focused cultivation has brought your understanding of this martial skill to a terrifying level, mastering the technique of transforming force, with a slight increase in vitality intensity. Yili exhaled a breath of white mist, his vitality surging even more vigorously, like a boiling cauldron. His entire being radiated energy, his muscles and bones resonating in harmony, and his spine coiling like a mighty dragon. He was just one step away from reaching the so-called second-tier realm. It really felt like activating a cheat. Feeling the explosive surge of vitality within him, Yili couldn't help but marvel. Yesterday, he was just an ordinary martial arts student, spending nearly 3 years to barely master a first-tier martial technique. Forget about those top martial arts academies, even getting into a regular martial arts university was no easy feat. But now, the situation was entirely different. Through his persistence and hard work, coupled with the refinement of several perfected martial techniques, Yili's martial arts foundation had been honed to an almost terrifying degree. No matter who looks at him, they can feel that his strength was built step by step through arduous cultivation. Vital energy abundant, martial skills proficient, and aura steady. According to Yili's judgment, with his current cards in hand, an ordinary first-tier peak expert would already find it difficult to match him. Whoosh! He exhaled silently, full of confidence for the martial arts exam a month later. Before the martial arts exam, he still had a university exchange competition to prepare for. Compared to the serious and important martial arts exam, this exchange competition was more likely to attract the interest of young people. As it turns out, the arena has always been one of the most popular events since ancient times. Yili had heard Fong Ming mention this city-level exchange competition several times. It is said that as long as one performs excellently in the exchange competition, they can not only receive the school's precious martial arts techniques as a reward but also have the chance to be noticed by the province's only martial arts university, thereby achieving guaranteed admission. The exchange competition is scheduled for next week, and even substitutes have the possibility of participating. Thinking of this, Yili's mood grew increasingly excited. The martial arts university is the dream institution for every martial arts student, with martial arts techniques and resources far beyond what martial arts high schools can offer. More importantly, many martial arts universities work closely with local cities, allowing strong students to leave the city to hunt exotic beasts in exchange for valuable cultivation resources. The better the martial arts university, the greater the support and assistance it can provide. To enter the desired institution, one must stand out in the martial arts exam and deliver outstanding results. Only by reaching the second tier can one qualify to compete with the top students of martial arts high schools. Just a little bit more, really just a little bit. The second stage is right in front, and this level has stumped half of the warriors. However, for Yili, as long as there are enough sin points, even with a full stack of negative buffs, he can still break through and show you. Although the system hasn't explicitly stated the criteria for obtaining sin points, Yili has figured out some tricks on his own. Other people's pain, one's own pleasure. By satisfying either of these points, certain actions can gain corresponding evil value. Regarding this, Yili does not feel anything inappropriate. After all, this is a high martial world where the weak are meant to be ruthlessly trampled underfoot by the strong. Of course, this is just his reference experience. There are also examples where both points are satisfied but no evil value is obtained. The final interpretation right belongs to the system. Let's call it a day and head back. Yili closed the tattered book, glanced at his own panel, and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. The rewards that had just dropped from Xinlian were almost depleted after deducing a single rare martial art. Current evil value, 200 100 points. Gotta find someone to rack up some rewards. Yili sighed, got up, and walked out of the library, heading toward the training building. The rooms specially designated for the school team members were all equipped for overnight stays. Anyway, he's the only one at home, so it doesn't matter whether he goes back or not. Sigh, when will he ever come across those brainless, face-slapping, provocative villain lackeys? Thinking this, Yili pushed open the training building's door, walked up the stairs, and arrived in front of his training room. Creak. Pushing the door open, he walked straight to the bedside, lay down, stretched his body, and lazily stretched with satisfaction. He then closed his eyes to rest, preparing for a short nap. Unexpectedly obtaining the precious level Heavenly Gang void stepping technique had put him in an excellent mood. Knock, knock, knock. It was just past 6 in the evening when a series of knocks sounded at the door. Who is it? Yili sat up, the drowsiness in his eyes instantly vanishing. It's me, Yu Chanqian. Coming. Yili quickly walked over and opened the door. Seeing the bespectacled girl in front of him with a somewhat unnatural expression, he raised his eyebrows slightly and asked curiously, "Found a rare martial skill? So quickly?" No, it's something else. Yu Chanqian hurriedly waved her hand, the discomfort on her face becoming increasingly evident. Observing her expression, Yili already had some guesses in his heart. "If there's something, just say it," he said. "It's just..." Yu Chanqian tightly clasped her hands in front of her, hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "Captain Lu wants you to go to his training room. It's the room on the far left of the 4th floor." "Lu Captain? It's our school team's vice-captain, Lu Yangda." After speaking, a trace of struggle flashed in Yu Chanqian's eyes. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she gritted her teeth and said, "Forget it, you'd better not go. I feel like he has bad intentions." "Bad intentions?" Yili immediately perked up and asked in a low voice, "Why do you say that?" "He said he wants to show you what it means that there's always someone better, and to make you understand the rules of the school team." As soon as she said this, Yu Chanqian let out a long sigh of relief, clearly having used up a lot of courage to bring it up. She raised her hand to adjust her glasses and continued to ask, "Did you have any grudges with him before?" "A little bit. That explains it." Yu Chanqian gritted her teeth and said indignantly, "He's extremely petty. Don't go over there for now. There are not just him in the training room, but also 2 tagalongs. Those 2 are both members of the school team, one at the 9th level of the 1st rank, the other at the 8th level of the 1st rank. Plus Lu Yangda, who's at the peak of the 1st rank. Going there will definitely end badly. Seriously, they're just taking advantage of Senior Jiang not interfering in these matters to bully newcomers recklessly." Yu Chanqian grew angrier as she spoke. The perfectly fine school team will be ruined sooner or later by his little clique. "I got it. Lead the way," Yili said, lifting his chin slightly. "Lead the way? Led what way?" Yu Chanqian looked at him in surprise and hurriedly said, "I'm going to find the advisor. As long as the teacher comes, he won't dare do anything to you." "No, are you really going?" Before the words were finished, Yili had already walked past her, waved his hand, and strode straight toward the 4th floor. Watching his straight back, Yu Chanqian widened her eyes, unable to comprehend why someone would insist on running straight into trouble. "Knowing there's a tiger in the mountain, shouldn't you avoid it? Those who know you understand you're at the 5th level of the 1st stage, but those who don't might think you're Senior Jiang." In the few seconds Yu Chanqian was in a daze, Yili's figure had already disappeared at the staircase and reappeared in front of Lu Yangda's training room on the 4th floor. "Brother Lu, do you think that guy will dare to come?" "Not sure. When he talked to me on the phone this morning, he was pretty arrogant. He might actually dare to show up." Someone inside the room sneered, "Ah, there's no way he'll dare to come. Brother Lu, that guy is just a 5th level substitute of the 1st rank. If he dares to come, I'll make sure he doesn't leave with even one hand intact." "Brother Lu, if Yu Chanqian can't get that guy to come, we'll just go straight over and block him." Listening to the noisy laughter inside the room, Yili silently let out a breath, then suddenly kicked the door hard. Bang! The door instantly shattered, fragments flying everywhere, revealing the 3 stunned people inside. At the forefront was naturally Lu Yangda, who was sitting on the resting bed, staring in shock at Yili, who had burst through the door. The other 2 young men in team uniforms also hadn't expected such forcefulness from the other party, breaking in directly without saying a word. Truly a troublemaker. Coming back to their senses, the 2 immediately stood up, a mocking smile appearing on their faces as the energy within them began to circulate. "Who would have thought you'd be this brainless?" Lu Yangda looked at the handsome young man at the door, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said with a smile, "Just by destroying my room without permission, I can apply to the teacher to have you kicked off the school team. Don't tell me you think being at the 5th level of the 1st tier is rare? To tell you the truth, a martial arts student with your level of skill is like a chicken rib to the school. But I'm different. A 1st tier peak student is a top performer in any martial arts high school. Guess who the school cares about more, you or me?" Lu Yangda finished his words smugly, and the 2 people beside him immediately burst into laughter, then walked toward Yili with cold, menacing eyes. The atmosphere in the training room instantly became oppressive. Lu Yangda grew increasingly smug, his gaze sweeping toward Yili, attempting to catch a glimpse of inferiority or panic on the young man's face. Unfortunately, Yili's expression remained as calm as an ancient well. fell, with only his dark eyes growing more intense. Lu Yongda frowned, just about to speak, when Yi Li's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. In the next second, he had already appeared in front of the two men approaching the young man. Seeing the young man's cold, dark eyes, one of them was utterly terrified, completely unprepared for the opponent's astonishing speed. Immediately, Yi Li swung his right arm, his entire body surging with energy and blood, and a powerful burst of true energy erupted. He threw a punch, striking heavily at the man's waist and abdomen. Over 1,000 kilograms of force exploded instantly. Caught off guard, the man spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward and crashing heavily into the shattered wall. Severely injured a first-tier 8th-level martial artist, evil deeds value plus 700. Seeing this scene, the other person finally reacted. Looking at Yi Li's arrogant and flamboyant demeanor, a clear trace of fear flashed in his eyes, evidently panicking. In desperation, he hastily activated the true energy within his body, crossing his arms in front of him in an attempt to buy time and wait for reinforcements. Yi Li's flowing water fist technique had already reached the beginner level, mastering the skill of continuous punches like flowing water. After sending someone flying with one punch, the second punch was already poised to strike. Before mastering the Tiangang void stepping technique, his punching power was already close to 900 kilograms. Now, after dedicating over 10 years of effort, although his cultivation level hasn't improved significantly, his punching power has truly surpassed 1,000 kilograms. At the moment the young man raised his arms, Yi Li unleashed a punch like a cannonball. The raised arms were instantly forced apart, as if bearing a tremendous weight, accompanied by a clear cracking sound. "Aha!" the young man screamed as he staggered backward. Yi Li followed closely like a shadow, his slender hand darting out like lightning, grabbing the opponent's face and slamming it fiercely into the shattered floor. Severely injured a first-tier 9th-level martial artist, evil value plus 800. Suffering such a heavy blow, the young man immediately fell into a baby-like deep sleep, collapsing as he slept. Lu Yongda stared in horror at the scene before him, completely unable to comprehend how a first-tier 5th-level martial artist could possess such terrifying speed and strength. In an instant, two people were seriously injured. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do it either. Yi Li slowly stood up, raised his hand to adjust his cuff, and looked indifferently at Lu Yongda, who was sitting on the bed like a wooden statue. "It's your turn." The boy's voice was icy and chilling. It's rare to encounter such a perfect opportunity to strike, and he had no intention of giving the other party the slightest chance to beg for mercy. "What level are you exactly?" Lu Yongda stared at Yi Li's calm and composed face, shouting in both shock and fear, "You're definitely not at the 5th level of the first stage. You were hiding your strength yesterday." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stood up. At this point, judging by Yi Li's expression, there was absolutely no chance of letting him go. "Since that's the case, let's have a real fight with no holds barred. So what if you're hiding your strength? I'll make you see the gap between us." Lu Yongda roared, and a strange green light instantly burst forth from his body as he unleashed his martial arts talent. C-level martial talent, muscle and bone enhancement. The muscles all over his body began to swell, and his already burly figure expanded even further. Immediately after, he stomped on the ground forcefully. Accompanied by a loud bang, his massive body, like a moving fortress, charged toward Yi Li. Yi Li's expression remained calm, as if completely unfazed by Lu Yongda's awe-inspiring momentum. He lowered his waist and sat astride, pulling his right arm open as if drawing a bow to gather strength. His entire body surged with energy and blood, and the vigorous true energy continuously poured into the meridians of his right arm, causing even his skin to emit a faint white glow. Without a doubt, the power of this punch far surpassed the previous two punches. Boom, boom, boom. The entire floor shook violently, and with every step Lu Yongda took, deep footprints were left on the ground. In just a few breaths, his massive figure had already charged in front of Yi Li. His stone pillar-like fist tore through the air, carrying the full force of his body, and fiercely smashed toward Yi Li. Mountain crushing fist. Suddenly, Yi Li's figure rapidly became translucent and transparent, with a faint white mist even appearing on the surface of his body, exuding an air of profound mystery. Heavenly Gang void stepping technique. At this moment, Yu Chanqian finally arrived downstairs, and the scene that greeted her eyes was this. Yi Li extended his almost translucent white left hand. In the next instant, Lu Yongda's full-force heavy punch came crashing down. When that terrifying immense power erupted, it was as if a clay ox had entered the sea, merely causing Yi Li's slender palm to sway slightly. Lu Yongda's pupils suddenly contracted, his entire being completely unable to comprehend the scene before him. Immediately after, Yi Li's figure spun rapidly along with the hand that had been struck and sent flying. Once his body steadied, his fully charged right fist swung out with a thunderous force. The air exploded into ripples like water waves, and Lu Yongda's massive body was sent hurtling backward by the immense force, smashing through the bedboard behind him and crashing heavily into the shattered wall. Amidst the flying wood chips, the vice-captain of the school team lay on the ground amidst rubble, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, his head tilted to the side. He had already passed out. Yi Li slowly exhaled a breath of white mist, withdrew his fist, and stood firm. Then he turned around and politely nodded toward the stunned Yu Chanshan. Yu Chanshan had a very good impression of Yili. Although the two had just met, Yili was the first person who, after being tricked by her, showed no resentment whatsoever. This made Yu Chanshan silently regard him as a friend in her heart. Therefore, after coming to her senses, she immediately rushed down from the third floor, fearing that the three might deal harshly with Yili. After all, Yili only had the strength of the first tier, 5th level. No matter how good his temperament was, it was inevitable for him to suffer under the hands of the three. But everything happening before her made Yu Chanshan doubt her own eyes. In the training room, Yili stood calmly, his posture upright and his dark eyes as cold as blades. Around him, Lu Yongda's two lackeys had already collapsed to the ground, their breaths weak, completely motionless. As for Lu Yongda himself, he was violently punched and sent flying by Yili, falling unconscious on the spot. He was clearly gravely injured. Yu Chanshan felt a surge of intense shock in her heart. In less than a minute, Yili had severely injured two late-stage first-tier martial artists and one peak first-tier martial artist. This strength is simply astonishing. It's definitely not as simple as the 5th level of the first tier. His true strength probably rivals Senior Jiang. In Yu Chanshan's understanding, only Senior Jiang Qingzhu could possibly achieve such an incredible feat. But what kind of existence is that? That was the universally acknowledged genius martial artist of Linhai City. Not only had they broken through to the 2nd tier before graduation, but even their breathing technique was an S level. Secret passed down through generations in their family. Even if you combine the strength of all the martial arts high schools in Ing province, Jiang Qingzhu's ranking would undoubtedly be at the top. As for Yili, he was merely a substitute who had just joined the school team. Thinking of this, Yu Chanshan couldn't help but feel a jolt in her heart. Her gaze toward Yili unconsciously carried a hint of fear. If the other party could easily defeat Lu Yongda in seconds, then naturally, he could just as easily defeat her. Recalling her earlier worries, Yu Chanshan actually found it somewhat amusing. Yili noticed her gaze, turned around, and nodded politely. Then, gesturing toward the three people on the ground, he asked, "How should this be handled?" "That's easy." Yu Chanshan calmed herself and explained, "They were the ones who came looking for trouble with you first. Even if they're seriously injured now, they'll have to bear the consequences themselves. Because of this situation, the school will not hold you accountable." "I see." A glimmer flashed in Yili's eyes. This is truly a high martial world. If it were in his previous life's high school, it would probably end in mutual harm and stubborn disputes. He pondered for 2 seconds before asking, "Does that mean, as long as someone causes trouble for me, I can retaliate however I want?" "Well," Yu Chanshan hesitated for a moment before replying, "as long as it's not too excessive, it should be fine." "I see." Yili nodded, then looked at the three people on the ground and asked, "Are we just going to leave them here?" "Of course not," Yu Chanshan said with a helpless laugh. "Better call the instructor to handle this, but I can help you with it. You go ahead if you have something to do." Yili thanked him, got up, and prepared to leave. Just as he stepped out of the training room, he was stopped by Yu Chanshan. "Oh, one more thing." "Go ahead." "Senior Jiang, our captain, according to the rules, will talk to you in the next couple of days to get a preliminary understanding of your situation." "Got it." Yili nodded, turned around, and left. Yu Chanshan gazed at the boy's back, murmuring absent-mindedly, "Another monster has arrived." Returning to the 3rd floor, Yili entered his training room and casually closed the door behind him. The feeling of an imminent breakthrough grew even stronger. Originally just a step away from the 2nd tier, after experiencing a battle, not only had the true energy within him not been depleted, but it had become even more abundant, though his aura seemed somewhat chaotic. He could have broken through right now, but he hadn't yet found a suitable breathing technique, leaving him feeling uneasy. Forget it, things have come to this point, might as well break through first. Although the breathing techniques in the school's library were of low grade, they could be replaced midway, so they would suffice for now. At worst, he could switch to a better one later. Yili sat on the edge of the bed and summoned the panel. Severely injuring a young first-tier peak martial artist, evil value plus 1000. Detected Lu Yongda's confidence collapse, evil value plus 500. Detected intense fear from 3 people towards you, evil value plus 1500. Current evil value, 4700 points. The harvest is quite substantial. Yili's lips curved slightly upward. Although it couldn't compare to Shun Lian's unexpected windfall, this was still the greatest gain he had achieved apart from her. It should be enough for him to break through to the 2nd tier. He sat cross-legged, slowly closed his eyes, and focused his mind on the panel. Current level, 1st tier, 9th stage peak, perfection. Ding! The goal of this cultivation has been set to break through to the 2nd stage. Beginning cultivation. The 2nd stage, Jade Tendon Realm, involves gradually merging abundant true chi with the meridians and bones, thereby enhancing the power of vitality. In the past 2 days, you have diligently practiced martial techniques, accumulating nearly 20 years of hard work. You have already mastered true chi, making your cultivation efficiency naturally twice as effective. Gained buff. Cultivation speed increased by 50%. You begin to use true energy to strengthen your meridians and nourish your vitality, but due to the lack of a breathing technique to replenish true energy, energy and time, your cultivation progress is slow. Negative buff acquired. Cultivation speed reduced by 20%. Negative buff acquired. Emotion restlessness. As the text floated up from the panel, Yili actually felt a wave of restlessness arise in his heart. This surprised him quite a bit. However, this trace of restlessness did not have much of an impact on him, as he had merely performed an ordinary and unremarkable stat allocation. Accelerating cultivation. Through relentless effort, you have finally succeeded in strengthening some of your meridians. Your vital energy has surged dramatically, and you have successfully broken through to Tier 2, Level 1. Your punching power has significantly increased. Your reflexes have noticeably improved. Training complete. Comment: this training was accomplished effortlessly, without expending excessive mental energy, consuming a total of 200 points of sin value. As the final line of text appeared, Yili's muscles and bones suddenly emitted a crisp sound. Immediately after, a portion of his meridians underwent a transformation in an instant, radiating a jade-like luster that nourished his entire body's energy and blood. Yili's aura surged dramatically, with the true energy within him roaring and surging, increasing several times compared to just moments ago. His energy and blood instantly returned to their peak state. The physical strength he had expended during the battle was now completely restored. Whoosh! Yili exhaled a puff of white breath. The moment he opened his eyes, his gaze was sharp and piercing. He raised his hand to circulate his inner energy, and a wisp of hazy white energy surged from his fingertips, swiftly penetrating his flesh. From a distance, it appeared almost translucent. Heavenly Gang Void Stepping Technique. At this moment, he could finally unleash the full power of this second-tier martial skill with perfection. Yili recalled how, when he had exerted this technique to its fullest yesterday, he could only neutralize about 50% of the force from an attack by a martial artist of the same tier. But now, with just a single thought, he could block over 70% of such attacks. 70% damage reduction was enough to go head-to-head with monsters. From now on, any second-tier martial artist who dared to challenge him head-on would have to pay a heavy price. Truly sprinting down the path of a brute. Yili gazed thoughtfully at the swirling white mist at his fingertips. With each breath, the depleted true energy began to slowly recover. Now, he no longer had to rely solely on rest to restore his energy. He could replenish it gradually through breathing. Although not as efficient as specialized breathing techniques, this was one of the hallmarks of a second-tier martial artist. Back when I played games, I thought recovering health through breathing was exaggerated. Now that I can actually recover energy through breathing, it feels completely normal. Yili chuckled softly as he dispersed the white mist in his palm, sensing the various changes in his body. At this moment, he finally confirmed that he had truly stepped into the second tier of martial artists, the Jade Tendon realm. If he were to encounter Lu Yongda and the other two again now, Yili was confident that even without using the Tiangang Void Stepping technique, he could defeat them within half a minute. Next, he had to start preparing the breathing technique, otherwise, every time he leveled up and allocated points in the future, he would likely have to bear the negative buff of 20% reduced cultivation speed. During the 2 days after breaking through to the second tier, Yili stayed in the Sutra Pavilion, where the environment was quite tranquil. Xianxian was right. That night, the instructor who rushed over in a hurry was shocked upon hearing about the situation with Lu Yongda and the other two. After understanding the course of events, the teacher did not impose any punishment on Yili. Instead, they actively recommended him to the school, hoping Yili could become an official member of the school team. Showing great enthusiasm, Vice Principal Li Haohan immediately approved the application upon learning of the situation. Later, he planned to have a conversation with Yili to deepen their understanding of each other, but upon hearing that Yili had been spending all his time in the library for the past 2 days, he decided not to disturb him. Regardless, Yili is now officially a member of the Lin High School team. It is worth mentioning that this morning, on his way to the library, Yili happened to run into Wang Run, who had just returned from the hospital. Wang Run's face was wrapped in bandages, and his body was supported by steel plates. Upon seeing the calm and composed Yili, he displayed an expression as if he had seen a ghost and exclaimed in shock, "How are you unharmed?" With Lu Yongda taking action, he had thought that Yili would surely suffer a great loss. At the very least, he should be dejected, like a rooster stripped of its feathers. However, the Yili before him was full of energy, composed in demeanor, with a steady and long breath. Where was there any sign of defeat? Could it be that Lu Yongda hadn't made a move on him? Yili asked nonchalantly, "Why would anything happen to me? Lu Yongda actually didn't touch you." Wang Ren blurted out, "Lu Yongda? Oh, him." Upon hearing this, Yili revealed a look of sudden realization mixed with a hint of loss, then chuckled lightly and said, "I've already sent him away." "Sent him away? What does that mean? Looks like you went to different hospitals." Yili shook his head regretfully. As he spoke, he stepped forward, intending to earn some evil points along the way. Unexpectedly, Wang Ren was so frightened by his movement that he turned and ran. Watching the other party's panicked retreat, Yili was somewhat surprised as well. "I'm not some kind of villain. Do I really deserve to be treated like this? There is about a week left until next week's exchange exchange competition. There are only 6 spots for official team members, and Yili doesn't care who he will replace. The only thing he knows is that the school team's coach applied for an A-level scholarship for him. 50,000 Hansha currency has already been directly deposited into his account. This finally allows him to choose a slightly more advanced breathing technique. Sea-level breathing technique, blazing flame force, 450,000 Hansha currency. Sea-level breathing technique, raging wave art, 500,000 Hansha coins. B-level breathing technique fragment, 700,000 Hansha coins. On the 3rd floor of the library, Yili stared at the rows of breathing techniques on the light screen, feeling a severe headache. He simply couldn't find anything suitable. The only B-level breathing technique was still a fragment, priced as high as 700,000. Relying on the system to complete it would require a large amount of malice points, which wasn't worth it. Forget it, if I really can't find anything good, I'll just go directly to the school and ask for one. It's just a breathing technique, they won't be stingy with me. Spent 2 consecutive days in the library, Yili's indecisiveness completely flared up, and he finally decided to take advantage of the school. After leaving the library, Yili walked all the way toward the training building. Along the way, he felt many strange gazes, most of them filled with fear. It was only then that he remembered something. After knocking down Lu Yanda and the other 2 the day before yesterday, although the school hadn't explicitly expressed opposition, the news somehow spread like wildfire within the school. However, the rumors were quite exaggerated. The newly joined school team substitute actually openly provoked other members, disrupting the team's atmosphere. Yili from martial arts class 9 is arrogant and actually injured 3 team members seriously. How can a substitute defeat 3 official members? I heard his strength is only at the 1st stage, 5th level. He must have used some underhanded means. Next week is the exchange match, yet he actually attacked his own teammates. What is his intention? I also think he has ulterior motives. If it weren't for Senior Jiang, the school team of Linhai No. 1 High School might have been ruined by him. These rumors were all more or less the same. The general idea was that Yili was arrogant, harbored malicious intentions, and used despicable means to severely injure 3 teammates. Public opinion is terrifying, and repeated rumors can create a false truth. Outlandish stories like a student challenging the principal to a duel over the weekend quickly became campus hot topics. Naturally, Yili became the target of everyone's criticism. Moreover, the rumored shameful methods were too ruthless, causing the students who believed the rumors to develop an inexplicable fear of him. Rumormongers are always so annoying, no matter where they are. Yili shook his head helplessly, though he didn't take it to heart. In just a month, they would be taking the martial arts graduation exam, and after that, everyone would go their separate ways to defend against the beasts, likely never crossing paths again. There was no need to be troubled by a baseless rumor. Never fall into the trap of self-justification, starting with myself. Yili nodded slightly and walked into the training building as if no one else were around. However, not caring is one thing. If I catch that bastard spreading rumors, damn rumor monger, I'll definitely make you fly. At that moment, a heavenly voice reached Yili's ears. Ding! Congratulations, notoriety level increased. Notoriety LV1, your notoriety is barely known. Golden quality reward has been issued. On the 5th floor of the training building, inside the captain's office, Senior Jiang, Xin Lian, with tears in her eyes, sat on the chair and said aggrievely to the person across the wooden desk, "This Yili really can't be kept around. Not only did he injure Captain Lu, but he also tried to attack me earlier. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'd probably be lying in a hospital right now." In front of a wooden table, a black-haired girl with shoulder-length hair sat upright. Her features were delicate, her expression cold, and a book titled Summary of Marksmanship lay open before her. After listening to Shen Lian's accusations, Jiang Qingzhu's face remained impassive. She continued to focus on the marksmanship book, turned to the next page, and said calmly, "You should take this matter to Teacher Wang. Telling me is useless." Shen Lian was choked up, but she had spent a great deal of effort spreading rumors these past few days just for this moment. She was determined to make this young girl teach that annoying Yili a harsh lesson. Shen Lian gritted her teeth and said, "Senior Jiang, you know that Teacher Wang has always turned a blind eye to this kind of thing. But this Yili is different. The intercollegiate competition is just around the corner, and he's stirring up internal conflict at this critical time. It's obvious he's trying to ruin our future. Vice Captain Lu has already been beaten into the hospital by him. If even you, Senior Jiang, don't step in, then there really will be no one left to stop him." Hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu finally raised her head, looking calmly at Shen Lian, and said indifferently, "Classmate Shen Lian, your act of self-pity is not convincing at all." Shen Lian's face immediately turned red. "Senior, I leave." "No, Senior, I'll say it once." Jiang Qingzhu's brows slightly furrowed, and the atmosphere in the room instantly turned icy cold. Her voice was as cold as frost. "Get out, and close the door." Shen Lian's face was full of unwillingness. She didn't dare to defy the orders of this black-haired girl and ultimately had no choice but to leave the room with a pale face. Plop. As the door closed, Jiang Qingzhu's fingers lightly tapped on the table, producing a crisp tock sound. The air fell silent for 2 seconds. She picked up the phone on the table, dialed a number, and spoke with the same polite yet firm tone. Yu Chanshan, it's me. Are you in the training building now? According to the rules, I should talk to Yili. I heard you have a good relationship with him. Could you please call him for me? Thank you. After hearing the system notification sound, Yili quickly rushed into his training room. Closing the door, he summoned the panel. Hint, a golden quality gift pack is waiting to be opened. Golden Legend. Yili's eyes lit up instantly. As everyone knows, drawing a golden reward in card games has always been a coveted symbol, representing the highest level of rare rewards in the card pool. He still remembered the system's special hint that increasing the notoriety level would bring generous returns. Now it seems, it truly lives up to its reputation. This is the system's first time issuing a golden quality reward. What could it be? Open the gift pack. With a single thought, Yili saw a dazzling, pure golden beam of light rise from the screen before him, shooting straight to the ceiling. Immediately after, a powerful energy ripple emerged from his room, spreading in all directions. The entire training building trembled slightly under the ripple of this energy, and the immense aura immediately drew countless astonished gazes. The teachers and students of Linhai No. 1 High School, and even passers-by within a radius of dozens of miles, all saw a strange blue light surge from the top of the training building, shooting straight into the sky. The spectacular phenomenon tore through the clouds, illuminating the skies above Linhai No. 1 High School. Inside the teaching office, Li Haohan, who was drinking tea, was first stunned, then tea splashed out as he suddenly stood up from his chair. His actions left the teachers around him dumbfounded. Principal Li, what's wrong? Li Haohan did not answer and quickly walked toward the training building, his eyes full of shock as he muttered to himself. Could it be, this is the phenomenon of an A-level martial talent? Such a grand phenomenon only appears during the awakening of high-level martial talents. If Li Haohan had not already advanced to the third stage of martial arts, he would not have been able to discern the clues from this phenomenon. A B-level phenomenon would never be this exaggerated, let alone S-level. He didn't even dare to imagine it. After all, in the entire martial arts high schools of Ing Province, there hasn't been a student with S-level martial arts talent for decades. Therefore, the likelihood of an A-level appearing is the highest. A-level is a talent grade that only one in tens of thousands of awakened ability users can achieve. Li Haohan's heartbeat kept accelerating, and his palms couldn't help but tremble slightly. No wonder he was so excited. This was already the second A-grade martial arts talent among this year's martial arts students, following Jiang Qingzhu. His future is limitless. Has Linhai No. 1 High School, after being dormant for so long, finally set to rise again in this martial arts exam? Li Haohan swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his excitement almost beyond words. He quickly turned around and asked the two people in the room, who in the school team hasn't awakened their martial arts talent yet? If I have to say, it seems like Yili, who just joined a couple of days ago, hasn't awakened yet. A teacher pondered for a moment and quickly replied, Yili. Li Haohan once again looked in the direction of the training building, the shock in his eyes gradually turning into ecstasy as he excitedly murmured, Good kid, just how many secrets are you hiding? Another teacher behind him curiously asked, Principal Li, are you planning to remove that yet to awaken Yili from the school team? Speaking of which, this student has been causing quite a stir lately, clearly restless. Removing him wouldn't be a problem either. Principal Li, I think. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Haohan suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp as he stared at the teacher. He said coldly, Lu Xingshan, your nephew ended up in the hospital because of his own fault. Instead of disciplining him properly as his uncle, what exactly are you here to complain about? Let me tell you, even if both you and your nephew Lu Yangda are expelled, the school won't lay a finger on Yili. A martial arts student capable of defeating 3 warriors of the same rank. You and I both know what that means. Lu Xingshan's expression instantly became colorful. In the training room, Yili was surrounded by a fierce wind, with grand phenomena unfolding. A refreshing coolness emanated from the depths of his spiritual platform, as if his soul was undergoing a transformation. This phenomenon lasted for over a dozen breaths before gradually dissipating. Yili, lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. In his black pupils, a vast golden radiance gradually emerged, and related information surfaced in his mind. Congratulations! You have obtained SSS-level martial arts talent, the Undying Golden Soul. Undying Golden Soul LV1, a survival-type talent that utilizes the resilient and transcendent golden soul to nourish the physical body. As long as your mind and stamina are not completely exhausted, your body can continuously repair itself until fully restored. Upgradable. It is said that in ancient times, a certain innate being nurtured by heaven and earth mastered this divine ability, causing even the divine emperor of that era great distress. If you wish to follow in their footsteps, feel free to accumulate evil points. Innate ability 1, Spear Martial Saint Physique. Spear Martial Saint Physique greatly enhances the skill in using spear and staff-type weapons, with a 500% increase in the cultivation speed of spear and staff martial techniques. Yili stared at the exaggerated description on the panel, remaining silent for a long time as his heartbeat suddenly quickened. An SSS SSS level martial talent, he had never heard of such a level before. According to his memory, the highest level martial talent ever recorded in the entire Ing province was only S level, and that was decades ago. S level martial arts talent is absolutely 1 in 10,000, the existence of a child of destiny. As for Yi Li's SSS level ability, among the nearly 10 billion people on Blue Star, it's hard to say if even a handful could possess it. Is this what they call a blessing in disguise? The gap between disaster and blessing is just too vast. Yi Li's heart surged with excitement as he incredulously felt the extraordinary power welling up within him. He had anticipated it would be terrifying, but he hadn't expected it to be this terrifying. Clearly, he was unprepared mentally. This is freaking invincible in the same realm. Yi Li opened his mouth, touched his chin, and thought, forget it, since I'm the one cheating, invincible it is. Ding ding ding. At this moment, a rapid knocking sound came from the door. Yi Li turned over and got out of bed, suppressing the unusual phenomena on his body as the golden glow in his eyes gradually faded. Opening the door, the familiar figure of Yu Chanxian came into view. What's the matter? Yi Li asked. Something came up. Yu Chanxian originally wanted to ask if he had seen the strange phenomenon just now, but recalling what Senior Jiang had instructed, she directly said, Senior Jiang wants to talk to you. I should have mentioned it to you a few days ago. Do you remember? I remember. Yi Li nodded and said, I'll head over right now. Yu Chanxian finished speaking and was about to leave. Suddenly, she paused, as if she had remembered something, and turned around, hesitating to speak. Finally, under Yi Li's calm gaze, she gritted her teeth and said, there have been quite a few rumors about you at school these past 2 days. Senior Jiang might ask you about it. Just tell the truth and don't clash with her head on. What? Is she very fierce? Yi Li raised an eyebrow and asked. Not really. Yu Chanxian hesitated and carefully said, Senior Jiang dislikes people who bully others with their power, and she's not very flexible. If you come across as too overbearing, she might teach you a lesson. I know you're strong and talented, and you probably don't want to back down, but Senior Jiang reached the second tier 6 months ago. With her prominent family background and top-tier talent and resources, her strength is among the best in the martial arts high schools of the entire Ing province. Lowering your head a bit to her is nothing to be ashamed of. After saying this, Yu Chanxian nervously looked at Yi Li, afraid he might show dissatisfaction. Having witnessed Yi Li's behavior in the past few days, she had already regarded him as the kind of ruthless person who wouldn't tolerate even the slightest loss. If she could avoid this matter, she wouldn't want to get involved at all. But there's no way around it. Yi Li and Zhang Qingju are both martial arts prodigies, and if they really fight, the consequences would be unbearable. The best outcome would be Yi Li losing the ability to fight and Zhang Qingju's combat strength being compromised. And in that case, next week's exchange competition would most likely be lost, and her own future would also be affected. So, if Yi Li can be persuaded to yield and compromise, that would be the ideal outcome. Don't go head to head, don't get yourself involved, Yu Chanxian cautiously reminded. She thought her hint was already clear enough. Even though Yi Li's strength was top-notch among first-tier martial artists, second-tier martial artists represent a whole new leap in martial arts cultivation, and the gap is incomparable. If they really start fighting, Zhang Qingju might get injured, but Yi Li would definitely end up in the hospital, possibly even unable to participate in the martial arts exam. At that moment, Yu Chanxian saw a hint of a smile appear on Yi Li's previously calm face. I understand. He nodded and said, thank you for passing the message for me. After speaking, he directly bypassed Yu Chanxian and headed toward the captain's office on the 5th floor. Wonderful. Just when I was worried about not having enough evil points, here comes a genius girl who yields to softness but not to force. Actions must be taken to make her understand that the world is harsh, and picky eaters cannot find happiness. She must be made to taste a bit of suffering. Watching the figure gradually fade into the distance, Yu Chanxian felt a surge of inexplicable unease in her heart, though she couldn't pinpoint what was strange. After pondering repeatedly, she finally decided to call the supervising teacher, just in case. Inside the captain's office, Yi Li, punching power 885 kilograms. Zhang Qingju stared at the punching power rankings on the instrument, and a trace of surprise finally flashed across her cold face. The classmate who had been the talk of the school recently indeed had some real skills. She recalled how a few days ago, the instructor had run over excitedly to tell her that Yi Li was hiding his strength and that his actual level might be second only to hers. It turned out not to be baseless talk. Zhang Qingju nodded gently. This punching power, among first-level martial artists, already ranks among the top of the heavy power category. Even when she was a first-level martial artist, her highest punching power was only over 1,000 kilograms, and that was under the conditions of the Zhang family providing top-notch medicinal baths and training equipment. Yi Li, coming from an ordinary family, reaching this level is indeed something to be proud of. No wonder he doesn't take his peers seriously. As for the rumors outside, Zhang Qingju chose to believe half of them. She neither believed that Yi Li was completely flawless nor that he was as arrogant and domineering as claimed. After all, in the past 3 years, she hadn't heard his name, which was enough to show that he wasn't the type to seek the limelight. If it weren't for the upcoming martial arts exam, perhaps he would have continued to hide his strength. Jiang Qingju secretly sighed. Such restraint showed how resilient this person's character was. However, sighing was one thing, but no matter what, the fact that the other party severely injured Lu Yangde and the other two was indeed a bit excessive. Bearing countless expectations, she absolutely could not afford to lose a single battle before completely driving out the beasts in Hanxia. Therefore, she had to train diligently day after day and couldn't waste too much energy on such matters. This was also the reason why she rarely got involved in these things. Just give him a slight reminder, telling him not to lay hands on his teammates in the future. After settling on this idea, Jiang Qingju returned to the wooden table, opened the book Outline of Spearmanship and began studying it earnestly. This was no ordinary tome. It contained the insights and experiences of spear masters from the Jiang family across generations. It could help low-level martial artists avoid many detours and even achieve twice the results with half the effort when practicing spear techniques in the future. To be honest, the value of this book even surpassed that of some third-tier martial techniques. While she was fully focused, a knock sounded at the door. Jiang Qingju made a mark, closed the book, and said calmly, "Come in." She looked toward the doorway and saw a handsome young man in white walking in. As soon as he entered, Yili smiled and greeted, "I am Yili. I heard you were looking for me?" Courtesy before force had always been one of his fine virtues. Jiang Qingju responded with a soft gesturing for Yili to sit down, and asked in a cold voice, "Did you just join the school team recently? Is there anything you're not used to?" "There actually is." The boy's candor slightly surprised Jiang Qingju, but she calmly pressed on, "What exactly are you not used to?" "There are too many idiots," Yili sighed. Jiang Qingju cast a surprised glance at him, but he counted on his fingers. Xinlian is one, Lu Yangde is another, plus Lu Yangde's two lackeys. That's four already, and adding Wang Ren, who left the team not long ago, makes 5 in total. The school team, including substitutes, only has 7 people. They say birds of a feather flock together. Jiang, I'm worried you might be just like them. Yili clasped his fingers together in front of him, seemingly sighing helplessly. Jiang Qingju only felt her head buzzing. She had never heard such a blunt insinuation before and was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Worried that I'm just like them. Does that mean she thinks I'm an idiot too? Thinking of this, Jiang Qingju slightly furrowed her delicate brows. Her usually calm and indifferent heart unexpectedly flared with a trace of anger as she said coldly, "You don't need to worry about that. I'm not that idle." Captain Jiang means admitting that they're idiots? Yili asked with a smile. "I didn't say that. Why not just admit it?" Yili said calmly, "Since you think you're not the same kind of person as them, isn't that what you're thinking deep down?" Jiang Qingju took a deep breath, faintly sensing that something was amiss. Clearly, she intended to give him a warning, hoping he would restrain his reckless behavior, but why was the conversation drifting further and further away? She immediately shook off her chaotic thoughts and spoke coldly. "I called you here not for these things, but mainly to inform you of something." Hearing the word inform, and considering they were peers, Yili felt quite annoyed by his condescending tone. He leaned against the uncomfortable chair back but didn't immediately show his displeasure. "Go ahead. Someone reported that you maliciously injured several teammates." Jiang Qingju stared at him and slowly said, "For now, I'll assume you had your reasons for this, but in the future, I hope nothing similar happens again. The martial exam is approaching, and everyone must plan for their future. You should focus on your cultivation, not on being combative. Bullying the weak is not a skill, if you really can't hold back." At this point, Jiang Qingju's clear eyes shimmered slightly, and a sudden burst of confident aura emanated from her. She spoke in an icy, bone-chilling voice. "Come directly to me, and I'll cure you." She spoke with utmost seriousness, coupled with the faintly revealed aura of the second tier, which was sure to leave a significant impression on Yili. The cold and confident voice echoed in the office. The air remained silent for several seconds. Just as Jiang Qingju thought the matter was resolved and her warning had worked, the young man on the wooden chair suddenly raised his golden eyes, vast like the stars. In an instant, a heavy pressure enveloped Jiang Qingju's heart. At the same time, Yili's voice, tinged with a hint of a smile, sounded in her ear. "This is what you said." Judging from the aura that just emanated, Jiang Qingju's level was clearly much stronger than his, probably at the level of Tier 2, Stage 4. Coupled with the legendary S-level breathing technique, A-level martial talent, and various martial skills. In the second-tier realm, this setup is quite extravagant. With this level of strength, Jiang Qingju enjoys an extremely high reputation in Linhai No. 1 High School, and even throughout the entire Linhai city. She is hailed as the most talented young martial artist in Linhai No. 1 High School in the past 20 years. Even looking across all martial arts high schools in Ing Province, the girl's strength is considered to be in the top tier. "Are you really planning to make a move against me? I advise you to think it over carefully." In front of the wooden table, Jiang Qingju lightly furrowed her delicate brows, and a faint icy blue light quietly emerged in her clear eyes. Looking at Yili's eyes, which had turned golden, she forcibly suppressed the faint unease in her heart and calmly advised, "The gap between the first tier and the second tier is much greater than you imagine. If a warrior is defeated head-on during their most spirited moments, the sense of frustration in their heart may even affect their future breakthroughs. As she spoke, a trace of coldness appeared on the young girl's indifferent face, and her aura began to emanate outward. For the sake of your own state of mind, leave this room now, and I can pretend you said nothing just now. As soon as the words fell, she no longer suppressed her aura, and the power of the mid-second stage erupted fully within the room. Crash! The documents on the table were blown into disarray by the sudden gust, and the wall clock swayed incessantly. A golden light in Yi Li's eyes grew increasingly intense, and his aura surged higher and higher, silently providing the answer. You are also at the second tier. Sensing the overwhelming aura far beyond the first tier, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. According to the information she had, if the mentor hadn't deliberately lied a few days ago, Yi Li should still be at the peak of the first tier. At most, he would be a rare powerhouse among those of the same tier, but still not a threat to the second tier. But now it seems, is the peak of the first rank not your true strength? Jiang Qingzhu gently shook her head, her expression growing even colder as she asked, since you have such strength, why do you still bully those far weaker than you? Don't you feel ashamed of oppressing the weak with your strength? Before she finished speaking, a clear spark of anger ignited in her eyes, and her tone carried a hint of interrogation. In Jiang Qingzhu's view, Yi Li, relying on his second tier strength, was actually bullying those teammates who were far inferior to him. This kind of behavior, abusing one's power to oppress others, was precisely what she despised the most. If earlier it was because of the various rumors about him on campus that made Jiang Qingzhu want to give him a warning, then now, the thought of teaching Yi Li a lesson had already arisen in her heart. She said, there's always someone better, and the sky is limitless. With behavior like yours, one day you will also be. What are you babbling about? Facing Jiang Qingzhu's barrage of questions, Yi Li interrupted directly, you asked me to find you just to make me listen to your lectures here? Well, sorry about that. He stood up, his eyes cold as he stared at Jiang Qingzhu and said, I can't be bothered to reason with you, you're not worthy of listening. Verbally humiliating Linhai No. 1 High School's genius girl Jiang Qingzhu, evil value plus 200. Humiliating Jiang Qingzhu can actually yield such a high evil value reward? Hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu's hands gradually clenched, and a clear anger surged in her eyes. I see, it seems you really need a good lesson. Since you've made up your mind to suffer losses here, let's change the location. I'll wait for you at the martial arts arena in 5 minutes. Crash! Before the words were finished, the wooden table in front was suddenly flipped by the young man and hurled straight at her. Why bother going to the martial arts arena? If you want to teach me a lesson, right here will do. Yi Li's expression was indifferent. Bang! At the critical moment, Jiang Qingzhu remained calm, striking out with one palm, causing the heavy wooden table to instantly shatter. Wood chips danced in the air, and fragments of wood fell to the ground. At that moment, a figure stepped out from the swirling debris before the dust had even settled, heading straight for Yi Li. Jiang Qingzhu looked up and met those cold golden eyes. The usual fear and tension seen in her opponent's eyes were completely absent in those vast golden pupils. However, she remained unflustered. In her view, taking down Yi Li would only take a few minutes. Jiang Qingzhu moved lightly, stepping back as the clear light in her eyes gradually turned icy blue. Her voice was as cold as a winter spring. Breaking through to the second tier at your age, your talent is indeed remarkable. But unfortunately, you cannot defeat me. As her words fell, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes completely transformed into a clear icy blue, exuding an extraordinary aura. Whoosh! She exhaled a puff of white mist. As the mist spread, the temperature in the entire room plummeted, and the sound of piercing ice forming echoed continuously in the air within a few meters. Grade A martial talent, Ice Maiden Proxy. In an instant, thin ice began to form on the walls, and the chill quickly spread. The entire office seemed to turn into a world of ice and snow, with the temperature plummeting rapidly, dropping below zero in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the cold did not stop but continued to spread at an astonishing speed. Amid the dense white mist filling the room, Yi Li's previously charging figure suddenly slowed down, his movements becoming unusually sluggish, as if every joint had been frozen. He struggled to take a step, each one feeling extraordinarily heavy. At this moment, Yi Li seemed to be trapped in a massive ice cellar, unable to break free from this strange restraint. It's over. Jiang Qingzhu's eyes flickered as she stepped forward, arriving in front of Yi Li in an instant, and without hesitation, struck out with her palm. Bang! Her delicate hand landed on Yi Li's body, but his figure became somewhat transparent, with large amounts of white mist surging out from him. Accompanied by a dull thud, that terrifying force was instantly neutralized by more than half. It was clearly a strike powerful enough to knock a second-tier martial artist out of combat, yet he took it head-on without a change in expression. End of the line for you. Using the remaining force from his opponent, Yi Li let out a cold laugh, his body spinning rapidly before delivering a swift and decisive whip kick aimed fiercely at Jiang Qingzhu's waist and abdomen. Bang! Jiang Qingzhu had just felt a trace of oddness in her heart, as if the full-force punch she had thrown had landed on a soft, fluffy mass of cotton, leaving her with no point of leverage. But before she could figure out where this strange sensation came from, an incomparably powerful force surged from her waist and abdomen like a tidal wave. In an instant, instant, she felt as if her body had been violently struck by a speeding truck. Her entire being was engulfed by the immense force, and she was sent hurtling backward with great momentum. Boom! The office wall had a noticeable large dent, with web-like cracks spreading around it, continuously expanding outward. Jiang Qingzhu struggled to prop herself up from the ground, gritting her teeth, her gaze locked on the figure opposite her. Seeing the white mist rising from Yi Li's body in his semi-transparent form, her pupils slightly contracted as she murmured in disbelief. Heavenly Gang Void Step? Heavenly Gang Void Step. This rare second-level martial skill was something Jiang Qingzhu had only briefly encountered in the fragmented scrolls of the school library. Although she yearned for its power, the severe damage to the scrolls prevented her from mastering it after purchasing them. The other party had no prominent background and had clearly stumbled upon the fragmented scrolls in the library as well, yet managed to successfully practice it. It was truly unbelievable that someone could learn this martial skill with such severely damaged scrolls. Moreover, judging by the transparency of Yi Li's figure and the billowing white mist rising around him, it was evident that he was far beyond the entry level. Every movement exuded a sense of mastery, and even his skin glowed with a faint white light. Boom! He has probably already cultivated the heavenly astral void stepping technique to perfection. With such comprehension, is he even human? Thinking of this, Jiang Qingzhu couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart, and her movement to stand up unconsciously slowed by a beat. However, it was precisely this brief hesitation that allowed Yi Li's figure to suddenly appear before her. Looking at those calm yet fiery golden eyes, Jiang Qingzhu couldn't help but question, how can you be so contradictory? Since you're so powerful, why did you remain silent for the past 3 years? No one answered her question. At this moment, Yi Li spread his arms, leaning slightly forward, as a sense of flowing water in its perfect state surged continuously from his fists and feet. This was the flowing water fist technique perfected to its peak. That sense of flowing water was like a surging and roaring river, carrying unparalleled power and momentum, sweeping towards Jiang Qingzhu. Another martial technique in its perfect state? Seeing this, Jiang Qingzhu took a deep breath and then waved her palm, causing a snow-white spear to emerge from her palm. The spear's body glimmered with a strange, radiant light. Held in her hand, it faintly emitted an aura of enhancement, clearly a high-grade treasure. Yi Li's offensive was extremely fierce, enough to make her respond seriously. Immediately, Jiang Qingzhu's gaze turned icy cold. Her spear moved like a dragon, with immense force and momentum, striking out to directly clash with the countless fist energies unleashed by Yi Li. Bang! 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 Strong winds surged, and the chill trembled. With the mastery of the heavenly gang void stepping technique, Yi Li's entire body was almost translucent, surrounded by a cold aura that seemed immune to all harm. Each punch was ferocious, as if aiming to break Jiang Qingzhu's spear. Under this fierce onslaught, Jiang Qingzhu retreated step by step. You've already lost. She clenched her silver teeth tightly and wielded her long spear. As the true energy within her body continued to deplete, the temperature inside the room plummeted sharply, with even the ceiling nearly frozen over. Even the perfected state of the heavenly gang void step could not fully resist the invasion of the cold. Moreover, she relied on the S-grade breathing technique to infuse true energy into the long spear, granting it the ability to freeze meridians. In the repeated clashes, the true energy continuously seeped into Yi Li's body. Although he appeared unscathed on the surface, his meridians and bones had already suffered varying degrees of damage. If he doesn't have any hidden killing moves, the next phase will be a tug-of-war of true energy reserves between the two sides. Bang! Accompanied by another round of fierce clashes, Jiang Qingzhu's figure flew backward several meters, scraping along the ground before heavily crashing into the wall. Whoosh! She exhaled a breath of cold air, her expression grave, with her vital energy and blood churning uncontrollably. Although using her innate ability consumed her greatly, Yi Li continuously maintained the Tiangang void stepping technique, and his consumption wouldn't be much less than hers. Yi Li was likely just entering the second tier and hadn't even practiced any breathing techniques. Jiang Qingzhu believed her martial arts level far surpassed Yi Li's, coupled with the S-level breathing technique continuously restoring her true energy and maintaining the cold aura. If they continued clashing like this, victory would undoubtedly belong to her. Do you think you've already won? At this moment, Yi Li suddenly smiled and said, with all the resource advantages on your side, and this is the best you can do? I almost feel sorry for you. If I hadn't left my big gun at home today, you'd already be flying through the air. You. At this moment, Jiang Qingzhu frowned slightly and was about to speak, but saw Yi Li charging at high speed once again. The white mist around his body had slightly dissipated, and his figure appeared even more solid. The opportunity has come. His inner energy could no longer sustain the full power of the heavenly gang void stepping technique. Jiang Qingzhu's eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, she stepped forward and thrust out a spear infused with her inner energy with a thunderous force. Put! To everyone's surprise, Yi Li completely ignored Jiang Qingzhu's spear, allowing the immense force at the tip to pierce through his shoulder. Blood spurted as he charged straight to Jiang Qingzhu. What? Such a ferocious attack left Jiang Qingzhu momentarily stunned. You! A cold glint flashed in Yi Li's eyes as he forcefully swung swung a punch, aiming it fiercely at her face. Bang! Excruciating pain instantly swept across her face. Jiang Qingzhu let out a scream, instinctively releasing her spear as her entire body was sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground not far away. However, Yi Li's expression remained as calm as still water. At a time like this, you're still daydreaming? Your pretentious lines are almost finished. Someone who doesn't know might think you have a system. At this moment, Jiang Qingzhu's vision blurred with stars. She struggled to lift her head, only to suddenly whiten her eyes. She saw the young man, his white clothes stained red with blood, his expression calm. He pulled out the spear lodged in his shoulder, his brows furrowing slightly from the pain, but he quickly regained his composure. Immediately, the wound on the shoulder, which was bleeding profusely, suddenly revealed countless nerves and blood vessels, and in the blink of an eye, it healed as if nothing had happened. What kind of superpower is this? Jiang Qingzhu's eyes were filled with disbelief. Your shooting is as bad as a pile of dog crap, your reactions are as slow as an old man, your mind is as naive as a sheltered young lady, and yet you keep saying you've already lost, so full of yourself. The golden light in the boy's eyes gradually faded, eventually returning to a deep dark hue. Then, he slowly walked up to Jiang Qingzhu, raised his well-defined hand, and unceremoniously slapped her. A heavy slap landed on Jiang Qingzhu's cold cheek. Bang! The lingering chaos in her mind was struck once again by this immense force, causing the genius girl of Linhai City to roll her eyes as her head involuntarily hit the ground. The scene was extremely tragic. In the final moment of her fading consciousness, she heard the boy calmly ask, Jiang Qingzhu, what kind of genius are you exactly? Damn it! A surge of immense humiliation overwhelmed her, and Jiang Qingzhu, whose spirit had reached its limit, finally fainted. Defeated and humiliated the genius girl Jiang Qingzhu from Linhai No. 1 High School, evil value plus 8,000. On the first floor of the training building, inside the instructor's office. Teacher Wang, Yi Li is not someone who easily backs down. If he acts impulsively and gets into a fight with Senior Jiang, that would be trouble. Yu Chanxian looked anxious as she reported the situation in detail to the figure behind the wooden desk. Behind the wooden desk sat a middle-aged man dressed in teacher's attire, none other than the school team coach, Wang Yongfeng. His strength was just one step away from the third tier, and he was mainly responsible for the training plans and resource allocation for the school team members. I see. After listening to the report, Wang Yongfeng nodded slightly, immediately realizing the seriousness of the situation. Jiang Qingzhu was the star student of Linhai No. 1 High School, carrying the immense efforts of both the school and the Jiang family. Meanwhile, Yi Li was a genius martial artist he had only recently noticed and had yet to provide substantial support to. The palm and the back of the hand are both flesh. If they really start fighting, Jiang Qingzhu probably won't be in much trouble, but Yi Li is bound to suffer a bit. If they're not careful, serious injuries are not impossible. This outcome is definitely not what Linhai No. 1 High School wants to see. They're still counting on Jiang Qingzhu and Yi Li to join forces and achieve good results in the exchange competition and martial arts exam, bringing glory to the school. Thinking of this, Wang Yongfeng immediately stood up and asked in a deep voice, how long has he been gone? Whoosh! Not long, just about 10 minutes. Yu Chanxian glanced at the clock on the wall and quickly replied, good, then they probably haven't started fighting yet. Wang Yongfeng said as he walked toward the door, calling out, let's go, take me to see. Yu Chanxian was just about to nod when her phone suddenly vibrated slightly in her pocket. She took it out, looked at it in surprise, and turned to Wang Yongfeng, saying, teacher, it's Yi Li calling me. Very good. Wang Yongfeng visibly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, it should be fine now. Go ahead and answer it. Yu Chanxian nodded and answered the call. Student Yu. A calm voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you free now? I'm free. Yu Chanxian quickly asked, how are things going with Senior Jiang on your side? I was just about to tell you about this. There was a hint of hesitation in the voice. To put it simply, we've reached a preliminary reconciliation. That's good. Yu Chanxian breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yi Li's next words made her tense up again. But she's unconscious now, and I need you to help me handle it again. Boom! Unconscious? Yu Chanxian exclaimed. Wang Yongfeng, who was beside her, was also startled and asked softly, what happened? Yes, she passed out. The voice on the other end of the phone calmly confirmed. Senior Jiang, she. Yu Chanxian tried hard to calm herself down, covered the phone, and cautiously asked, how exactly did she pass out? I hit her. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded justified, as if finding her question somewhat baffling. Whoosh! What? Yu Chanxian trembled all over upon hearing this, incredulous. What's wrong? Wang Yongfeng was startled by her reaction and hurriedly asked without bothering to lower his voice. Is there someone next to you? Yi Li asked, somewhat surprised. Yes. Yu Chanxian took a deep breath and tried her best to answer in a calm tone. I'm currently in the office of the instructor on the first floor. You, just bring Senior Jiang over directly. As soon as the words were spoken, Yi Li hung up the phone. What exactly happened? Seeing Yu Chanxian sit down in a daze, Wang Yongfeng was anxious and asked urgently, how did answering a phone call turn into this? His mind was in turmoil, immediately jumping to the worst conclusion. Did the two of of them get into a fight? Well, they started fighting. Yu Chanshan slightly regained her composure, held her forehead, and simply admitted the other person's concern. In her opinion, Jiang Qingzhu's strength far surpassed anyone on the school team. Even though Yili was good, there was still a huge gap between him and Jiang Qingzhu. She had hurriedly run over to ask the instructor for help, but unexpectedly, "You suddenly told me that Yili actually knocked Senior Jiang unconscious?" At this moment, Yu Chanshan felt dizzy, as if the whole world had turned upside down. What? They really started fighting? Upon hearing this, Wang Yongfeng quickly walked up to her and asked anxiously, "How did it turn out? Is Yili seriously injured? This kid, it's only been a few days, and he's already fighting everywhere, sparring, not even worried about overexerting himself. Sparring with Shen Lian and Lu Yangde is one thing, but why did he go up against Jiang Girl? She never knows how to hold back when she strikes." Wang Yongfeng pounded his chest in anguish, looking extremely distressed. As the exchange competition and martial arts exam approached, Shen Lian and Lu Yangde's injuries had not yet healed, and now Yili, such a promising talent, was injured as well. How could he not feel distressed? The school team of Linhai No. 1 High School was practically turning into a disabled persons club. Sai, where is he now? After calming his emotions slightly, Wang Yongfeng looked at Yu Chanshan and sighed. "I still have a top-grade healing elixir here. Later, you can take it to him." Creak. Before the words were finished, the office door was pushed open from the outside. A young man in white walked in, the tear and bloodstains on his shoulder clearly visible. His expression was as calm as water, and he was holding a figure in his arms. Upon seeing Yili, Wang Yongfeng was momentarily stunned, then instinctively stood up, his gaze falling on the figure in the young man's arms. In an instant, his pupils contracted sharply. A black-haired girl with a cold temperament and swollen cheeks was lying in Yili Huai's arms, her eyes tightly shut and her expression filled with pain. If not Jiang Qingzhu, who else could it be? This. Wang Yongfeng's head buzzed, his mouth trembling as he struggled to form a complete sentence for a long time. He could only turn to look at Yu Chanshan behind him, his eyes wide open. What on earth is going on? As you can see, Teacher Wang. Yu Chanshan was equally incredulous and said with difficulty, "Senior Jiang was knocked unconscious by Yili and now needs a place to recover." Wang Yongfeng's entire body stiffened as he slowly turned back to look at the white-clad youth at the doorway. "Hello, teacher." Yili nodded politely in greeting, then looked at Yu Chanshan. "Where should I put it?" "The hospital, not far from the school. Follow me." Yu Chanshan's legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, yet she numbly stepped out of the office. Yili followed closely behind and left the room. Only Wang Yongfeng was left standing there in a daze, motionless for a long time. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The ticking sound of the wall clock was as clear as thunder in his ears at this moment, causing his heart to throb along with it. That was Jiang Qingzhu, the most talented martial arts student at Linhai No. 1 High School in the past 20 years. She had a cold and serious personality. On regular days, not to mention letting anyone touch her, even ordinary martial arts students found it difficult to exchange two words with her. She was the kind of resolute girl who, even when exhausted from training, would grit her teeth and insist on returning to the training room. But at this moment, she had completely lost consciousness, her face swollen and bright red, lying in his arms like that, clearly having suffered a severe blow to the head. A martial artist, when struck at a critical weak point during a fight, is as good as defeated. In other words, this young man in white, who had only joined the school team a few days ago, had actually defeated the genius ace in their eyes. How could Wang Yongfeng possibly believe it? Yili. Muttering this name, Wang Yongfeng's breathing grew heavy, and his heart pounded wildly like a drum. For the past 3 years, the other party had remained inconspicuous, but suddenly made a stunning breakthrough, directly defeating the school team of Linhai No. 1 High School. Such composure is terrifying, and such talent is outrageously exceptional. Absolutely a genius. Undoubtedly a genius. Ha ha ha. Wang Yongfeng sank heavily back into the sofa, holding his forehead with one hand, and suddenly couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yili, you brat are simply a monster. With such a prodigy on our side, how can other schools even compete? The exchange competition is in the bag. The martial arts exam is also in the bag. Linhai First People's Hospital. In the clean and tidy ward, the strong smell of disinfectant permeated the air. Unlike in the previous life, the bodies of powerful martial artists are extremely resilient, far surpassing ordinary people. Once injured, ordinary tools cannot even cut their skin, let alone perform suturing surgery. Therefore, among the top doctors in city-level hospitals, many are martial artists with healing abilities. Beside Jiang Qingzhu's hospital bed, a female doctor in a white coat was using her healing ability to repair the injuries on her face. Yili sat on a chair not far away, hands crossed, and summoned the panel. Current sin value, 12,700 points. The original surplus, combined with the 8,200 sin points gained from the confrontation with Jiang Qingzhu, allowed Yili's savings to surpass the 10,000 point mark for the first time. Since crossing over, this was the first time he had a 5-digit sin value. Once he obtains the proper breathing technique, he can significantly enhance his strength again. The confrontation with Jiang Qingzhu made Yili truly feel the pressure brought fought by an opponent for the first time. A second-tier martial artist with a breathing technique is vastly different from any opponent he has faced before. Yi Li's perfected fist martial technique, combined with his punching power far exceeding that of martial artists at the same level, still couldn't quickly break through Jiang Qingzhu's spear defense. The internal energy had been depleted by nearly 70%, yet the opponent showed no signs of exhaustion on their face. This was largely thanks to her breathing technique, which allowed her to continuously restore her energy. Jiang Qingzhu's mastery of the breathing technique could not yet be considered profound. After all, the legendary S-level breathing technique was far more than just fast energy recovery. Even so, her endurance still far surpassed that of Yi Li. This is the importance of the breathing technique. If it weren't for the assistance of the Tiangang void stepping technique and the SSS-level martial arts talent, which first disrupted Jiang Qingzhu's flow of true energy and then seized the moment she lost focus, Yi Li probably wouldn't have won so easily. That said, it wouldn't have been impossible to win, as the immortal golden soul is indeed somewhat unfair. As long as the grade difference isn't too significant, it can rely on exchanging damage to stubbornly wear down the opponent. It should be noted that Jiang Qingzhu's strength can only be considered first tier in Ing province, not unparalleled. There are about a dozen others with similar or even greater strength. If these 10 people were to join forces to besiege Yi Li, with his current setup, even if he prides himself on being skilled at escaping, Yi is quite adept, it would likely be difficult for him to break through successfully, let alone achieving final victory. Although the probability of being besieged is very low, based on the system's characteristics, one must be prepared for a siege in advance if they want to gain more evil points. In addition to the necessary breathing techniques, offensive martial skills must also be prepared. Yi Li silently exhaled and calculated quietly in his heart. He had clearly felt the fatigue of the flowing water fist technique. It's fine for finishing moves, but seriously lacking for offense. Yi Li. At this moment, Yu Chanxian beside him suddenly spoke. I really didn't expect you to be able to defeat Senior Jiang. The tone was full of amazement. Yi Li raised an eyebrow. It's not a big deal, she's pretty bad at it. Although this fight did bring some pressure, a big shot from my hometown once said something very reasonable. Strategically, you should despise your enemy, but tactically, you must take them seriously. As long as I can earn villain points, even if you're an ancient deity, I dare to mock you to your face. You really are. Hearing this, Yu Chanxian finally revealed that familiar smile, but her gaze seemed to be magnetically drawn, locking tightly onto Yi Li's calm and composed face. Her eyes sparkled with a peculiar brilliance, as if she had discovered some surprising treasure in the boy. Only you would dare to say that. Among all the martial arts students in Linhai City, no one else would have the guts, Yu Chanxian said softly with a laugh. Yi Li couldn't help but chuckle softly, unable to deny it. At this moment, the female doctor treating Jiang Qingzhu finished her examination and silently let out a sigh of relief. It's nothing serious, just a mild concussion. She stood up and said to Yi Li, who was sitting in the chair, the swelling on her face has also gone down. As long as she wakes up, she can be discharged. Thank you, Yi Li responded politely. Yu Chanxian also stood up and expressed her gratitude to the doctor. After the doctor left, Yi Li stood up as well. Aren't you going to wait for Senior Jiang to wake up before leaving? Yu Chanxian asked curiously. Whether she wakes up or not has nothing to do with me. Yi Li waved his hand and walked toward the door. She's weak but loves to show off. My intervention this time can be considered an act of kindness. Language sarcasm detected. Jiang Qingzhu's malice value plus 100. Awake? Hearing the notification sound, Yi Li's eyes lit up, and he stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Yu Chanxian looked at him in confusion. You haven't finished speaking. Yi Li cleared his throat, turned to the unconscious girl on the hospital bed, and smirked faintly. As the captain of the school team, you shirk your responsibilities, letting those scoundrels gang up to bully others, turning the entire team into a mess. That's bad enough. And then, because of some baseless rumors, you put on an air of superiority, trying to make the new members obedient. What? Does being a new member mean I deserve to be bullied by them? Do I not even have the right to fight back? I'll be blunt, someone like you, a self-absorbed young lady completely unaware of herself, needs a good beating to learn some humility. I hope the next time we meet, you'll put away that arrogant attitude, you worthless fool. After speaking, Yi Li ignored Yu Chanxian's stunned gaze and turned to leave. On the hospital bed, Jiang Qingzhu's fingers gradually clenched, her teeth tightly gritted, as an unnamed fury ignited in her heart, yet she couldn't find a reason to refute. Yi Li's words, sharp as knives, deeply pierced the heart she had always kept indifferent to the world. The other party's meaning was exceptionally clear. Either you don't care, or you take charge all the way. Before I came, you didn't care, but now that I'm in charge, you're putting on airs as the captain? In that case, I'll deal with you as well. The girl despised those who bullied the weak, but what she did today, how was it any different from the actions of those she hated? At best, it was just a bit more presentable on the surface. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingzhu felt a surge of intense shame in her heart. Sorry, she murmured softly, audible only to herself. An unprecedented wave of humiliation and regret overwhelmed her, leaving this genius girl of Linhai City already in unbearable pain. Successfully broke Jiang Qingzhu's defenses with words, evil value plus 500. After a moment, Jiang Qingzhu slowly sat up and took a deep breath. Although she had made a mistake, there was still a chance to make amends. Her clear eyes gradually began to shine. Seeing Jiang Qingzhu get up, Yu Chanxian looked at her in surprise and asked, "Senior, you're awake?" Jiang Qingzhu nodded, turned over, and got out of bed. Her fair feet slipped into socks and then into her shoes. Yu Chanxian quickly stepped forward and tentatively asked, "You just woke up, won't you rest a little longer?" "No need." "Then where are you going?" Jiang Qingzhu turned around, ready to leave, and Yu Chanxian quickly asked, "To pay a visit and apologize." With a resolute tone, Jiang Qingzhu quickly disappeared outside the door. Pay a visit and apologize? Apologize to whom? Countless questions surfaced in Yu Chanxian's mind, but not long after, Jiang Qingzhu's figure reappeared at the door of the ward. Seeing her confused expression, she coldly asked, "Which floor is Yi Li's training room on?" Yu Chanxian's expression instantly froze. Time quickly turned to evening. Linhai No. 1 High School, 3rd floor of the training building. Back in the room, Yi Li unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. He had somewhat started to treat this training room as his home. So, which skill should I upgrade first? Yi Li sat on the chair, summoned the panel, and fell into deep thought. Name, Yi Li. Current level, 2nd tier, 1st stage, 10%. Current martial skills. Flowing water fist technique, mastery. Piercing cloud spear technique, mastery. Heavenly gang void stepping technique, mastery. Current talent, SSS level immortal golden soul LV1, upgradable. Innate ability, spear martial saint physique. In addition, on the way back, Yi Li stopped by the library and spent 200,000 Hanxia coins to buy a 2nd tier fist technique. This fist technique is called Flood Dragon Shaking the Mountain and is considered quite powerful among 2nd tier martial skills. After Yi Li briefly skimmed through it, the panel immediately displayed the relevant information. 2nd tier Flood Dragon Shaking the Mountain, not initiated, can add points. At the moment, there is no suitable breathing technique at hand, so there's no rush to allocate points for cultivation. After all, once a suitable breathing technique is found, allocating points might even grant a speed boosting buff. For now, it's more prudent to focus on martial techniques and martial talent. Yi Li has always been particularly intrigued by the upgradable label following, Immortal Golden Soul. LV1's Immortal Golden Soul can instantly heal a shoulder-penetrating injury and almost doesn't consume stamina, making him the tank of all tanks. If it could be upgraded to LV10, wouldn't it allow for rebirth from a single drop of blood, becoming indestructible through countless tribulations? Thinking of this, Yi Li felt a slight surge of excitement in his heart. However, he still didn't have the experience to allocate points to the SSS level martial arts talent, so the exact amount of sin points required was still unclear. After all, situations where over 10,000 points of evil value disappear without a trace are not unheard of. Therefore, he decided to max out the relatively cost-effective Flood Dragon Shakes the Mountain first and then slowly consider upgrading Immortal Golden Soul. Everything has to be done step by step, and adding points is no exception. Yi Li chuckled softly, and with a single thought, a large amount of evil value immediately poured crazily into the Flood Dragon Shakes the Mountain on the panel. Ding! Consuming sin points, beginning to upgrade the 2nd tier martial skill Flood Dragon Shakes the Mountain. Thanks to your mastery of the Heavenly Gang Void Stepping technique, the cultivation difficulty of fist techniques far less intricate than it has significantly decreased in your eyes. Gained buff, cultivation speed plus 20%. Sure enough, not a single point of evil value was wasted. Yi Li stared at the panel with satisfaction, thinking that it was truly worth it to have spent a large amount of evil value back then to forcibly max out the incomplete Heavenly Gang Void Stepping technique. Accelerating cultivation. After consuming 200 points of evil value, you have finally grasped the essence of this fist technique, compressing the muscles before punching and simultaneously releasing them at the moment of impact. This not only enhances the punching power but also adds a dizzying effect, which is precisely the origin of the term shock. Jialong Shakes the Mountain successfully mastered. This domineering and fierce martial art reminds you of the widely known Bajiquan from your previous life. You combine the principles of both and make some improvements to this boxing technique. Gain buff, cultivation speed increased by 30%, malice value consumption reduced by 10%. After consuming 800 points of malice value, you have proficiently mastered the shock punch technique, enabling you to freely control the timing and degree of muscle compression, thereby determining the power of your punches. Flood Dragon Shakes the Mountain, mastery achieved. After consuming 1,000 points of sin value, you have thoroughly mastered this martial skill. Even the skill's creator may not understand it better than you do. Flood Dragon Shakes the Mountain, perfection achieved. This martial skill was obtained just half an hour ago, and it took less than 5 minutes to reach max level. This is the power of the system's stat allocation, truly a case of adding and pointing again and again. Yi Li sighed silently, raised his slender palm, repeatedly stretching and clenching it, feeling the muscle changes brought about by the motion. Martial techniques like Flood Dragon Shakes the Mountain, which emphasize force application skills, had significantly significantly improved his control over his body. Turning off the panel, he walked to the familiar punching power testing machine. His gaze fell on the massive testing sandbag. Yili lowered his shoulders and elbows, shifted his center of gravity downward, and slowly clenched his fist. The muscles in his upper arm gradually tightened and compressed, revealing terrifying lines resembling long snakes, with power surging within. In the next moment, Yili's right arm suddenly punched out, blasting forward like a cannonball. The moment his fist struck the sandbag, the muscles of his entire arm tensed simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying force powerful enough to shake mountains and rocks. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, the massive sandbag shot into the air, slamming heavily into the backboard, causing the entire apparatus to shake violently. Immediately afterward, an astonishing number appeared on the large screen. Punching power, 2,100 kilograms. An ordinary martial artist who has just broken through to the first level of the second tier, even if they exhaust all their strength and swing their arm to the point of breaking, can at most achieve a punching power of 1,200 kilograms. 2,100 kilograms is nearly double that limit. If combined with a more advanced breathing technique for support, it's estimated that breaking the 3,000 kilogram threshold would be effortless. However, even more difficult to deal with than this terrifying strength is the tremor effect that accompanies the punch, which is extremely hard to resist. If taken head-on, one might barely withstand 2 or 3 punches, but once the count reaches 7 or 8, the tremors would undoubtedly cause the blood and energy to churn and stars to appear before the eyes. Even if one could endure the immense force of the punch, the body would certainly not feel comfortable. From this perspective, the Jiao Dragon Tremor Fist does seem to have some armor-piercing power. Yili withdrew his palm and gently flexed his wrist. After breaking through to the second tier, my punching power has indeed improved significantly. However, this Flood Dragon Mountain Shaker technique is really quite exhausting. With my current physical strength, I can at most throw about 10 punches in a row. Yili checked the consumption within his body, feeling the swelling sensation in his muscles gradually dissipate, then sat back down in the chair. Current evil value, 12200. It must be said that compared to the consumption of over 3,000 points of malice for the Tiangang void stepping technique, the Jiao Dragon Shaking the Mountain, which can be fully executed with just 1,000 points, is indeed much less effort. This is also reasonable, as although the text of the former is severely incomplete, its quality far surpasses that of Jiao Dragon Shaking the Mountain. If the Tiangang void stepping technique is considered S-level among second-tier martial skills, then Jiao Dragon Shaking the Mountain would probably be around B-level. However, as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Although the price difference is vast, the versatility of the former far exceeds that of the latter. He would rather the Flood Dragon Shaking the Mountain consume more points of malice. Yili shook his head and summoned the system panel. These martial techniques are ultimately temporary skills. When it comes to long-term investment, it still depends on martial talent. Current talent, SSS level Immortal Golden Soul LV1, upgradable. The rank is right in front of you. The key is whether you dare to gamble on it. Yili took a deep breath, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Next, it was time to fill this bottomless pit. As Yili's thoughts moved, tens of thousands of sin points surged into the system panel like a flood. Ding! Detected that the host has gone all in for the second time, unlocking a special title, Golden Spirit. Golden Spirit enhances mental strength, making the owner immune to mental attacks below Tier 3. Immune to mental attacks below Tier 3? It is said that in martial arts exams, many warriors who have awakened mental-type talents like to hide in various corners of the exam site and launch sudden mental attacks when other martial arts students are off guard, knocking them down. If those seated players are the mudslides in the martial arts exam, then these annoying old sixes are the venomous bees lurking in the shadows, ready to ambush you at any moment. With this title, Yili no longer had to worry about this kind of old six. An unexpected gain. Yili nodded slightly, his eyes fixed intently on the constantly flickering text on the light screen. The development of martial talent is a challenging problem that troubles the vast majority of martial artists. Unlike martial techniques, which have many predecessors to provide guidance, once the key points are mastered, progress in training can be rapid. Martial talents come in a wide variety and are profoundly mysterious. Even if one encounters a powerful martial artist with the same talent, they may not necessarily offer effective strategies. Therefore, even those with A-level or even S-level martial talents must spend considerable time and effort to develop their talents and awaken related abilities. Those with slightly inferior aptitude, even if they spend their entire lives, find it difficult to fully develop their martial arts potential. However, system, max it out for me. Yili did not hesitate, pouring in the malice points. Over 10,000 malice points, this was a high-stakes gamble, my friend. Ding! Consuming sin value, starting to upgrade the level of Immortal Golden Soul. After consuming 1,000 points of sin value, your nascent Golden Soul becomes increasingly refined, as transparent as the dawn breaking on the horizon, significantly enhancing the body's repair capabilities. Suddenly, a cool sensation surged through Yili's brow, and his muscles and bones tingled with a numbing yet exhilarating feeling. This is a clear sign that the Golden Soul is was becoming increasingly refined. The text on the panel kept flickering. After consuming 5,000 points of sin value, your golden soul has reached the limit your body can bear. You wisely stopped further refinement and began attempting to let the golden soul nourish your vitality. After consuming 8,000 points of sin value, your golden soul successfully nourished your entire body's vitality, enhancing your physical strength to a new level and awakening a brand new innate ability. Immortal Golden Soul upgraded to LV2. New innate ability unlocked. Golden Soul Revival. Golden Soul Revival. The golden soul enters an active state, greatly enhancing vitality and boosting physical strength. Current sin value 4,200 points. Spent 8,000 points of evil value. Finally upgraded this SSS level martial arts talent by 1 level. Mental strength increased significantly, and he gained a gifted ability. Unlike the previous passive skill Gun Martial Saint Body, this one seemed to be an active skill. Golden Soul Revival. Yili hesitated for a moment, then decided to test its effect. He walked over to the punching power test machine, where the large sandbag still bore the imprint of his previous punch. Took a deep breath. Yili slowly closed his eyes, and with a thought, activated the Golden Soul Revival state. In an instant, his entire body surged with energy, muscles bulging beneath his skin, and his aura suddenly turned violent. Whoosh! Yili exhaled lightly, opened his eyes, and a pair of fiery and sharp golden pupils suddenly appeared, as if capable of piercing through illusions. At the same time, a strand of golden yellow quietly emerged at the tips of his hair, radiating a peculiar brilliance. As the proportion of gold expanded, his entire demeanor gradually took on the aura of a Super Saiyan. During this process, Yili's presence continued to intensify, resembling a ferocious beast awakened from ancient times, wild and terrifying. The mental strength brought by the enhancement of his golden soul allowed him to quickly adapt to the surge in power. His gaze locked onto the sandbag, and he suddenly threw a full-force punch. A simple strike, yet it stirred up an astonishing wind pressure, with the highly compressed air emitting a sharp explosive sound. Bang! The massive sandbag was immediately pierced with a large hole, soaring high into the air as its filling scattered and fell, shattering the barrier behind it. Boom! The entire training room shook for a moment. In the final second before the upper screen went black, a striking number appeared. Punching power, 6,500 kilograms, more than 3 times the previous level, almost close to the punching power of a third-tier martial artist. The improvement is really impressive. Yili looked in surprise at the extinguished large screen in his punching hand. This surge of power brought by a stance similar to that of a Super Saiyan is truly extraordinary. At this moment, Yili feels the cells in his body are brimming with excitement. Although the burden is somewhat heavy, there's an overwhelming sense of I can do anything. If he were to encounter Xinlian again, he could probably slap her into the wall with one strike, leaving her no chance to escape. So this is the state of Golden Soul Awakening, truly formidable. It can be used as a trump card, with an excellent guarantee effect. Although it is obviously impossible to maintain for a long time, Yili felt that he had been strengthened in many aspects, such as dynamic vision, reaction speed, hearing. At this moment, Yili's eyebrows slightly raised. Someone's coming? He heard faint footsteps approaching from afar, clearly coming specifically for him. But it was already so late. Who would come looking for him? Thinking carefully, it could only be Fong Ming or Yu Chanxian. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Yili exited the Golden Soul Revival state, his appearance quickly returning to normal. Only the domineering aura flowing between his brows still signified the existence of this ability. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking continued. Yili responded, coming, then got up and walked toward the door. As he opened the door, a girl with shoulder-length black hair, delicate features, and a cold, elegant demeanor came into view. Her cherry-like lips pursed slightly, and her spring water-clear eyes seemed to gather all their courage as she looked straight at Yili. Jiang Chengju? Yili frowned slightly, not expecting her to come looking for him at this moment. Could it be that she was dissatisfied with the outcome of the earlier battle and wanted to continue the contest? Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. A flash of golden light flickered through the pitch-black eyes. Yili already had some understanding of these slightly gifted martial artists. They believed they could easily defeat him, yet were taken down in just 2 or 3 moves, naturally leaving them feeling unconvinced. To prevent similar situations from happening again, he never held back, always aiming to shatter his opponent's pride with a single strike, even though this had earned him quite a bit of infamy. In previous encounters, he had performed quite well. Wang Rin, Xinlian, and even Liu Yangde had all been beaten so thoroughly that they no longer dared to cause trouble. On the bright side, even if they still harbored resentment toward Yili, they no longer dared to show it openly. But this time, Jiang Qingju unexpectedly came again not long after, which inevitably surprised Yili. It seemed that true martial arts geniuses were indeed different from those ordinary ones. As his thoughts churned, Yili maintained his composure and asked, "What brings you here?" The true energy within his body circulated slowly. Even though the activation of Golden Soul Revival earlier had greatly depleted his true energy, Yili was still fully confident that he could deal with the opponent opponent within 3 moves. I do. Jiang Qingju took a deep breath as if summoning great courage and said seriously, I want to apologize to you first. Apologize? Yili raised an eyebrow, puzzled, not understanding what she was up to. Yes, I heard everything you said at the hospital. Jiang Qingju nodded gently and said apologetically, at that time, I did have the mindset of not wanting to waste too much cultivation time and resolving this matter quickly, which is why I called you over. I admit defeat to you, and I just hope you can accept my apology. These words were spoken with utmost sincerity, so much so that even Yili couldn't detect the slightest trace of pretense. If it were an act, it would be too fake. Is that so? Yili was somewhat disappointed. He had initially thought she was here to cause trouble. However, he didn't completely give up and said in a calm tone, by the way, Jiang, if you're sincerely apologizing, Shizhuai is the most basic etiquette. Don't you know that? Shizhuai? Jiang Qingju's face showed confusion, her cold expression tinged with puzzlement. What's that? Forget it. Yili sighed. Since she came to apologize and her attitude was sincere enough, he couldn't be bothered to say more. To him, forcing those who stubbornly refused to repent to do such things was far more interesting, like Xinlian. It takes a villain to deal with a villain, and as for someone like Jiang Qingju, who actively admits her mistakes, giving her a chance wouldn't hurt. Thinking of this, Yili waved his hand and said with some impatience, I'll reluctantly accept your apology. Go back. Seeing that Yili was about to close the door, Jiang Qingju hurriedly called out to stop him. At the same time, she instinctively reached out her hand, trying to block the door that was about to shut. But as soon as her hand touched it, she felt an overwhelming force she couldn't resist. She couldn't even slow it down for a moment before her palm was forcefully bounced away. Immediately after, the door slammed shut. Bang! Making the simple-minded eldest daughter of the Zheng family face rejection, evil value plus 200. Jiang Qingju stared blankly at the tightly closed door, then looked at her slender palm. Judging by the contest in the afternoon, the opponent's strength should be about the same as hers, so what was this immense force all about? Just as she was puzzled, creak, the door was pushed open again, and Yili looked at her impatiently, asking, anything else? Before figuring out the source of that immense force, Jiang Qingju quickly said, I still have something to trouble you with. Didn't you say this afternoon that my shooting skills are like a pile of rebuttals? The girl asked seriously. Yili immediately became interested, thinking to himself, it seems that after apologizing, she really intends to cause trouble? She's even learned the tactic of courtesy before force. He nodded at once and responded with a smile. I said it, so what? Jiang Qingju nodded, then began speaking as if enumerating treasures. You said I react as slowly as an old person, feeling good about myself. That's right, so what? Then teach me. Yili was slightly stunned, a trace of astonishment in his eyes. Jiang Qingju lifted her small face and said seriously, as long as I can improve my shooting skills, I'm willing to do anything. Teach you shooting? After a brief moment of surprise, Yili frowned and refused without hesitation. I refuse. Hello. Just kidding, he's already troubled by not being able to find a suitable breathing technique. Moreover, his money is tight, making it difficult to buy cultivation resources, or even acquire a few high-quality new martial techniques. Yili has even started considering venturing out of the city into secret realms to hunt exotic beasts for money. At this point, asking him to teach a young lady marksmanship? Don't joke around. Besides, I don't know how to teach others either. Yili shook his head and said, go find someone else. After saying that, he prepared to close the door again. Seeing this, Jiang Qingju hurriedly said, I can teach you everything I know. In exchange, anything is fine. Just as the door was about to close, it suddenly paused. Yili looked at her in confusion and asked for confirmation. Anything? If memory serves, even the most basic S-level breathing technique starts at 5 million Hanxia coins, and they are all rare and precious. Typically, only the direct disciples of major sects or the legitimate heirs of certain families can learn them, passing them on casually to outsiders. Yili hadn't even heard of such a thing. Therefore, it was hard for him to believe that someone could be so straightforward. More likely, the other party was playing him. Yes. A trace of hope seemed to flash in Jiang Qingju's eyes, and she quickly said, you've just entered the second tier and haven't started practicing a breathing technique yet. I can teach you the S-grade breathing technique, Dust Mist Frost Snow, which has been passed down in the Zheng family for generations. It will definitely help you. I also know 3 or 4 rare grade second tier martial techniques, and I've even started learning a third tier martial technique. If you give me some time, I can teach you all of these as well. After speaking, Jiang Qingju looked at Yili, who had fallen silent, feeling a bit uneasy. Her urgency was understandable. Jiang Qingju was well aware that her strength had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time. Although her martial talent and breathing technique gave her an advantage, and her martial level far surpassed her peers, her mastery of martial techniques was a complete mess. The few precious second-tier martial techniques she knew were only at the proficient level and had never reached the mastery stage. Moreover, the elders of the Zheng family who had practiced these martial techniques were all on the front lines fighting against the beasts, leaving no time to teach her. As the martial arts exam approached, Jiang Qingju couldn't help but feel anxious. She worked overtime overtime every day, training hard and almost neglecting the affairs of the school team, all in hopes of making a breakthrough in martial techniques, but the results were minimal. If this continues, once she encounters an opponent with a similar martial arts level and comparable talent, she might suffer a disadvantage. She was well aware of this and kept searching for a solution. Among the people she knew, Yili was the only one who directly criticized her poor marksmanship. Moreover, with just an incomplete text, he was able to cultivate the heavenly gang void-stepping technique to near perfection. Therefore, even though the chances were slim, Jiang Qingzhu still decided to give it a try. She looked at the young man dressed in white, bit her lower lip lightly, and mustered the courage to ask, "See, can I?" There wasn't a trace of falsehood in his expression. After confirming this, finally, under the expectant gaze of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Yili took a deep breath and responded, "Anything? Anything works. Then I'll damn well train you to become the strongest spearman in the entire school." Although the breathing technique has a classification similar to second-tier martial skills, its effects go far beyond second-tier martial artists. Before a martial artist reaches the fourth tier and unlocks the body's hidden potential, the breathing technique has a significant impact on combat, cultivation, and various other aspects. And high-level breathing techniques, even when a warrior has reached the fourth tier, can still provide significant assistance in various aspects due to their extraordinary qualities. S-level breathing technique, Scarlet Fiery Martial, latest transaction price, 8 million Hansha currency. S-level breathing technique, Endless Vitality, latest transaction price, 8.5 million Hansha currency. Yili sat on the wooden chair, watching the fluctuating prices on the phone screen, his eye twitching involuntarily. Obviously, he had too little understanding of the price of S-level breathing techniques before. He originally thought it would be at most 5 million Hansha coins, but he didn't expect the price to be so high. It can only be said that poverty had limited Yili's imagination. However, when he thought about how this breathing technique could benefit a family or sect in the long term, and might even cultivate outstanding young talents, the price made sense. Fortunately, he agreed in advance. Otherwise, if someone else snatched this bargain, he would feel worse than being killed. Yili turned off his phone, looked up at Jiang Qingzhu, who was about to close the door, and asked softly, "What do you want to learn?" "Shooting." Jiang Qingzhu turned around, her lips moved slightly. "My shooting skills are terrible. Actually, it's just an average level of terrible." Thinking about the support the other party could provide, Yili's tone rarely carried a hint of subtlety. In fact, during the afternoon battle, Jiang Qingzhu attempted to use martial techniques several times, but each time, he immediately saw through the flaws, and interrupted her casting. Although the performance of the breaking cloud spear technique contributed significantly, it was ultimately just a lower mid-tier second-level martial technique. Even when mastered to perfection, it was nothing extraordinary. The greater reason lay in Yili's unique spear martial saint body. Significantly enhances one's proficiency with spear and staff-type weapons, increasing the cultivation speed of spear and staff martial techniques by 500%. Simply reading the description is already astonishing, and when combined with his performance, it becomes even more intimidating. At this moment, even across the entire Ing province, among those of the same rank, Yili's spear techniques were undoubtedly unmatched. After all, the mind conjures up those legendary two great masters of the undying golden soul from the previous life. One is the saint of equal heaven, who could still display his might and flaunt his spirit even when surrounded by the 24 righteous gods of the Thunder Division. The other is the renowned war god of the heavenly court, who split a mountain to save his mother and was famous for following orders but not decrees, the second son of the Yang family. Both of these figures are legendary masters of weapon-based martial arts. Since Yili possesses the same type of golden soul and has awakened such astonishing innate abilities, it is no surprise. "First, show me your most commonly used spear technique." Yili extended his hand, his tone calm. "Let me see how I should teach you." Since the terms had already been agreed upon, there was naturally no need for any lingering concerns in his heart. Jiang Qingzhu listened without the slightest objection and obediently nodded. "This soaring dragon riding the wind manual is the spear technique I use most often. Just starting out, still a bit clumsy when performing, just like this afternoon, didn't even use it at all." As she spoke, she took out a tome from the ring on her finger and obediently handed it to Yili. "Should I go back first and come find you tomorrow?" Jiang Qingzhu blinked and looked at the martial skill she had spent over half a year just to grasp the basics of, sensibly saying, "There's still some time before the martial exam, so I'm not particularly in a hurry." "There's only 1 month left until the martial exam, but isn't the exchange competition about to start soon?" While flipping through the ancient texts, Yili casually said, "Just wait here for a bit. I'll take a quick look first, no rush." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Seeing the words appear on the screen, his mood brightened. Third-tier martial skill soaring dragon riding the wind manual, rare. As expected of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, the martial skill she commonly uses is actually. This martial skill is really hard to learn. Jiang Qingzhu's expression was complex as she tactfully advised, "I spent a long time practicing it back then. Even if your talent is far superior to mine, it's still difficult to grasp in a short period of time." In this this exchange competition, apart from Tang Yao from the Sword Pavilion, the others aren't very strong. Even if my martial skill hasn't improved for now, I can still beat them. Practicing martial arts is a long-term accumulation. Martial skills cannot be rushed. She quoted a famous saying her father once told her, trying to persuade Yili to change his mind. What she got in return, however, was his furrowed brow. You have two choices now. He looked up at Jiang Qingzhu, his tone calm. Go outside and wait, or keep quiet and stay here for a while. Which one do you choose? The second one. Jiang Qingzhu lowered her head, tactfully refraining from saying more. The room instantly fell into silence. Shifting her gaze away from the focused profile of the young man, Jiang Qingzhu began to examine the surroundings. The equipment in the room was largely similar for everyone, with the only differences being the additional gear each person had. In Jiang Qingzhu's room, there was an expensive spirit-gathering formation that could significantly accelerate the refinement of vital energy, and the cleansing of meridians, reduce the risk of qi deviation, and even adjust the ambient temperature to a suitable level. In contrast, Yi Li's room appeared much simpler. The only striking feature was the punching power testing machine, which was evidently used frequently by the young man. Suddenly, Jiang Qingzhu's gaze fell on the testing machine, and she froze, her pupils slightly contracting. What caught her attention was not just the punching bag with a large hole punched through it. It was the bright red numbers that reappeared on the big screen, which had previously disappeared due to a malfunction. Punching power, 6,800 kilograms. 6,800 kilograms? What kind of concept is that? Jiang Qingzhu remembered that her maximum punching power barely reached 2,000 kilograms. Even so, this number has already far surpassed most second-tier quadruple martial artists, ranking first in the entire school. Well, now it's second in the entire school. For an ordinary martial artist who has just entered the third tier, the limit punching force is approximately 6,000 kilograms. This value is enough to trap the vast majority of martial artists for decades, or even a lifetime. However, there is actually a martial artist who has just advanced to the second tier and has not yet practiced the breathing technique, achieving and surpassing this number. Jiang Qingzhu couldn't help but feel emotional. If the figure of 6,800 kilograms was truly Yi Li's maximum punching power, then during the competition in the afternoon, he actually had every ability to seize the opportunity and seriously injure her with a single punch. But in the end, he didn't do so. He merely threw a few harmless punches at her face and easily knocked her unconscious. This couldn't even be considered holding back, it was practically letting the ocean loose. Jiang Qingzhu's heart trembled violently, and an indescribable sense of shame surged from the depths of her heart. Yi Li had shown such mercy, yet at the time, she had confidently boasted with arrogant words like, "You can't beat me, and it's over." This is simply too embarrassing. A true genius should be like Yi Li, not only hiding one's strength but also making the opponent mistakenly believe this is an evenly matched duel. If I hadn't left my big gun at home today, I would have definitely blown you away with one shot. Jiang Qingzhu tightly pressed her red lips as Yi Li's words echoed in her mind. She had thought it was mere nonsense, but now it seemed the other party wasn't wrong at all. Defeating her, who wielded the silver dragon white spear, with bare hands, such strength is bound to shine brilliantly in this year's martial arts exam, an undeniable fact. Coupled with the martial arts talent that can rapidly heal the body, though the exact level is unknown, it is at least no lower than grade A. Overall, Yi Li's strength has firmly placed him in the absolute top tier among all martial arts high schools in the Ying province. The possibility of competing for the championship is, of course, extremely high. Just as Jiang Qingzhu was shocked by the numbers on the punching power test machine, lines of text continuously appeared on Yi Li's panel. Consumed 1,000 points of sin value, beginning the enhancement of Tier 3 martial skill, Soaring Dragon Riding the Wind Manual. Your spear martial saint physique is taking effect. Martial skills that were once as profound as heavenly scriptures are now quite simple for you. Gained buff, training speed increased by 500%. Martial arts as complex as advanced mathematics now seem to directly reveal the answer, and you only need to copy it down. Accelerating cultivation. As the value of evil deeds is consumed, your understanding of this precious martial art deepens, gradually grasping its soaring dragon essence. The so-called soaring dragon refers to wielding the spear during martial arts execution, making it swing as swiftly as a swimming dragon. Both the spearhead and shaft possess immense destructive power, easily tearing through the defenses of martial artists of the same level. Understanding this intention, you begin to work hard in this direction. Ding! Cultivation complete. Soaring Dragon Riding the Wind Manual, Mastery, 70%. Comment: the gains from this cultivation session are equivalent to your previous 20 years of arduous practice. With these 20 years of skill, who could possibly stand in your way? Remaining evil value, 3,400 points. 20 years of arduous cultivation, just to elevate the Soaring Dragon Riding the Wind technique to mastery? Yi Li's lips twitched slightly, clearly refraining from going all in at once. Martial skill proficiency is divided into 5 stages: beginner, proficient, skilled, mastery, and perfection. At this rate, consuming less than 1,000 more points of sin value will allow the Soaring Dragon Riding the Wind technique technique to reach perfection. He vaguely remembered that a second-tier rare martial skill had previously cost him 3,000 points of sin value, yet now this higher-tier rare martial skill only required 1,000 points to reach mastery. Although this was thanks to the bonus from the spear martial saint physique, Yili knew that his persistence and effort were also indispensable. An experienced martial artist who was trained for many years and a young novice martial artist, even with the same talent, will have different speeds in mastering martial skills. The former will always be faster. I've finished reading. Yili looked at Jiang Qingzhu, who was lost in thought, handed her the ancient book, and said, I'll start teaching you now. Are you ready? So soon? Jiang Qingzhu snapped out of her daze and couldn't help but ask in surprise. Then she stood up. Shall I perform it for you now? She thought Yili was just skimming through it to first assess her proficiency. There's no need for that. Yili also stood up, walked to the weapon rack in the corner of the room, and took down a pitch-black spear. Turning to look at Jiang Qingzhu, his tone was calm. Use the soaring dragon riding the wind technique, then just attack. Improving through battle is always the fastest method. Of course, excluding stat points. Attack? Jiang Qingzhu was momentarily stunned. How exactly was he planning to guide her breakthrough? Could it be by pointing out flaws in her martial techniques? Though she was puzzled, seeing Yili nod. In confirmation, she quickly brushed her fingers over the ring on her hand, summoning a pure white spear. The silver-white spear seamlessly merged with her aura, greatly enhancing her presence. Last time, he had already thought this spear was quite impressive. Observing it a second time, it truly lived up to its reputation. Yili gazed at the silver-white spear and nodded slightly. Silver Dragon White Spear, a second-tier top-grade treasure. Noticing Yili's gaze lingering on the weapon, Jiang Qingzhu's voice turned icy. It not only enhances the release of my cold energy but also boosts the power of my martial techniques. Come on. Yili raised his chin, lifted his spear, and looked calmly at the opposite side. Jiang Qingzhu nodded, took a deep breath, activated her breathing technique, and the true energy within her began to surge. In the next moment, her figure disappeared from where she stood. Upon closer inspection, her speed was noticeably faster than during their clash in the afternoon. When she reappeared, she was less than 3 feet away from Yili. The 7-foot-long spear shot forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, fiercely aiming straight at Yili's center. The sharp spear tip emitted a white glow, piercing through the air with unstoppable momentum. Yili's dark eyes lowered slightly. Jiang Qingzhu's soaring dragon riding the wind technique had already reached the proficient level, with the spear tip radiating a white light akin to armor-piercing brilliance. Among her peers, this level of mastery was already exceptionally outstanding. In Yili's eyes, Jiang Qingzhu's attack route was too obvious, especially after he had cultivated the Yulong Chengfeng technique to perfection. Surging true energy coursed through his body, rapidly flowing along the meridians opened up by the Yulong Chengfeng technique. Buzz! Accompanied by a resounding gunshot, a phantom shadow of a flood dragon suddenly appeared on Yili's pitch-black spear. At this moment, Jiang Qingzhu's spear tip was already close. Yili slightly shifted his body, narrowly dodging the spear tip with a subtle movement. His right hand lightly raised the spear, exerted sudden force, and with a casual swing, the spear smashed toward Jiang Qingzhu's body. The movements flowed like water, without the slightest hesitation. As the spear danced, the air echoed with tearing sounds, and illusory dragon scales flickered in and out of sight. This scene, a look of shock flashed in Jiang Qingzhu's eyes. It was the very phenomenon she had dreamed of day and night. The strange phenomenon that only appears after the Yulong Chengfeng manual is cultivated to great perfection. How is this possible? The other party just got the Yulong Chengfeng manual, and it's been at most 10 minutes. Jiang Qingzhu's hand holding the gun trembled slightly. She forcibly suppressed the shock in her heart and suddenly activated her protective true energy. In an instant, the surging true energy gushed out like a tide. Immediately, she exhaled a burst of extremely cold breath, and the true energy quickly condensed into layers of solid ice crystal barriers, stretching out in front of her. However, even though the ice layers were thick and seemingly impregnable, they appeared exceptionally fragile against the fierce shadow of the flood dragon, as if made of paper, incapable of withstanding the attack. The sound of ice layers shattering echoed one after another. In an instant, the spear effortlessly broke through Jiang Qingzhu's true energy defense, and the pitch-black spear shaft casually struck her body. Yili slightly withdrew his strength, forcibly pulling back the spear, leaving only a gust of wind striking Jiang Qingzhu. Her neat clothes were instantly torn apart by more than half, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. Jiang Qingzhu's entire body was sent flying over 10 zhang before she managed to stabilize herself and adjust her ragged breathing. Although in a sorry state, her eyes, as clear as a winter spring, became even brighter. From the deliberate display of the dragon riding the wind technique by the opponent, Jiang Qingzhu finally realized the key element she was lacking. Jiang Qingzhu stood holding her spear, silent and speechless, as if lost in deep thought. The air instantly fell into silence. Yili planted his spear on the ground, tilted his head to look at her, and did not disturb her. He had done his best to demonstrate the key details of this martial technique. Whether it could be understood depended entirely on the other party's talent. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Jiang Qingzhu raised her her spear again and assumed a stance. This time, a phantom dragon scale also appeared on her silver-white spear. Jiang Qingju looked up at Yi Li in surprise. "I've finally reached the mastery level mentioned in the book. You're truly amazing." She felt like she had struck an incredible bargain, breaking through the bottleneck that had troubled her for months in such a short time. This was something even the elders in her family couldn't achieve. Yi Li smiled without saying a word, but his heart was already shattered into pieces. "Damn it, I trained for 20 years to barely reach the mastery level of this martial art, and after just 2 moves, you tell me you've broken through? How long have you been practicing this martial art?" Yi Li suppressed the anger in his heart and seemingly asked casually. If the time wasn't too short, he could still accept it. "I've been practicing since I just stepped into the second tier. Until now, it's been almost half a year." Jiang Qingju lowered her head somewhat ashamedly and answered softly. After speaking, she raised her head, a reluctant smile appearing on her cold face. "Before I met you, I always thought I was a genius." "Nyo-mo, as if you're not a genius now. If I had your talent, I would have already leveled up directly to the third tier." Yi Li adjusted his breathing and calmly said, "You are a genius, there's no doubt about it. How could that be? Compared to you, Jiang Qingju's voice faltered, and an unprecedented desolation appeared on her face. "I'm just a mediocre person shaped by resources." Yi Li sighed and gave up the idea of continuing to explain, "Then just practice well." He then chuckled lightly and said, "There's an old saying in my hometown, a great teacher produces outstanding students. Since you say I'm a genius, now that I'm teaching you, if you can't show some results, don't blame me for scolding you." As long as he could scold Jiang Qingju to the point of breaking her composure, he could earn 500 points of malice value. Yi Li remembered this very clearly. Okay. Hearing him say this, Jiang Qingju's eyes gradually lit up, and an unprecedented look of admiration appeared on her face. Initially, she only thought Yi Li was a reckless and combative guy. After getting to know him a bit, she felt he was a sharp-tongued genius. But now, Jiang Qingju suddenly realized that the kind of legendary figure with unparalleled talent and a willingness to help others was right in front of her. So amazing, he truly is incredible. "Yi Li, classmate." Jiang Qingju smiled earnestly and said, "I hope you will guide me more in the future. I can't believe you can say such an embarrassing line." "Am embarrassing?" Jiang Qingju looked at the large expanse of fair skin exposed on her body, her face slightly flushed, and softly asked. These were clearly her true feelings. "It's very embarrassing. Please don't say it anymore." Yi Li silently exhaled, placed the long spear back in its place, turned around to look at Jiang Qingju, whose eyes were clear and bright, and said with a gentle smile, "Then let's call it a day." Over the next 2 days, Jiang Qingju frequently traveled back and forth between Yi Li and her training room. Yi Li kept his word. Whenever Jiang Qingju was slow to grasp something or her movements were sluggish, he immediately started his flowery insults. "Useless. Even an elementary school student could understand this demonstration, and you still can't make sense of it? Jiang Qingju, my late grandmother wielded a spear more skillfully than you. What exactly are you hesitating for? Damn it. With such poor talent like yours, staying in the high martial arts world will only make spiritual rice more expensive." Under such meticulous guidance, Jiang Qingju shed quite a few little pearls, while Yi Li successfully accumulated a large amount of evil points. After maxing out the Soaring Dragon Riding the Wind manual, there was still a surplus of evil points on his panel. Current evil points, 7,200. As long as Jiang Qingju provides the breathing technique, his combat skills can reach a higher level. Under Yi Li's guidance, Jiang Qingju's mastery of the Dragon Riding the Wind technique advanced rapidly. From initially just stepping into proficiency, she later reached mid-level mastery. According to her own judgment, reaching the great achievement stage would take at most a month. This was a leap she had never imagined before. With Yi Li, a genius with monstrous talent in martial arts, assisting her, it was like obtaining a compass in a vast desert. She no longer had to worry about losing her way and only needed to stride forward along the path he pointed out. It is worth mentioning that Jiang Qingju always entered the training room neatly dressed but left with her clothes in disarray. This sparked numerous rumors on campus, with many students secretly speculating and even spreading quite a few unpleasant tales. Jiang Qingju, however, paid no attention to this. In her eyes, apart from Yi Li, the opinions of others at Linhai High School were irrelevant. Yi Li's reproach sounded far more agreeable than their flattery or malicious slander. Training building, conference room. With less than 2 days until the exchange competition, the school team coach Fong Yun gathered all the team members to discuss pre-match strategies. Yi Li sat upright beside the main seat, his eyes slightly closed. Not far away, Lu Yangda, Xin Lian, and several others had gloomy expressions, as if shrouded in a layer of iron gray. Their gazes occasionally sneaked toward Yi Li, their expressions cautious, and they occasionally exchanged glances. Each time their eyes met, a deep fear was evident, and the object of that fear was none other than the calm and handsome young man. Clearly, the experiences of the past week had given them a preliminary understanding of Yi Li's strength. Apart from Jiang Qingju, no one on the school team could rival him. Xin Lian sat in her seat, her silver teeth clenched tightly, and her hands balled into fists. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Jiang Qingju, who was sitting beside the main seat, a trace of anger surging in her heart. A few days ago, she heard that Jiang Qingzhu had deliberately sought out Yili for a conversation. Initially, she had hoped that Jiang Qingzhu would take the opportunity to make a move against Yili, thereby realizing her plan to pit the tiger against the wolf. Who would have thought that as time passed, Yili remained full of vigor, showing no sign of defeat. Clearly, Jiang Qingzhu didn't take the rumors she spread to heart at all. Damn Yili, is there anyone who can keep him in check? Shen Lian was restless and irritable, but at the moment, she didn't have the courage to trouble Yili, so she had to let it go. At this moment, Wang Yongfeng, seated at the main position, stood up. This time, the opponent for the exchange competition is Qingshan No. 1 High School from Qingshan City. He first glanced at Yili and Jiang Qingzhu, who were seated beside the main seat, and then said with a smile, "The captain of their school team is someone most of you know, named Tang Yao. She is not only the young sect master of Qingshan Sword Pavilion but also a renowned young martial artist in Qingshan City. Martial arts level, 2nd stage, 6th tier, with strength 2 tiers higher than Zhang Yaotu. Her martial arts talent is a B-level, true sword heart. As the name suggests, she excels in swordsmanship. It is said that she is confident and proud by nature, and is undoubtedly the core figure of Qingshan No. 1 High School. She is also considered the only truly challenging opponent for us on this trip. According to the lineup they provided, Tang Yao is even their final trump card." Wang Yongfeng put away his smile, his tone carrying a hint of warning. After listening to his introduction, Yili's eyes lit up. There was no helping it. Defeating that confident and proud kendo girl had indeed piqued his interest. As for the others, apart from Yili, their expressions were all extremely grave. Looking at everyone's reactions, Wang Yongfeng nodded slightly. A 2nd-tier, 6th-level martial artist was already a fairly high rank in the martial arts high schools of Ying Province. Even some substitutes on martial arts university teams were only at this level. However, he wasn't too worried, because according to his judgment, Yili and Jiang Qingzhu together are fully capable of defeating this young sect master of the Sword Pavilion. Among the other 6 members of Qingshan First High School, 4 are at the 7th level of the first rank, 2 are at the 8th level of the first rank, and 1 is at the peak of the first rank. As for their side, even counting Shen Lian, who was demoted to a substitute, their overall strength is still superior. Basically, the chances of winning this match are very high. Thanks to Yili, the initially disadvantageous situation instantly turned into a favorable one. The winning side this time, official team members will receive 1 million Hansha coins, plus a vitality pill as a reward. Wang Yongfeng propped himself on the table and said solemnly, "Substitute team members will only be rewarded with 200,000 Hansha coins, without the vitality pill." "What did you say?" Before the words had even faded, Shen Lian stood up excitedly, glared angrily at Wang Yongfeng, and questioned, "Only 200,000 for a substitute? On what grounds? Are you trying to fool a beggar?" Her outburst was straightforward and clear. She had just been forcibly stripped of her official team member status by Yili. She thought that since she was about to graduate, losing her status wouldn't be a big deal, so she reluctantly accepted the reality. But now, she suddenly realized that this not only meant losing a full 800,000 Hansha coins, but also the precious Qi and blood pill, which was extremely valuable to first-tier martial artists. This completely shattered her emotions. Her mood instantly plummeted to rock bottom. Shen Lian recalled the series of blows Yili had recently dealt her, and a surge of grievance and anger filled her heart. She had fought hard on the school team for 2.5 years, always diligent and striving her best. Even so, the total prize money from all the competitions she had participated in over these 2.5 years was far less than this amount. And Yili, her childhood friend whom she had always treated as a mere tool, not only took her spot on the school team but also beat up her boyfriend. To top it off, he had suddenly become the darling of the school administration. "Shen Lian, are you getting anxious?" Facing Shen Lian's anger, Wang Yongfeng lightly adjusted his glasses and patiently explained, "Teacher, I haven't finished speaking yet." "Please go ahead." Shen Lian calmed down slightly and sat back down. Wang Yongfeng cleared his throat and continued, "In addition to the rewards mentioned earlier, the student who performs the best in this exchange competition will also receive an artifact jointly provided by the 2 cities. After speaking, he looked at Shen Lian and added with a smile, "Moreover, this reward has nothing to do with the substitute status." At this moment, Shen Lian's defenses completely collapsed. "Yili!" She abruptly pushed her chair away, glaring furiously at the young man not far away, and shouted aggressively, "If you have even a shred of conscience left, return those 800,000 Hansha coins and the vitality pills to me." The overbearing tone in her voice was so intense that even Lu Yangda and his little sidekick standing nearby couldn't help but be stunned. This Shen Lian, has she always been this bold? Doesn't she know that Yili could kill her with a single punch right now? Yili opened his eyes and looked at the other person calmly, with neither sorrow nor joy in his gaze. In just a few days, the other party had already forgotten the lesson from last time. It was his fault for going too easy on her, which gave her the courage to speak up again and even the chance to get 200,000 Hansha currency. "Are you mute? I'm talking to you, ungrateful wretch, and to think I treated you so well before." Shen Lian seemed to have regained her her former sharpness, speaking with increasing vigor. Let me tell you, Yili, the school only values your strength. If it weren't for your skills, do you think the school would let someone with such a notorious reputation join the team? As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears. She stared fiercely at Yili, her expression full of grievance. Jiang Qingju raised her eyes. She didn't care about her own reputation, but that didn't mean she was indifferent to Yili's. Her clear eyes shimmered with an icy blue light, and the surrounding temperature gradually dropped. Are you spouting nonsense? Wang Yongfeng frowned at her words. Shenlian, stop spreading baseless rumors. He would never tolerate anyone damaging the relationship between Yili and the school. The boy's potential was astonishing, and the school leadership was racking their brains to make him feel a sense of belonging to Linhai, #1 high school. Yet this damn Shenlian had jumped in to stir up trouble, igniting his fury. If it weren't for the fact that Shenlian was still a substitute for the school team, he would have already kicked her out. What? Am I wrong? Shenlian glared angrily at Yili. The fear in her heart had long vanished. She sneered. Now the whole school knows that Yili, you're a bully who loves to fight and pick on classmates. I even helped spread the word about your heroic deeds in the school team. Yili, at Linhai #1 high school, you're just a rat that everyone wants to beat. Okay. At that moment, Shenlian suddenly saw a flash of ruthlessness in Yili's dark eyes, just like the gaze fixed on a mouse that constantly wreaks havoc in the rice jar, devoid of any mercy, leaving only pure killing intent. The next moment, the young man chuckled softly. At the same time, his entire aura shifted abruptly, and a familiar sense of oppression instantly enveloped Shenlian's heart. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly grew heavy. Shenlian immediately felt she had overstepped, her whole body as if plunged into an icy abyss, a thin layer of sweat slowly seeping down her smooth, delicate back. As the owner of those dark eyes slowly stood up, Shenlian's previously steady heart began to race uncontrollably. Yili, don't go too far. Over more than a decade of interaction, Shenlian had developed a habit. At this critical moment, she instinctively wanted to threaten the other party, but she quickly realized that she had no leverage in her hands to threaten him. No, there seems to be more. Shenlian suddenly remembered that in the novels she had read, even if the female protagonist was weak, she could still smear the powerful senior sister, leaving her unable to defend herself and ultimately driving her to a tragic suicide. As long as the rules are used wisely, Yili will definitely have to tread carefully and won't dare to act recklessly. Yili, don't forget your reputation at school. If you dare to touch me, don't even think about clearing your name again. Shenlian retreated while calmly shouting. Sure enough, upon hearing her words, Yili immediately stopped in his tracks. That handsome face still carried a hint of confusion. It works. Seeing this situation, Shenlian's heartbeat quickened even more, constantly reassuring herself, don't panic, this is the conference room, surrounded by school team members, even the advisor is watching. As long as Yili dares to make a move, those rumors about him bullying classmates will be confirmed. No matter how talented he is, the school will reconsider his qualification for the team. It can really work. As long as I occupy the moral high ground, Yili absolutely won't dare to lay a hand on me. You apologize now and… Shenlian was just about to speak, but her eyes suddenly widened. In her line of sight, Yili's figure vanished without a trace in an instant. Almost at the same time, she felt a palm gently press against her chest. The breath of death came rushing toward her. Suddenly, a heavy, muffled boom echoed through the conference room. Bang! The heavy wooden door burst open with a thunderous crash, with splinters flying everywhere. Shenlian was thrown backward, blood gushing wildly. Her chest was horrifyingly sunken, most of her ribs shattered, and the bones protecting her internal organs were nearly broken. She fell heavily onto the bluestone floor, rolling over a dozen times before finally coming to a stop. Yu Chanxian, her voice hoarse, silently watched the scene unfold. Lu Yongde trembled all over, not daring to even turn his head, staring fixedly at the table in front of him. Jiang Qingju nodded slightly, as if she had anticipated the boy's actions, and calmly sat back in her seat. Using violence to counter violence and virtue to repay virtue is precisely Yili's way of doing things. Wang Yongfeng's expression was stiff. He swallowed and looked outside at the barely breathing Shenlian with a complicated gaze, saying nothing more. He saw very clearly that if Shenlian hadn't jumped out to cause trouble herself, Yili wouldn't have bothered with her at all. If one always endures without taking action, it would instead seem lacking in sharpness. Martial arts is not academic research. For a martial arts prodigy like Yili at his age, showing off his sharpness is a must. Moreover, he noticed that Yili held back a bit at the end, otherwise, that punch just now would have taken Shenlian's life, rather than merely breaking his ribs as it did. Ah, what's youth without a bit of recklessness? Wang Yongfeng sighed in his heart. In front of Shenlian, Yili flexed his wrist, smiling faintly as he walked toward her unhurriedly. Seeing this, Shenlian trembled all over, fear and regret surging through her like a tide. This lunatic, does he not care about his reputation at all? Damn it, damn it, damn it, why did I have to provoke him? Now, forget about 800,000 in the vitality pills, even 200,000, no. Even the martial exam results will be affected, no. It might even leave hidden injuries that could impact future cultivation. Ah, Shenlian's features twisted as she writhed in pain on the ground, blood continuously gushing from her mouth. Immediately after, Yili's calm yet teasing voice came from beside her ear. "Classmate, get up quickly. Sleeping here is not allowed. Severely injuring and humiliating the childhood friend you've secretly loved for 10 years. Evil deed value plus 3,000. Current evil value, 10,200 points." Shenlian's vision went black and intense pain swept through her body. She fainted on the spot. "Mr. Wang, she openly spread rumors about me and even humiliated me to my face." Yili turned around, looked at Wang Yongfeng, whose expression was complicated, and said calmly, "Giving her a little lesson shouldn't count as breaking school rules, right?" To be honest, he was also puzzled about where Shenlian got the courage. Could it be that she didn't know her own cultivation level? These 3,000 points of evil deeds were practically being forcibly stuffed into his arms. Of course. Wang Yongfeng took a deep breath, his expression helpless, and said with a bitter smile, "When you're young and encounter this kind of person, it's indeed easy to get angry. Missing one substitute won't make much of a difference for this exchange match." "Well then, that concludes today's meeting." As he spoke, Wang Yongfeng took out his phone to dial the emergency number and solemnly said to everyone before the call connected, "All of you go back and get ready. We depart tomorrow. Qingshan number 1 Middle School, inside the training building." A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle swept his gaze over the solemn faces of the people in the room and smiled as he spoke. "Information about the opponents for this exchange competition has already been sent to you. Tomorrow morning, they will arrive at our school, so consider this a pre-battle meeting. If anyone has any thoughts, feel free to share them now." His gaze finally rested on the figure across the long table, and he smiled warmly. "Tang Yao, why don't you start?" The girl sitting across the long table was addressed as Tang Yao. She wore a black and white kendo uniform, and a straight horizontal sword lay flat on the table before her. Her aura was incredibly sharp, as if everything around her had dimmed, losing its original edge and brilliance. Only true masters who had entered the realm of kendo could possess such a presence. The girl's identity was unmistakable. She was the kendo prodigy that Qingshan High School prided itself on, and also the young master of the sword pavilion, Tang Yao. "I don't have any particular opinion." Tang Yao lifted her bright eyes, a faintly cold smile appearing on her delicate face. "Apart from that Zhang Qingzhu, the others are nothing more than a motley crew." The confidence in her tone was so strong that it made people instinctively believe her. Hearing this, the middle-aged teacher nodded in satisfaction. Over the years, he had seen countless geniuses, and Tang Yao was undoubtedly one of the most promising. Her future achievements might not be inferior to those of the sword pavilion master. The middle-aged teacher then turned his gaze to the others and deliberately said with a smile, "What about you? Tell me, do you all think the opponents are just a disorganized crowd like your captain does?" "Of course not." A boy with a delicate and reserved demeanor stood up, picking up the documents on the table as he spoke in a low voice. "Most of the members from Linhai First High School we've already studied before. But on this official lineup, there's one person we still don't know much about. Just in case, let me briefly introduce his information. This person, apart from Vice Captain Liu Yangda, is another first-tier peak martial artist from Linhai number 1 High School's team, named Yili. This member was suddenly added last week, and I specifically asked a few friends studying at Linhai number 1 High School. They said they hadn't heard of this person at all in the past 3 years." The middle-aged teacher looked at him in surprise and said, "So, you're saying he has been enduring silently for the past 3 years, building up strength for a breakthrough?" The effeminate young man nodded. "That's what I think." Then, he put down the file in his hand, looked at everyone, and said, "Compared to other members, this Yili seems to have appeared out of nowhere. His fighting style is unclear, and his martial arts talent is also unknown. Therefore, I think we must take him seriously." "Brother Chen, you're also at the peak of the first stage. Don't you have confidence in dealing with him?" a team member asked. "That's hard to say." A boy named Chen Deng, with a delicate demeanor, glanced at that team member and said in a deep voice, "The main reason is that Yili has been talked about very mysteriously at Linhai number 1 High School." "Mysteriously?" "Yes, it's said that he single-handedly defeated Vice Captain Liu Yangda and even won consecutively against 2 official school team members." As soon as Chen Deng finished speaking, the middle-aged teacher frowned, and the other team members also showed serious expressions. The members of Linhai number 1 High School's team were at least at the first-tier 7th level. A 1 against 3, apart from Tang Yao, no one in Qingshan number 1 High School could achieve such a feat. Chen Deng said with a gloomy expression, "Although the rumors are certainly exaggerated, and Yili himself definitely didn't win easily, he might indeed have the strength to threaten the captain, so we must be cautious." "Ha!" Tang Yao, who had her eyes closed and was resting, let out a soft laugh, the corners of her mouth curling into a mocking smile. Clearly, she did not agree with Chen Deng's opinion. She thought to herself, a first-tier peak martial artist, if they could withstand one of her strikes, it would already be considered her holding back. Among the Linhai number 1 High School camp, only the eldest daughter of the Zheng family, whose martial arts level was close to hers, barely qualified to be regarded as her opponent. Tang Yao raised her sharp eyes and said indifferently, "If you want to be cautious, then be cautious." cautious. Just don't include me. Hearing her say this, Chindeng not only showed no dissatisfaction but even a hint of fervor flashed in his eyes as he replied with an awkward smile. Of course I know, with the captain's strength, defeating him is definitely not a problem. I was just speaking casually. The other members also nodded one after another, casting the same admiring gaze toward the girl who sat with her eyes closed, exuding an air of arrogance. The middle-aged man could see everyone's admiration for Tang Yao and also understood that she did not enjoy being looked at in this way. In order not to upset Tang Yao, he immediately said with a smile, "Let's wrap up today's meeting here. Everyone, go back and rest to prepare for tomorrow afternoon's match." Understood. After Tang Yao and the middle-aged teacher left the meeting room, those who remained all turned their gaze toward Chindeng. One of them took the lead and spoke, "Brother Chen, we've prepared everything for that matter, and everyone has been gathered." "That's right. As soon as the people from Linhai No. 1 High School arrive tomorrow afternoon, we'll immediately find an excuse to invite them for a martial arts sparring session. Having over 100 first-tier martial artists take turns will definitely drain their stamina completely." Listening to everyone's words, Chindeng nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the tightly closed door not far away. A hint of self-mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If Captain Tang knew we planned to win using such tactics, would he be furious? Everyone understood that he was worried about the plan being exposed. Immediately, someone stood up anxiously and said, "Brother Chen, tomorrow afternoon, people from Jiangha and Fong Yun University will come to watch the competition. For the sake of our future, we must give it our all. Our overall strength is weaker than theirs. Even with Captain Tang holding the fort, we might still be outshone." Exactly. Without that million Hanxia coins and the vitality pills, how can we compete with those exotic beasts in the martial exam? Brother Chen, everyone knows how much you care about Captain Tang. To keep up with Captain Tang's pace and gain the favor of Jiangha or Fong Yun University, this is a must. Before the words had even faded, everyone was eagerly looking at Chindeng, their excited voices filling the entire conference room. They all longed to win this exchange competition, claim the generous rewards, enhance their own strength, and even attract the attention of Jian Pavilion and Fong Yun University. Jian Pavilion is undoubtedly the leading sect in Qingshan City, enjoying great renown throughout the entire Ing province. Fong Yun University, on the other hand, is widely recognized within Ing province as the martial arts university with the richest resources, deepest foundations, and greatest strength. If they can perform well in the exchange competition, there is a high chance of gaining their favor and securing early admission. From then on, life will surely be bright and smooth. With such generous rewards in front of them, it's no wonder they are willing to risk being banned and take such a gamble. After listening to everyone's words, the self-mockery on Chindeng's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a cold and sinister expression. The martial arts exam was approaching, and he was already aware of his lack of strength. Being at the peak of the first stage was considered above average among martial arts high school students, but it was nothing compared to those geniuses who had stepped into the second stage. If he wanted to catch up to that dazzling figure, he had to use every means possible. Clear the space in the martial arts arena in advance. Move quietly and make sure the school doesn't notice. You must exhaust most of their energy. Understood. Also, Chindeng's eyes sparkled as his thoughts raced. As long as they enter the martial arts arena, it doesn't matter if they perform a bit poorly. The first ones to act are all ordinary martial arts students, so even if things are exposed, it won't affect our future. Shanghai City, high-speed rail station. The high-speed train, like a giant dragon, roared into the station, gradually slowing down as it approached the platform. Yili stood up from his seat, his gaze directed out the window. Speaking of which, in this world, some high-level martial artists can surpass the speed of high-speed trains with their physical running abilities. Moreover, some low-level martial artists, after awakening their corresponding martial arts talents, can also achieve this. When the exotic beasts in the secret realm outside the city riot or even launch a beast tide, the railway is highly likely to be damaged, and at that time, these martial artists can come into play. To ensure the normal operation of high-speed rail, the Railway Bureau also issues commissions, inviting martial artists to regularly clear the surrounding areas of the tracks of exotic beasts. These martial artists are sometimes adventurers taking on jobs, and sometimes martial arts students from martial arts universities earning some pocket money. Different worlds naturally give rise to different professions. Yi Li's thoughts drifted as he followed the crowd off the high-speed rail. A group of people had just walked out of the high-speed rail station when two students in school uniforms approached them. "You must be the friends from Linhai No. 1 High School, right?" One of them said with a smile, "We've already arranged a hotel for you to rest. Just follow us." All right. Before long, the group headed to the reception hotel prepared for them by Qingshan No. 1 High School. The hotel was located in the city center, with an impressive decor style and extraordinary standards. Clearly, the reception team from Qingshan No. 1 High School had put in a lot of effort. Teacher. After the team members from Linhai No. 1 High School returned to their rooms, two reception students from Qingshan No. 1 High School approached Wang Yongfeng and said with a light smile, "If you don't have any plans next, why not visit Qingshan No. 1 High School? It's not far from here, and and it would be a good chance to familiarize yourself with the environment in advance. Wang Yongfeng thought for a moment and nodded in response. Alright, I'll go call the others. No rush. The two students exchanged a smile, their eyes gleaming with excitement. As long as he steps into Qingshan No. 1 High School, the plan will already be halfway successful. Inside the hotel room, Yili carefully examined the surroundings and was overall satisfied. The exchange competition wouldn't start until 3 in the afternoon, so there was plenty of time. Sitting on the bed, he summoned the system panel. Name, Yili. Martial arts level, Tier 2, Stage 1, 15%. Current evil value, 10,200 points. It had been several days since breaking through to the second tier, but he was still stuck at the first stage, which made him feel a bit restless. Despite having over 10,000 points of sin value at his disposal, Yili refrained from allocating them, waiting for the boost from the breathing technique. After several inquiries, Jiang Qingzhu always replied, it still needs a bit more time. Extracting an S-level breathing technique was evidently no easy task, so Yili didn't press her, merely nodding silently. As the days passed, watching the accumulated points pile up without being able to use them inevitably made him anxious. He decided to wait 2 more days until the exchange competition ended. If he still hadn't received the breathing technique by then, he wouldn't wait any longer. Yili took a deep breath. After the exchange competition, the martial arts exam would follow closely behind. To play it safe, he had to find a breathing technique to use first. His unwillingness to settle for less had now become a burden. At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. Yili got up, walked over, and opened it, revealing Jiang Qingzhu's cold yet exquisite face. Teacher Wang asked us to gather and visit Qingshan First High School together. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Qingzhu blinked and spoke in a relaxed tone. Visit? Yes, consider it getting familiar with the environment in advance. After speaking, she lightly brushed her ring with her delicate hand, and a heavy tome appeared. This is the Jiang family's White Mist, Frost and Snow. When handing the ancient book to Yili, Jiang Qingzhu looked slightly apologetic. I spent quite a bit of time retrieving it. Sorry about that. This thick? Yili took the ancient book and asked in surprise. This was the thickest one he had ever received. Yes, that's why it's very difficult to steal it quietly. Jiang Qingzhu nodded, with a hint of pride, but that won't stop me. Yili opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and asked suspiciously, won't you get punished for doing this? Stealing the family-inherited S-level breathing technique to give it away. In any world, this would be something that would make a father see red, right? Solitary confinement? Corporal punishment? He instantly imagined countless possible punishments for her. But Jiang Qingzhu remained indifferent, waving her hand lightly. Don't worry, they won't kill me. How is that supposed to be reassuring? Yili rubbed his temples and then said, but still, thank you. Next time you're in trouble, I'll help you. Don't say that. This is a fair trade between us. Jiang Qingzhu's expression was serious, feeling that the other party was being too polite. Clearly, they had helped her a great deal, yet they acted as if they were the ones at a disadvantage. Moreover, the two of them were already friends, at least, she considered them to be, so there was no need to be so particular. Yili chuckled lightly and nodded, saying, then I'll take a look. Could you let the teacher know for me? I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be going to Qingshan No. 1 High School to familiarize myself with the environment for now. Alright. Jiang Qingzhu lightly pursed her red lips, then reminded him, this, White Mist, Frost, Snow, is extremely difficult to cultivate, far beyond those martial skills from before. I have been practicing for nearly a year and have only just stepped into the entry stage, still far from mastery. So if you don't understand it for now, there's no need to worry. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me. I'll teach you everything I know and guarantee that within a year, no, with your aptitude, you'll reach the entry stage in 3 months. After speaking, she waved at Yili. Shall I leave now? Yili lightly nodded at her promise, thinking to himself, 3 months? By then, the daylilies will have gone cold. After Jiang Qingzhu walked away, he slammed the door shut and turned back to the bed. Calming his emotions, Yili slowly opened the panel. Yili never expected that 1 second he was still troubled by the breathing technique, and the next second the technique was directly delivered into his hands. Originally, he had planned to use the second tier, first level white panel to try his luck with that so-called Tangyao, claim the reward afterward, and then find a makeshift breathing technique to use for the time being. But now it seemed there was no need to wait at all. Yili's gaze fell on the panel. He silently exhaled, and the thick tome slowly unfolded before his eyes. He flipped through it page by page. S-class breathing technique, White Mist and Frost Snow, not initiated. According to Jiang Qingzhu, this S-class breathing technique is extremely difficult to cultivate and will likely consume a significant amount of sin points. Yili had not delved much into breathing techniques before, thinking that this time adding points might not bring significant gains. However, there was no need to worry too much. Last time, when he used 8,000 points of sin value, he was able to upgrade the SSS level Undying Golden Soul to LV2. This time, with over 10,000 points of sin value, there should be no reason he couldn't master this S-level breathing technique. Might as well take a good look and see what mysteries are hidden in this advanced breathing technique worth millions of Hansha currency. Yili calmed his mind, and the tens of thousands of points of evil value on the panel surged out like a torrent, pouring grandly into this breathing technique. Evil value consumed. Beginning enhancement of S-level breathing technique, White Mist Frost Snow. As you open this mysterious breathing technique for the first time, you fall into deep thought. The words are familiar, yet they form a sentence that is completely incomprehensible. You can't help but wonder, how are these words combined into a sentence? In order to master this highly challenging S-level breathing technique, you must calm your mind and try to understand it by combining the context. Current evil value, 10,200 points. After consuming 1,000 points of sin value, you have learned a new method to restore true energy through breathing. Unlike the previous crude method of gulping and siphoning, it no longer involves indiscriminately inhaling air and spiritual energy. Instead, you have discovered a way to guide spiritual energy, allowing each breath to be accompanied by a significant amount of it. After consuming 2,000 points of sin value, you have become proficient in using breathing frequency to guide spiritual energy and have begun attempting to imbue your true energy with a chilling sensation. After consuming 3,000 points of sin value, you have mastered the technique of imbuing your true energy with a cold attribute. With every physical contact, you can forcibly inject a wisp of cold energy into your enemy's body. White Mist and Frost, beginner. This is precisely the realm that Zhang Qingzhu has achieved. By infusing true energy imbued with cold aura into fists and feet, the opponent's limbs gradually stiffen and may even suffer frostbite through repeated strikes. However, for ordinary practitioners, the enchantment of cold aura remains confined to the physical body at this stage, and Zhang Qingzhu still held a matching spear, which could also carry a chilling effect. Being rich is really great. Yili gently shook his head and continued allocating points. After consuming 5,000 points of sin value and years of diligent research, you no longer need to rely on specific breathing rhythms. You can quickly restore your true energy with just a normal breathing pattern. Martial skill level upgraded, White Mist Frost Snow, proficient. After consuming 6,000 sin points, due to a deeper understanding of the breathing technique, the true chi within your body has largely acquired cold energy. As long as your palm makes contact with the enemy for a few seconds, you can expend a large amount of true chi to instantly freeze them. Martial skill level upgraded, White Mist Frost Snow, mastery. After consuming 8,000 sin points, your control over cold energy has reached perfection, and the speed of true chi recovery through the breathing technique is dozens of times faster than before training. Martial skill level upgraded, White Mist Frost Snow, mastery. After consuming 9,000 evil points, you can freely control the cold energy within your body and begin researching a method to release it all at once. System, add points. After consuming 10,000 evil points, you have mastered the technique of instantly unleashing a massive amount of cold energy, sweeping across all directions. Comprehended technique, Frost Snow over the sky. Frost and Snow over the sky enhances true energy output, allowing you to unleash a massive burst of cold air, freezing everything around you instantly. Martial skill level increased, White Mist and Frost Snow perfected to the pinnacle. Ding! Comment, this upgrade consumed a total of 10,000 points of sin value, equivalent to the results of 50 years of arduous cultivation. Though you are not yet 20 years old, in terms of mastery over this breathing technique, even Zhang Qingzhu would have to call you master. 50 years of arduous cultivation have finally brought this S-level breathing technique to perfection. The internal energy flows swiftly within the body, and with each breath, one can feel the increase in power. With just a single thought, this energy coursing through the body can instantly transform into bone-chilling cold. Staring at the text on the panel, Yili's heartbeat quickened slightly as he finally understood why this S-rank breathing technique was so expensive. First of all, the speed of energy recovery is incredibly fast. Once fully mastered, it is dozens of times faster compared to martial artists who haven't practiced any breathing techniques. What would take the latter an entire day of focused cultivation to recover, the former can achieve in just an hour. Moreover, there's no need to worry about factors like breathing rhythm, noisy environments, or the concentration of spiritual energy. It can be said that aside from its high cost and difficulty to learn, the S-rank breathing technique has almost no obvious drawbacks. Not to mention that after cultivating to perfection, one would also gain an additional skill similar to a superpower. Yili's gaze lingered on the introduction of Frost and Snow over the sky, and a trace of excitement ignited in his heart. Frost and Snow over the sky. I really wonder what level of power its outburst can reach. He walked toward the training room equipped in the hotel. After briefly surveying the roughly 20 square meter space, Yili's eyes gleamed with a bright icy blue, and an incredibly sharp cold wind instantly swept out from around him. A thunderous explosion echoed through the air as visible frost spread outward in a shockwave, slamming heavily against the walls and instantly bursting into layers of crystalline ice. Yili stared in surprise at the strange phenomenon around him. This strike had consumed about 20% of his true energy. Thick white mist spread throughout the training room. If an ordinary first-tier martial artist were to inhale it, they would feel intense pain in their lungs. The white mist combined with Frost and Snow makes the name of this breathing technique quite fitting. In addition, the cushion, steps, instruments, all the facilities between Yili and the wall were covered covered in a thick layer of solid ice, completely motionless. Yili tried to scrape at the ice layer and found it to be 3 or 4 centimeters thick, his expression full of surprise. It seems that an ordinary first-tier martial artist, if unprepared, would most likely be instantly overwhelmed by the frost and snow unleashed. Even if one doesn't lose consciousness from the cold, they will definitely collapse and lose their combat ability. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? The techniques that come with an S-rank breathing method are actually this powerful. How can ordinary martial arts students compete? Yili walked out of the training room, and in just a dozen breaths, most of the true energy consumed in his body had already recovered. Current malice value, 200 points. Seeing the number nearing the bottom, Yili felt a trace of anxiety surge in his heart and let out a soft sigh. If it weren't for the lack of unethical martial arts schools nearby, he would have already wanted to challenge one directly. There were still several hours until that so-called exchange competition. By then, he would have to earn a good wave of evil points. Having only a 3-digit balance at the moment was still too unsettling. Unfortunately, there's no reason to take action for now, nor is there a suitable target. I can only pin my hopes on that guy named Tang Yao, hoping his popularity on campus won't lose to Jiang Qingzhu. Otherwise, earning a large amount of malice points will be very difficult. Just as he was about to go to bed, Yili's phone on the bedside table suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and glanced at it, and the lazy expression on his face instantly disappeared as he sat up straight. 2 brief messages appeared prominently on the screen. Jiang Qingzhu, surrounded at the training ground. Jiang Qingzhu, a lot of people came with ill intentions, insisting on sparring with us. We can't get away, and it's a bit tricky. Do you have time to help? Inside the vast training ground, under the towering and majestic building, hundreds of figures gathered around the battle stage, encircling a group of people. A cold and outstanding young girl stood behind the crowd, her fair fingers swiftly tapping on the phone screen. Just call their teacher over. This group doesn't follow the rules. The teacher isn't here? Not here. They're all students from Qingshan No. 1 High School, constantly forcing us to make a move. Alright, I understand. Hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu let out a sigh of relief and then put the phone back in her pocket. The young man had always been reliable, so she probably didn't need to worry this time. Jiang Qingzhu looked up at the crowd arguing not far away, her brows gently furrowing. A trace of gentle light quietly rose in those clear eyes. She had thought this was just an ordinary tour session. The team leader, Wang Yangfeng, didn't pay much attention and went straight to the grade-level office, intending to exchange teaching and educational experiences with the teachers of Qingshan No. 1 High School. However, as Jiang Qingzhu and her group had just entered the martial arts arena, the originally harmonious atmosphere suddenly changed. Out of nowhere, over 100 martial arts students appeared, enthusiastically rushing over to strike up a conversation. As the team captain, Jiang Qingzhu politely exchanged a few pleasantries with them, but the other party suddenly shifted the topic, unexpectedly requesting, "We've heard for a long time that the school team of Linhai No. 1 High is very strong. Could we have a friendly sparring match?" Although Jiang Qingzhu coldly rejected this request, there was someone in the Linhai No. 1 High School team named Yu Chanshan, a carefree and overly kind person, who couldn't resist the other party's repeated pleas and directly stepped onto the stage. Jiang Qingzhu felt a faint sense of unease, but considering Yu Chanshan's 8th-level first-tier cultivation, competing in a match with an ordinary martial arts student wouldn't take much time or waste too much energy, so she ultimately agreed. As a result, this comparison unexpectedly went awry. The other side sent out a boy with a delicate and gentle demeanor who, with his peak first-tier cultivation, caught Yu Chanshan off guard and knocked her unconscious. This immediately enraged everyone from Linhai No. 1 High School. Lu Yangda, accompanied by 2 lackeys, rushed forward, glaring angrily and hurling curses, demanding an explanation. Hundreds of people from Qingshan No. 1 High School were not to be outdone and mocked loudly. You lack the skills and get mad when you lose? If you can't handle it, you shouldn't have agreed in the first place. Upon hearing this, Lu Yangda instantly lost his composure. Qingshan No. 1 High School, using such underhanded tricks. If one of our big brothers had been here, would you have had the chance to play dirty? That's right. When you came to provoke us, our big brother could have slapped you all down with one hand. Bragging without a draft. Is Linhai No. 1 High School just full of smooth talkers like you? If you've got the guts, come up and face me one-on-one. The two sides engaged in a fierce exchange of insults, arguing relentlessly. One side was driven by anger, while the other harbored calculations, showing no signs of calming down. Meanwhile, the delicate-looking boy standing on the stage remained composed throughout, exuding an extraordinary coolness. Jiang Qingzhu helped the unconscious Yu Chanshan off the stage to rest and immediately sent a message to Yili. At this moment, she took in the quarreling crowd at a glance, took a deep breath, and calmed her emotions. Then, she coldly looked at the effeminate boy on the stage and got up to walk over. The other party casually injuring her teammate was clearly a provocation. Jiang Qingzhu's second-tier, 4th-level cultivation gradually became apparent, and in just a breath, she had already arrived below the battle stage. Seeing the cold and aloof young girl with a faint trace of anger on her face stand up, Chindang broke out in a cold sweat. This cold and aloof beauty with long long black hair was very likely the eldest daughter of the Zheng family from Linhai City. Second tier, 4th level cultivation, A-grade martial arts talent, S-grade breathing technique. Quickly assessing the opponent's setup in his mind, Deng immediately felt immense pressure, as his own peak first-tier strength could only be considered mediocre. Boom! Suppressing the panic in his heart, Deng smiled faintly and deliberately raised his voice to ask, "Student Jian, what are you trying to do?" His raised voice immediately caught the attention of the audience below, and the quarrel suddenly paused. Hundreds of eyes simultaneously turned to the stage. Seeing the cold and aloof young girl slowly step onto the stage, everyone's gaze instantly sharpened. The solid cultivation of the second tier, 4th level, made them feel an invisible pressure in an instant. "You bully the weak with your strength, so I will fight violence with violence." Jiang Qingzhu spoke coldly, her expression as icy as frost. "Do you want to spar? All right." Deng was overjoyed. He had been waiting for her to say this. Considering that he needed to conserve his strength, he immediately turned to look at the audience below the stage and said with a smile, "Is there anyone who wants to experience the true strength of the captain of Linhai No. 1 High School's team? I can give up this opportunity." As soon as the words were spoken, someone immediately understood and gritted their teeth in agreement. "I'll do it." A trace of coldness flashed in Jiang Qingzhu's eyes. She had completely figured out the other party's plan. Clearly, they wanted to rely on a war of attrition, forcibly draining the stamina of her group to easily win the exchange match in the afternoon. For this reason, they even specifically posted a temporarily closed sign outside the training ground and sent the on-duty teacher away. Despicable. Fortunately, she notified Yili in time. She believed that before long, he would bring a teacher to resolve the situation. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingzhu summoned a pure white spear, her overwhelming aura becoming even more striking. The warrior opposite her couldn't even withstand a direct confrontation and was blasted off the high platform with a single strike. But soon, another person volunteered to step onto the platform. Jiang Qingzhu once again sent them flying with a single strike, and then another person stepped up. This cycle repeated over and over. She truly lives up to being the eldest daughter of the Zheng family. Back on the ground, Deng's eyes sparkled with admiration. Ordinary first-tier warriors are no match for her. Even if I went up, I wouldn't last more than a few rounds. "Brother Chen, don't worry," someone beside him said with a smile. "Ants can bite an elephant to death. We have 126 first-rank martial artists on our side. Are we afraid she can't hold out? At most, 20 or 30 people will be enough to exhaust her true energy." "That's true." Deng nodded slightly, feeling much more at ease. The plan had reached this point, which basically meant it was a success. That deputy captain named Lu Yando was still under the stage, rubbing his hands together, ready to go up. He was nothing more than a clown. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Deng's mouth. "Brother Chen, what about Yili?" At this moment, someone leaned over and asked worriedly, "He didn't come to watch. If he hears about what's happening here, will he go and find the teacher? Let them call if they want." Deng shook his head indifferently and said, "Our school has so many teaching buildings. He's an outsider, unfamiliar with the place. By the time the teacher arrives, it'll already be too late. What if he doesn't call anyone and comes directly? Then there's even less to worry about. A first-tier peak martial artist might not even be able to beat me." Meanwhile, outside the martial arts training ground, in the pavilion used to check the identities of people entering and exiting, a student on guard duty was dozing off. As long as they prevented anyone from entering within the hour, their plan would be a success. Because of this, many fellow students who came to stroll around the training ground were turned away. At that moment, a figure appeared from the corner not far away. The student on guard duty in the pavilion caught sight of it from the corner of his eye, immediately woke up and sat upright. The approaching person had flowing garments, gently swaying black hair, a cold expression, and was walking briskly toward them. "He's really handsome, but he's not wearing a school uniform. Could he be from another school?" he thought absent-mindedly. As he was pondering, the black-clad youth had already approached. Seeing this, the student on guard quickly stood up, reached out, and called out, "Classmate, over here." Bang! Before he could finish speaking, the newcomer let out a cold snort, spun their body, and sent their right foot hurtling toward the pavilion like a cannonball. With a deafening crash, the pavilion was instantly reduced to rubble. The student on lookout was also sent flying, landing heavily on the ground and falling unconscious. Yili, however, paid no attention and continued striding swiftly toward the martial arts arena, his pace quickening until he broke into a full sprint. Yili's dark eyes burned with intensity as the true energy within him circulated, gradually taking on a chill. To be on the safe side, even though he was running at an incredible speed, his aura remained perfectly concealed. Yili was well aware that his cultivation was meant to strike down opponents, not to scare them off at first sight. That said, the other side would probably still be quite pleased to see him coming alone. After all, in Yili's perception, there were over 100 faint presences in the martial arts arena, all at the level of first-tier warriors. Against such a lineup, the combat power of a single second-tier warrior was clearly insufficient to hold his own. Obviously, this was a trap set by Qingshan High School specifically specifically targeting them, likely aiming to weaken Linhai High School's strength as much as possible before the battle. But Yili was completely unfazed by this. In fact, he had no idea who the mastermind was, nor did he know Qingshan High School's official stance on the matter. All he knew was that he was about to unleash a massacre. He was not blinded by the prospect of great benefits. On the contrary, his mind was exceptionally clear at this moment. He was almost a stranger to Qingshan High School and had no way of contacting Wang Yongfeng. If he sought outside help, it would inevitably waste time. Even if it could help Jiang Qingzhu and her group out of their predicament, it would be meaningless, as the opponent's goal would already have been achieved. So, to truly provide substantial help, one must make the other party pay an unbearable price. The other side must have assessed Linhai No. 1 High School's combat strength beforehand. Setting a trap naturally means they are brimming with confidence. He is the variable in this game. Originally, he had been worried about his evil deeds' value hitting rock bottom, but now it seemed there was no need to worry at all. Yili's heart warmed slightly, but he quickly calmed down. The howling wind roared past his ears, whipping his jet-black robes into a flurry. With the consummate mastery of the soaring dragon riding the wind technique, his slender figure seemed to ride the fierce wind as he suddenly charged toward the entrance of the martial arena. The tightly shut, heavy wooden doors burst open with a bang, and a figure wrapped in a fierce wind pressure crashed in, landing heavily in the center of the arena. Stunned gazes turned one after another toward this unexpected arrival. Such an imposing entrance clearly startled everyone present. Even Jiang Qingzhu, who had just sent her opponent flying on the battle stage, raised her spear and looked up. As the fierce wind gradually subsided, it revealed a handsome young man dressed in black. Big brother. Upon recognizing the person's face, Lu Yangda under the platform was overjoyed. Oh my god, you actually came. Even a fool could sense that something was wrong from Jiang Qingzhu's increasingly strained performance. Lu Yangda was no exception. Realizing the situation was dire, he originally planned to find an opportunity to slip out and seek help, but he was firmly blocked under the platform by hundreds of people from Qingshan No. 1 High School. Even his little lackeys were being closely watched, leaving Lu Yangda sweating anxiously. Unexpectedly, just when he was at his wit's end, the mysterious powerhouse who had once treated him like a dog suddenly appeared to save the day. Lu Yangda had never imagined that the figure who once seemed terrifying beyond measure could now shine so brilliantly like a savior. Big brother? Hearing the voice, Qindeng in the spectator seats was first taken aback, then his expression turned grave. Is it that Yili? He arrived so quickly. He hadn't expected that the person on lookout duty failed to give a timely warning. This situation was a bit odd. Could it be negligence, or had they fallen asleep? Fortunately, there was no one else behind the other party. It seemed he had come alone. Thinking of this, Qindeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, his tone carrying a hint of mocking laughter. Seems like a reckless fool without a brain. Probably rushed over in a hurry after learning their companion was in trouble, completely unaware it was a trap and without assessing the disparity in strength between the two sides. Ha, let me give you a proper lesson. Qindeng's lips curled slightly as he stood up and smiled at the black-clad youth below the stage. Classmate, you came at just the right time. We are having a friendly sparring session. I wonder if you're interested. As they spoke, many martial artists from Qingshan No. 1 High School subtly shifted their steps, silently blocking the exit. Noticing their little maneuver, Yili couldn't help but chuckle softly. Sure, how do you want to spar? Naturally, a one-on-one match on stage. Qindeng replied with a smile. A one-on-one duel? Yili looked around and saw more and more people gathering. He joked, is a one-on-one duel at Qingshan No. 1 High School just me fighting all of you? Hearing this, Qindeng on the stage frowned slightly. What do you mean by that? Nothing much, don't get me wrong. Yili glanced around, the true energy within him surging and roaring. He looked up and smiled. What I mean is, I really like your one-on-one style. Qindeng narrowed his eyes slightly, willing to accept a spar? Of course. Yili smiled as if making an announcement. As soon as he finished speaking, billowing white mist surged from his entire body, and his figure became semi-transparent. This phenomenon made Qindeng on the stage change his expression. Just from the aura emanating from the other party and the current stance, there was no way he seemed like a peak first-tier martial artist. Something was off, extremely off. Wait a moment. As soon as Qindeng began to speak, Yili's figure had already vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was standing before the numerous students of Qingshan No. 1 High School, surrounded by billowing white mist, resembling a burning immortal. The white mist moved nimbly like a spirit, swirling rapidly around his body, exuding an air of profound mystery. In the instant when everyone's pupils contracted sharply, this immortal took a step forward and unleashed a powerful punch into the air, aiming directly at the person in the front. A deep, explosive sound echoed across the entire scene. An ancient saying goes, a sound worth more than gold cannot be bought. A chillingly clear sound of bones cracking suddenly rang out. The fierce force exploded on that person, sending him flying backward. Blood sprayed wildly as he screamed, crashing into several others before slamming heavily into the wall. The entire process was as swift as a thunderclap. It wasn't until white steam, like flames, rose around Yi Li's body that the others snapped back to their senses, their eyes filled with shock as they instinctively stepped back. On the viewing platform, Chen Deng was also dumbfounded, his jaw dropping in astonishment. He had never expected the opponent to strike with such ruthless ferocity. That punch just now had directly left 5 or 6 first-tier martial artists severely injured, completely losing their ability to fight. Moreover, after such severe injuries, whether those individuals could still participate in the martial exam as usual became a significant question. Boom! At that moment, another deafening sound of cement shattering echoed. Chen Deng instinctively looked down and saw several more students from Qingshan No. 1 High School struck by the black-clad youth. They spewed blood from their mouths as they were sent flying, unconscious. The calmness he had maintained in his heart was now completely shaken, trembling violently. Yi Li raised his head at this moment, meeting his gaze directly. Those pitch-black eyes stared coldly, devoid of any trace of emotion. Chen Deng could no longer suppress the trembling in his heart and roared furiously, "You call this friendly sparring? Stop fighting! Stop it right now!" Before his words had even finished, he suddenly leapt up, descending swiftly with a gleaming, sharp golden blade appearing in his hand, slashing fiercely toward Yi Li's forehead. This was a sea-level martial talent, concentrated light blade. The other students from Qingshan No. 1 High School also snapped out of their daze, their anger boiling over. They shouted furiously in unison, drawing their weapons and surrounding the boy in black. At the very moment Chen Deng's blade came slashing down, Yi Li's illusory figure suddenly moved at high speed, transforming into a blur. With the support of 2 perfected martial techniques, the Celestial Step and the Dragon Riding Wind Manual, his speed far surpassed that of martial artists at the same level. Not to mention that Chen Deng before him was only at the peak of the first tier. The seemingly swift slash of the blade appeared slow and sluggish in Yi Li's eyes, as if in slow motion. He deftly dodged the blade's light, grabbed Chen Deng's descending face, and suddenly exerted force, slamming him hard into the ground. Boom! Under the impact of the 2 opposing forces, Chen Deng's head struck the ground heavily. His entire body instantly lost consciousness, stiffening straight like a rod. From a distance, he looked just like a chopstick stuck upright in the ground. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qingju on the battle platform began to breathe faster. Lu Yangda and the others felt their throats dry, and their Adam's apples bobbed. The remaining students from Qingshan No. 1 High School stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the young man in black. He actually defeated Brother Chen in one move. Even the school's teachers couldn't take down Brother Chen in a single strike, yet he was stronger than the instructors. Come on, keep going. Don't you all love a battle of attrition? Yi Li exhaled a breath of turbid air, his arrogant gaze sweeping over the stunned crowd. A distinct trace of mockery appeared on his handsome, fair face. Seeing this, the students of Qingshan No. 1 High School couldn't help but feel a chill rise from the depths of their hearts, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, the cold seeping into their bones. Everyone, don't panic. At this moment, a student from Qingshan No. 1 High School finally mustered up the courage and realized a critical issue. If he keeps using his true energy so intensely and continuously, even a second-tier martial artist wouldn't last long. Yes, that's right. Someone suddenly came to their senses and exclaimed with joy, his true energy must be almost depleted by now. He's probably trying to scare us with a bluff to buy time to recover. What? Is that really the case? This actually makes sense. Everyone, don't let him recover. The student who first noticed the problem shouted loudly, his eyes fixed intently on Yi Li ahead. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he seemed to see a hint of pallor on Yi Li's face, a trace left by immense exhaustion. My guess was right after all. The student was overjoyed, shouting excitedly, everyone, come with me. Let's see how much true energy he has left to squander. With that, the crowd was inspired by his call, and their initial fear quickly dissipated as they began to converge uniformly toward the black-clad youth. Seeing this, Zhang Qingju frowned slightly. What the other party said was not untrue. Every strike Yi Li had made earlier was astonishingly powerful, showing no signs of conserving his true energy, and even carried a hint of wastefulness. Such squandering of true energy would undoubtedly lead to massive consumption. Based on her own reserves of true energy, she had already used up about 70%. Since Yi Li's martial arts level was lower than hers, his consumption ratio must be even higher. With this in mind, Zhang Qingju gripped her spear tightly, ready to charge forward. Unexpectedly, Yi Li cast her a cold, meaningful glance as a warning. You don't need my help with any of this? Zhang Qingju paused her movements, her gaze somewhat dazed as she looked at Yi Li, who stood calmly amidst the crowd. Her heart was filled with an incomprehensible confusion, yet she still respected Yi Li's choice. Her steps faltered slightly, her eyes full of worry as she stared at him. At the same time, the first-tier martial artists of Qingshan No. 1 High School gathered around Yi Li. The student closest to Yi Li was only about 3 feet away. At that moment, the students suddenly noticed that Yi Li had closed his eyes. Immediately after, the white aura around him instantly retracted and his semi-transparent figure abruptly became solid. No matter how one looked at it, this was an obvious sign of his energy being depleted, forcing him to stop channeling his power. The student initially wanted to show a slight smile, but for some reason, an inexplicable fear suddenly surged in his heart. That overwhelming sense of extreme danger seemed to rush straight at him. It wasn't just him, everyone around felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively raising their heads to look. They saw the black-clad youth's pitch-black eyes quietly reveal a hint of sky-blue light. Under the ample illumination, it shimmered like snowflakes, falling on a lake in the heart of winter, crystal clear and pure. In the next second, a visible, raging storm erupted from the black-clad youth's body. The storm carried an intense chill, with the air temperature plummeting by dozens of degrees. A spiraling shockwave rapidly spread in all directions. Snow and frost filled the sky. Jiang Qingzhu recognized this technique, her pupils contracting sharply. An overwhelming sense of absurdity erupted in her heart, almost leaving her mind blank. He had only been practicing the breathing technique for less than an hour, and he could already unleash snow and frost over the sky? How was this possible? Ha! A young man's frivolous laughter echoed from below the stage. In an instant, the extreme cold storm swept across an area of dozens of meters. The faces of several dozen first-tier martial artists changed drastically. They tried to retreat but immediately fell into chaos, and in the blink of an eye, they were completely engulfed by the storm. What kind of terrifying martial technique was this? In the final few seconds before losing consciousness, the same thoughts surfaced in their minds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The howling sound of the blizzard on the extreme northern ice field was interspersed with the piercing sound of freezing ice, rising and falling, intertwined with countless shrill screams, composing this death symphony titled Frost and Snow over the Sky. As the storm subsided, dozens of lifelike humanoid ice sculptures were revealed. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the ice. Clang, clang. Ice sculptures fell to the ground one after another, producing crisp and pleasant sounds. Jiang Qingzhu and the others stared in shock as the young man in black exhaled a visible breath of white air, walking leisurely out from among dozens of ice sculptures with a calm and composed expression. The true energy within his body was now truly almost depleted, but fortunately, the gains were substantial. As he walked, he listened to the notification sounds ringing in his ears. Severely injured a first-tier peak martial artist, evil value plus 1000. Severely injured 17 first-tier 5th level martial artists, evil value plus 8500. Seriously injured 46 first-tier 3rd level martial artists, evil deeds value plus 13,800. Seriously injured. Current evil deeds value 46,000 points, eligible to draw a treasure item. Yili slowly walked toward the exit, feeling quite pleased. With this, the evil deeds value consumed by the breathing technique was finally compensated. After returning to tally the gains, he would wait for the afternoon's exchange competition. Clean it up a bit more. Under the shocked gazes of Jiang Qingzhu and the others, Yili casually waved his hand, dropped a sentence, and then walked straight out of the martial arts arena's gate. As soon as he stepped out of the martial arts arena, he ran into Wang Yongfeng and a group of teachers from Qingshan No. 1 High School, who were walking over, chatting and laughing. Yili, is everything taken care of? Wang Yongfeng saw Yili and said with a hint of surprise, I was just about to go back and ask if you needed any help. No need, thank you, teacher. Yili nodded politely and walked straight past him. Teacher Wang, is that Yili from your team? He seems quite polite, a teacher said with a smile. Another burly teacher seemed slightly dissatisfied. A martial artist should look refined and elegant, but acting like a scholar with no sharpness at all, that's not acceptable. Teacher Wang, I remember Yili is at the peak of the first rank, right? As everyone discussed, a teacher from Qingshan No. 1 High School casually asked. So, his talent is quite good. I wonder if he has awakened his martial arts talent. This, won't you know in the afternoon? Wang Yongfeng's eyes shifted, cleverly changing the subject, and he said with a smile, let's not talk about him for now. It's almost mealtime, and there's still a competition in the afternoon. We should first call the students watching at the martial arts arena to eat. You're right. The crowd quickly stepped into the martial arts arena, but when they saw the scene before them, the few who had been laughing and chatting moments ago were now frozen in place. Scattered across the entire arena were students from Qingshan First High School, some collapsed under shattered walls, others sprawled on the ground not far away, and even some with their heads buried entirely in the dirt. Moreover, beneath the dueling platform stood dozens of crystal-clear humanoid ice sculptures, with cracks slowly spreading across the surface of the ice. On the ground at the center of the ice sculptures, irregular ice marks radiating outward remained, as if left by a powerful impact, standing out starkly. There was no doubt that this place had just witnessed a thrilling battle or an intense energy release. Oh my god. Seeing this scene, Wang Yongfeng and the teachers from Qingshan No. 1 High School felt dizzy and dazed, almost collapsing to the ground. This school team is made up of senior year martial arts students from Qingshan No. 1 High School. Now, with so many people lying here, what on earth happened? On this vast field, only a few people from Linhai No. 1 High School were still standing at the moment, their faces still showing traces of shock. shock. Wang Yongfeng tried hard to steady his mind, looked at Zhang Qingzhu on the battle stage, and asked the question that was on everyone's mind in a trembling voice. Who did this? Hearing this, Zhang Qingzhu answered without hesitation. I did it. Lu Yongda's originally excited mood instantly plummeted to rock bottom, even feeling a heart-wrenching suffocation. Zhang Qingzhu, who had always been aloof, upright, and indifferent to worldly affairs, actually took the initiative to step forward and take the blame with lies for Yili. Lu Yongda felt a sourness in his heart that was hard to describe, yet he couldn't muster even a trace of jealousy. Can you really do something like this all by yourself? Not far away, a teacher from Qingshan No. 1 High School came to his senses, his face changing drastically as he questioned. There are over 100 Qingshan No. 1 High School students here, and you alone beat them up like this? Don't try to play tricks, you must give us an explanation. Is it your place to speak? Zhang Qingzhu's voice was cold and unyielding as she interrupted him without hesitation. Before her words had even faded, her clear eyes suddenly lit up with an icy blue glow, looking exactly like Yili's expression earlier. Visible cold air surged from around her, and in an instant, a lifelike ice maiden phantom, identical to her, appeared behind her. One companion's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly rushed forward to grab the questioning teacher, whispering, "Are you crazy? This girl is the heiress of the extreme North Jiang family." What? The teacher instantly snapped out of it. The Jiang family of the extreme North is guarded by truly high-level martial artists and is a top-tier family that has suppressed second-level disasters. It is no exaggeration to say that the Jiang family has countless ruthless methods to deal with enemies. Usually, he flaunts his authority in front of students, but he never expected to encounter a real man today. He looked at Zhang Qingzhu and forced an awkward smile. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. Boom! Zhang Qingzhu ignored his polite remarks, turned to look at Wang Yongfeng, and said indifferently, Mr. Wang, the students of Qingshan No. 1 High School are rotten to the core and love to use despicable tricks. They were the ones who wanted to make a move first but lacked the ability, which is why they ended up being beaten like this by us. As for your records afterward, you can write that it was done by me alone or that it was accomplished by the six of us together. It's up to you to decide. After speaking, she gracefully jumped off the dueling platform, helped up the still unconscious Yu Chanshan, and walked out of the martial arts arena. Only the teachers of Qingshan No. 1 High School were left staring at each other in dismay. So that's how it is. Watching the girl's figure gradually fade into the distance, Wang Yongfeng was deeply shaken. He had been a mentor for 2.5 years, so he had some understanding of the girl's temperament. If it were really Zhang Qingzhu's doing, she would never act so decisively and efficiently. At the very least, the girl would never make a move easily before her opponent stepped onto the battle stage. And in his impression, there was only one person on the school team with such a fierce fighting style and sufficient strength: the young man in black who had politely greeted him 5 minutes ago. Good kid, just how many more tricks are you hiding? 1 hour later, Qingshan City People's Hospital, inside a spacious and tranquil ward. The room was carefully arranged to create a treatment environment that was both comfortable and safe, with 2 neat rows of hospital beds. On each bed lay a figure wrapped in thick bandages, their heads secured with plaster casts. These poor students were the very children who had collapsed injured earlier at the martial arts field of Qingshan High School. At this moment, most of them were still in a coma. Although the medical technology in the high martial arts world was advanced, the stamina of the attending doctors was ultimately limited. Faced with such a large number of severe injuries, even the largest hospital in Qingshan City could not treat everyone quickly. The attending doctor at Qingshan Hospital was dumbfounded, secretly wondering who on earth Qingshan High School had offended. Nearly the entire senior year had been sent here. Could it have been a beast? Siege? After all, even he had not seen such a spectacular scene of over 100 martial artists being carried into the hospital at the same time in years. Meanwhile, in a single patient ward next door, Su Ligong, the coach of Qingshan High School's team, stood by a hospital bed with a furrowed brow and an uncertain expression on his face. You mean, you really asked the other party to make a move voluntarily? He stared at Chen Deng on the hospital bed and asked in a deep voice, you provoked the other side and ended up getting beaten down yourself? Yes. Chen Deng lowered his head in shame, the thick bandages covering his eyes, which were filled with a complex and unreadable expression. It wasn't that he had the courage to admit his mistake, but the evidence at the scene was irrefutable. If the school put in even a little effort, uncovering the truth wouldn't be difficult. Since that was the case, he might as well confess honestly. Perhaps it could earn the school's forgiveness. After all, even though he was knocked out by a single punch from Yili, there were still over 100 first-tier martial artists behind him. Even if Yili was a second-tier martial artist, he wouldn't easily let him off. Given the current situation, it's highly likely that Linhai High School suffered significant injuries and caused a big commotion, demanding an explanation from Qingshan High School. Are you kidding me? Su Ligong's face turned ashen as he questioned. You have over 100 first-tier martial artists on your side, while Linhai No. 1 High School only has 6 people, and yet you ended up like this? Even lying has its limits. Do you know how serious this matter is? Because of this incident, our school's martial arts exam this year has become a huge problem. Why? There's no one left. More than half of the students in the third-year martial arts department are now lying in the hospital. Su Ligong raised his voice, the veins on his temples throbbing, extremely agitated. It was no wonder he was so out of control. The current situation had almost ruined the entire martial arts exam results for Qingshan High School's graduating class. He had just checked. Without the aid of medical-type abilities, the students in the hospital would need at least 2 months to recover. In 2 months, the martial arts exam results would already be announced. Thinking of this, Su Ligong's face turned red and his neck swelled with anger. He had intended to hear from Chen Deng that the students from Linhai High School struck first and injured others, so he could use this as leverage to demand an explanation and seek compensation. Instead, Chen Deng outright confessed. Wasn't this essentially telling him that this incident was entirely Qingshan High School's own doing? Utterly absurd. How could just 6 students from Linhai High School take down over 100 students from Qingshan High School? Su Ligong clenched his fists tightly. How could he accept this absurd reality? More than half are hospitalized? Hearing this, Chen Deng was instantly dumbfounded. He had thought that Linhai No. 1 High School had been completely defeated and was asking for an explanation from their side. Unexpectedly, the mentor's words sounded more like their side had suffered a loss. Impossible. The total number of third-year martial arts students barely reached 200, and each one was an elite of the younger generation in Qingshan City. Over 100 people besieging 6 martial artists of similar rank, and something still went wrong? Moreover, more than half ended up in the hospital. Does this mean that all 100+ people on their side were completely defeated? How could that be possible? Those were over 100 first-rank martial artists. Even if they were over 100 steamed buns, it would take those 6 people an entire morning to finish them. Chen Deng's heart trembled, refusing to believe it, and asked, Mr. Su, how many people from our school are currently in the hospital? Su Ligong sneered, including you, a total of 126 people. Are all of them seriously injured? Isn't that the case? Total annihilation. Chen Deng only felt the world spinning, and his entire being was instantly overwhelmed with confusion. Let me ask, with fewer than 200 first-tier martial artists in the senior year division of Qingshan No. 1 High School, and now over 100 of them severely injured, how many can still participate in the martial arts exam normally? The entire martial arts exam performance of Qingshan No. 1 High School will likely rank at the bottom among all martial arts high schools in the province. Thinking of this, Chen Deng's heart sank halfway. He simply couldn't understand, despite the meticulous and flawless planning and the extremely smooth start, why did it end in such a dismal outcome? After all, they had a lineup of over 100 people. Where exactly did it go wrong? Do you now understand the severity of the problem? Su Ligong suppressed the fury in his heart, his eyes red as if they were about to bleed. Mr. Su. Chen Deng, lying on the hospital bed, breathed heavily and asked quickly, are there really only 6 people on the other side? Honestly, I passed out pretty early, and I still don't know what happened afterward. Su Ligong frowned slightly. What do you mean? Could there be more than 6 people on the other side? Otherwise, how could they have seriously injured over 100 of us? I think they definitely hired external help. Chen Deng said firmly, then added, or used some unknown means. In any case, there's no way only 6 people were involved. You mean? Indeed, you're half right. At that moment, a calm, icy voice with a noble aura came from outside the door. Shortly after, the door was pushed open, and both Chen Deng and Su Ligong turned to look at the source of the voice. A young girl dressed in a black and white long robe walked in. A white jade belt was tied around her waist, and her beautiful brows and eyes radiated a sharp brilliance, with a steady sword intent emanating from her. She was none other than Tang Yao, the young master of the sword pavilion and the true backbone of Qingshan High School. Chen Deng. Walking into the ward, she looked down at Chen Deng on the bed with a slightly mocking tone. The ones who sent over 100 of you to the hospital were indeed not just 6 people. Not 6 people? Hearing this, Chen Deng's spirits lifted, and a look of joy involuntarily appeared on his face. I knew it. There's no way just 6 people could have seriously injured so many of us. Why are you in such a hurry? Whoosh! The girl's cold and disdainful voice immediately rang out, like a bucket of cold water extinguishing Chen Deng's joy. I haven't finished speaking yet. Chen Deng was stunned and asked, what else? Su Ligong's heart sank sharply, faintly sensing that something was wrong. Could it really be that Jiang Qingzhu? The next moment, Tang Yao spoke with a mocking chuckle. It wasn't 6 people. All of you, over 100 people, were sent to the hospital by the same person. Yili, he single-handedly took you all down. Upon hearing this, the most shocked person was not Chen Deng, but Su Ligong, who had remained silent from the beginning. As a teacher at the martial arts high school, he understood better than anyone how absurd this statement was. One person defeating over 100 people? Su Ligong stared intently at the young girl, his face full of disbelief. Are you really not joking? Tang Yao replied casually, I've already asked over a dozen people. What's the point of joking anymore? Even knowing that Yili single-handedly defeated over 100 people, the proud and elegant face of this young girl showed not the slightest trace of panic. Chen Deng lay on the hospital bed, suddenly collapsing, a trace of bitter smile in his breath. Apart from you, it turns out there's such a genius in Ing province. In his eyes, a genius like Tang Yao could hardly be matched across the entire Ing province. Even the eldest daughter of the Zhang family in Linhai City, who awakened an A-grade martial arts talent, could not compare. After all, Chen Deng had personally witnessed Tang Yao wielding a broadsword, challenging all the students in the school single-handedly. Because of this, he admired her deeply, even regarded her as a goddess in his heart, willing to follow her at all costs just to keep up with her pace. But alas, it was nothing more than a fool's dream. Chen Deng smiled bitterly. Tang Yao back then was so strikingly similar to Yili now. Tang Yao frowned slightly. Unlike Chen Deng, she did not think Yili could be compared to her. She merely found him somewhat interesting, that's all. But never mind, she had no intention of arguing with Chen Deng. Such a mediocre person was destined to be insignificant, not worth her time to associate with, not even a bit. Thinking of this, Tang Yao turned around, ready to leave. The reason she came was simply to understand the current situation. Now that she had learned enough and found nothing particularly noteworthy, she naturally prepared to return and start preparing for the afternoon's exchange competition. She slowly walked out of the hospital room. At this moment, Su Ligong, who was sitting on the chair, suddenly sighed. His gaze fell on Chen Deng, who was lying on the hospital bed, and he said with a bitter smile, "It seems that this afternoon's friendly match is probably out of the question. I'll go apply for a forfeit later. You just focus on recovering." Forfeit? Tang Yao's questioning voice rang in his ears. Su Ligong turned his head and saw that the elegant young girl who had just left had returned. With a look of displeasure on her face, she coldly asked, "Who said we're forfeiting?" But Su Ligong seemed a little stunned. "There are 7 people on our team, and 6 of them are already seriously injured." "So what?" Tang Yao calmly retorted. "Crack. This. Su Ligong was momentarily at a loss for words. He understood in his heart that with such severe injuries, forfeiting and taking time to recover would be the right course of action. But thinking of the girl's nearly arrogant and extreme personality, he swallowed those words back. So young, yet able to wield a B-level talent to achieve attack power comparable to A-level, with martial arts cultivation already at the peak of the 2nd stage, 6th level, and mastering countless precious sword techniques from the sword pavilion. Tang Yao indeed had the capital to stand above the crowd. He took a deep breath, inexplicably feeling a surge of confidence. Fixing his gaze on the extremely self-assured girl in front of him, he asked in a deep voice, "Boom. So, what do you mean? Isn't it obvious?" A hint of a smile flashed in Tang Yao's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Immediately after, an incredibly sharp sword intent burst forth, as if it were about to split the hospital beneath their feet in two. Under Su Ligong's stunned gaze, the exceptionally confident and elegant girl lifted her cool eyes and said calmly, "I will participate as usual." "But that Yili..." Su Ligong hesitated to continue. "He is indeed quite decent." Tang Yao suddenly spoke, interrupting him. Her cherry-colored lips uttered cold words. "But that's all there is to it. It's just cleaning up a bunch of small fry. Anyone could easily do it. It's nothing worth bragging about. Let me make a statement first. In this match, they are the challengers. Qingshan City, city center, in a high-standard hotel." Yili sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. According to Wang Yongfeng, due to a lack of participants, Qingshan No. 1 High School might have to forfeit the exchange match in the afternoon. His plan to teach that kendo prodigy girl a lesson would also fall through. No chance to earn more villain points. Yili sighed, trying to calm his emotions, and summoned the panel. Current evil value, 46,000 points. Noble phantasm can be drawn. Even someone with his personality couldn't help but smile when seeing this number on the panel. Indeed, no one can resist smiling when looking at their account balance. If they don't smile, it means the account balance has already hit rock bottom. Although the students from Qingshan No. 1 High School didn't provide many evil points, their large numbers, over 100 people, directly elevated his foundation to a terrifying level. Through several experiences, Yili also discovered some patterns in how the system determines evil points. Only martial artists who harbor hostility toward him will yield normal levels of evil points after being defeated. Take Jiang Qingzhu as an example. When instructing the young lady in martial arts, Yili didn't hold back, aiming to accumulate evil points. Yet, even though he beat Jiang Qingzhu to the point of collapsing on the ground, her eyes dazed, the system only acknowledged a 2-digit evil point value. Damn it, is this to prevent me from endlessly farming points? Yili sighed. Regardless, now that the breathing technique has been successfully mastered, he can start allocating points to the long-neglected martial arts level. It is said that it hasn't been upgraded for a long time, but in reality, it's only been 2 or 3 days. However, before this, Yili shifted his gaze to the new text that appeared behind the malice value. As the malice value accumulated, the system seemed to gradually unlock new features. For example, when he first crossed over, after defeating Wang Run, the system added the cultivation point allocation feature. This is undoubtedly a good thing. Not to mention that he still lacks a handy spear-type treasure. Yili's heart stirred, and the text text on the panel immediately began to change. Spend 1000 evil points to spin the Noble Phantasm Roulette once. Noble Phantasm Roulette, a magical roulette that includes all kinds of noble phantasms from across the heavens. No matter the type of miraculous artifact it might appear here. Want to rise to the top in one step? Why not try your luck? Note, this Noble Phantasm pool guarantees a golden quality Noble Phantasm every 40 spins. Damn, no wonder it takes 40,000 evil points for this thing to show up. Yi Li's heart suddenly lit up. It turned out the system believed he had the courage to go all in, which was why it immediately presented this roulette. System, you've got the wrong person. Yi is not that kind of gambler. He let out a cold laugh and then, without hesitation, decided to take a test draw first. After all, with a new pool right in front of him, how could he not give it a try? Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a purple rare quality treasure. A purple light illuminated Yi Li's handsome face. Fortunately, although it wasn't a golden draw on the first try, purple was still decent. He nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the panel. Functional treasure, Ring of Harmonious Coexistence. Effect, consumes chi, forcing enemies within a 5-meter radius to kneel before you. The higher the enemy's level, the more chi is consumed. Cooldown time, 1 day. Yi Li was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, are you sure this artifact will help me get along harmoniously with others after using it? This artifact not only lacks a grade, but only has quality, and its effect is just too fitting for me. His dark eyes gleamed slightly. At that moment, a knock on the door quietly sounded. Are you still resting? A slightly surprised voice came from outside the door. Qingshan No. 1 High School didn't forfeit. They've called us over to compete. Oh, not only did they not forfeit, but they even took the initiative to come my way? Yi Li's lips slowly curled into a cold smile. This Tang Yao, her courage is indeed commendable. Unfortunately, that's the only thing I can commend her for. Qingshan No. 1 High School, as the top martial arts high school in Qingshan City, has an arena that is in no way inferior to that of Linhai No. 1 High School. At this moment, the arena is bustling with noise, and the spectator seats, which can accommodate thousands, are more than half full, with the majority being students from Qingshan No. 1 High School. Everyone is engaged in lively discussions, their voices rising and falling. Only Senior Tang will be competing in the match later. Really? Why? Well, it's a bit embarrassing to say. Apparently, all the members of our school team were sent to the hospital this morning by Linhai No. 1 High School's Jiang Qingzhu. Now, only Senior Tang is left to compete. Stop talking nonsense, okay? Is that Jiang Qingzhu really that impressive? I'm not joking. Not just the school team, but more than half of the entire martial arts department's senior year has been taken down. Didn't you notice the spectator seats over there are almost empty? You're right. Then what's the point of us even fighting? Don't worry. Even if Jiang Qingzhu is on the other side, we still have Senior Tang holding the fort here. Stay calm. Is Senior Tang going to take down 7 opponents in a row again this time? I remember she did exactly that during the exchange match with Yujing City last time, right? Now that you mention it, I'm getting a bit excited. Senior Tang is truly bold and skilled. Absolutely. Senior Tang is strong, beautiful, and talented. That Wei Ji guy is really lucky. Wait a minute, who is Wei Ji? How come I haven't heard that Senior Tang is in a relationship? That would be me. Aminos. The students in the spectator seats were excitedly discussing as the match time drew closer. The students of Qingshan No. 1 High School were full of confidence that Tang Yao would achieve a 7-win streak, as if it were already a foregone conclusion. It was no surprise Tang Yao had gained fame in Qingshan City since childhood, remaining undefeated in simulated battles to this day, all with overwhelming victories. There were even rumors that she had once challenged a master at their own venue, defeating a veteran teacher with a 2nd-tier peak cultivation level using her 2nd-tier 6th-level skills head-on. Such outrageous rumors were countless, and most had evidence to back them up. With all these accolades, the students of Qingshan City naturally regarded this swordsmanship prodigy as their goddess and guiding light, even the backbone of Qingshan No. 1 High School. To them, as long as Tang Yao remained undefeated, Qingshan No. 1 High School would not fail. Faintly, a few powerful auras emanated from the high platform above their heads. The clear sunlight poured onto the smooth dueling platform. In the pre-match lounge, Yi Li paced in front of the weapon rack, his palm lightly brushing over a pitch-black spear before finally stopping. His most proficient weapon was still the spear, but unfortunately, he hadn't drawn a suitable treasure from the spear category and had to settle for this ordinary first-tier spear. He pondered to himself, wondering if the treasure roulette could yield a 3-pronged blade or a Rui Jingu Bang. Slowly drawing the pitch-black spear and gripping it in his hand, Yi Li's aura instantly became sharp. Due to the tight schedule before the match, Yi Li hadn't allocated any points to his cultivation level, which remained at the 2nd-tier, first stage. However, this is not a big deal. It's not too late to add more after the exchange competition ends. Yi Li carried his spear and slowly stepped out of the lounge, arriving at the preparation area below the battle stage. Perhaps because he arrived early, there was only Jiang Qingzhu at Linhai No. 1 High School's seating area at the moment. Seeing him approach, Jiang Qingzhu immediately immediately stood up from the chair. Have you chosen your weapon? It can only be considered passable, Yili responded indifferently. Jiang Qingju thought for a moment and said, I still have quite a few spare treasured spears at home, all pretty suitable for second or third tier martial artists. How about I bring one for you next time? What a generous proposal. Would it kill the high martial world to have one less rich second generation like me? Yili sat down in his seat and seemed to sigh softly. Alright. Jiang Qingju nodded slightly, withdrew her gaze, and closed her eyes to rest. Subsequently, the discussions about Tang Yao from the spectator seats continuously reached the ears of the two. They quickly understood the general situation. Jiang Qingju opened her eyes and looked at Yili, who was lowering his head to wipe his spear, and softly said, Tang Yao is very strong and has mastered many martial techniques. Even for me, facing her would likely end in misfortune. You'll be the first to go up next. Be sure to watch out for her slashes. She keenly noticed that although the boy appeared calm as still water on the surface, his heartbeat was gradually speeding up. Jiang Qingju naturally assumed he was nervous. After all, it was an away game, and the constant tales of the enemy's bravery ringing in his ears would inevitably shake his spirit. To this, Yili just nodded slightly, almost imperceptibly. I really didn't expect that this Tang Yao would have such a reputation at Qingshan No. 1 High School. In terms of prestige, Jiang Qingju couldn't compare at all, and Tang Yao's misdeeds were far ahead. This could be considered an unexpected delight. Yili's lips curved into a faint smile. Wang Yongfeng approached from not far away, followed by Yu Chanxian, Lu Yangda, and others. There are less than 10 minutes until the competition starts. They're about to announce the lineup, so hurry and get ready. Yili nodded, quietly stood up, and walked into the entry passage. At the same time, in the preparation area for Qingshan No. 1 High School's contestants, the coach, Su Ligong, was already drenched in sweat, feeling that the pressure Yili exerted on him was simply overwhelming. Although he was full of confidence in Tang Yao's strength, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy at the thought that Jiang Qingju was guarding the rear. Moreover, it was only just now that Su Ligong learned that an elder from Qingshan Sword Pavilion and a senior teacher from Fong Yun University had both arrived at Qingshan No. 1 High School to observe this exchange competition. The latter was of little concern, as they were mainly there to assess the potential talents of the two city-level martial arts high schools and extend invitations. But the elder from Qingshan Sword Pavilion was there specifically to watch Tang Yao's performance. If she loses in the first match, this elder will undoubtedly question the teaching standards of Qingshan No. 1 High School. At that time, Su Ligong, as the guiding teacher, will surely face accountability. Thinking of this, Su Ligong's body began to tremble slightly. At that moment, the referee's loud announcement echoed over the martial arts arena. The 5th city-level exchange competition has officially begun. The first match, Linhai No. 1 High School's Yili versus Qingshan No. 1 High School's Tang Yao. As soon as the words fell, the spectators' seats erupted with deafening cheers. This roar pierced through the clouds and shattered stones, soaring straight into the sky, fully showcasing Tang Yao's near-peak reputation at Qingshan No. 1 High School. Su Ligong took a deep breath and looked toward the elegant young girl with her eyes slightly closed, sitting in her seat. He blurted out the question that all the students of Qingshan No. 1 High School wanted to ask at that moment. Can you win? Buzz. A loud and proud sword hum instantly rose up, echoing throughout the entire martial arts arena. Amid countless exclamations, Tang Yao opened her eyes, tucked her hands into her black and white robe, her sleeves fluttering. I will win. Her voice was cool, her tone indifferent. Under the gaze of countless eyes and the dazzling light, Tang Yao walked toward the entrance passage. At this moment, she carried the expectations of thousands of students from Qingshan No. 1 High School. Although this pressure is enough to crush an ordinary person, the extraordinary her had long grown accustomed to this burden. Amid the deafening cheers, Tang Yao stepped out of the passage and slowly ascended the battle stage. Her demeanor was composed and confident, her gaze sharp as a sword, her entire being like a blade standing tall, absorbing all the surrounding sharpness. As the white jade belt at her waist shimmered with light, a horizontal sword engraved with golden dragon patterns appeared in her hand. Behind him were the cheering and jubilant students of Qingshan, while in front of him stood the handsome young man who ascended the stage with a calm and composed demeanor. Truly impressive. The young man spoke with undisguised astonishment in his tone. This is the first time I've encountered an opponent with such high popularity. That's because you're ignorant. One more thing, I hope you don't get it wrong. Tang Yao's gaze remained calm as she stared at Yili. Her cherry lips moved slightly, repeating the sentence with a hint of mockery. You are the challenger. On the high platform above the spectator seats, as the contestants from both sides entered, the crowd standing there also began to murmur in low voices. Tang Yao was still as sharp as ever, not losing her edge at all. It's just, I wonder to what extent Yili can wear her down. The teachers on the high platform watched below nervously. Even their conversation was a bit quieter than before. The intensity of both sides' auras was basically consistent with the information on the preview sheet. Tang Yao's martial arts level is at the peak of Tier 2, Stage 6, and she has awakened a B-level martial arts talent, True Sword Heart. On the other hand, Yili's martial arts level is only at Tier 2, Stage 1, and the martial arts talent talent column is still blank. The gap in levels directly creates a chasm in physical strength between the two, and combined with factors such as martial techniques and combat experience, Yili has almost no chance of winning. Therefore, the focus of the teachers on the field naturally shifted from who will win to how much stamina can Yili drain from Tang Yao. A middle-aged elder of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion looked down and nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied with Tang Yao's mastery of sword intent. At her current rate of growth, she would be able to step into the 4th tier within a few years, qualifying to enter the Sword Pavilion's secret repository and receive the swordsmanship baptism of successive pavilion masters. But before that, she still needed to enroll in an excellent martial arts university for further studies. After all, while the Qingshan Sword Pavilion was rich in resources, it lacked peers among her generation who could rival Tang Yao. Thinking of this, he looked at the spirited, white-haired elder beside him and carefully said, "Mr. Yu, do you think the young master of our sword pavilion could study further at your Fong Yun University? That's certainly not a problem." Elder Yu of Fong Yun University glanced at him with a smile and said casually, "This young girl already possesses the essence of swordsmanship at such a young age. Given time, she is sure to become an outstanding master of the sword pavilion. By normally participating in the martial arts exam, she will definitely be able to get into Fong Yun University." As if afraid the other party wouldn't believe him, Yuang added with a smile, "If she can't get in, feel free to come find me. I'll help you fight for it." The elder of the sword pavilion remained silent and withdrew his gaze. What he meant earlier was that he hoped the other party would use the privileges of a senior teacher to directly recommend Tang Yao. Gaining the guaranteed admission to Fong Yun University means that Tang Yao will receive the most precious on-campus resources, which is truly a boundless future. But the other party said, "You can get in by taking the martial arts exam as usual," clearly avoiding his hint. Most likely, they want to observe Tang Yao's performance first before making a decision. Thinking of this, the elder of the sword pavilion let out a cold snort. "Then just watch closely. The greatest swordsmanship genius of this era is right there on the dueling platform." On the dueling platform. Looking at the calm and composed young man in black across from her, Tang Yao's delicate brows and eyes were brimming with overflowing confidence. Even if the other party could defeat hundreds of first-tier martial artists alone, in her eyes, he was nothing more than an insignificant character. People these days are really confident. The young man murmured softly to himself, could it be that so-called geniuses are all this arrogant? Grade A martial talent, Ice Maiden proxy. If that's really the case, then in the future, I'll truly have to seek out such geniuses to make enemies with. Yili secretly made up his mind, then casually glanced at Tang Yao. "I'm the challenger? If you lose later, don't secretly wipe your tears. Your assumption is meaningless." Tang Yao gripped the horizontal sword tightly, her inner energy flowing rapidly, and said calmly, "Because I simply won't lose. And there's more." Before the words had fully left her mouth, she slowly drew the horizontal sword from its sheath with her thumb, her gaze turning slightly cold. "I will make you understand just how ridiculous your current thoughts are in the face of my talent." Yili raised an eyebrow slightly, a cold, emotionless smile appearing at the corner of his lips. "If you can do it, then go ahead and try." What was initially just a provocation for the sake of gaining evil points had now truly ignited his anger. In Tang Yao's eyes, Yili saw confidence, tinged with disdain, but not a trace of respect for him. This made him very angry. He was so capable, always polite when out and about, and even when conflicts arose, he would resolve them in his own way. Good, very good, a kendo genius, huh? Yili thought to himself, I just love putting these rude little brats in their place. The next second, the referee's voice rang out just in time. Match, begin. Boom! As the horns signaling the start of the battle sounded, a deafening thunderclap echoed through the arena. Tang Yao's figure instantly transformed into a swift white streak, charging straight at Yili. This is a second-tier rare martial skill, Lightning Flash. True to its reputation as a swordsmanship prodigy, the young girl had undoubtedly mastered this martial skill to perfection. She drew her sword horizontally, slicing through the air at an astonishing speed, slashing toward Yili at high velocity. Yili gripped his spear tightly, his inner energy surging, and almost instantly executed the Skygang Void Step technique. The opponent was a top expert at the 6th level of the second tier, while he had just entered the 1st level of the second tier. The disparity in strength was evident. Logically, he should hold back and proceed cautiously. But Yili refused. He wanted to let his anger show, otherwise, it would be easy for people to mistake him for a nice guy. In an instant, wisps of ethereal white mist rose from his body, making him appear somewhat transparent. At the moment he stepped into the Tiangang stance. He swung his sword horizontally downward, but it only stirred up a sky full of shattered white mist. Tang Yao's gaze slightly tightened. Yili sneered, suddenly brandishing the pitch-black spear in his hand, its shaft tracing a clear dragon-scale pattern in the air. The imposing spearhead, gleaming with a cold light, swept toward her like a swimming dragon. Buzz! Accompanied by the resounding hum of a sword, Tang Yao held her sword horizontally in front of her. A towering phantom of a great sword, several meters high, rose from the ground, standing majestically and exuding an unshakable sense of solidity. However, the swimming dragon spear's momentum was unstoppable. Boom! The massive spear smashed down like Mount high, accompanied by a piercing sound of tearing through the air. The enormous sword shadow opposing it shattered explosively under this terrifying force. Sword energy surged, rocks scattered through the air, and the battle platform trembled violently. Tang Yao herself was also blasted away, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, and her jade-like hand holding the sword trembled violently. The moment Tang Yao was blasted away, the students from Qingshan City in the spectator seats stared dumbfounded at the changes on the field. Senior Tang was actually knocked away? That guy named Ji Li is cheating? How could he easily break Senior Tang's defense? They exclaimed one after another, their eyes filled with disbelief. In the past, Tang Yao could always end battles instantly when facing opponents of a lower level. But just now, that sword strike was not only easily neutralized but also countered with a spear that shattered the defense and sent her flying. How on earth did this happen? On the battle stage, watching the black-clad youth gradually walking away, Tang Yao's heart was in turmoil. Until now, her giant sword Phantom Cauldron had never been so forcibly shattered. The giant sword Phantom Cauldron was a second-tier rare martial skill, and she had spent a year mastering it to perfection. Don't even mention resisting a newly advanced second-tier martial artist. Even the martial arts master at the peak of the second tier back then couldn't break through this giant sword's shadow. It wasn't that Yi Li's strength was overwhelmingly unbearable, but rather that the white light shining on the tip of his spear carried an extremely strong armor-piercing effect. It was very likely that this was also a rare martial technique, and it had been cultivated to an extremely high level. After a brief moment of astonishment, Tang Yao in midair quickly regained her composure. It's just a martial skill with armor-piercing effects, nothing worth paying attention to. On the high platform, the teachers who previously thought the match was a foregone conclusion were suddenly invigorated after seeing Tang Yao blasted away. This child named Yi Li is quite interesting. The old man looked at the spirited young man in black on the stage and exclaimed, the white mist around him is incredibly effective, reducing the sword energy falling on him by 50%, no, at least 70% of its power. In his memory, low-level martial techniques with such effects were extremely rare, and all of them were treasures. Treasure-grade martial techniques often had extremely high cultivation difficulty. To achieve such an effect with a low-level treasure-grade martial technique, one would at least need to cultivate it to mastery or beyond. In addition, the spear technique displayed by the young man in black earlier exuded a sense of perfection. These are two rare martial techniques that seem to have reached perfection. In 3 years, mastering two rare martial techniques to perfection, his comprehension of martial arts is truly terrifying. Thinking of this, Yu Wang's astonishment grew even stronger. Even if he can avoid injury, combined with an armor-piercing martial skill, it is still not enough to pose much of a threat to the young pavilion master. With the young pavilion master's swordsmanship mastery, he can definitely forcibly break through his defense. The sword pavilion elder watched the battle platform while speaking in a low voice. It was not an exaggeration. Among those present, no one understood better than him the power of the martial skills in Tang Yao's hands. That offensive strength is enough to threaten a third-tier martial artist. On the battle stage, Tang Yao steadied herself in midair, her legs brushing against the ground and carving out a trajectory of over 10 zhang as she gradually dissipated the force within her body. Then, she raised her sharp yet beautiful eyes, coldly staring at the mysterious boy shrouded in white mist. Is that all you've got? The young man carried a long spear and asked with a mocking chuckle. Such arrogance. Tang Yao's indifferent tone carried a trace of undeniable defiance. The pride in her heart remained unshakable. So what if you can't be hurt? I'll still defeat you later. Boom! A deafening thunderclap resounded once again, and Tang Yao's figure transformed into a blinding white light, rushing swiftly toward Yi Li. Yi Li remained expressionless, extending his palm to meet the rapidly approaching white light, just as the crowd was still puzzled by his intent. On that well-defined hand, a radiant, shimmering ring quietly lit up. Buzz! The next second, the white light suddenly came to a halt in midair. A trace of confusion appeared on Tang Yao's face, and her body involuntarily knelt down. Her fair knees slammed heavily onto the battle platform, and the sound echoed throughout the venue. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, this proud daughter of Qing City knelt on the ground like this, inertia driving her to slide across the floor, stopping in front of Yi Li. Seeing this scene, the thousands of spectators in the stands were all dumbfounded. For a moment, an oppressive silence enveloped the entire venue. The previously lively atmosphere instantly froze, so quiet it felt like the stillness before a blizzard. Publicly humiliating the proud young pavilion master of Qingshan Sword Pavilion, evil value plus 1,500. For Tang Yao on the platform, her face was filled with confusion at this moment. She looked down in disbelief at her own knees, which had fallen to the ground. What am I doing? Kneeling before an arrogant mortal in such a situation? In an instant, Tang Yao's heart ignited with overwhelming fury, and her usually composed and graceful eyes seemed to blaze with fire. She raised her head, looking at the boy just within reach, her silver teeth clenched tightly, almost to the point of breaking. You are Fin. Yi Li's hand shot out like lightning, firmly gripping her delicate face. Immediately after, his knee struck out like a tiger descending the mountain, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, slamming brutally into her proud and confident face. With a dull thud, that delicate delicate face instantly twisted in agony from the excruciating pain. The intense pain surged through her, causing Tang Yao to see stars, feel dizzy, and have her words forcibly cut off as her body uncontrollably leaned backward. "What time is it, and you still want to chat?" Yili let out a cold laugh, stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, appeared beside Tang Yao again. The effect of the harmony coexistence ring was even stronger than he had anticipated. It could be used as a one-time immobilization spell in the future. This is how immobilization spells work in our high martial world. "Do you have them?" Yili chuckled softly in his heart, extended his palm, and grabbed Tang Yao's face. "If this had been with the tip of a spear, I would already be dead." In her dizziness, Tang Yao instinctively thought of this, but was immediately consumed by immense anger. A vulgar mortal actually dared to smash her face with his knee. Moreover, at such a perfect opportunity, the other party actually didn't take advantage of the situation to attack with their shooting skills. This behavior completely disregards her. Kneeling, slapping. Since her birth until now, this is the first time someone has dared to humiliate her like this. At this moment, Tang Yao felt her face gripped by 5 fingers. "You courting death, what did you say?" she shouted angrily, her inner energy surging as she forcibly snapped out of her dizziness. Boom! An astonishing sword aura erupted from her, instantly reducing the visibility of the battle platform to almost nothing. The overwhelming sword aura was like thousands of sharp blades unsheathed, sweeping across the heavens and earth. In an instant, it engulfed Yili. "Poochie, Poochie." The sound of flesh being pierced echoed repeatedly as Tang Yao seized the opportunity to break free from her restraints, her figure abruptly retreating. Looking at the slender figure surrounded by countless sword energies yet still standing tall, her eyes flashed with a cold gleam. "Just now was your only chance to defeat me. Since you couldn't seize it, don't blame me." Tang Yao's voice was as cold as frost. She gripped her horizontal sword tightly, and her entire aura suddenly shifted as the boundless sword energy within her rapidly gathered. "Mount Tai lifting the sun." A student in the audience recognized the move and shouted excitedly. In the next instant, an astonishing sword intent erupted from Tang Yao's body, and a violent gale swept out from around her. This was the opening move of the third-tier rare martial technique, Mount Tai lifting the sun. Even among the secret treasures of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion, it was considered a top-tier technique. Now that Tang Yao was executing it, her intentions were crystal clear. She no longer wanted to delay. Next, she would strike down Yili with a single sword. Majestic stands the eastern peak, its splendor piercing the azure heavens. Boom! A sword aura as brilliant as the sun burst forth from Tang Yao's horizontal sword, carrying the earth-shattering might of the sun rising in. The east in Mount Tai collapsing, fiercely striking toward the figure below. Mount Tai lifting the sun had long been perfected by her. The first second to gather energy, the second to strike. The destructive power contained within that dazzling sword aura was a symbol of her ability to fight above her level. Years ago, a second-tier peak martial artist was gravely injured and fell under this move. Now, using it against an opponent with a lower martial arts level than hers, the outcome was self-evident. That frail figure was instantly engulfed by the sword aura. Immediately after, a loud bang followed. A strong wind swept across the battle platform, causing it to tremble slightly. Many people were shaken to the point of tinnitus, unable to even open their eyes. The power of a single sword strike was utterly terrifying. Dust billowed on the battle platform. Sister Tang won. The spectators' seats were filled with over 1,000 excited students, many of whom couldn't help but cheer loudly. The teachers on the high platform nodded slightly, their hearts gaining a bit more recognition for Tang Yao's strength. Tang Yao exhaled a deep breath and slowly sheathed her sword. 5 more to go. My inner energy is still sufficient, no problem. Just as she was thinking this, a strong sense of unease and alertness suddenly surged in her heart. Her heartbeat accelerated abruptly, as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped her heart. Tang Yao instinctively drew her sword, her gaze heavy as she looked toward the direction still shrouded in smoke and dust. Amid the rolling dust and fog, a pair of blazing and fierce golden eyes suddenly appeared, like flames burning intensely, dazzling and striking. Immediately afterward, an indescribable sense of overwhelming pressure surged forth. Tang Yao felt as if she were being crushed under a heavy mountain, almost unable to move. At the same time, an extremely cold and emotionless voice suddenly reached her ears. "Is this what you call being serious?" It was the distinctive voice of the youth in black, but it carried an unprecedented indifference, as if saying, "I had such high hopes for you, but I didn't expect you to be so useless." This sentence was like a sharp sword, piercing fiercely into Tang Yao's heart. Before the anger could surge up, a sudden chill ran down her spine, and an inexplicable fear crept into her heart. Ahead, dust scattered in all directions, and Yili's figure slowly emerged. His hair fluttered lightly, his posture upright, and his tattered black robe rustled in the wind. Black hair, golden eyes, an aura of wild arrogance. Playing tricks. Tang Yao's gaze was sharp as she gripped her horizontal sword tightly, releasing the powerful aura of a second-tier, 6th-level cultivator without reservation. She sensed an intense danger emanating from Yili. Yili's expression remained calm, his steps steady and composed. Under countless astonished gazes, the blood and energy within him surged like a boiling cauldron, sovereign, his overwhelming aura sweeping across the entire scene without restraint. After activating Golden Soul Revival, the body's strength increases by about 3 times. This is a comprehensive enhancement, not just an increase in punching power. It was as if he had entered Super Saiyan mode. The sense of power within Yi Li's body was unprecedentedly immense, and the flesh pierced by the sword energy healed instantly as if nothing had happened. He casually picked up the spear stuck in the ground, his figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he had seized the initiative and appeared in front of Tang Yao. Yi Li gripped the long spear tightly, the muscles on his back bulging like a living creature, resembling the ferocious grin of a demon. He casually thrust the spear forward, causing Tang Yao's expression to change drastically. She quickly raised her blade horizontally in front of her, letting out a low shout. The phantom of a giant sword emerged from her body. Yi Li remained expressionless as dragon scales appeared on the long spear, striking the phantom with overwhelming force. Boom! Yi Li exerted a bit of force, and a terrifying power erupted from the gun's body. The giant sword's phantom that had just appeared in Tang Yao's hand shattered instantly, and the horizontal sword blocking in front of her let out a mournful wail. Tang Yao's figure trembled as she retreated, her delicate face showing a grave expression as if facing a formidable enemy, cold sweat dripping down her back. Her arms were already numb, and at this moment, even lifting them had become extremely difficult. With just one strike, she lost most of her combat strength. Such terrifying power, could it really not be the ultimate move of some extraordinarily gifted Tier 3 martial artist? What to do? What to do? Yi Li gave her no time to think, his figure already swiftly appearing before her. Tang Yao's pupils contracted slightly as she mustered all her strength to raise her horizontal sword. In the next instant, the pitch-black spear came sweeping down mercilessly. Clang! The golden dragon sword, which had accompanied her through countless days and nights, let out a mournful wail under this strike before shattering. The sweeping spear struck her waist and abdomen heavily, breaking several ribs on impact. Tang Yao felt as if she had collided head-on with a speeding truck. Her internal organs trembled and compressed violently, the pain tearing through her body as if it were splitting apart. Her mind was almost completely blank. Ugh, ah. In a daze, she felt herself being flung away, rolling and landing heavily on the ground. A painful moan escaped her cherry lips as her body curled up uncontrollably. The pride and composure she once carried were utterly gone in this moment. The young girl's delicate face was contorted in extreme pain, blood continuously coughed up from her mouth, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. The broken horizontal sword slipped from her hand. In the face of such terrifying power, her years of painstaking swordsmanship training and her formidable second-tier, 6th-level cultivation seemed so fragile and laughable. The former pride and confidence have now turned into a joke, and the talent she once took pride in has been trampled underfoot by the opponent, left for anyone to desecrate. An indescribable sense of defeat surged from the depths of her heart. How could a martial artist who had just entered the second tier be so formidable? Tang Yao's face turned pale as she struggled to breathe, laboriously trying to get up from the ground. Just as she was about to stand, a martial arts shoe slowly pressed against her cheek. The delicate, fair face slightly distorted under the sole of the shoe. Tang Yao's heart sank into despair, and tears began to glisten at the corners of her eyes. The overwhelming humiliation and anger almost drowned her, yet at this moment, even moving a finger felt impossible. She had no strength to resist and could only stare at the opponent with tear-filled eyes, full of unwillingness. Tang's senior sister. In the spectator seats, some students saw this scene, their faces full of distress, and couldn't help but shout. That senior Tang, whom they usually didn't even dare to speak to, was now being so wantonly humiliated by that boy named Yi Li. How excessive, how arrogant. Anger surged in their hearts, and they clenched their fists tightly. However, when Yi Li raised his eyes and swept his gaze over them, a chill ran through everyone's bodies, and they instinctively shut their mouths. Tang Yao, forgive my bluntness. Just as Tang Yao was filled with humiliation, Yi Li's voice, carrying a lofty indifference, reached her ears. Following that was the sharp, pitch-black spear, its tip first stopping at her proud chest, then slowly moving upward, lightly tapping her swollen cheek. The young man in the black robe appeared calm, his golden eyes blazing with intensity and authority, yet his voice carried a hint of mockery. You are nothing but trash. Tang Yao's heart tightened abruptly. Born in the Qingshan Sword Pavilion, Tang Yao had been entrusted with great expectations by the current pavilion master since childhood. Although the Qingshan Sword Pavilion held a leading position among sects within Qingshan City, it still seemed somewhat lacking when compared to the prestigious sects in Ying Province. Moreover, under the leadership of the current pavilion master, the Qingshan Sword Pavilion had begun to show signs of decline, with a shortage of talent and the entire sect on a downward trajectory. At this very moment, the sect was in desperate need of a genius to emerge and lead the faltering Qingshan Sword Pavilion back to prosperity. Tang Yao's arrival was perfectly timed. Her extraordinary talent made her regarded as the leader of the younger generation and the hope for the future, not only within the Qingshan Sword Pavilion but throughout Qingshan City. The young girl also considered herself extraordinary. She had planned to first claim the top spot in the provincial martial arts exam, then enter a martial arts university to hone her skills. trials, and later roamed the world with her sword, aiming to reach the pinnacle of the martial arts world. Unexpectedly, before even achieving the first stage, reality dealt her a harsh blow. Tang Yao's face grew increasingly pale, her beautiful face pressed underfoot, making even the act of lifting her head a luxury. The talent and swordsmanship she had always prided herself on seemed as powerless and laughable as parlor tricks before the boy in black. Until now, she had never lost a single match among her peers. At this moment, the bitterness in her heart was more intense than ever. Tang Yao, forgive my bluntness. You are nothing but trash. Hearing these words, the sharpness in Tang Yao's eyes gradually faded, and her tightly clenched fists slowly loosened. She lay on the martial arts stage like a dead dog, showing no reaction for the first time to someone else's humiliation. Yili didn't even spare her a glance. For these self-satisfied geniuses, he always repaid kindness and grievances with direct retaliation. No matter how pitiful the girl appeared at this moment, it had nothing to do with him, just as if he had lost this match, no matter how pitiful he might be, the opponent wouldn't feel any sympathy for him. In the world of high martial arts, it is the duty of the strong to ruthlessly humiliate the weak. Therefore, Yili showed no mercy. Instead, he stepped on her head and strode off the stage. The referee's excited voice, empty and desolate, echoed across the martial arts arena. The audience of over 1,000 people was so silent at this moment, it felt as if a heavy snowfall had just occurred. Countless students from Qingshan City were either dumbfounded, showing complex expressions, or struggling to accept the scene before them, their hearts seemingly torn back and forth by sharp blades, the pain unbearable. No one had expected that the sword fairy girl, who was held in such high regard and radiated brilliance in their hearts, would be so brutally defeated. Moreover, it was an overwhelming defeat, one-sided, and without any suspense. They couldn't even see the slightest sign of an evenly matched battle. As the dust of the fight settled, the young man in black leisurely walked out of the arena, swiftly and decisively ending Tang Yao's struggle in just a few moves. A martial arts candidate wielding a second-tier advanced treasure was defeated so quickly. From the result, this defeat was no different from Tang Yao's previous matches, except that the roles of the one standing and the one falling had been reversed. Tap. In the deathly silence of the entire venue, only an unhurried sound of footsteps echoed. The sound wasn't loud, yet it felt as if it was stepping on everyone's hearts, pressing down heavily. Under countless complex and astonished gazes, the handsome young man with black hair and golden eyes walked down the platform with a cold expression and steady steps. The smooth surface of the platform behind him was covered with cracks, making it particularly striking, and that exceptionally handsome face now faintly exuded an aura of authority without anger. Even the people from Linhai No. 1 High School felt their throats dry and their tongues parched. Lu Yonda looked at the young man and shivered uncontrollably as he recalled his own death-seeking provocation from last week. The other party's strength was so overwhelming that even the swordsmanship genius, recognized by everyone in Qingshan City, was beaten by him like that. It was truly a stroke of luck that he himself hadn't been killed with a single punch back then. If his ancestors knew about it, they would probably be banging their heads in the underworld. No wonder his uncle, the director, hadn't dared to make a move against him at the time. A genius like this, if anyone dared to act recklessly, the school would probably have kicked both him and his uncle out together. Lu Yonda felt a chill in his heart and secretly made up his mind. From now on, I'd rather be a red stone than court death again. Due to the remaining contestants from Qingshan No. 1 High School forfeiting, Linhai No. 1 High School is declared the winner. This exchange competition is hereby concluded. The referee's excited voice still echoed. On the high platform, the elder of the sword pavilion had a gloomy expression, his hands slowly clenching under his sleeve. To be able to so thoroughly crush Tang Yao, a peer of the same age, let alone him, even the master of the sword pavilion probably had never seen such a thing. Thinking about how he had previously wanted the senior teachers of Fong Yun University to witness a true genius, his cheeks suddenly burned with embarrassment. The elder of the sword pavilion wanted to say something to save face, but when he turned around, he found that Yu Wang had quietly left at some unknown time. The young man named Yili had just stepped off the stage when his opponent disappeared without a trace, making his intentions abundantly clear. Thinking of this, the elder of the sword pavilion's eyes flickered. After a moment of silence, he finally let out a long sigh. With the guaranteed admission to Fong Yun University, the future achievements of the youth in black are likely to rival, if not surpass, those of the sword pavilion master. As expected, the figure of the young man in black had just disappeared from the exit passage, when a sudden exclamation erupted from the spectators' seats. On the high platform, a figure was seen leaping down as lightly as a bird, like a diving falcon, rapidly descending to the ground. With a loud bang, countless fragments of stone and dust were sent flying, as if a small explosion had occurred there. Everyone looked on in astonishment, only to see an elderly man with white hair and beard, a kind yet dignified expression, standing steadily above the pit. He stood tall like a pine tree, hands clasped behind his back, his blue robe fluttering in the wind, exuding an extraordinary and ethereal aura. Behind him was adorned a vivid depiction of flowing clouds, as if stirring with wind and storm. That was the emblem of Fong Yun University. On the spectator stands, over 1,000 provincial potential martial arts students naturally recognized the name of Fong Yun University, their eyes filled with surprise. They had long heard that Fong Yun University would send someone to watch the competition, but they hadn't expected them to jump directly from the high platform. However, the surprise quickly turned into shock. The next second, the dignified elder strode quickly into the cultivation passage, his expression excited, as if he had discovered a peerless treasure. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. After he left, the spectators' area instantly erupted like a boiling pot of oil. Isn't that a teacher from Fong Yun University? What's he trying to do? Bro, are you blind? Isn't it obvious? He's going after that Yili. Could it be a guaranteed admission? Guaranteed admission? For competitions at the city level like this, if you perform well enough, you can catch the attention of prestigious school teachers and get directly admitted without taking the martial arts exam. What? That Yili can treat Senior Tang like that and still get guaranteed admission to Fong Yun University? I can't believe it. I can't accept this either. Isn't this blatantly shameless? They even dare to treat people like this. The spectators in the stands were abuzz with discussion, followed by a chorus of sighs and lamentations. The sadness in the air seemed to pierce the heavens. The scoundrel who had just ruthlessly embarrassed the person they idolized as their white moonlight had now turned around and secured the guaranteed admission they all dreamed of. Such a thing was truly hard to accept. In the eyes of the thousands of Qingshan students, there was both shock and helplessness. It was as if their bodies had taken root, firmly glued to their seats. The teachers on the high platform exchanged glances, their eyes tinged with a sour bitterness. Without a doubt, Yili, who possessed such talent and had secured a guaranteed spot at Fong Yun University, was destined for a stable future and would inevitably become a renowned high-level martial artist. The luck of Linhai No. 1 High School is simply incredible. Having Jiang Qingzhu wasn't enough, and now an even more extraordinary Yili has appeared, making people so envious they could cry. The teachers from Qingshan City could only feel their eyes turning red with jealousy, full of envy. Inside the lounge, as soon as Yili sat down, he saw Wang Yongfeng walk in with an excited expression. Good lad, you're too fierce. Principal Li is almost driven mad by you. Wang Yongfeng eagerly stepped forward, looking him up and down. Are you hurt anywhere? You've arrived. It's nothing, just consumed quite a bit of true energy. I'll recover in about an hour. Yili waved his hand, placing the long spear beside him. His pupils returned to a deep ink color, and the injuries on his body had already been completely healed by the immortal golden soul. Between breaths, the somewhat depleted true energy within his body quickly recovered, mainly due to the massive consumption caused by using golden soul revival. Even without using this explosive-like innate ability, Yili was confident he could secure victory. However, in that case, he would have to engage in a back-and-forth battle with Tang Yao, employing techniques like frost and snow over the sky, and soaring dragon riding the wind manual, likely having to use them all. By then, the opponent would surely exclaim, "What an exhilarating and satisfying battle," without any trace of resentment or unwillingness. In that scenario, how could he possibly earn any evil deeds points? Instead, it would seem like two geniuses mutually admiring each other. Therefore, Yili decisively chose the most brutal method to end the battle, aiming to shatter the opponent's psychological defenses. The effect was remarkable. Severely injured and publicly humiliated the proud young master of the Sword Pavilion, evil value plus 5,000. Current evil value, 51,500 points. This number made Yili's heart surge with excitement. Good job, you played so many matches in the morning, and in the afternoon, you still have to compete with Tang Yao. Wang Yongfeng admired the young man more and more as he looked at him. Seeing his tattered black robe, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. If there are any more matches like this before the martial arts exam, I'll help you cancel them so you can focus on preparing. After saying this, he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Yili's gaze suddenly became sharp. That won't be necessary. Yili cleared his throat lightly and said calmly, I'm used to sustaining war with war. Still, you need to take care of your health. Wang Yongfeng smiled with emotion and encouraged, as long as you maintain this level, even the strongest Fong Yun University in the province will be eager to recruit you. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard outside the door. An elderly man with white hair and beard pushed the door open and entered, chuckling, indeed, but I wonder if student Yili is willing? Upon seeing the visitor, Wang Yongfeng was momentarily stunned, then his gaze swept over him, and his eyes widened involuntarily. Dressed in the academic robe of Fong Yun University, this indicated that the elderly man was a teacher at Fong Yun University. Could it really be that they've come to recruit someone in advance? Wang Yongfeng found it somewhat unbelievable. He had heard about Fong Yun University recruiting students in advance before, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. After all, there are nearly 100 martial arts high schools across the 12 cities of Ying Province, and each year, the number of young martial artists recruited early by Fong Yun University is extremely small, at most 2 or 3, sometimes not even 1. Early recruitment naturally means a guaranteed admission, and being a guaranteed student signifies a significant allocation of resources. Yili, even though Fong Yun University is known as the top leader among martial arts universities in Ying Ing Province, it doesn't have enough resources to recommend more than a dozen students every year. In previous years, most of the recommended students were carefully selected from the martial arts students in Shanzhou City, while other cities could only watch enviously. It had been many years since Fong Yun University last selected recommended students from Linhai City. To receive such treatment now, it seems that a meteoric rise is truly in the cards. Yili, Fong Yun University is the top martial arts academy in Ing Province. Wang Yongfeng cleared his throat and gently reminded, if you can secure an early recommendation, it will be a tremendous help for your future development. Exactly. As soon as the words were spoken, Elder Yu quickly leaned in, appearing somewhat nervous and rubbing his hands incessantly. Seeing the unblemished skin beneath Yili's black robe, a fiery gleam instantly ignited in his eyes. As expected, he hadn't been mistaken. The injuries caused by the sword energy just minutes ago had completely vanished. The speed of this recovery was simply astonishing. What kind of martial talent was this? To encounter such a treasure in a place like this, the old man truly felt he had struck gold. Earlier on the dueling platform, Elder Yu, the most advanced in cultivation, had seen everything clearly. Tang Yao's attacks were not entirely ineffective against Yili. In fact, most of them had inflicted damage. Especially that move, Mount Tai lifting the sun. Even with the mysterious white mist protecting him, the fierce sword energy had directly pierced through Yili's right abdomen. Yet, such injuries, which would have left an ordinary martial artist gravely wounded, healed rapidly on Yili within just a few breaths. Witnessing this, Elder Yu almost popped his eyes out in shock, his heart churning with waves of astonishment. No one understood the implications of this better than he did. If it weren't for the group of teachers surrounding him, he would have rushed up to verify it immediately. Fortunately, the opportunity hadn't completely slipped away. Elder Yu swallowed hard, looked at the calm-faced youth in the black robe, and said with a gentle smile, I happen to have a special direct admission slot in my hands. As long as you're willing, I will personally be your mentor. You can join Fong Yun University right now without even taking the martial exam. To be honest, I am a senior teacher at Fong Yun University, and my martial arts skills are quite advanced. I would never mislead my students, so you can rest assured about that. Hearing this, even Wang Yongfeng's expression turned peculiar. Are we sure this is a teacher from Fong Yun University and not a salesperson from some martial arts tutoring center? Isn't this enthusiasm a bit over the top? The oddity carried a hint of bitterness. After all, during his own martial arts exam years ago, he had never encountered such a scene. Back then, the intermediate teachers sent by Fong Yun University all had cold expressions, exuding indifference from head to toe. But now, with Yili, a senior teacher had turned into an enthusiastic promoter. The guaranteed admission slot was understandable, as Yili, who had defeated Tang Yao, indeed showed potential. But this almost please say yes attitude written all over his face was a completely different matter. Did this mean that Yili's potential was so outstanding that he stood out even among the guaranteed admission students? Thinking of this, Wang Yongfeng's breathing grew rapid. Could it be that Yili possessed potential he had yet to notice? Yili did not answer directly but instead asked, what specific benefits does this guaranteed admission offer? What he lacked the most were opportunities to earn sin points and acquire various martial techniques and skills. Of course there are. Yu Wang replied with a confident smile, straightening his posture as he spoke. Just the library at Fong Yun University alone, your credentials will grant you direct access to the 4th floor. Forget second and third tier martial techniques, even rare 4th tier martial techniques are all available for exchange as long as you wish to redeem them. Furthermore, there's the level of connections. Many of the teachers at Fong Yun University hold high positions in various major forces. To be honest, ordinary martial arts students only have the chance to meet them on campus. These are all potential networking resources. As he spoke, he deliberately hinted, I myself am also a guest elder in several associations, holding access to many resources and opportunities for secret realm training. As long as I am willing, I can allocate them to the students I favor. In addition, when encountering difficulties while practicing martial techniques, you can always consult the teachers. With the title of recommended student, they will be more than happy to help you solve your problems. The old man spoke incessantly, his mouth dry and tongue parched. He looked at Yili, whose expression remained calm as usual, cleared his throat, and continued with a smile, if you are willing to become my student, that would be wonderful. The resources I can provide you are definitely far greater than those offered by the leaders of second-rate forces. Yili nodded slightly. As expected of the martial arts university with the deepest foundation in Ing Province, the benefits were indeed tempting. Although the actual difficulty was far greater than what the other party described, Fong Yun University could indeed offer quite a few practical opportunities. He didn't lack teachers to instruct him in martial techniques, nor did he need fragile connections that would break at the slightest touch, but he did have some interest in such opportunities. I see, that's indeed not bad. Finally, facing Yu Wang's fiery gaze, Yili calmly said, however, I refuse. Language play, toying with a 106-year-old professor from Fong Yun University, evil value plus 500. Yu Wang, who thought he had the situation under control, was stunned and couldn't help but ask, why? Are the terms not generous enough? The terms are very generous. Yili nodded naturally. What about you? I refuse. Language play at Stormcloud University. 106-year-old teacher, evil deeds plus 200. To be honest, teasing this old man is actually quite amusing. Yili sighed. His habit of saying no to those who are overly confident seems impossible to change. Then, why refuse? Elder, you asked with a hint of eagerness. Yili chuckled softly and said, because I'm going to take the martial arts exam. You're still planning to take the martial arts exam? Yu Wang was stunned, then said earnestly, there's absolutely no need. After this battle, the students of Qingshan No. 1 High School probably already hate you to the core. If these hundreds of them take some time during the martial arts exam, they might collectively come to trouble you. By then, you'll be alone, facing the crowd, and it could easily lead to trouble. Then, how about taking the martial arts exam first and then asking for this guaranteed admission spot? Wang Yongfeng tentatively asked, feeling that Yili probably wanted to use the martial arts exam to temper himself, so he tried to help negotiate. Then it's even more unnecessary. Olju glanced at him and said helplessly, this year, Fong Yun University only has one guaranteed admission spot, and it's mine. You all know Shanzhou No. 1 High School, right? It's the martial arts high school with the deepest foundation in the entire province, producing the most geniuses over the years. As far as I know, they also have several genius candidates this year, each one sharp and arrogant. If they find out that you, a guaranteed martial arts student, went to take the martial arts exam, they will definitely come specifically to meet you. As he spoke, he looked at Yili and explained seriously, Buzz. To put it bluntly, they will come to cause you trouble and test your skills. Why? Yili asked. Just not convinced. Elder Yu sighed. Student Yili, listen to an old man's advice. The martial exam is no child's play. Aren't you just making trouble for yourself? There's absolutely no need to compete with them over this, is there? After speaking, Old Yu suddenly noticed that the young man's dark eyes before him grew even brighter. Indeed. Under Old Yu's puzzled gaze, Yili said calmly, how about this? Let's compromise. I'll take the guaranteed admission spot, and I'll also participate in the martial arts exam. What? You want it all? Old Yu looked at Wang Yongfeng beside him in shock, doubting whether he had misheard. Night fell, and the cool evening breeze gently swept over the skies of Qingshan City. Under Yu Wang's reluctant gaze, Yili exchanged contact information with him before they parted ways. Later, under Wang Yongfeng's guidance, he, Jiang Qingzhu, and the others quickly returned to the high-standard downtown hotel. I knew you would win. That day in your training room, I saw the numbers on the punching power test machine. Under the envious gazes of Lu Yangda and the others, Jiang Qingzhu earnestly said to Yili, you've been hiding your strength. That's true. Tang Yao should feel ashamed for not making me go all out. Yili chuckled softly, then stopped at the doorway. Well then, see you tomorrow. He could hardly wait to allocate his points. See you tomorrow. Jiang Qingzhu's eyes sparkled, her red lips slightly parted. Yili nodded in acknowledgement and casually closed the door. Watching his figure gradually fade into the distance, Jiang Qingzhu took a deep breath. Since that day, every time she looked up, she could always see the sky in his unattainable silhouette. But she bore a heavy responsibility and could not give up easily, no matter what. She had to catch up quickly. Jiang Qingzhu silently encouraged herself. At least the other party's martial arts level wasn't higher than hers, so she could still catch up for the time being. Alright, let's begin. In the room, the surroundings quieted down, and Yili, having washed away his fatigue, returned to the bed and sat cross-legged. The white bathrobe fluttered lightly in the breeze, and a hint of anticipation appeared on his handsome face. Current evil value, 52,200 points. Available noble phantasms for extraction. Such a massive number, it was the first time he had ever seen it. It was like receiving a salary of over 10,000 for the first time as an adult, leaving him somewhat unsure of how to splurge it. Defeating Tang Yao did not mean everything was smooth sailing. A new challenge was quietly approaching. According to Yu Wang, this martial arts exam would not only see the possible return of hundreds of martial arts students from Qingshan No. 1 High School, but also attract a few so-called geniuses from Shanzhou City. It seemed another intense battle was on the horizon. Although the hundreds from Qingshan No. 1 High School were numerous, they were not to be feared. With his terrifying endurance, Yili had no reason to fear these uncoordinated weaklings. The only threat truly worth being vigilant about comes from Shanzhou City. As the capital of Ying Province, Shanzhou City is rich in resources, and the martial arts atmosphere is the most prevalent among the 12 cities of Ying Province. Shanzhou No. 1 High School naturally stands as the top martial arts high school with the highest admission rate in Ying Province. Among its students, those hailed as geniuses, though Yu Wang did not explicitly state their exact strength, Yili understood in his heart that they would not be much weaker than Tang Yao, and might even be stronger. Until he possesses the strength to crush them, Yili finds it hard to eat or sleep in peace. Truly high risk, high reward, he chuckled with a hint of mockery. He was well aware that following his development path, even a single failure along the way could result in enormous losses, both material and mental. Therefore, he had to eliminate eliminate the possibility of such failures. Yili exhaled lightly and summoned the panel. It must be said, he had stayed long enough at the first level of the second tier, and had long grown tired of the tedious procedures. It was time for a true breakthrough. Current sin value, 52,200 points. Treasure can be drawn. Since the S-level breathing technique was already maxed out, there was no reason not to take this opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Go forth, my persistence and effort. Begin consuming sin points, continuously enhancing cultivation. Through your previous arduous training, your understanding of the S-level breathing technique White Mist Frost Snow has reached a level of complete mastery. This has significantly improved your control over true chi, accelerating its integration with your meridians. Gain buff. Cultivation speed increased by 400%. Your cultivation speed is like that of a legendary race car driver, banned for years, suddenly allowed to speed and driving a top-tier race car at full throttle. New achievement unlocked. Drift through corners. Drift through corners. No matter how fast you go, the vehicle you drive will never overturn while drifting. In the past, the elderly Adachi Ken, who once sprinted down this road, was left behind by you, and your cultivation began to soar rapidly. After consuming 1,000 points of sin value, you used pure true chi to thoroughly temper the meridians in your arms. The meridians emitted a jade-like luster, naturally enhancing your physical body and boosting your vitality. You successfully advanced to Tier 2, Level 3. Your mastery of true chi has greatly improved, and your recovery speed far surpasses that of martial artists at the same level. This has made you increasingly adept at cultivating in the Jade Meridian realm. Gained buff. Cultivation speed increased by 20%. After consuming 3,000 points of sin value, you mobilized all your true energy to temper the meridians in your torso. The functions of your internal organs were subsequently enhanced, with the kidneys showing particularly significant improvement. It seems you favored them during the tempering process, allocating 40% of the replenished vital energy to the kidneys. You successfully advanced to Tier 2, Level 6. This is utter nonsense. Yili has always treated all his internal organs equally. How could there be any favoritism toward a particular organ? At most, it was merely because the kidneys promote blood production, which is beneficial for the future Tier 3 True Blood realm, leaving him no choice but to focus on them. The text on the light screen continues to appear. After consuming 5,000 points of sin value, you circulate your inner energy throughout your body, reaching an incredibly proficient state. The meridians in your limbs and bones are thoroughly tempered, completing their transformation. A rich, medicinal fragrance emanates from within your body. You have successfully advanced to Tier 2, Level 9. After consuming 8,000 points of sin value, you fully master the surging strength. Your resilient muscles and bones make your physical body far stronger than before, and signs of transformation begin to appear in your blood. You have officially stepped into the peak of the second stage. This advancement consumed a total of 8,000 points of sin value, equivalent to over 10 years of arduous cultivation. Current sin value, 44,200 points. As the final line of text appeared, Yili felt heat surging through his entire body. The true energy within him roiled like turbulent waves, rushing and surging, then coursed through his meridians at a speed far surpassing anything he had experienced before. He slightly clenched his fist, and surging true energy instantly erupted from within, moving at an astonishing speed. If he were to use martial techniques, this speed would undoubtedly be several times faster than before. Yili stared at his slender palm, a trace of joy flashing in his dark eyes. As expected, choosing to perfect his breathing technique before advancing his cultivation was the right decision. He clearly remembered that back then, it had taken him 8 years of arduous training to barely advance from the 5th level of the first stage to the 8th level. Now, with just over 10 years of hard work, he had leapt from the first level of the second stage to the peak of the second stage. Although this speed couldn't compare to those prodigies, it was a complete transformation compared to when he had first crossed over. Beneath his smooth skin lay meridians as clear as jade, no longer fragile, and his physical strength had improved as a result. Even the blood coursing through his body, nourished by these fully transformed meridians, now faintly revealed traces of mysterious golden glimmers, looking entirely different from before. After defeating so many opponents and showcasing his sharpness, all of this was well deserved. Yili slowly exhaled a breath of pure air, his expression calm and unconfused. He understood that this was precisely the next stage of the martial path, the process required to reach the third stage True Blood realm. When the blood within his body fully revealed subtle golden glimmers, it would signify his official entry into the True Blood realm. For low-level martial artists, the essence of cultivation lies in the continuous transformation of the physical body. Effective breathing techniques and tempering methods can greatly accelerate this transformation process. As long as he found a suitable tempering method, Yili had a high chance of directly pushing his strength to its limit. Thinking of this, his gaze fell on the panel, and the numbers were still abundant. Current sin value, 44,200 points. Although he hadn't found a suitable tempering method yet, it was still worth trying to break through to a level close to the True Blood realm using a clumsy approach. approach. With a single thought, Yili directed the vast sin value to surge into the panel once again. Consume sin value. Begin to enhance martial arts level. You have not studied any methods for tempering vitality and blood, akin to a college student who, after 2 years of university, goes back to take the college entrance exam, only to stare blankly at the test paper. In utter helplessness, you can only rely on the transformed jade veins to nurture vitality and blood, thereby achieving the purpose of tempering them. Negative buff acquired. Cultivation speed reduced by 80%. After consuming 1000 points of sin value, about 1/5 of the blood in your body glimmers with a trace of golden light, filling you with excitement as you feel you found the key. What? After consuming 2000 points of sin value, you sadly realize that the so-called key was just an illusion. Forcing your meridians to nurture your blood and energy is not only difficult at the start, but even harder midway, and ultimately as helpless as a blind man riding a blind horse. Negative buff acquired. Emotion irritability. Cultivation speed reduced by 10%. After consuming 3000 points of sin value, more than half of the blood in your body has undergone an initial transformation. However, the remaining portion is like impurities in smelted metal, extremely difficult to remove. Perhaps only the forging method can eliminate them. Acquired negative buff. Midnight by the deep pool. 50% increased risk of chi deviation. Yili decisively stopped allocating points. This is just too absurd. How could cultivation come with the risk of chi deviation? Wasn't he supposed to be a college student? Who said college students from his hometown couldn't take the college entrance exam? Hasn't anyone heard of a college student taking the exam on behalf of a junior and directly sending them to a vocational school? Looks like I still need to find a manual on tempering techniques. Yili sighed. More than half of the blood in his body had already undergone transformation. Logically speaking, his strength should be significantly greater than that of an ordinary peak second-tier warrior. At least judging by the current intensity of his vitality, this was entirely the case. At this moment, compared to himself from just a few minutes ago, his current strength was far beyond what the latter could achieve even after activating Golden Soul Awakening. Yili briefly organized his two forms. One was the state of activating Heavenly Gangvoid Step. With its damage immunity and speed, combined with his mastery of various perfected martial techniques, he could easily hold his own against an early-stage third-tier warrior without breaking a sweat. If the battle dragged on, with his blood tank advantage, he could undoubtedly trade injuries and exhaust an ordinary third-tier warrior to death. The other was the Super Saiyan form activated by Golden Soul Awakening. Though it consumed a tremendous amount of energy, the enhancement to his physical body was astonishing. Forget about early-stage third-tier warriors of the first or second level. He was confident that he could tear apart a mid-stage third-tier beast with a single punch, a veritable humanoid Digimon. As for why these two forms are distinguished, it's because each has unique special effects when activated. Who could resist the temptation of a shape-shifting ability? Yili chuckled softly, his gaze once again falling on the panel. There are still over 40,000 sin points, which should be enough to get that so-called guaranteed treasure. The question is it really necessary? Yili pondered for a moment and felt it wasn't necessary for now. According to the rules, the best performing participant in the exchange competition would receive, in addition to prize money and chi blood pills, a treasure jointly sponsored by the two schools. He wasn't sure yet what this treasure specifically was. He would wait until he got it and found out it wasn't a gun-type treasure before considering whether to draw from this card pool. Thinking about this, Yili turned to look at his martial arts talent. Current talent, SSS level Immortal Golden Soul LV2, upgradable. With so many evil points in hand, it would be a pity not to continue adding points. Last time, upgrading to LV2 unlocked the Scion-like transformation Golden Soul Awakening. This made Yili somewhat expectant. What kind of new abilities would be unlocked upon upgrading to LV3? Investing in martial arts talent is definitely worthwhile, so just go for it. Yili focused his thoughts and began channeling a large amount of sin points into the panel as per his experience. Your solid and clear golden soul is nourished once again, greedily absorbing the sin points you poured in, like parched earth welcoming a long-awaited rainnut. After consuming 2000 points of evil value, your golden soul becomes increasingly stable. After consuming 5000 points of evil value, a faint pattern begins to emerge on the golden soul. This is a sign of the golden soul's evolution. You gather your true energy to prevent going astray. After consuming 10,000 points of evil value, the pattern becomes clearer and more solid. Upon closer inspection, it turns out to be a complex and mysterious engraving. Staring at it for a long time brings a sense of clarity and tranquility to your mind. After consuming 15,000 points of evil value, your golden soul becomes even more stable, and the engraving gradually begins to emit light. After consuming 20,000 points of evil value, the imprint finally fused completely with the golden soul, and you awakened a new innate ability. The immortal golden soul has been upgraded to LV3, self-healing speed increased, and energy consumption reduced. New innate ability unlocked, Eye of Illusion. Eye of Illusion, greatly enhances vision, improves dynamic sight, and after fusing with the golden soul, grants the holder the ability to see through lies, discern demon forms, and identify weaknesses. Comment, said to belong to the same category as the legendary Heavenly Eye and Fiery Eyes, it is a divine eye that, if used wisely, has infinite potential. Yili suddenly opened his eyes, his dark pupils shimmering with divine light, exceptionally sharp. The usually calm and handsome face involuntarily revealed a hint of surprise and delight. Seeing through lies, uncovering true forms, identifying weaknesses, this ability is simply perfect. All are abilities that astonish and envy ordinary martial artists. Yili turned his head to look out the window. Though shrouded in the night, he could clearly see the scenery a kilometer away. Looking around, he felt even more shocked. Not only could he spot the subtle wear and tear on the room's furnishings at a glance, but even the spirit-gathering formations on the walls were clearly visible. Focusing slightly, one could see several glowing points on the formation, clearly indicating its weaknesses. Is this the ability to discern weaknesses? Yili stepped down from the bed, pointed at the formation with a bit of force, and the spiritual energy formation immediately trembled before exploding with a loud bang. Oh! Yili's expression changed slightly, suddenly remembering that he had already stepped halfway into the true blood realm. With the strength of his current physical body, just a slight exertion of force with one finger could not only break the formation but also directly snap an ordinary person's bones. He withdrew his palm, the divine light in his eyes gradually fading as he calmed his excited emotions. Now, even without activating Golden Soul Revival, he was confident he could slap Tang Yao from the afternoon to the ground with a single strike. The results of the exchange competition between the two cities spread rapidly. The technology in the high martial world is not lagging behind. Within just a few hours, most martial arts high schools in Ing province had heard the news of this exchange competition. There were also rumors that a student from Linhai No. 1 High School was suspected of being directly recommended to Fong Yun University, which quickly spread as well. Bang! Shanzhou City, Shanzhou No. 1 High School. In a room resembling a conference room, a discussion was unfolding around the young man in black. That's roughly how it is. In the conference room of Shanzhou No. 1 High School, a figure with an air of calm authority sat upright at the head of a long stone table. He was dressed in an elegant, long robe, his hands folded and resting flat in front of him. His gentle gaze swept over the figures seated on either side of the table as he spoke with a smile. Although it sounds a bit unbelievable, that Tang Yao was actually defeated by an unknown martial arts student. I watched the recording of that match. The martial arts student is named Yili, from Linhai City. It's indeed quite surprising, definitely the biggest dark horse in this year's martial arts exam. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present showed expressions of astonishment. They had all heard of the young master of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion, who had not only reached the 6th level of the second tier but had also once defeated a peak second tier expert across levels. In memory, their captain once regarded him as a strong contender for this year's martial arts exam. Now, he has unexpectedly been defeated in advance. Yili? Sitting closest to the young man was a sweet-looking girl with long hair cascading down to her waist, lively eyes, and rosy lips with pearly white teeth. After hearing the young man's words, she placed her snow-white right leg over her left leg, propped her chin, and curiously looked at the refined young man. Brother, why have I never heard of this person before? That's why he's called a dark horse. The refined young man glanced at her, his eyes full of affection, and said with a smile, moreover, he seems to have mastered a secret technique with significant enhancement effects. Originally, he only had a second-tier first-level cultivation, but with the help of the secret technique, his strength and speed completely crushed Tang Yao, who was at the 6th-level realm. However, everything comes with a price. Since this secret technique is so powerful, the consumption and side effects must be quite severe. You can tell from Yili's eagerness to end the battle quickly after activating the secret technique. The girl laughed sweetly and said, isn't that just relying on the secret technique? In the end, his own strength is indeed too weak. Warner, don't underestimate the enemy. Bang! The refined young man said helplessly, from the footage, even without using secret techniques, he can hold his own against Tang Yao, who is at the 6th level of the second tier, without being at a disadvantage. Regardless, he is undoubtedly a formidable opponent. If you encounter him, make sure not to act impulsively and recklessly like before. Oh, although Yang Wan was somewhat reluctant, she still agreed. She snorted lightly and said defiantly, a little shrimp at the first level of the second tier, do you really think I, your aunt, can't beat him? Stop worrying so much. You, the refined young man shook his head helplessly. Then, his gaze turned to the solemn crowd, and he continued, everyone, there's one more thing I need to remind you of. Yili is extremely ruthless and shows no mercy. If you encounter him during the martial exam, try to avoid any conflict with him. If you can make friends with him, that would be even better. After speaking, he quietly waited for everyone's reaction. Make friends? Someone asked doubtfully, Captain Yang, are we going to form an alliance with him? That's right. The refined young man named Yang Wanfeng smiled faintly and said gracefully, as long as he doesn't plan to compete for the martial arts championship, there's no direct conflict between us. Why not make friends with him? But since he was able to defeat Tang Yao, now, he surely won't willingly give up the championship, right? The questioner frowned deeply and asked worriedly, Captain Yang, what if he refuses to form an alliance? Then we'll beat him up. Yang Wan excitedly waved her fist. My brother has already lowered himself to win him over. As long as Yili is smart, he will definitely go with the flow. Otherwise, this lady will just beat him into submission. As a second-tier, 6th-level martial artist, she was extremely confident in her strength. Although Tang Yao of the same tier had already been defeated, Yang Wan remained completely unconcerned. This was not blind confidence. As a family renowned for their blood ignition secret technique, the Yang family of Shanzhou far surpassed the second-rate sword pavilion of Qingshan City in terms of foundation, winning within the province, and even rumors claim, whenever encountering a direct descendant of the Yang family, no one of the same rank can rival them. These 3 sentences are enough to highlight the overwhelming dominance of the Yang family's secret techniques. Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan, the brother and sister duo, became 2 dazzling stars of Shanzhou No. 1 High School, relying on their family's heritage and talent. They joined forces, enough to rival a 3rd-tier warrior. After speaking, Yang Wan licked her sharp fangs, and her lively eyes seemed to ignite with flames. Since we're both using secret techniques, let's see whose technique is stronger. Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's gaze remained calm as he slowly said, Wanner, don't underestimate the enemy. Even if the attempt to win him over fails, try not to fight him. Ah, why? Yang Wan puffed out her cheeks in defiance. For the sake of your martial exam results, and for the life of that Yili. Wanner. A trace of coldness suddenly appeared on Yang Wanfeng's refined face. He raised his head, his tone carrying a warning. If that person hurts you, what do you think will happen to him? His chilling voice echoed throughout the conference room, instantly tightening the atmosphere and filling it with a murderous aura. Looking at this young man with a cold expression, everyone couldn't help but recall past events, shivering involuntarily. The once gentle and refined Yang Wanfeng now seemed as terrifying as a 1,000-armed Azura in their eyes. They all still remembered the last interprovincial exchange match when the opponent accidentally injured Yang Wan. Afterward, when Yang Wanfeng took the stage, consumed by rage, he fought 7 consecutive matches, completely transforming into an overprotective brother. Yang Wan clearly remembered that incident too. She playfully stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, I'll be careful. No, you absolutely won't be careful. Hearing her words, the same thought popped into everyone's minds. Don't be fooled by Yang Wan's sweet talk. With her headstrong personality, there's a 9 out of 10 chance she'll still go looking for trouble with that Yili. Thinking of this, everyone exchanged glances, their faces gradually showing expressions of schadenfreude. I hope that Yili is a smart person and is willing to form an alliance obediently. That way, everything will be easy to handle. Otherwise, if Yang Wan gets angered, and Yang Wanfeng is also provoked, it will lead to big trouble. Alright then. Yang Wanfeng's gaze swept over the crowd, his face once again adorned with a gentle smile as he softly said, Today's meeting ends here. Everyone may disperse. At that moment, a team member cautiously raised their hand. Captain Yang, regarding Yili, I heard something else. Go ahead. Yang Wanfeng nodded in acknowledgement. The team member cautiously spoke. It seems he got the only guaranteed admission spot for this year's Fong Yun University. If he's still participating in this year's martial arts exam, could it be that he's aiming for the top spot? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression subtly changed, and they all turned to look at Yang Wanfeng seated at the head. According to their memories, that guy had repeatedly said he would secure the guaranteed admission spot for Fong Yun University this year, allowing both himself and Yang Wan to enjoy generous enrollment benefits. Not only did they know about this, but most students at Shanzhou No. 1 High School had also heard of it. Yet, it turned out that a newcomer suddenly emerged and snatched the opportunity. This is bad. Losing face like this, Yang's team is probably furious to the point of madness. Everyone instinctively held their breath. Sure enough, under everyone's gaze, Yang Wanfeng's expression turned completely cold. He looked at the speaker and calmly asked, Are you sure he got the guaranteed admission spot? I heard a few friends from Qingshan No. 1 High School say so. That's outrageous. Yang Wan stood up on the spot, stomping her foot fiercely. Why him? Just because he beat Tang Yao? Then my brother could do it too. Why not give it to my brother? Wanner, sit down. Yang Wanfeng took a deep breath and forced a faint smile. It's okay. The teachers at Fong Yun University must have their reasons for doing this. Although he said this, anger still flickered in his eyes. His fingers were tightly interlocked, suppressing the resentment in his heart. Then, he smiled nonchalantly and said, However, since he is a recommended student, his abilities must be extraordinary. If he really comes to participate in the martial arts exam and competes for the top spot, I will personally meet him. At the end of his words, everyone could clearly hear a hint of gritted teeth in his tone. Brother, you're way too much of a pushover. Yang Wan glared at him indignantly, gritting her teeth. That kind of obvious backdoor scumbag better not let me run into him. Otherwise, I'll strip him bare and hang him on a tree, so he can see just how much he's really worth. The next morning, sunlight bathed the earth, the morning light gentle and bright. On a high-speed train bound for Linhai City, Yili leaned against the window, a golden badge hanging from his waist. Engraved on it in bold bold strokes were 4 large characters: Fong Yun University. This golden waist token can only be obtained by outstanding students even at Fong Yun University, and it is itself a top-tier storage treasure. For a martial arts high school student to wear it at their waist, the implication is self-evident. This was precisely the keepsake given to him by Yu Wang. Such an eye-catching item was something Yili originally did not plan to hang directly at his waist. But in the end, he couldn't resist Wang Yongfeng's earnest plea. "Student Yili, I'm begging you as your teacher. I've coached 5 school teams, but I've never won such a high-level trophy before. Just let me help out this time, okay?" Seeing Wang Yongfeng's sincere and earnest expression, the kind-hearted Yili finally agreed to his request. The scenery outside the window sped by in reverse as Yili casually flipped through the messages sent by Yu Wang. "There are dozens of them. Yili, kid, are you free? It doesn't matter if you're not. No need to reply. This old man just wants to tell you how strong our Fong Yun University is. Take Zhenjiang University in Ying Province as an example. Within Hanxia, they are considered a reputable martial arts university. In past years, whenever secret realm fusions triggered beast tides, as long as they hired some external help, they could basically handle it properly. But they are no match for our Fong Yun University. First of all, when secret realm fusion causes a beast tide disaster, our school handles it independently without needing external assistance, and the rewards given to participating students are absolutely generous. Just this alone sets us worlds apart. Moreover, the tasks issued by our school, whether in quantity or quality, far surpass those so-called top martial arts universities. So, after you finish the martial arts exam, if universities from Shanghai or Beijing try to recruit you, make sure not to agree. Our school is in no way inferior to them. It's not that I'm afraid you'll be poached, it's mainly because of Fong Yun University, that place." As the martial arts exam day approached, the atmosphere on campus grew increasingly tense. Even the most carefree individuals usually could feel a hint of urgency at this moment. Logically speaking, no matter what happened at this time, it would be hard to draw the attention of this group of martial arts students. However, this morning, a shocking and enviable event spread throughout the entire campus via the broadcast. Someone on campus has been granted a guaranteed admission spot to Fong Yun University. This privilege, which has always been monopolized by the prodigies of Shanzhou City in previous years, has unexpectedly fallen to Linhai City this year, making it truly unbelievable. Fong Yun University. That is a renowned martial arts academy famous throughout the entire Hanxia region. In previous years, let alone securing a guaranteed admission spot, the number of students from Linhai City who could get into Fong Yun University could be counted on one hand. For a moment, the entire teaching building was abuzz with discussions, and everyone was speculating about who had received this honor. Principal Li, who was in charge of the broadcast, no longer kept them in suspense. After holding it in for a long time, he smiled and announced, "Let us congratulate Yili from Class 9, Grade 12, for securing a guaranteed admission spot at Fong Yun University." Upon hearing this, the students of Linhai, who had been holding their breath, instantly erupted in excitement. With the rumors spreading like wildfire recently, many students already knew about Yili and were immediately thrilled. The school team member, known as the Great Demon King, actually obtained the guaranteed admission they all dreamed of. The entire teaching building was instantly filled with exclamations of surprise, and an air of disbelief spread to every corner of the campus. In the infirmary, a patient on a critical care bed heard the broadcast, and their breathing suddenly became rapid. Shenlian's beautiful face was now full of daze and confusion, her spirit clearly in a trance. A dozen seconds later, her dry throat rolled abruptly, and she pinched her cheek hard. Then she looked at the nurse on duty and asked in a trembling voice, did you just hear the broadcast?" "Ha, of course, I heard it." The duty nurse, who had been surprised just moments ago, immediately looked at her upon hearing her question and couldn't help but exclaim, "This student named Yili is truly amazing. Our school has never had a student recommended to Fong Yun University before." "Ah, really?" Shenlian could hardly suppress the surging emotions in her heart. As a member of the school team, she understood the weight of Fong Yun University better than any other student in Linhai. That was precisely the institution she had dreamed of. To get into Fong Yun University, she even went so far as to date Wang Ren, solely because Wang Ren's uncle was a retired professor from Fong Yun University. Even though he was just a low-level teacher, his understanding of martial arts cultivation far surpassed that of most martial arts high school instructors. Under his guidance, Shenlian's strength improved by leaps and bounds, and within 2 years, she made it onto the school team. Even so, she was still far from qualifying for admission to Fong Yun University. And yet, the childhood friend she had initially abandoned directly secured the coveted recommendation she had dreamed of. At this moment, overwhelming regret flooded Shenlian's heart like a tidal wave, and tears involuntarily slid down her cheeks. While her soul suffered a heavy blow, the injuries on her body showed no signs of stopping, with excruciating pain striking repeatedly. Lian was consumed by regret, her tears almost mingling with blood. She knew clearly that she and Yili no longer belonged to the same world. Detected, a childhood friend secretly admired for 10 years is overwhelmed with regret and completely breaks down. Malice value plus 5,000. Ha! An unexpected surprise? Yili, who had just gotten off the high-speed train, was slightly stunned, but he didn't think much of it and continued walking toward the distant exit. There were still 3 days left until the martial arts exam. High-level tempering techniques might be quite challenging, but finding a blood energy tempering technique around level B shouldn't be too difficult. In any case, advancing to the 3rd tier was definitely the right move. The rest could be dealt with later. By then, as a 3rd-tier fighter, he would directly charge into the martial arts exam. Crushing you with sheer stats, kid. Linhai City, high-speed rail station. A group from Linhai No. 1 High School was heading toward the station exit. Among the crowd, Yili walked slowly and looked at Jiang Qingzhu beside him. Do you have a suitable tempering method? She had previously helped him obtain an S-grade breathing technique, which clearly demonstrated the immense power of the forces backing her. The enhancement effects brought by white mist frost snow were also extremely potent, not only allowing true energy recovery at a speed far surpassing martial artists of the same level but also providing bonuses during attribute allocation. This highlighted the significant difference between S-grade breathing techniques and ordinary ones. I don't have one on hand for now. Jiang Qingzhu's eyes flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, but my family probably has one. It's just not easy to get. Would next month work for you? Unlike the martial techniques stored in the library, cultivation methods involving inheritance, such as breathing techniques and tempering methods, require a proper reason to obtain them from the elders, even for her as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Next month, I'll be able to break through to the 5th level. By then, I can request to take a look in advance. Next month. Yili felt a slight headache and rubbed his temples. Let's talk about it then. Since this path is not feasible, the only option is to turn to Elder Yu or Linhai First High School. The former has just returned to Fong Yun University and is unlikely to return to Linhai City in the short term, leaving only Linhai First High School as the remaining option. Jiang Qingzhu nodded slightly, not feeling any urgency, as Yili had just broken through to the 2nd tier and was still in the stabilization phase. By the way, do you have any questions about white mist frost snow? She looked at Yili with a hint of anticipation in her tone. I've achieved a minor mastery of white mist frost snow. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Alright, I got it. If you have any questions, you can ask me too. Yili nodded casually. The other party had been studying white mist and frost snow for more than half a year and had reached the minor accomplishment stage, making them a genius among their peers. Jiang Qingzhu, question mark. She originally wanted to say, if I don't understand it, how could you? But recalling Yili's composed and proud demeanor when he performed frost and snow filling the sky not long ago, she ultimately held her tongue. Ever since meeting Yili, Jiang Qingzhu had come to understand one thing. There are some unreasonable people in the world, and others call them geniuses. And Yili happens to be such a genius. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingzhu's gaze toward Yili carried a touch of emotion, a look of both longing and admiration. She yearned for the young man to form a bond with the Jiang family and was willing to offer anything for it, martial techniques, cultivation methods, and so on. If an ordinary person were shown such favor by the eldest daughter of the prestigious northern Jiang family, they would have long since eagerly attached themselves, seeking only the Jiang family's approval. But the young man in front of him was completely different. He did things his own way, as if he didn't care at all about the Jiang family's favor, exuding a strong sense of confidence. It was an extreme confidence in himself. This kind of confidence is not uncommon among many genius martial artists, but when faced with such a golden opportunity, they often can't help but be tempted. Yet Yili completely disregarded his relationship with the Jiang family and even dared to turn around and give the Jiang family's eldest daughter a severe beating. Yili wins. Jiang Qingzhu had never seen such a young martial artist until now. For this reason, he seemed particularly precious. There are quite a few 3rd-tier weapons at home. Shall I pick one for you during the martial exam? She asked softly. Yili nodded non-committally, his gaze shifting to the station exit ahead as he asked, who is that person? Jiang Qingzhu followed his gaze and was immediately a bit surprised. Enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau? Why are there so many of them here? At the exit, where the space was usually occupied by taxi drivers, a few figures now stood quietly. Draped in dark coats, they were particularly striking in the crowd. Their expressions were stern, their gazes sharp, and they were fixed intently on something behind Yili and the others. Yili followed their line of sight, his brows slightly furrowing. He saw several escort personnel quickly approaching, guarding someone equally eye-catching. The person was tall and thin, around 40 years old, with strong hands bound in shackles. His expression was sullen, his eyes tightly shut, yet he walked with ease. In the vision of Yili's false eyes, the tall and thin man exuded a dense aura, clearly extraordinary at a glance. The escorts appeared young, their faces still carrying traces of joy, with uniform iron badges hanging from their waists. Yili deliberately paused, and as they passed by, he clearly saw the words engraved on the badges. Zhenjiang University. This is also a martial arts university within the borders of Ing Province, but its overall strength is far inferior to Fong Yun University. I see, it's students from Zhenjiang University escorting the prisoner. Handing over over the prisoner? Zhang Qingzhu was quite surprised by the scene and immediately explained. Martial Arts University occasionally receives fugitive pursuit missions. After capturing the criminal, they are handed over to the nearby Bureau of Anomalies for processing. I didn't expect to run into one this time. Yili nodded slightly. This is my first time seeing it too. He thought to himself, wondering if capturing fugitives like this would earn him any evil deed points. It didn't seem likely. This kind of action was clearly about being a heroic figure who eliminates harm for the people, and the system wasn't that easy to fool. But he couldn't rule out the possibility that excessive enforcement might count as an evil deed. Yili's thoughts were all over the place. In his line of sight, the group escorting the suspect quickly walked out of the station exit. The enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau responsible for the handover stepped forward, briefly verified the photos, and took the handcuff keys from the group. The leading enforcer approached the tall, thin man, reached into his clothing, and carefully pressed against his bones and muscles, clearly guarding against tricks like disguise techniques. As Yili walked out of the platform, he nodded slightly. This scene was quite novel. He could pay more attention to the province's wanted criminals in the future. If he ever encountered one, it would be good to personally deal with them and test his theories. Although he didn't like to drag things out, he couldn't find a reason to act at the moment. What a pity, this time, he couldn't enjoy a good fight. At that moment, the enforcer inspecting the handcuffs suddenly turned pale. Ordinary handcuffs were as fragile as thin ropes binding an elephant when used on martial artists, breaking with a single struggle. Therefore, whenever students took on hunting down criminals missions, Martial Arts University would provide a pair of handcuffs of appropriate strength for free. But the handcuffs in his hands now were barely sufficient for restraining low-level martial artists. Against this major suspect, who was close to the 4th rank, they were utterly useless. He shouted loudly, preparing to retreat. The tall, thin man suddenly opened his eyes. Accompanied by the crisp sound of metal breaking, the tall, thin man shattered the chains on his hands with a sudden force. His aura erupted violently, and he immediately delivered a heavy punch to the enforcer's chest. The enforcer's chest visibly caved in, his body was sent flying backward, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his dark navy coat red. Director Chen. Everyone was instantly shocked and pale with fear. The tall, thin man showed wild joy on his face. He had thought he was doomed this time, but unexpectedly, the students from Zhenjiang University, trying to save money, hadn't secured him with heavy locks. This gave him a chance to catch his breath. Seizing the moment of everyone's astonishment, the tall, thin man dashed out without hesitation. Like a speeding car, he directly knocked over more than 10 stunned passers-by and sprinted madly into the distance. The remaining enforcers quickly regained their composure and immediately took action. One stayed behind to tend to the injured companion, while the others pursued the tall, thin man who had fled far away. However, the high-speed rail station was crowded, and many of those who had been hit earlier had already fallen unconscious. Seeing this situation, the few people who had originally planned to pursue showed a moment of hesitation on their faces before ultimately stopping to check on the injured. At the same time, they called the law enforcers stationed in the city, urging them to quickly search for the whereabouts of the tall, thin man. At this moment, one of the law enforcers had just picked up the shackles from the ground. Suddenly, he raised his head and questioned the students from Zhenjiang University in an incredulous tone. You actually didn't use shackles engraved with a ceiling array? One of the students' faces twitched slightly, but he still forced himself to respond. When we found that old monster, he was already on the verge of death. Shackles capable of restraining a third-tier martial artist are extremely precious, so to save costs, we only used second-tier strength ones. You scoundrels, the enforcer shouted angrily. Hurry up and chase him. If that guy hurts someone in the city, all of you will be punished. Hearing this, the faces of the students from Zhenjiang University changed slightly, and they immediately ran in the direction the tall, thin man had left. Looks like we'll have to let the students go home earlier these days. Wang Yongfeng withdrew his gaze from the gradually receding figures, turned around, and clicked his tongue as he said to the crowd, if I'm not mistaken, that suspect should be Xiang Bu, the wanted criminal who killed over a dozen pregnant women and caused an uproar in Zhenjiang City. It is said that he was severely injured by the Qingyi Bureau of Zhenjiang City, yet he remains a solid peak third-tier martial artist. You all must be extra cautious when you return. Before the words were finished, his voice abruptly stopped. His gaze swept over the crowd, and a trace of uncertainty and surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. It wasn't just him, even Zhang Qingzhu froze in place after glancing around. Where was Yi Liren? Amid the maze of towering buildings, a tall, thin man sprinted wildly, unable to suppress bursts of manic laughter. Judging from the exclamations of that group, the old man he had gravely injured was the bureau chief of Linhai City, and also the city's only martial artist close to the 4th tier. It must be noted that Qingyi bureaus across Hanxia must remain vigilant against the secret realms outside the cities and fugitives within. Martial artists of the 4th tier and above rarely have the leisure to assist elsewhere. Among the students of the martial arts universities in Ying province, few could ascend to the level of 4th tier monsters. This meant that, in a short time, the entire Linhai city city will be safe for me. Thinking of this, Xiangbu couldn't help but beam with joy. Even though he had just been severely injured by that old scoundrel in Zhenjiang City, he was still undeniably a peak third-tier martial artist. Although there was some exaggeration in his abilities, his level was undeniable. At the moment, he was focused on survival, and no one in Linhai City could catch up to him. Suddenly, the hairs on Xiangbu's back stood on end. In his ears, a piercing sound of something cutting through the air exploded abruptly. Who goes there? Xiangbu felt his scalp tingle, instinctively ducking to evade. Boom! A long spear grazed his scalp and slammed heavily into the ground ahead, scattering a shower of rubble as the spear shaft quivered violently from the impact. Xiangbu turned his head to look, his pupils contracting sharply. A black shadow swiftly approached at high speed, leveraging its momentum to rush in front of him with a speed surpassing that of an ordinary third-tier martial artist, tightening its right arm and delivering a fierce punch onto his raised right arm. Xiangbu intended to retort, but before he could open his mouth, his body was sent flying by the immense force. It turned out to be Yili, who, by fully utilizing the heavenly gang void stepping technique and the soaring dragon riding the wind manual, had rushed behind Xiangbu, his entire aura surging to new heights. Boom! Xiangbu slammed heavily into the wall, causing several cracks to burst across its surface. He only felt that the incoming fist carried a strange vibration, making the blood and energy within his body churn uncontrollably. It was only then that he finally saw the appearance of the newcomer. Black hair, golden eyes, dressed in an ink-colored long robe, with a golden waist token swaying in the wind, and a handsome face filled with intense killing intent. With Xiangbu's eyesight, he could naturally make out the words Fong Yun University on the waist badge. You're from Fong Yun University? Anger and shock intertwined in his heart, and he couldn't help but question, how many credits can you earn by catching me? Even the people from Qingyi Bureau have stopped chasing. Do you really need to go to such lengths? Yili let out a cold laugh. You're overthinking it. I'm not here to catch you. Sigh. Then you. I'm simply here to kill you. The boy's golden eyes grew even more intense. As soon as the words left his mouth, he stepped forward, his black hair flying, and his figure charged forward once again. The perfected realm of the flood dragon shaking the mountain technique infused his palms, with true energy surging within him. Tens of thousands of kilograms of punching force erupted with full power. The fist struck down like a storm of wind and rain. Such audacity! Xiangbu roared, spreading his arms wide to face the attack head-on. Bang! 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 The air between the two instantly exploded into rippling waves, fierce winds scattering, and every punch landing with raw power. The ground beneath their feet trembled slightly, and even the towering building swayed along. At first, Xiangbu only felt that the opponent's punches were unusually heavy, clearly a fellow martial artist skilled in physical combat, which made him feel exhilarated. But the more they fought, the more he sensed something was off. In just a dozen breaths, a chilling cold surged from within his body, his blood and energy roiling uncontrollably, leaving him dizzy and even nauseous. What on earth was this thing? The strange sensation within made Xiangbu's heart race in terror. The opponent's punches were not only extraordinarily heavy, but their martial techniques were endlessly varied, leaving him overwhelmed. Where on earth did this deity come from? The perfection in Yili's punches and kicks also stirred a deep sense of envy in Xiangbu's heart. You are also a third-tier martial artist, so you should understand my predicament, he roared angrily. We third-tier martial artists have endured countless hardships in our training. Now, just because we killed a few pregnant women, does that mean we deserve to die? I don't understand. As soon as the words fell, Yili unleashed another dragon shakes the mountains strike, carrying a surge of icy energy that forcefully broke through Xiangbu's central defense. With the combined power of Golden Soul Awakening, Wandering Dragon riding the wind technique, Dragon shakes the mountain, and White Mist Frost and Snow, he completely suppressed the severely injured peak third-tier martial artist, leaving him no chance to fight back. In an instant, a pitch-black spear appeared in Yili's hand. The spearhead emitted a dazzling light, and a clear dragon shadow emerged, pressing the thread of death heavily onto Xiangbu's heart. Spare me! Xiangbu cried out in desperation. I am a third-tier martial artist. I can atone for my sins with meritorious deeds. Even the Qingyi Bureau wouldn't kill me. What he said was true. As a rare resource, peak third-tier martial artists were indeed subjected to secret restrictions by the Qingyi Bureau, using their guilty status to defend against the beasts outside the city. This was one of the reasons he had no fear of the Qingyi Bureau. However, before he could finish speaking, the young man before him did not stop. Instead, a ruthless and chilling glint flashed in Yili's eyes. If you kill me, the students of Zhenjiang University won't let you go. Xiang Bu's body went numb, unable to move, and he shouted the last sentence of his life. In the next second, his chest exploded with a massive hole. The dragon's shadow swept across, instantly obliterating all traces of his vitality. Slaying a third-tier peak-level martial artist, evil value plus 10,000. The system prompt turned into an excited blood-red color. Yi Li's spear trembled, blood splattered, staining the entire wall red. The eerie crimson reflected a pair of blazing golden eyes, while his black robe remained as neat as it was at the beginning. What the hell are you babbling about? about? Yili casually put away his spear, turned around, and walked back in the direction he came from, muttering indifferently, "Who cares about your nonsense? If you don't die, should I?" Tap, tap. Before he had gone far, fragmented footsteps sounded in his ears. Yili looked up and saw a few students from Zhenjiang University hurrying over. When they saw the scene behind him, their breathing instantly hitched, and their faces turned extremely unpleasant. One of them stepped forward, a thin layer of anger in his tone. "Friend, this was our mission, and you just barged in like this." Before the words were finished, a golden waist token was thrown over. The man frowned as he caught it, his expression instantly stiffening. "Tell your principal to come to Fong Yun University tomorrow to apologize, and bring your counselor along as well." The young man in black spoke calmly, his golden eyes coldly fixed on the group. "Any other questions?" Before the voice faded, the surrounding air fell into a sudden dead silence. The faces of the students from Zhenjiang University turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. The golden waist token was a symbol of Fong Yun University's core students, whose status during external missions was equivalent to that of a deputy officer in the local Qingyi bureau. Damn it, how could they be so unlucky? The first person to step forward looked ashen, regretting his earlier decisions. This mission was already their mistake, and, to make matters worse, they had run into a core student of Fong Yun University. With the other party's influence, getting them expelled from school would be a piece of cake. Though unwilling, after a moment, he could only grit his teeth and say, "No, thank you for your assistance." Yili casually pulled the waist token from his hand and walked straight back in the direction he had come. Having confirmed his suspicions, the young man was in an excellent mood. In addition, the martial arts exam is about to begin, and these 2 chapters are purely to give the big shots a change of pace. "Thank you all for your gifts and positive reviews. This has given me tremendous motivation." Kneeling in gratitude oars. "Also, I'm terrible at coming up with names. If anyone has good names or character designs, feel free to leave a comment. I'll pick some to use in the story." After Yili left, the students of Zhenjiang University finally breathed a sigh of relief, and their previously tense expressions eased considerably. They looked at the young man leading the group and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Fong, is that really the gold badge of Fong Yun University?" The tone carried obvious doubt. Earlier, they were too far away and hadn't held it in their hands, only catching a glimpse of the words Fong Yun University from a distance. As for why they didn't step forward to verify it on the spot, it was because even if it turned out to be fake, it didn't matter. But if it was real and they angered that black-clad youth, the trouble would only escalate. Besides, the fact that the other party could kill a severely injured peak 3rd-tier martial artist in such a short time meant their strength must surpass the 3rd tier, making it highly likely they were the real deal. "It's real. I just confirmed it." Under everyone's gaze, the leading student's face remained grim. "Damn it, when you're unlucky, even drinking water gets stuck in your teeth. How many gold medal students are there in the entire Fong Yun University? To actually run into one in such a small place like Linhai City, what terrible luck." Everyone's expressions turned complicated upon hearing this. While they were still struggling to track the fugitive, the students of Fong Yun University had directly killed the person. And now, with just one sentence, they were forced to return to their school, to apologize to the principal and teachers, and they had no choice but to comply. There was no other way, those students were simply too formidable. Thinking of this, the group gritted their teeth and stepped forward to handle the corpse on the ground. The most frustrating part was that when the people from the Qingyi bureau arrived, they would still have to report the credit to those students. Fortunately, there was no need to worry about identifying the recipients of the commendation. The number of gold medal students at Fong Yun University was limited, and the school could easily find out who was in Linhai City. The leading student examined the corpse, secretly shocked. Damn, what a ruthless move. Even though Xiang Bu, a peak 3rd-tier martial artist, was severely injured, his counterattack before death was no joke. An ordinary 3rd-tier martial artist wouldn't be able to kill him without paying a price. The students of Fong Yun University acted so decisively and left with such ease. Anyone who becomes a fugitive and encounters them in the future is truly out of luck. As the sun rose high, a taxi carrying 4 people was heading toward Linhai No. 1 High School. In the car, Wang Yongfeng in the passenger seat was making a phone call. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingzhu in the back seat was glancing out of the corner of her eye at the handsome young man in the black shirt beside her. Although he said he went to the restroom, why was there a faint smell of blood on him? Yili ignored Zhang Qingzhu's gaze, leaning against the car window and looking outside. It was his first time killing someone, and unexpectedly, he didn't feel nauseous or like vomiting. His heartbeat only quickened slightly, making him feel a bit exhilarated. Back when Yili was at the 1st level of the 2nd tier, he faced Zhang Qingzhu, who was at the 4th level of the 2nd tier. Even with the perfected level, Heavenly Gang, Void Step, he had to take a hit from a spear to barely secure victory. At that time, he relied on the nearly invincible, immortal Golden Soul, and exploited the information gap. But now, facing a peak 3rd tier martial artist, he himself was only at the half-step 3rd tier, yet he could achieve a swift kill without injury. Alright, Yili admitted that the biggest reason he could achieve a swift kill kill without injury was because his opponent was severely wounded. Even so, after he activated the Golden Soul Revival form, his opponent still endured for several minutes without showing any signs of falling. This truly surprised Yili, as it was the first time he had encountered such a formidable opponent, truly worthy of being a peak third-tier martial artist. After this round, the true energy in his body was almost completely depleted. If both sides were at their peak, Yili would definitely choose to frown and retreat behind the crowd, stabilize himself before exerting force again. Otherwise, there was a high possibility of a reversal. However, no matter what, wouldn't you say that achieving a swift kill without injury this time is pretty impressive? Yili's lips curled into a smile. Although the humiliation segment was missing and he didn't gain much from the evil deed's value, he successfully validated his new hypothesis, which naturally put him in a great mood. Killing, even if it's killing those who are utterly evil, can still earn sin points. This is the weight of death. From this, could it be inferred that killing exotic beasts might also come with sin point rewards? Yili's thoughts began to wander. All done. At this moment, Wang Yongfeng, sitting in the passenger seat, hung up the phone and turned back to smile at Yili. The Noble Phantasm, jointly sponsored by the two schools this time, has already been delivered to your training room, along with a manual. Remember to take a look at it when you have time. Is there anything else you need? Don't hesitate, just let the school know, and the school will reimburse you. Hearing this, Yili didn't hold back and immediately said, I need a tempering method of at least decent level. Tempering method? Wang Yongfeng was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, isn't it a breathing technique? He saw that Yili showed almost no signs of exhausting his inner energy and thought he had already found a suitable breathing technique. In such a hurry? I'll try my best. After the exams in a couple of days, I can get you an S-level tempering technique. Jiang Qingzhu suddenly spoke, her tone rising at the end, leaving both Wang Yongfeng and the driver quite shocked. You've already mastered White Mist Frost Snow, haven't you? The driver's shock was purely due to hearing the term S-level. Meanwhile, Wang Yongfeng was astonished by the content of the girl's words. If he remembered correctly, White Mist Frost Snow was precisely the S-level breathing technique passed down through the Jiang family for generations. In terms of value, it likely far surpassed those S-level breathing techniques circulating on the market. Setting aside how Yili managed to acquire this technique, the mere fact of mastering it, according to Wang Yongfeng's memory, even those genius martial artists would have taken at least several years. And Yili and Jiang Qingzhu have only known each other for 2 weeks, and he's already mastered it? Is this for real? Wang Yongfeng's throat felt dry as he looked incredulously at the young man in the black robe. Yili casually nodded. Consider it a great achievement. Hearing these words, Wang Yongfeng's heart was instantly thrown into turmoil. It really is a great achievement. In just 2 weeks, mastering the S-level breathing technique. This talent is simply unreasonable. He suddenly turned his head to look at Jiang Qingzhu, but the girl remained remarkably calm and continued speaking. You should understand that S-level breathing techniques offer high endurance and fast cultivation speed. Similarly, S-level tempering methods also have many unique aspects compared to ordinary tempering methods. Just like a furnace for tempering metal, different tempering methods yield different results in the end. After reaching the true blood realm, there are still differences within the same level. That's where this saying comes from. So, how about waiting for me for a few days? The girl blinked her clear eyes and asked in a cool voice. I never said I wouldn't wait for you. Jiang Qingzhu was slightly stunned, but Yili calmly responded. Can't I have it all? Jiang Qingzhu? Wang Yongfeng? With Wang Yongfeng almost stomping his legs into sparks, Yili quickly and successfully obtained a B-level tempering method called Great Sun Furnace. B-level tempering method Great Sun Furnace, not initiated. It is said that this is already the most treasured cultivation technique of Lin Hai No. 1 High School. Regarding this, Vice Principal Li Haohan was quite helpless, because previously, in the history of Lin Hai No. 1 High School, no student had ever mastered a third-tier tempering technique before graduation. This time, it was indeed a bit unexpected. Inside the training building, Yili walked into his training room, casually closed the door, and his gaze fell on the thick book in his hand, Great Sun Furnace. Although Wang Yongfeng had confidently assured that Principal Li would be able to get the Grade A tempering method from the elusive headmaster next week, but considering that Jiang Qingzhu's Grade S tempering method had already arrived, why settle for a Grade A1? Yili shook his head. Originally, he just wanted to casually find a tempering method to steadily transition to Tier 3 before the martial arts exam. When it came time to officially allocate points, it wouldn't be too late to switch to a better tempering method. Thinking this, Yili walked to the long table and picked up a slightly glowing ring from it. After a simple inspection, he discovered it was a storage ring. It was most likely an additional benefit provided by Lin Hai No. 1 High School. However, he already had a premium storage item, making the storage ring seem rather dispensable. Didn't pay much attention, Yili took out all the items and placed them on the table. There was a savings card from Hansha Bank, a smooth red pill, a close-fitting silver heart-protecting armor, and a manual. The first two were most likely the 1 million Hansha currency and the vitality pill awarded to official team members. The latter should be the treasure sponsored jointly by the two two schools. Yili picked up the manual and the text came into view. Tier 3 Intermediate Treasure, Guardian Armor. Crafted from the silver horn of the Tier 3 exotic beast, the silver-horned rhino. Once infused with true energy, it automatically fits the body, staying warm in winter and cool in summer, offering comfort and breathability, and reducing the damage one sustains. After reading the description, a hint of disdain appeared on Yili's face. Perhaps it's because this armor is a treasure crafted by his own system, perfectly tailored to his needs, that he finds it somewhat underwhelming. Well, better than nothing. I never really expected them to provide any meaningful assistance. Yili sighed and stored the items on the table into his storage ring. Speaking of which, the most practical among them was still this storage ring. To avoid confusion with the harmony ring on his right hand, he deliberately wore it on his left hand. Yili returned to the bed used for cultivation, his exceptionally handsome face gradually regaining its calm. He did not plan to wait until after the martial exam to advance to the third tier. This operation not only confirmed his suspicions but also sounded the alarm for him to enhance his strength. Even a severely injured third-tier peak martial artist was so difficult to deal with. If those geniuses from Shanzhou First High School were truly all at the second-tier peak, wouldn't he be completely powerless? That was absolutely unacceptable. No one could stand in the way of his path to greater strength. The stronger he became, the clearer Yili's eyes grew. In the eyes of others, he was the so-called prodigy blessed by the heavens. Yet this unparalleled talent was built upon the massive accumulation of evil deeds he had committed thus far. To maintain this pace, he had to possess the strength to crush those geniuses. Never let your guard down. Yili chuckled softly, sitting on the edge of the bed as his thoughts quickly calmed. Since he had already embarked on this path, hesitation was meaningless. After all, in this high martial world, only the strong could truly control their own destiny. System, allocate my points. A pale blue screen unfolded before Yili's eyes, and an immense wave of sin points surged into the panel like a tide. Current sin value, 36,200 points. Consume sin value. Begin cultivation. Grade B tempering method. Great Sun Furnace. You previously tempered all your blood using a clumsy method, with 1 foot already stepping into the threshold of the true blood realm. Now, learning. This grade B tempering method is like a student solving problems before reading the textbook, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Consuming 2,000 sin points, you realize that although this grade B tempering method delves deeper into cultivation theories, its complexity is still not on par with the Great S breathing method. You grasp its essence at a glance. Great Sun Furnace, beginner. After consuming 4,000 points of sin value, you have mastered the tempering technique of simulating the Great Sun's evaporation to rapidly increase your internal temperature. Your blood gradually undergoes transformation in the high temperature environment. Great Sun Furnace, proficient. After consuming 6,000 points of sin value, your understanding of the tempering method has deepened. With each breath, scorching white vapor is exhaled from your mouth. Great Sun Treasure Furnace, proficient. After consuming 10,000 points of sin value, a sudden sense of enlightenment surges in your heart, and you finally completely understand the method of improvement. Great Sun Treasure Furnace, mastery. Yili, classmate. After consuming 12,000 points of sin value, you have mastered the technique of adding a burning effect to true chi. From now on, practicing fire-based martial techniques will yield twice the result with half the effort, greatly enhancing their power. Great Sun Treasure Furnace, perfected. Byproduct, your resistance to heat has improved. Byproduct, your understanding of third-tier techniques like the tempering method has deepened. A large amount of text surged from the light screen. Yili exhaled silently, the sensation of heat particularly intense. Although he hadn't smoked in his previous life, for some reason, he suddenly thought that if he could deliberately mobilize the true energy within him that carried a burning effect, he could easily light a cigarette even without a lighter. Another practical little ability added to the list. Apart from that, as soon as he moved his thoughts, the blood in his body seemed to be like refined iron thrown into a blazing furnace, starting to boil. Although there was no unbearable scorching sensation, he could feel the wondrous transformation gradually taking place. Without hesitation, Yili began to allocate points for cultivation. Evil deed points consumed, starting to enhance martial arts level. Your tempering method has reached perfection. The journey of 100 steps has already covered 99, leaving only the final step. After consuming 200 points of sin value, your entire bloodstream glows with golden light, your muscles and bones resonate, and a sense of perfection and clarity spreads throughout your body. Point allocation complete. You have advanced to Tier 3, Level 1. Current martial arts level, Tier 3, Level 1, 0%. Current sin value, 24,000 points. As the final line of text emerged, Yili's aura suddenly surged. It was as if he had just refined a supreme grade elixir, exuding a sense of natural perfection. The transformed blood and bones complemented each other, greatly enhancing his five senses to the terrifying realm of not a feather can be added, no fly can approach. His illusory black pupils shone brilliantly, seemingly capable of perceiving all phenomena in the world, appearing extraordinarily mysterious. furious. The so-called bottleneck simply did not exist. The third-tier barrier that had trapped countless martial artists was effortlessly broken by him within just a few breaths. Third tier finally broke through. Feeling the surge of true energy and vitality within his body, Yili tried hard to suppress the shock on his face. Next, it was time to prepare for the martial exam 2.5 days later. However, he couldn't help but feel a faint sense of anticipation in his heart, wondering just how much he could gain from the so-called Shanzhou First High School. Meanwhile, at Shanzhou First High School, Yang Wanfeng, who had just finished training, was having an important discussion about the martial arts exam with his younger sister, Yang Wan. Brother, do you think? In the spacious training ground, Yang Wan, who had just finished training, lazily lay on the ground and casually asked, "That Yili, how should I teach him a lesson when the time comes?" "Wanner, how many times have I told you, never underestimate your opponent?" Yang Wanfeng smiled helplessly and continued, "If you don't activate the blood ignition secret technique, you're most likely not a match for that Tang Yao. If he can defeat Tang Yao, he can naturally defeat you as well. Even if you activate the secret technique and win against him, so what? This is, after all, the martial exam, where you need to hunt the exotic beasts in the test area to earn points." As he spoke, he smiled and reached out to rub the girl's head, then continued, "Moreover, apart from the final 6-hour free combat session, if you rashly attack him at any other time and he reports you to the invigilator afterward, what do you plan to do? Then I just won't go to college. Brother, you can take care of me for the rest of my life." Yang Wan snorted nonchalantly. In her view, Yili had stolen her brother's guaranteed admission spot, instantly transforming from an insignificant martial arts exam passerby to a heinous villain of the century. What's more, the exotic beasts in the core areas of the exam points scored the highest, and if Yili wanted to compete for the top spot, he would inevitably face off against them head-on. This confrontation seemed unavoidable no matter how you looked at it. Since that was the case, she naturally chose the way that would make her feel the most satisfied: to teach him a harsh lesson. "Wanner, stop throwing a tantrum." Yang Wanfeng also sat on the ground. "Didn't I already say it? When the time comes, I'll definitely go meet him. Why are you in such a hurry?" Yang Wan didn't even look at him and said angrily, "Because, brother, you're too soft-hearted. Even if you say you'll go meet him, you definitely won't go hard on him. Every time, you just stop at the surface." Upon hearing this, a glint of sharpness flashed in Yang Wanfeng's eyes. In fact, although he hadn't shown a heavy hand on the surface, those who had crossed him were secretly and severely retaliated against afterward. However, it was clear that Yang Wan was unaware of this. Yang Wanfeng pondered for a moment, then smiled helplessly and said, "Alright, since you dislike him so much, there's nothing I can do. Tell me, how do you plan to teach him a lesson? Your brother will support you." "Really?" Hearing this, Yang Wan excitedly sat up from the ground, her eyes glowing as she looked at Yang Wanfeng and pressed further. "Anything goes?" A trace of feigned hesitation appeared on Yang Wanfeng's face. Then, under Yang Wan's expectant gaze, he seemed to make up his mind, sighed helplessly, and said, "When have I ever lied to you? Although I originally just wanted to spar with him, seeing how much you dislike him, giving him a little lesson isn't out of the question. Go ahead, tell me." "That's great." Yang Wan excitedly rushed over, hugged Yang Wanfeng, and said happily, "I knew my brother loves me the most." After saying that, she paused for a moment and then chuckled shyly. "Brother, actually, I've long figured out how to teach him a lesson." Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's spirit lifted. "Tell me about it. Isn't the core area of the martial arts exam site equipped to transmit live footage?" Yang Wanfeng nodded. To observe the performance of promising martial arts students, the skies above the core area of the exam site employ special methods to capture relevant footage for live broadcasting. Due to the high costs, only students within the core area are eligible to be filmed, while those wandering in the outer or inner areas cannot appear on camera. "What are you planning to do?" Yang Wanfeng asked. "I'm going to strip off his clothes, hang him on the tallest tree for everyone to see." Yang Wan excitedly waved her fist. "Let him lose face in front of all the teachers and students in the province. Let's see if he dares to steal from others again. Isn't that a bit too much?" Yang Wanfeng frowned slightly, but the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted before tightening again, showing some hesitation. Besides, the exotic beast groups in the core area of the martial exam in previous years posed risks even to second-tier martial artists. For safety reasons, he might not even come to the core area. The exotic beasts in the inner area can also earn high scores. Yang Wanfeng continued. "Brother, I haven't finished speaking yet." Yang Wan's face showed a smug expression as she interrupted. "Him not entering the inner zone is actually more advantageous for me. I don't have to worry about the footage being recorded. When the last 2 hours of free sparring come, you can deal with him however you want." That doesn't seem quite right. Yang Wanfeng was visibly hesitant, as if he was very averse to such an approach. However, his slightly trembling hands, caused by excitement, betrayed his true inner desire. "Oh, what's so bad about it?" Seeing her brother still reluctant, Yang Wan grabbed his hand and pleaded, "Brother, he took your guaranteed admission spot, and now the whole school is talking about it. We can't just keep being so easygoing." Perhaps it was because Yang Wanfeng often talked about the guaranteed admission spot to Fong Yun Defying University, or maybe it was because the teachers of various classes liked to use examples of geniuses to motivate students, but the hundreds of martial arts students at Shanzhou #1 High School all knew that a student from Linhai City named Yili was very likely to have secured the guaranteed admission spot to Fong Yun University. Naturally, Yang Wanfeng, who had always been fixated on that spot, had become somewhat of a target for criticism. Sure enough, when this matter was brought up, a trace of annoyance flashed in Yang Wanfeng's eyes, but it quickly dissipated. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "Indeed, that Yili is too overbearing. If I don't show some sharpness, he might really think I'm easy to bully." Speaking of which, when he fought Tang Yao, he completely disregarded the other party's dignity. His fighting style was so brutal it left people dumbfounded. Giving him a taste of his own medicine in this martial exam can also be considered as ridding the people of a scourge. Yang Wan's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. "Brother, in my heart, you have always been a model of morality. Don't forget, everyone at school says you're an untainted genius." Yang Wanfeng reminded with a smile. "Of course, I know that." Yang Wanfeng waved his hand modestly and said helplessly, "Don't get too excited too soon. Although I agreed to teach him a lesson, finding him when the time comes will be a big problem. Don't worry." Yang Wan patted her slightly puffed chest, her long hair swaying as she smiled smugly. "I knew you'd agree, so I discussed it with everyone this morning. Except for the two of us, whoever encounters Yili should lead him to the core area. He absolutely won't escape." After speaking, Yang Wan crossed her hands and placed them on her flat lower abdomen. Turning around, her tone carried a hint of anticipation. "Absolutely foolproof. Oh, I really can't wait to see what kind of expression that guy will have then." The provincial martial arts exam was an event of unparalleled grandeur, sweeping the entire province into a frenzy. The tense atmosphere was like an invisible net, enveloping the hearts of every martial arts examinee, making them feel unprecedented pressure. In this urgent atmosphere, time seemed to pass especially quickly, and the brief span of 3 days vanished in the blink of an eye. When the first rays of morning sunlight spilled over the outskirts of Shanzhou City, a long-awaited sense of excitement began to permeate the air. Outside Shanzhou City, in front of a vast and mysterious expanse, a massive temporary camp had been set up. Several figures exuding powerful auras appeared one after another, their gazes fixed on the distant city, their eyes gleaming. There, hundreds of buses were steadily driving out in a grand procession, followed closely by dozens of military armored vehicles escorting them. This place is about to become the turning point in the fate of tens of thousands of martial artists. The stage for the provincial martial arts examination has been fully set, awaiting the arrival of the protagonists. Mountain-splitting secret realm. As the designated examination site for the provincial martial arts test over the years, its greatest feature is the vast secret realm space and the generally low level of exotic beasts. Normally, the secret realm remains sealed, and before the exam begins, a 7th grade martial arts master is specially invited to conduct a thorough inspection to ensure no 4th-tier exotic beasts are hiding within. However, the secret realm seems to have its own rules of suppression, and throughout the years, no 4th-tier exotic beasts have ever appeared. Even so, to ensure absolute safety, the annual task of inviting masters for inspections has never been interrupted. With so many martial arts seeds gathered, decades or even centuries later, a new batch of martial arts experts is bound to emerge. The temporary camp in front of the mountain-splitting secret realm. At dawn, tens of thousands of people gathered on the vast plain in front of the secret realm. Their expressions varied. Kai Guocheng stood at the high point of the camp, gazing solemnly at the group of young martial artists below, his heart surging with emotions. The day had finally arrived. The young talents of Ying province had gathered here today. The Yang family twins from Shanzhou City, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family from Linhai City, and the dark horse boy named Jili, the little Vajra from Jiangqing City, Tang Yao from the Sword Pavilion in Qingshan City. "Ha, why are there so many injured and disabled people on Qingshan City's side?" His gaze fell on the martial artists of Qingshan City, and Kai Guocheng couldn't help but frown. Among them, hundreds were wrapped in bandages, wearing steel plates, looking miserable. Another few hundred frequently cast resentful glances at the martial artists of Linhai City. But when a handsome young man dressed in a clean black robe entered their view, those resentful gazes immediately became much more subdued. "How strange, I'll have to ask the teachers from Qingshan #1 High School about this later." Kai Guocheng set aside his doubts and stepped forward, loudly announcing, "I am the chief organizer of this provincial martial arts examination, Kai Guocheng. Just like those liberal arts students who have studied hard for 10 years, today is the moment for you martial arts students, who have trained diligently for years, to test the fruits of your efforts. Your school leaders have probably given plenty of pre-battle motivational speeches, so I won't repeat them here. I'll just briefly explain the rules." He mumbled a lot, and the more than 10,000 martial arts examinees below the stage listened attentively. In the crowd, the handsome young man dressed in a clean black robe nodded frequently. The rules of the martial arts exam are quite simple. According to Kai Guocheng's introduction, this Rift Mountain secret realm is divided into 3 areas: the outer perimeter, the inner perimeter, and the core. The outskirts are mostly early-stage level 1 exotic beasts, equivalent to common level 1 exotic beasts of the second or third tier, with relatively low hunting scores. The inner area mainly consists of mid to late level 1 exotic beasts, and even early stage level 2 exotic beasts, with higher hunting scores. As for the core region, it is mostly dominated by level 2 exotic beasts, with occasional appearances of level 3 exotic beasts, offering the highest scores. Each student is issued a talisman-like item that can be activated in emergencies to form a protective shield around them, while simultaneously transmitting their location to external devices in real time for rescue purposes. But once used, it means the martial arts exam ends early. Yili didn't care much about the matter of the exotic beast, but the amulet caught his attention. If its strength was too high, it might affect his actions to earn evil points. However, he only paid slight attention to it and quickly put it out of his mind. The reason was simple. A low-level talisman that can be produced in the tens of thousands at once, how could it possibly be crafted with great precision? If it can withstand a single strike from his use of the Soaring Dragon Riding the Wind manual, that would already be impressive. Judging from their behavior just now, the students from other martial arts high schools in Qingshan City do indeed harbor resentment toward him, but whether they actually dare to make a move, that's really hard to say. Thinking of this, Yi Li's brows furrowed slightly. Damn it, your white moonlight was pinned to the ground and beaten by me, and you don't even think about seeking revenge? Don't yield to the enemy's oppression. I have never underestimated the bond between you. Don't tell me you don't dare to make a move. It seems I'll have to beat Tang Yao up again to awaken their wild nature. Thinking this, Yi Li's gaze lightly swept toward the girl in the sword robe biting her lip in the distance. The girl seemed to sense his gaze, and her originally resolute face suddenly turned pale. The martial arts exam begins at 8:30 in the morning and lasts for a full 24 hours. Above the camp, Kai Guocheng solemnly reminded, "Let me emphasize once again, the martial arts exam is not a game. A single mistake, and dying in the secret realm is not out of the question. Furthermore, except for the core area, combat is only allowed in the last 6 hours in other areas. During the rest of the time, any attacks between students are strictly prohibited. If verified, I will immediately cancel their exam qualification, issue a major demerit, and their exam results will be nullified." His tone was exceptionally severe, accompanied by a powerful aura that exuded immense deterrence. This rule is not difficult to understand. It is clearly intended to prevent people from engaging in fights for various reasons after entering the secret realm, which could affect their martial exam results. However, directly prohibiting mutual attacks is also unrealistic. After all, once inside the secret realm, everyone is likely to face attacks from other human martial artists. Young martial artists cannot be misled into thinking that martial artists in the secret realm will never attack each other, as this misconception could very likely cost them their lives in the future. After hearing this, Yi Li's expression remained calm, showing no trace of dissatisfaction. At this moment, Jiang Qingzhu stepped forward, handed Yi Li a large spear with a blue-gold body and razor-sharp edges, and softly said, "Ding! Third-tier high-grade treasure, the blood-stained sea dragon spear, capable of enhancing the power of water-based martial techniques and providing additional effects against cold energy." "Thank you." Yi Li took the spear and nodded politely. Besides the storage artifact, each person could carry 3 artifacts, and this spear happened to be one of them. "It's nothing. I'll make time to visit the core area. If you need help, just say the word." Yi Li stored the spear in his ring and said calmly, "Good luck." After speaking, he turned and left. There was still some time before 8:30, so he planned to wander around and stir up some resentment. Watching the boy's figure gradually fade into the distance, Jiang Qingzhu lightly bit her red lips, her gaze growing resolute. "Yi Li, I will definitely get into Fong Yun University. Wait for me." Amid the crowd, a handsome young man dressed in an ink-colored long robe moved freely. A golden waist badge hung at his side, particularly eye-catching, and the silver-hooked, iron-stroke characters drew envious glances from many martial arts students. Before long, he arrived at his destination, the gathering place for martial arts students in Shanzhou City. Since no one knew him, Yi Li stood calmly at the front of the line, waiting with a composed expression. According to Yu Wang, this behavior was undoubtedly a blatant and provocative act. Meanwhile, within the ranks of Shanzhou City's team, the appearance of the black-clad youth with the golden badge on his belt immediately sparked a flurry of discussion. The refined Yang Wanfeng was chatting with his teammates to ease the atmosphere, but upon hearing the surrounding chatter, the smile on his face froze instantly as he looked up toward the commotion nearby. He saw the golden badge he had longed for appear before his eyes, and Yang Wanfeng's eyelids involuntarily twitched. There was no doubt that it was the golden badge from Fong Yun University, reserved only for exceptionally important students. The smile on Yang Wanfeng's face disappeared, his hands gradually clenched, and his gaze fixed intently on the lazy-looking youth in black. The waist token the other wore made his identity obvious. The martial exam was about to begin, yet he wasn't waiting in the city for the teleportation and had deliberately come here. Clearly, he was showing off. Knowing I hold a grudge against him, he still dares to provoke me on purpose? Thinking of this, a strong killing intent flashed through Yang Wanfeng's eyes, vanishing in an instant. For no other reason than this, in his view, Yi Li's actions were nothing short of courting death. Brother, what's wrong? Yang Wan noticed his unusual behavior and asked in confusion. It's nothing. Yang Wanfeng's expression softened, and he chuckled softly. I saw someone I care about deeply and couldn't help but lose focus. He knew in his heart that the secret realm had not yet opened. If he acted now, he would immediately lose his qualification for the exam. He could only endure for the time being. Once inside the secret realm, during the last 6 hours, he would use his abilities to find the other party. Then it would be their turn to cry. Yang Wanfeng took a deep breath. Although the killing intent just now had vanished in an instant, the young man in black in the distance seemed to notice and casually glanced in this direction. Hearing Yang Wanfeng's words, Yang Wan also looked around. The person you're concerned about? Who is it? Their gazes quickly met. Yili's eyes were calm, carrying a hint of scrutiny. Yang Wan's pupils trembled slightly, and her gaze immediately fell on the striking golden waist token. Her delicate brows furrowed, and a faint trace of anger appeared on her sweet face. Brother, I think I just saw that Yili. I saw it too. With his gaze fixed on Yili, Yang Wanfeng's lips curved slightly upward as he spoke calmly. It seems this guy loves to show off. When the time comes, I'll make sure he learns his lesson. As the two conversed, the young man dressed in a dark robe had already turned around, striding calmly in their direction. Brother! Seeing this, Yang Wan's heartbeat inexplicably quickened, and her voice unconsciously carried a hint of nervousness. He's coming over. Yang Wanfeng's expression quickly turned cold. The siblings had merely glanced a few times, yet the other party directly approached them. What exactly did this mean? Without a word, he positioned himself in front of Yang Wan, his gaze arrogantly fixed on the young man in black. Although it was forbidden to act recklessly outside the secret realm, if the other party made the first move, the situation would be different. He wanted to make the other party understand what it truly meant to be the most outstanding martial genius of the Yang family. Yili quickly stood still in front of the two, raising his pitch-black eyes. Although he was about the same height as Yang Wanfeng, he gave Yang Wanfeng an uncomfortable feeling of being looked down upon. It wasn't just Yang Wanfeng. The other students from Shanzhou City also felt this strange aura. The young man asked indifferently, "What are you laughing at?" Yang Wanfeng frowned and retorted with a hint of mockery, "We're not allowed to laugh now? Your temper is a bit too much, isn't it?" Behind him, the students of Shanzhou City once held Yang Wanfeng in high regard. To maintain his dignity, his tone naturally carried a hint of firmness. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Wan behind him seemed to gain some sort of strength, let out a cold snort, and mocked. "You're just someone who got a guaranteed admission spot through connections. Do you really think you're invincible? I advise you to tone it down, young master." Ding! She peeked out from behind Yang Wanfeng, proudly raising her chin like a confident swan. "Otherwise, watch out for a beating." "I see." Yili nodded slightly, glancing around. He saw that the students of Shanzhou No. 1 High School were all glaring at him with hostile eyes. Clearly, this pair in front of him were their leaders. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so united. No wonder his enhanced five senses detected a strong killing intent. It turned out he had angered the protagonist. Thinking of this, Yili looked at Yang Wan and asked with a light smile, "It seems you've already discussed how to deal with me?" "Not deal with." Yang Wan proudly raised a finger, wagging it from side to side, and grinned smugly. "It's to teach you a lesson. This shameless scoundrel, I've long thought of how to put you in your place." "Wanner, stop talking nonsense." Yang Wanfeng pretended to scold angrily, then looked at Yili and smiled lightly. "My sister has a mischievous personality. Don't take it to heart, she's just joking." After a brief pause, he added gently, "However, if possible, I would also like to witness Yili's strength in the core area during the last 6 hours. I just wonder, does brother Yili have the courage for that?" As soon as the words were spoken, the students from Shanzhou City had a peculiar gleam in their eyes, staring gleefully at the young man in the black robe with the gold medal hanging from his waist. Yang Wan covered her mouth and chuckled softly, fully aware that her brother was deliberately provoking Yili to leave him no room to refuse, a subtle little scheme. Ahem. Thinking of this, Yang Wan cleared her throat twice and was about to join in the mockery when suddenly Kaiguacheng's powerful and stern voice came from above. "The secret realm transmission is about to begin. All examinees, please return to your city's team to stay closer to your teammates. The farther apart both parties are at the start of the transmission, the farther apart they will be after the transmission. If you can hold hands, there's a high probability of being transmitted to the same location." Before the exam, teachers from each school had explained this basic rule. "Brother!" Yang Wan's heart stirred, and just as she was about to hold Yang Wanfeng's hand, a teasing laugh sounded in her ear. "The last 6 hours? Wouldn't it be better if I showed you right now?" As soon as the words fell, a powerful pressure suddenly bore down on Yang Wanfeng's heart. Immediately after, a pitch-black afterimage streaked through the air like a meteor, appearing before him like a phantom. The young man was engulfed in surging white cloud-like energy, his handsome face resembling that of an immortal. Yili's expression was calm, but his brows seemed to harbor a brewing terrifying storm. Hidden killing intent, deceitful words, and actions. He had long since reached the limit of his patience with the refined young man before him. His entire body erupted with energy and with the force of tens of thousands of kilograms behind his fist. The seemingly casual palm strike carried an unstoppable might as it was unleashed. Whoosh! In an instant, Yang Wanfeng's heart sounded alarm bells. As that slender palm approached, an overwhelming sense of threat made the hairs on his back stand on end. Ignoring the dazed Yang Wan behind him, his inner energy surged rapidly, green light flowing over his arms as he gritted his teeth and mustered all his strength to block in front of him. The aura of the second-tier 8th level erupted from him, even drawing the attention of Kai Guochang above. Are you crazy? You can only fight in the last 6 hours. Yang Wanfeng shouted, a mix of shock and anger in his voice. Idiot, I'm guaranteed. Yili responded calmly, his slender hand landing on the opponent's glowing arms. Almost at the same moment, a massive teleportation array rose from beneath the ground, instantly enveloping the figures of over 10,000 martial arts examinees. Buzz! Yang Wan and a group of students from Shanzhou City were utterly shocked. Ding! Consuming sin value, starting to upgrade the level of immortal golden soul. Yang Wanfeng only felt the surrounding scenery change, followed by a tremendous force striking his arms. That terrifying power directly shattered his arms and then slammed into his chest. His once proud resilient physique now emitted a muffled cry of anguish. In the vast dense forest, Yang Wanfeng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His thin figure, accompanied by a mist of blood, was sent flying backward, crashing through more than 10 trees, rolling dozens of times across the ground, and finally slamming heavily into the trunk of a giant tree before coming to a halt. Ho ho! Yang Wanfeng's throat was filled with thick blood plasma, his entire body seeing stars, dizzy and disoriented, with excruciating pain radiating from every part of him. However, compared to the physical pain, the shock in his heart was even more overwhelming. He raised his head with difficulty to look at the tall figure walking towards him step by step, his eyes filled with undisguisable horror, and he struggled to speak. Dan Qi eruption. You are tier 3. The entire body's aura is as perfect as a treasured elixir. By stimulating the blood and energy, one can expend physical strength to unleash elixir energy burst, greatly enhancing physical capabilities. This is precisely a technique unique to the 3rd tier true blood realm. For martial artists below the 3rd tier, it is nothing short of a dimensional suppression. No wonder he could sense my gaze, no wonder he could secure a guaranteed spot at Fong Yun University. That time he defeated Tang Yao, he was simply pretending to be weak to deceive others into thinking he relied on secret techniques. Yang Wanfeng's heart was in turmoil, and immense fear surged from the depths of his soul. He should never have agreed to Yang Wan's request, knowing the opponent had already advanced to the 3rd tier. Even though the Yang family's secret technique could make his strength comparable to a 3rd tier martial artist, at this moment he could barely stand, let alone use the blood ignition secret technique. Severely injured the Yang family's most outstanding genius in the past decade, Yang Wanfeng. Malice value plus 3000. Detected that Yang Wanfeng has developed a significant amount of fear towards you. Malice value plus 2000. Yili ignored the other party's astonishment and directly squatted in front of the refined young man, calmly asking, a 3rd tier temperament is just as fiery. Why don't you try laughing again? By the way, tell your father how you and your sister plan to deal with me? Hearing Yili's calm yet slightly teasing voice, Yang Wanfeng, lying on the ground, moved his lips slightly and finally trembled as he said, she just wanted to spar with you. A long spear interwoven with blue and gold suddenly appeared in Yili's hand, then was fiercely thrust into Yang Wanfeng's thigh, the sound of tearing flesh echoing clearly in the air. A piercing scream erupted from Yang Wanfeng's mouth. He instinctively tried to reach out to pull it out, only to be met with a heavy slap across the face from the young man. The immense force swept across his face, leaving Yang Wanfeng's ears ringing and his head dizzy. The remnants of his consciousness made him instinctively look forward. What came into view was the young man dressed in black, his dark eyes shimmering with a mysterious light. Lies. Yili's voice was calm, devoid of joy or anger, yet carried a strong sense of oppression. This is your last chance. How do you and your sister plan to deal with me? She. Think carefully before you speak. I'm giving you sincere advice. At the same time, as the words fell, Yili flicked the gun handle lightly with his fingers. The gun barrel trembled slightly, and his tone remained calm. It's true. Yang Wanfeng clenched his teeth tightly. The intense pain made him grimace uncontrollably, gasping for breath, his mind blank. Why? How did he know it was a lie? Yili raised his eyes, his gaze deep. 3. Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's heart suddenly tightened. Once he said it, judging by the temper the other party was displaying at the moment, Yang Wan's fate was almost certain. Absolutely too tragic to bear. Do I really have to speak? As long as I say it, Wanner will be finished, and I, as her brother. Yang Wanfeng's pupils kept dilating and contracting, clearly engaged in an intense inner struggle. Yili suddenly drew out his spear, suspending it in front of Yang Wanfeng's refined and gentle, yet blood-stained face. In Yang Wanfeng's eyes, this young man exuded an awe-inspiring aura, making him utterly afraid to speculate on what the other might be thinking. 2. A tremendous fear weighed heavily on Yang Wanfeng's heart. Just as Yili's brows slightly furrowed, a sudden gust of fierce wind roared past his ears, and the threat of death struck abruptly. He almost broke down and shouted loudly, I'll talk. In the dense forest hundreds of meters away, a young girl with delicate features stood in an open area, gazing somewhat blankly at the dense jungle surrounding her. She vaguely remembered that, at the very last moment of being transported into the secret realm, the young man in black robes, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying aura, had struck her brother's arms heavily with his palm. Yang Wan's breathing grew increasingly rapid. She stood up from the ground, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes. Her elder brother was incredibly powerful, and the Yang family's ancestral blood ignition secret technique had already been cultivated to perfection. But that Yili, the confidence in his expression was chilling, and his aura far surpassed her own. He had even defeated Tang Yao from the Sword Pavilion. Damn it, why didn't I realize how strong he was before? Now, I suddenly feel an overwhelming sense of panic. Yang Wan bit her lip tightly, forcing herself to calm down. This is the outskirts of the Mountain Rift secret realm, where encounters with exotic beasts are possible at any moment. Even though her strength is enough to easily slay them, she must remain vigilant. Her elder brother's martial arts have already reached the 8th level of the 2nd tier. Although Yili has the support of secret techniques that allow him to fight across levels, the gap between them is still immense. Even if Yili managed to launch a surprise attack and momentarily startle her brother, it would never cause any significant waves. You have to believe in him. After all, he is the genius elder brother who has shown for over 10 years, the pinnacle young martial artist of Shanzhou No. 1 High School. He will definitely defeat that so-called Yili. Yang Wan clenched her fists tightly, the spark of hope rekindling in her eyes. During the teleportation, the distance between her and the two was only about 5 or 6 meters, so the current distance shouldn't be too far off. After determining the direction, she stepped forward, heading toward the source of the earlier booming sound. On the road, strange beasts frequently appeared, mostly low-level creatures like giant wood rats and skeleton soldiers. Strangely, these beasts not only refrained from attacking Yang Wan but instead fled in panic toward the distance, as if they had encountered some terrifying enemy. For the sake of points, she casually killed a few and collected the precious drop of heart's blood within them. As she advanced, the numbers on the scoring device on her wrist continued to climb. Soon, a faint scent of blood wafted in with the breeze ahead. Immediately after, came that familiar scent from memory. It's my brother. He must have won. Yang Wanxin's heart leaped with joy. She quickly quickened her pace, darted out of the dense forest, and arrived at the clearing ahead, exclaiming happily, "Brother." The next second, her voice abruptly stopped, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Not far away stood a young man in black attire, his posture upright. In front of him, the blood-stained Yang Wanfeng was staring at her in terror, his eyes filled with lingering guilt. Noticing Yang Wan's arrival, the young man in black casually glanced at her. Then, as if he had caught sight of the lingering hope in the girl's eyes, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, his hair lightly brushing, and holding the blood-stained spear, he said with a hint of mockery in his tone, "Apologies, but it seems I've let you down." Upon hearing this, Yang Wan's heart tightened suddenly. Without a doubt, the refined young man lying miserably under the tree was none other than her once high-spirited elder brother from Shanzhou First High School. At this moment, however, he appeared utterly dejected, filled with guilt. The black-clad youth before him had a cold gaze, and his indifferent voice instantly filled the air with a chilling murderous intent. Yang Wan covered her mouth, looking at the scene before her in horror, completely unable to understand why her once proud brother had ended up in such a state. This situation, so that means, huh? Why? The immense shock made her legs feel as heavy as lead, leaving her rooted to the spot, her mind momentarily blank. Her brother, a second-tier 8th-level genius, capable of using secret techniques to rival third-tier martial artists, had actually ended up in such a state at Yili's hands? Wan-er. Yang Wanfeng took in Yang Wan's expression completely, and a surge of shame and anger instantly welled up in his heart, his cheeks burning hot. How majestic he had been in the past, only to lose to such an opponent. What made it worse was that it happened in front of the sister who admired him the most. This overwhelming humiliation nearly drowned his reason. Fortunately, he still had a plan in mind. As long as Wan-er can buy me 5 minutes, I can use my abilities to recover some of my injuries. If I can unleash the blood ignition secret technique, even if the opponent is a third-tier martial artist, I can still fight. Thinking of this, young Wanfeng tried his best to calm his mind, deliberately showing a bitter expression. With tears in his eyes, he looked up at Yang Wan and said in a trembling voice, "Wan-er, run quickly. Don't worry about me. This person, he, slap." Before he could finish speaking, the black-clad young man backhanded him across the face. Bloodied teeth flew out of his mouth, and his head buzzed. "Can you stop acting, please?" Yili frowned slightly, seeming to disdainfully shake off the blood on his hand, and said indifferently, "If you cared so much, why did you confess so readily just now?" These words made it sound as if he were the true villain. Looking at Yang Wanfeng's miserable state, Yang Wan, standing not far away, finally snapped out of her daze. Trembling, she stared fiercely at the young man in black, shouting in disbelief, "What are you doing? Is that even a question?" Yili raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a hint of surprise, "As you can see, I'm sparring with your brother." "Is this how you spar?" Yang Wan shouted angrily. Seeing her most admired elder brother being humiliated like this, if she didn't take action now, she wouldn't deserve to be called the most arrogant young lady of the young family. Her aura suddenly surged, and her true energy roared like a torrent. Die for me! Yang Wan's eyes were red with anger. She clenched her fists tightly, stood up abruptly, and charged at the young man in black at high speed, throwing a fierce punch. The force of the punch was ferocious, enough to shake a speeding car. The surging wind pressure rushed straight toward his face. Yet, Yi Li's lips curled into a faint smile. His 5 fingers suddenly clenched, he stomped heavily on the ground, and the energy within his core erupted once more as he unleashed a punch like the beating of a war drum. The two forces collided head-on, and Yang Wan's energy was torn apart like thin paper. The fist landed heavily on her arm. A clear sound of bone cracking suddenly rang out. Snap! That graceful figure was violently blasted away by a tremendous force, crashing through one sturdy giant tree after another. Yang Wan fell helplessly into a chaotic mess. As the dust settled, the surroundings were filled with splintered wood, and her slender arm was now bent into a horrifying arc. Ah! The intense pain shot straight to her head, causing Yang Wan's sweet face to involuntarily contort. Her piercing screams echoed continuously, resounding through the area. So painful! So painful! Ah! She instinctively clutched her arm, writhing and convulsing in agony on the ground. The sturdy bones of her entire arm had been forcibly shattered by that immense force. Even an experienced martial artist would momentarily lose composure in such excruciating pain. The former arrogance was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Yang Wan was left with nothing but a pitiful and disgraceful appearance. Waner! Under the tree, Yang Wanfeng struggled to stand up, but a long spear of blue and gold hovered in front of his throat, its tip exuding sharpness. His refined face instantly showed fear. Although he secretly used his abilities to heal, he had not yet recovered much combat strength. Yi Li, although I feel sorry for Waner, I can only let you endure a little longer for now. Yang Wanfeng gritted his teeth, the meridians in his body glowing faintly green, continuously healing his injuries. Alright, stop shouting. Yi Li held the long spear, his black hair lightly swaying, his clothes fluttering, and he casually looked up at Yang Wan as he spoke. In order not to make you lose consciousness, I didn't swing at your head, yet you screamed so miserably. Have you never been injured before? Yang Wan looked pitiful, but in reality, she only had a severe fracture in her right arm, which was far from incapacitating for a second-tier martial artist. As her strength increased, fewer people in the martial arts high school dared to provoke her. Opponents as rare as these two should be properly utilized. For instance, crippling Yang Wanfeng or stripping Yang Wan and hanging her on the mountain. How much evil value could be earned? Truly something to look forward to. Yi Li's lips curled slightly. This could actually be considered waste utilization. As for the retaliation from the young family of Shanzhou, there's no need to worry. After all, they were the ones who provoked first, and he was merely acting in self-defense. Besides, what is Yi Li's current status? A core student of Fong Yun University. As the most powerful martial arts academy in Ying province, even the Yang family of Shanzhou is insignificant before him. The fact that the Yang siblings couldn't even secure a guaranteed admission spot speaks volumes. If they were truly powerful, Yi Li wouldn't believe they'd target him. Since that's the case, why pretend to be a big bad wolf? To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. As long as it doesn't violate his principles, he must exhaust every ounce of value from each enemy. Yi Li's gaze remained calm. After a moment, Yang Wan's screams gradually weakened, though her breathing was still rapid. Hoo. She gritted her teeth and struggled to stand up from the mess, her smooth forehead covered in cold sweat. Looking at Yi Li, an involuntary fear surfaced in her eyes. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Bang, can we stop here? What do you think?" Yi Li responded indifferently. How amusing, she actually wanted to call it quits. Boom. Then, Yang Wan bit her lip tightly, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. What exactly do you want? Well, Yi Li rested his finger on his chin, putting on a thoughtful expression. After a moment, a just thought of a good idea smile flashed across his face, and he said softly, "How about you kneel and bow to me first? Consider it an apology. After all, I'm not a bad person." As he spoke, he casually glanced at Yang Wanfeng, whose eyes were tightly shut and face deathly pale, with a meaningful look. Yang Wanfeng's face was ashen, and he responded hoarsely, "I understand." Although the other party was smiling at the moment, no one could discern his true thoughts. With the help of his A-level talent, Sangline's protection, the injuries in his body had already recovered by 30%. In another 10 minutes or so, he would be back to the level where he could use his secret technique. By then, it would be Yi Li's end. Just a little more. Just a little more. What did these humiliations matter right now? Just as Yang Wanfeng was about to struggle to his feet, Yi Li reached out and pressed him back into place. Facing his astonished gaze, the young man in black robes said indifferently, "I didn't tell you to kneel. What's the rush?" He turned his head to look at Yang Wan, who was not far away and had a bitter expression, then said, "Come here and bow to me." What? Yang Wan opened her mouth wide, looking at Yi Li in disbelief. "You want me to bow and apologize to you?" As the proud young lady of the Yang family, not to mention bowing to an opponent to admit fault, she had never even apologized before. Yang Wan instinctively wanted to resist, but the sharp pain in her her arm promptly reminded her, causing cold sweat to stream down. The opponent had managed to defeat both her and her brother in such a short time. His strength was far more terrifying than the rumors suggested, reaching a level where direct confrontation was impossible. It must be that he had immediately used a secret technique to greatly enhance his power, taking the opportunity to severely injure her brother and herself, who had desperately tried to rescue him. If she could just stall for a while, there might still be a chance. At that moment, Yang Wan suddenly saw Yang Wanfeng under the tree lift his head and cast a complex gaze in her direction. Wanner agreed to his terms, but a look of struggle appeared on Yang Wan's face. She understood the reasoning in her heart, but asking her to bow and apologize was truly hard to accept. Even Yang Wanfeng had never received an apology from her. Wanner. Yang Wanfeng gave a bitter smile and said in the gentlest tone possible, "Be good, trust me." In fact, over the years, he had long regarded Yang Wan as his possession. At this moment, asking her to do such a thing caused him immense pain as well. But he had no choice. If they didn't temporarily bow their heads here, his martial exam would be over. Although Yili's results would also be annulled afterward, he simply didn't care. "Listen." Yili slightly turned his body, looking at the stunned Yang Wan standing in place, and said mockingly, "Even your brother is advising you to obediently bow and apologize. Will you listen, or not?" Yang Wan's face instantly turned pale as paper, as if all the blood had been drained from her. "You used words to sow discord between the close Yang siblings. Malice value plus 2000. As expected, this system just loves to stir up trouble and watch the chaos." Yili chuckled softly in his heart. Hearing Yili's words, Yang Wan pressed her lips tightly together, and her bright, expressive eyes gradually welled up with tears. The elder brother who usually cared for her meticulously was now asking her to set aside her dignity and bow to her opponent. She certainly understood that this was to buy time, but for some reason, a wave of bitter humiliation surged in her heart. Thinking back to all the thoughts she had before the martial exam, this feeling grew even stronger. Not only had she failed to defeat her opponent, but she also had to bow and admit her mistake. This was utterly against her will. Yang Wan clenched her fists, her face filled with unwillingness, and asked hesitantly, "Is it possible not to kneel?" Unexpectedly, Yili nodded calmly. "Of course it is. I never lie," Yili said with a faint smile. Then, with a sudden motion, he reversed his spear and swung it fiercely toward Yang Wanfeng, who was fully focused on recovering from his injuries. A dull, thunderous boom instantly exploded. "Brother!" Yang Wan exclaimed in shock, only to see Yang Wanfeng's entire body being directly struck and flung away, landing heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He struggled to prop himself up, his eyes instinctively carrying a trace of venomous resentment. "What are you doing?" Without noticing her brother's gaze, Yang Wan suddenly turned her head, her eyes fixed on Yili, and shouted in grief and indignation, "If I don't bow and admit my mistake to you, are you going to target my brother? We should have no grievances or grudges against you. Do you really have to target us like this during the martial exam? You have a guaranteed admission, but my brother and I still have to take the martial exam normally. Are you trying to ruin us?" Yang Wan's breathing quickened, her eyes reddened, as if she had endured great injustice. Yili did not respond upon hearing this, merely walking quietly toward the fallen Yang Wanfeng, with killing intent surging from his body, billowing in the wind. Seeing this, Yang Wanfeng's eyes instantly filled with terror. The genius once hailed as the thousand-handed Azurep of Shanzhou City now appeared as weak and powerless as a lamb awaiting slaughter, retreating continuously. Yang Wan finally cried out with a sobbing tone, "I kneel, I'll kowtow to you." Before the words had even finished, her fair knees buckled instantly, and along with her former pride and arrogance, she heavily knelt on the ground, producing a crisp sound. Yili slightly turned his body, quietly watching her continue. Yang Wan bit her lip tightly, propped herself up with both hands, and slowly lowered her head, gradually nearing the dusty ground. Under Yang Wanfeng's furious gaze, Yang Wan's forehead finally touched the ground. The arrogance on that once sweet face completely disappeared, and she almost cried out, "Sorry, I was wrong." Yang Wanfeng slowly closed his eyes, looking at this little ancestor he had carefully nurtured and doted on since childhood, now being trampled underfoot like this. His heart was almost shattered. "Not bad, get up." Yili slightly nodded, looking down at Yang Wan condescendingly. Hearing this, Yang Wan quickly got up from the ground and wiped away her tears forcefully. Yang Wanfeng's body also relaxed slightly, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Yili stretched lazily and seemed to say casually, "The sparring ends here. Next, it's time to settle accounts with the next person." "Next one to settle accounts?" Yang Wanfeng's expression changed slightly, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He couldn't help but ask, "What else needs to be settled?" Yili ignored him and simply looked at Yang Wan quietly, with a faint smile, and asked, "You want to strip me naked and hang me on the highest peak of the core area, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Wan's face instantly changed dramatically. "How do you know?" she asked in shock. "You'll have to ask your elder brother about that," Yili said, spreading his hands. Yang Wanfeng, who had been relatively calm, turned livid the moment he heard this. The other party actually said this right in front of him. The image he had in Yang Wan's heart over so many years was almost almost completely collapsing, just as he was about to speak but hesitated. Bang! Before the two could react, Yili struck him heavily with a spear. A surge of icy cold instantly flooded into Yang Wanfeng's body, completely freezing his meridians. The terrifying force of the spear knocked him unconscious on the spot. At the same time, the talisman on his waist was successfully activated and a pale white shield rose up, transmitting his location outward. This also meant that Yang Wanfeng, the model warrior of Shanzhou City, had officially ended his martial exam. I am a person who values principles and believes in treating others the way they treat me. Putting away the spear, Yili looked at the dazed Yang Wan and said coldly, I'll start with the conclusion. Next, you will be beaten unconscious by me and hung on the peak of the core area. However, I'm a kind-hearted person. Maybe I'll leave you a piece of clothing, or maybe I won't. But no matter what, from now on, you can live happily ever after with your hypocritical and incompetent brother. As the boy's icy voice echoed in the air, Yang Wan felt an immense shock. Her face turned deathly pale, and her breathing became unusually rapid. These things, did my brother tell you all of this? She instinctively stepped back, her voice trembling as she asked, he told you everything? He did, and he confessed very straightforwardly. Yili moved his steps lightly. Hearing this, Yang Wanru felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss, the chill piercing from her feet straight to her heart. She never would have imagined that the elder brother who had always been so attentive to her would be so weak at such a critical moment. Not only did he confess everything she had ever said in detail, but he even took the initiative to make his own sister kneel and kowtow. All of this was undoubtedly a ruthless abandonment of her former pride and dignity. She couldn't help but mock in her heart. Should she praise him for being adaptable and resilient, a good brother who knows how to endure? Her gaze swept over the unconscious Yang Wanfeng, and a faint trace of loneliness appeared at the corner of Yang Wan's lips. You used words to create a huge rift between the once close Yang siblings, evil value plus 2000. Really? Not far from her, Yili was still walking slowly toward her. Watching the young man in black approaching relentlessly, Yang Wan struggled internally to resist, but couldn't help recalling the earlier confrontation. This made her raise her hand to tightly cover her fractured left arm, and a chill instantly swept through her entire body. Beads of sweat seeped from her forehead, sliding down her cheeks, while the hand behind her turned pale from exertion. The wisest course of action now was to immediately use the protective talisman to contact the teacher outside the examination venue. This way, the chances of being rescued would be greatly increased, and she could also avoid further humiliation from the opponent. However, the psychological resistance made it unbearable for her. This proud daughter of the Young family, who had been proud for over a decade, simply could not accept the fact that she had failed the martial arts exam. Her fate should have been to charge into the core zone amidst cheers and laughter, slaying beasts with flair under the watchful eyes of provincial leaders and martial arts university professors, claiming the top spot, and smoothly entering the Windcloud University she had dreamed of. It should never have been like this, being crushed in such a ruthless manner by a boy she had never even considered worthy of her attention. Yang Wan's heart trembled violently, an extraordinary sense of oppression rushing toward her. The young man's expression was indifferent, his steps steady. He exuded an even greater sense of authority than the elder brother in her memory, and that aura was even more terrifying than those dreadful beasts. The young man in black before her, whom she had never taken seriously before, now seemed like a death-dealing Yama, pressing forward relentlessly. No, I absolutely cannot sit and wait for death. Even if I'm seriously injured, it doesn't matter. I must escape from his grasp and strive to get the score needed to enter Fong Yun University. Bang! After making up her mind, Yang Wan clenched her trembling teeth tightly, striving to steady her shivering body. She straightened her back and used her inner energy as a source of fire to make the blood in her body boil and burn. This was the Yang family's treasured technique, the blood ignition secret art. Under immense pressure, she finally unleashed this ultimate family skill. In an instant, her aura surged dramatically, and even her lively eyes glimmered with a hint of blood red, her entire being exuding a faint killing intent. Using secret techniques, huh? The young man let out a laugh, tinged with mockery or perhaps surprise. You're really going all out for the future. Wait a moment. Yang Wan remained silent, tacitly agreeing with his statement. Come to think of it, I've never let an opponent off before. Yili looked at her, a smile appearing on his handsome face. He stopped and said softly, but seeing how hard you're trying, I'll make an exception and give you a chance today. I've just advanced to the 3rd tier, and my realm is still unstable. My tempering technique is only at B level, and I can use Danshi Burst at most 7 times. So, if you can withstand 5 of my Danshi Burst moves next, I'll leave. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously almost despairing Yang Wan suddenly looked up, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. Are you telling the truth? This time, her voice no longer trembled. Of course, I never lie. Yi Li nodded calmly. All right. Yang Wan took a deep breath, suppressing the panic and unease in her heart, and looked at the young man in black. Her entire body tensed, and her cold, trembling back finally steadied. In the next second, her figure shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring, rushing swiftly toward the depths of the secret realm. Her thoughts were simple. The young man's promise was hard to discern is true or false, but choosing to escape first and activate her secret technique was undoubtedly the right decision. Although successfully escaping from a third-tier martial artist seemed almost impossible as long as she could reach the vicinity of the core area, the third-tier exotic beasts there might not be able to completely stop him, but they could at least distract the enemy enough to leave her unnoticed. Keep going, you can do it. After all, she was the genius girl of the Yang family from Shanzhou. He. Yang Wan ran with all her might, her speed increasing rapidly, her figure darting through the dense forest like lightning, while the surrounding scenery blurred and receded swiftly with her sprint. After more than a dozen breaths, she had already put several kilometers between herself and her starting point, leaving it far behind. As she ran, she did not forget to cautiously observe her surroundings with the corner of her eye, checking for any signs of danger approaching or any unusual indications, but found no one behind her, at most the fleeting shadows of a few strange beasts. Shaken off? Yang Wan couldn't help but feel a question arise in her heart. Although she didn't dare to easily believe that she had managed to shake off the pursuers so smoothly, if she really had succeeded, that would be wonderful. However, just as this thought emerged, the sound of whistling winds suddenly came from behind. Phew! An extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted and surged from behind. It's here! Yang Wan clenched her teeth, immediately turned around, her foot sliding across the ground, her upper body assuming a strange posture. A harmonious and tranquil force emerged within her, with faint black and white radiance appearing between her palms, exuding an enigmatic aura as if capable of dissolving the opponent's strength. At that moment, her eyes met the newcomer's. The young man's jet-black eyes were incredibly sharp, and his entire presence was as imposing as a volcanic eruption, striking fear into the heart. Without hesitation, he donned a black robe and spread his arms. Yi Li's voice was as cold as ice. The next second, his fist, bursting with energy, struck fiercely against Yang Wan's mysterious stance. A terrifying force erupted instantly, the black and white radiance was violently torn apart, and Yang Wan's previously calm expression changed drastically. Her graceful figure was suddenly sent flying. Boom, boom, boom. She crashed through several thick giant trees in succession, her body falling heavily to the ground and rolling continuously. Amidst the swirling wood chips, Yang Wan felt a metallic taste rise in her throat, but she still forced herself to stand up quickly, her expression heavy as she looked up. Several ribs were broken, but she managed to hold on, with some strength to spare. I can do it, as long as I keep holding on like this. Just as she was thinking this, a strong gust of wind pressure suddenly struck, rushing straight toward her face. Yang Wan's pupils contracted sharply. She saw a figure in black robes already closing in right before her eyes. The newcomer's tone was calm, with a hint of mockery. Before the words had even faded, he struck again with a terrifyingly powerful punch from above. Yang Wan's arms had already gone numb from the previous punch, leaving her completely unable to muster any strength. With a look of despair, her entire body was slammed violently into the ground. Ugh! Amid the cracked earth, Yang Wan struggled to breathe as the metallic taste of blood surged from her throat. Her once sweet and delicate face was quickly stained red. The slender figure trembled uncontrollably. Though the heart was still beating, the spirit was nearly exhausted. The once lively eyes had now lost their luster, hollow like a walking corpse. Every inch of the body radiated intense pain. What nearly broke her spirit was the confidence and dignity she had just rebuilt, completely shattered in the next moment by the boy's two brutal punches. Why? In a daze, Yang Wan's voice carried an unshakable sense of grievance and sorrow. Why treat us like this? What do you mean, why? Yi Li walked up to her, leaned down, and calmly said, First, the fight was started by your brother, and you were the one who said you wanted to deal with me. You've calculated all the bad things so clearly, and now you're pretending to be aggrieved here. Aren't you being a bit too shameless? Yang Wan. Buzz. Yi Li reached out and dragged her out of the pit, pulling up her long black hair, forcing her blood-stained sweet face to meet his gaze. He said indifferently, when you were plotting to ruin me, you should have anticipated this day. The result is clear. The one disgraced isn't me, but you, and your dear elder brother. I'm very curious to see if, after today, you can still maintain your former arrogance. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Li grabbed her long black hair and slowly lifted her from the ground, his tone laced with mockery. The wind on the mountaintop will be strong. You'd better endure it. Don't. I beg you. Humiliated tears welled up in Yang Wan's eyes as she trembled and pleaded, but the young man mercilessly slapped her across the face, and her consciousness instantly plunged into darkness. With your unparalleled strength, you completely shattered the eldest daughter of the Yang family's self-esteem. At this moment, she has entirely lost the will to resist. Evil points plus 8,000. Achievement unlocked. 2 punches to shatter your passionate dream. Effect: when the opponent's home crowd support far exceeds yours, punching speed increases by 20%. In the temporary camp outside the Rift Mountain secret realm, hundreds of people were seated, most of them teachers from various martial arts high schools in Win Province. On the large screen, real-time footage of the core area of the secret realm was being broadcast. Kai Guocheng sat in one of the central seats, smiling as he stared at the screen. This year's candidate's performance has clearly improved significantly compared to last year. Tang Yao of the Green Mountain Sword Pavilion, Jiang Zhang Qingzhu of the extreme North Jiang family, Xiaojin Gang of Zhenjiang's Golden Light Temple. These new generation contestants from various major forces all performed outstandingly in this martial arts exam, even reaching the core area before noon. Hearing this, the teachers from the various martial arts high schools all revealed gratified smiles and nodded in approval. However, among them, the teachers from Zhongshan City appeared the most solemn, looking quite worried. Not only were the Yang siblings nowhere to be seen in the core area, but neither of them had made it into the top 100 on the real-time leaderboard. For this reason, they specifically conducted a thorough search and found that while Yang Wan's data showed some fluctuations, Yang Wanfeng's data remained as stagnant as still water. In other words, he had yet to kill any beasts. Although, with the strength of the Yang siblings, taking the lead should not have been a difficult task, the current strange situation inevitably stirred a trace of unease in their hearts. Student Lin Kaiguoqing turned his head to look at the stunning figure beside him and asked softly, "In your opinion, who is most likely to win the championship among this year's martial arts students?" As the representative sent by Fong Yun University, Lin Yinyun's strength was beyond doubt. She had been searching for someone's figure between the screen and the rankings just now, clearly showing a preference in her heart. The time isn't even halfway through yet, so it's hard to draw a conclusion for now. Lin Yinyun smiled faintly, her gaze falling once again on the large screen ahead, though a trace of doubt arose in her heart. The teacher from their school in Linhai City selected this year's guaranteed admission student. A few days ago, news came that a fugitive at the peak of the third tier was killed by a core student from Fong Yun University. These two events coincided perfectly. Out of curiosity and admiration for this new junior, she volunteered to come and watch the competition. Otherwise, she would have been busy taking on hunting missions to earn a living. But after watching for half a day, she hadn't even caught a glimpse of him. Could it be that, because of the guaranteed admission, he was taking the exam too casually? Why did Fong Yun University send someone this year? A teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 High School, sitting in the back row, asked his companion beside him to ease his inner anxiety. Didn't they not send anyone in previous years? Maybe it's because of that recommended student? The companion answered somewhat uncertainly. There have been recommended students in previous years too. The teacher from Shanzhou waved his hand irritably. Forget it, asking you is useless. After speaking, he got up and walked out of the camp, gazing at the distant entrance to the secret realm. How strange, why is there no movement at all? Could it be preparing a big move? He murmured softly. Although there were no 4th-tier exotic beasts in the Rift Mountain secret realm, there were quite a few late 3rd-tier exotic beasts. Unlike the 1st and 2nd-tier exotic beasts driven purely by instinct, 3rd-tier exotic beasts begin to transform once they cross the threshold, gradually developing intelligence. Higher-tier exotic beasts can even take on human form, appearing indistinguishable from humans. Unless engaged in direct combat, even martial arts masters of the same tier find it difficult to discern their true nature. This is also one of the reasons why advanced secret realms are strictly controlled by various countries. Although late-stage 3rd-tier exotic beasts are not as terrifying as high-tier ones, they possess rudimentary intelligence, know how to act opportunistically, and can set simple traps to hunt intruders. Therefore, killing them yields higher points. Perhaps the Yang siblings are hiding in some corner, preparing to slay several 3rd-tier exotic beasts in one fell swoop and make a stunning impression. Thinking of this, the teacher from Shanzhou First High couldn't help but smile. That Yang Wanfeng, as always, loves to show off. Truly a troublesome pair of siblings. Feeling reassured, he turned to head back to the camp to continue observing the situation. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Several Hansha warriors responsible for rescuing students hurried over, carrying on a stretcher a young man with a refined appearance and a pained expression, groaning incessantly. The young man was covered in wounds, exuding a bone-chilling cold, his face ashen, eyes tightly shut, and his face smeared with blood. Clearly, he had fallen unconscious from severe injuries. Quick, quick, there's a student here who needs emergency treatment. Several Hansha warriors shouted anxiously, rushing into the medical area at full speed under the astonished gazes of many teachers. Is that Yang Wanfeng from Shanzhou City? Hiss. Impossible, but it really looks like him. I remember he's a 2nd-tier 8th-level genius, 2 levels higher than me. Such a powerful talent. What kind of exotic beast could beat him up like this? Could it be that a 4th-tier exotic beast appeared in the Rift Mountain secret realm? Not sure, but this time Shanzhou No. 1 High School is probably finished. Did you forget about Yang Wan? For a moment, the teachers were all discussing it, their tones filled with shock and confusion. Seeing this, the teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 High School was already stunned, dumbfounded. Yang Wanfeng was actually eliminated? How could this be possible? He held his head in his hands, staring blankly in the direction where the group of Hansha warriors had disappeared, unable to recover for a long time. A feeling of disbelief surged in his heart. At that moment, a sudden exclamation came from the nearby camp, as if they had witnessed something astonishing. Within the Rift Mountain's secret realm, on the vast plains, after passing through the dense forest formed by the intertwining outer and inner perimeters, you arrive here. The plain offers an extremely open view, with a towering mountain standing standing in the distant core area. This place is occupied by over a dozen Tier 3 exotic beasts, each staking out its territory and usually not interfering with one another. But today, several powerful figures burst out of the dense forest, some covered in blood, others breathing heavily, and even some with deep notches on their sword blades. Without exception, each one was high-spirited and carried themselves with pride. They were precisely the martial arts geniuses from various cities. Jiang Qingzhu and Tang Yao were also among them at this moment. "Where is Yi Liren?" Tang Yao looked at Jiang Qingzhu, who walked out of the dense forest alone, and asked casually, "He didn't come with you?" Linhai City and Qingshan City were not far apart. The two were both outstanding students of martial arts high schools and could be considered old acquaintances. "What does it have to do with you?" Jiang Qingzhu glanced at her and responded coldly, "He is a guaranteed admission student, so it doesn't matter whether he comes here or not." "I know, then why ask?" Jiang Qingzhu said indifferently. "If you want revenge, you should have gone to him before coming here. With his personality, he definitely wouldn't refuse you." Tang Yao was momentarily speechless. She had originally thought the other party was Yi Li's friend and intended to gather information about Yi Li's score from him to compare with her own. That boy, who was like a monster, might have strong combat abilities, but in terms of scoring for slaying exotic beasts, he might not necessarily be her match. Since she couldn't get any information from Jiang Qingzhu, she would have to wait until they left the secret realm to check the leaderboard. Tang Yao tightly gripped the hilt of her sword, her eyes flickering. She admitted that she was no match for Yi Li at the moment, but the road ahead was long. One day, she would surely surpass him. "Greetings, you two." At this moment, a burly monk with a shaved head approached, flashing a grin at the two of them. This humble monk hails from Zhenjiang No. 1 High School, with the Dharma name Shanwu. "May I ask how the two benefactors are addressed?" As soon as the words fell, everyone except Jiang Qingzhu and Tang Yao showed slight reactions. The Jinwang Temple in Zhenjiang City is renowned throughout Ying Province, producing a steady stream of famous martial monks. This monk Shanwu has been at Zhenjiang No. 1 High School for only 2 years, but his robust martial arts skills have earned him great fame on campus. The city of Zhenjiang even gave him the nickname Little Vajra. 1. The Buddhist master, known as the Great King Kong, is precisely his mentor. Jiang Qingzhu. Jiang Qingzhu spoke coldly. "Bang! Qingshan Sword Pavilion, Tang Yao." Tang Yao stood with her sword, her gaze proud, and said with a faint smile, "Instead of hunting beasts for points, you came to chat. What do you want?" "Not at all, not at all." Monk Shanwu quickly smiled and said, "Just wanted to ask if you saw Yang Wanfeng from Shanzhou No. 1 High School, or his sister Yang Wan, on your way here?" "No, why are you looking for them?" Hee, to be honest, this humble monk has a good relationship with the siblings, so I feel a bit sad." Master Shanwu clasped his hands together, his gaze directed toward the dense forest behind him, a hint of doubt appearing on his face. "Given their strength, they should have arrived ahead of us. Why haven't we seen any sign of them yet?" Yang Wanfeng's martial arts level had reached the second tier, 8th stage, making him the undisputed top expert in this year's martial arts examination in Ying Province. Coupled with the perfected blood ignition secret technique, he could even hold his own against third-tier martial artists. His prolonged absence was truly puzzling. Could he have already ventured deep into the forest? Master Shanwu turned his head to look at the distant mountains, a sense of unease rising in his heart. "I don't know." Tang Yao waved her hand dismissively and walked straight toward the core area, clearly indifferent to the young siblings mentioned by the others. Although she, like the other martial arts prodigies of Ying Province present, had heard of the siblings' reputation, her perspective differed. While most regarded Yang Wanfeng as a true genius, in Tang Yao's mind, the only true geniuses in Ying Province were Yi Li and herself. Jiang Qingzhu looked toward the dense forest, murmuring softly with uncertainty, "Could it be we really ran into them?" 2. Yi Li didn't show up, and Yang Wanfeng was also nowhere to be seen. This coincidence inevitably raised suspicions. Considering Yi Li's straightforward personality, the two might have really encountered each other. "Bang! Miss Jiang, do you have any clues?" Monk Shanwu asked tentatively, carefully observing the girl's expression. Jiang Qingzhu withdrew her gaze, suppressing the worry in her heart, and said calmly, "No." After speaking, she stepped lightly toward the core area ahead. "No need to worry too much. Even if Yi Li is no match for Yang Wanfeng due to the disparity in strength, he should still be able to escape." "Wait, that Yang Wanfeng seems to have a younger sister at the 6th level of the second tier? Damn it!" Jiang Qingzhu suddenly turned around, panic flashing in her eyes, and was about to re-enter the dense forest to investigate. Suddenly, a commotion arose not far away. "Is that Yang Wan?" "Yes, it must be. Oh my god, how did she end up beaten like this? Where's her brother Yang Wanfeng?" If Yang Wanfeng sees this, he'll definitely skin that guy alive. Even the kind-hearted monk who had just questioned the two stood frozen in place at this moment, along with the crowd, staring intently in one direction. Gazing at the vast forest, they saw a handsome young man dressed in an ink-colored long robe walking slowly toward them. His expression was cold, his demeanor calm and composed, as if he ruled the world. What was even more breathtaking was the fact that he was holding a tall, half-dead figure in his hand. Although the figure's eyes had rolled back, Her hair was disheveled, and her posture was pitiful. Her sweet and strikingly beautiful face remained unmistakable. It was none other than Yang Wan, the daughter of the Yang family from Shanzhou. Most of the people present were from prestigious families and had seen their fair share of the world, but this scene before them was something they were witnessing for the first time. Forget the martial exam, such a spectacle was unprecedented even across the entire Ing province. This guy is seriously badass. Their tones were complex as they looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. In the martial arts high school of Ing province, someone actually dared to offend young master Yang Wanfeng of the Yang family like this? Simply insane. In the martial exam, they understood better than anyone what it meant to be hunted by a tier 2 level 8 martial artist outside the secret realm in the temporary camp. Watching the scene on the screen, the on-site teachers were equally stunned to the extreme. And there's more. Is that Yang Wan from the Yang family? How could she be beaten like this? Who on earth is that guy? He's Yili from Linhai No. 1 High School. The discussions were in complete chaos, and the teachers had not expected such a situation to occur. Except for the core area where free combat is allowed, no attacks are permitted in other areas except during the last 6 hours. This is one of the basic rules of the martial arts exam, and it has rarely been violated by students. Even when conflicts occur, they mostly happen between ordinary martial arts students. An incident like today's is truly the first in their memory. Kai Guocheng stared at the screen, his expression grave. This Yili, isn't he being a bit too bold? Crash! At that moment, the teacher from Shanzhou First High School who had gone out earlier pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing the situation on the screen, he was almost scared out of his wits. Yang Wanfeng had just been severely injured and was hoping to rely on Yang Wan, but unexpectedly, she also suffered the same brutal blow. What on earth is going on here? He glared angrily at Kai Guocheng and shouted furiously, "This person has clearly violated the rules of the martial arts exam. I demand the authorities immediately revoke his eligibility to take the exam." Kai Guocheng's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation. If it were an ordinary student, he would have already made a judgment on the spot. But Yi Li's identity was different. He was a core student of Fong Yun University. In other words, he had a high chance of becoming a powerful martial artist capable of guarding a region in the future. If possible, Kai Guocheng still hoped to leave a good impression on the other party. However, this behavior was simply too egregious. Even if he grew stronger in the future, there was no guarantee he would become an asset to Hanxia. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, Kai Guocheng quickly made a decision. Just as he was about to send someone to revoke Yi Li's exam qualification, the intellectual woman from Fong Yun University spoke up. "Wait, I think it's still too early to draw conclusions." "What do you mean?" Kai Guocheng immediately turned to her. "It's very simple," Lin Yingyun said with a smile, speaking frankly. "I don't believe that a young martial artist brave enough to capture fugitives would attack a companion for no reason." With that, a document appeared in her palm, which she handed to Kai Guocheng. "This is a recent record from the Qingyi Bureau. Yili single-handedly pursued a fugitive at the peak of the 3rd tier. In the end, he successfully killed the target." Lin Yingyun's words carried genuine admiration. As soon as the words fell, all the teachers, including Kai Guocheng, widened their eyes. A martial artist at the peak of the 3rd rank can almost rival most city-level Qingyi Bureau chiefs. A student who has not yet graduated from martial arts high school was actually able to kill a fugitive of such a level? A teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 High School grabbed the document and shouted in disbelief. But after carefully reading the document, his breathing gradually became heavy, and the document slipped from his hand. "It's true." Seeing his reaction, the same thought arose in the hearts of everyone present, followed by a surge of intense excitement in their chests. Senior Kai, Yi Li's performance like this would definitely be considered outstanding at Fong Yun University. Lin Yingyun leaned back in her chair, crossed her arms, and smiled faintly. "Without a doubt, he is a true genius. Since things have come to this, why not wait and observe first, then ask them in detail after they all come out?" Inside the secret realm. "Please wait, sir." Monk Shanwu's face darkened. Just as Yi Li was about to step up the mountain, he said in a deep voice, "The one you're carrying, could it be the young lady of the Yang family from Shanzhou?" "The Yang family from Shanzhou?" Yi Li stopped in his tracks, calmly looked at him, and asked, "You know her?" "I do." Monk Shanwu's expression grew even darker. "Then it should be her." Yi Li nodded and continued walking up the mountain. "Sir," Master Shanwu spoke again, gritting his teeth and shouting angrily, "if my friend finds out about your actions, he definitely won't let you off. He is the young master of the Yang family from Shanzhou. You should have heard of him. He also participated in this martial exam and is a 2nd tier, 8th level martial artist." "Sir." Seeing that Yi Li's steps did not stop, Master Shanwu grew anxious. His voice rose, carrying a hint of fury. "We martial artists should join hands and move forward, upholding martial ethics. By humiliating others like this, are you intending to stand against all of us martial artists? If you remain stubborn today, this humble monk will join forces with everyone present to give you a proper lesson in Buddhist teachings." Monk Shanwu's mind raced rapidly. The opponent was able to defeat Yang Wan, whose strength was similar to his own, so defeating defeating him would likely not be difficult. The urgent matter now was to make his own strength formidable enough to deter the opponent, thereby sparing Yang Wan. One Yang Wanfeng is not enough, then join forces with all the martial artists present to take action. He spoke these words with utmost candor. Even if most people were unwilling to get involved, they were too embarrassed to oppose him publicly. This gave him the opportunity to flaunt his authority under the guise of righteousness. At this moment, Yili finally stopped in his tracks. In his impression, the false Buddhist sects were best at constantly preaching morality and benevolence while avoiding any substantive discussion. He didn't expect it to be the same in another world. True Buddhist masters were still too rare. Do they really have to pick a fight when he's at his happiest? I have no interest in your so-called Buddhist teachings. He turned around, calmly looked at the righteous monk Shanwu, and said, but today, I am determined to humiliate this person. Every single one of you here, take note. Whoever wants to make a move, you can step up now. As soon as these words were spoken, the air on the plain instantly froze, becoming deathly silent. Over a dozen martial arts prodigies from various parts of Ying province all remained silent, even their breathing became cautious. Earlier, they were too far away to see clearly or to take a closer look. Now, upon closer inspection, wasn't this the very same rising dark horse who had just entered the second tier, defeated Tang Yao of the Sword Pavilion head-on, was enthusiastically recommended by senior teachers of Fong Yun University, and whose name was spreading like wildfire across major martial arts high schools? Tang Yao stood motionless not far away. Since they couldn't even defeat Tang Yao, they naturally dared not act recklessly. If they accidentally anger this specially admitted monster, whoever gets unlucky will have to beg for mercy in front of all the teachers and students in the province. In front of them, the young man in black attire stood composed, his expression calm, and his clothes fluttering in the wind. One man suppressing all rivals. Tang Yao stared at that slender figure, her hands clenched tightly, her heart trembling uncontrollably. That kind of demeanor was exactly what she had dreamed of. The only difference was, he was still carrying someone in his hand. Monk Shanwu looked around, his heart stirred and difficult to calm. He had just emerged from seclusion and hurried over to participate in the martial examination, knowing little about the rumors outside. But judging from the reactions of those present, this opponent seemed extraordinary. This made the situation quite awkward. Monk Shanwu glanced at Yili and found the other quietly looking at him as well. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Benefactor, may I know your esteemed name? Your father. Yili's expression was calm as he responded directly and bluntly, if you have the guts, come at me. Don't waste my time. This monk, like that refined young man at the second tier 8th level, was full of killing intent toward him, even though they didn't even know each other's names. The killing intent was not only obvious but also poorly concealed. As a third tier martial artist, Yili could sense the hostility as clearly as a teacher catching a student cheating on homework in his previous life. It was blatantly obvious, yet the student always thought they were hiding it well. But, since there's killing intent, that makes things easier. Let's see if I won't beat you up. Benefactor. Hearing Yili's response, Monk Shanwu's face instantly darkened. This humble monk knows that you are gifted and proud, but one must still be humble in life. Genius? You're not the only one here. There are at least a dozen. He acknowledged the strength of this young man in black. Someone capable of defeating Yang Wan was no ordinary person. At the very least, if he were to face him, his chances of winning wouldn't be high. However, likewise, if the other party wanted to make a move, he would also have to weigh the cost. The Little Vajra of Zhenjiang No. 1 High School is not a mere title. As soon as the words fell, many people quietly retreated to the rear. They still needed to participate in the martial arts exam and had no interest in clashing head-on with this dark horse from Linhai City. Since this Zhenjiang Little Vajra truly intended to make a move, it was a perfect opportunity for them to witness the boy's true skills. What kind of person could defeat the future sword immortal, who was at the peak of his fame in the Qingshan Sword Pavilion? You call yourselves geniuses? Hearing the words of the monk Shanwu, Yili's face revealed a mocking smile. Among the people present, even someone like Tang Yao, who had confidence but no real strength, was considered one of the strongest. If it weren't for this bald monk taking the initiative to challenge him, Yili wouldn't have even bothered to make a move. Then, under the gaze of more than a dozen solemn eyes, the boy's aura suddenly surged, far surpassing everyone present. His blood energy intensity also climbed steadily. There is no such thing as a genius here. Yili's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. None of you are. Under the oppressive aura, the smile on Monk Shanwu's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a grave expression as if facing a formidable enemy. Feeling the pressure, he forced himself to speak. Sir, please reconsider. If you act now, the best outcome would be mutual destruction. Why not stop here? Before the words were spoken, Yili's figure had already transformed into a blurred shadow. Amid the crowd's exclamations, he appeared in front of Monk Shanwu in the blink of an eye. Facing the astonished gaze of his opponent, Yili seemed to casually strike with his palm, yet with the aid of Dan Chi explosion, it triggered a deafening roar, as if shattering the air. You are reckless. This monk will not hold back either. Monk Shanwu's eyes widened, his teeth clenched tightly, and his true energy energy circulated rapidly. A thick layer of golden light instantly appeared on his body surface, making him as indestructible as a golden Buddha. After years of arduous cultivation, he was confident that no one of the same level could break through. In the next moment, that slender, well-defined hand gently landed on his chest. In an instant, a deafening roar, only heard during metal forging, suddenly exploded in the air. Shan Wu's chest abruptly caved in by an inch, his eyes filled with shock. His burly figure was forcibly blasted away by the immense power, blood gushing out like a fountain. Everyone present was utterly stunned, their eyes unanimously fixed on Shan Wu, who had rolled dozens of meters on the ground. He appeared to be barely breathing, his face as pale as gold paper, clearly gravely injured. More than a dozen martial artists, hailed as geniuses in various martial arts high schools, were now overwhelmed with shock. A second-tier martial artist skilled in external martial techniques was severely injured with just one palm strike? Damn the organizers, what kind of monster did they let into the martial exam this year? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, severely injuring a second-tier, fifth-level martial artist, evil deeds value plus 500. Truly stingy to a terrifying degree. Looking at the emerging light screen, Yili cursed inwardly. Wasn't it just crushing a noob? Is it necessary to not even give 1,000 points? But complaints aside, Yili had long grown accustomed to the system's quirky scoring habits. It's just that after getting used to thousands of points being credited, looking back at these 500 points now feels painfully little. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. Forget it, after all, these 500 points are basically free. Yili sighed silently and turned his head to look at the dozen or so genius martial artists not far away. Seeing Yili glance over, they all let out an awkward dry laugh, quickly cupped their hands in salute, and said, "Friend, your skills are remarkable. It's getting late, so we won't disturb you any longer. We'll take our leave now." Faced with such strength, this year's martial arts exam champion is already a sure thing. To compete for second place, they must also pick up the pace. As soon as the words fell, everyone turned around and sprinted away. In just a few breaths, they had gone far away, leaving only blurry figures visible. Detected that student representatives from major martial arts high schools in Ing province are experiencing intense fear towards you. Evil deeds value plus 2,000. Humph, an unexpected gain. Yili raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking that these people had always been well behaved, and he hadn't intended to act against them. Unexpectedly, mere intimidation through force could actually earn him evil points. Suddenly enlightened, he nodded toward Jiang Qingju not far away and signaled, "Are there any monsters you can't defeat?" The girl had helped him quite a bit, so lending a hand to kill some beasts for her was no problem. Jiang Qingju lightly pressed her lips together and said firmly, "I can handle killing the beasts myself." "All right." Yili nodded slightly. "Farewell." With that, he carried Yang Wan in his hand and continued advancing toward the towering peak of the core area. It is worth mentioning that along the way, he killed quite a few first and second tier exotic beasts, but the amount of evil value he gained was only in double digits, almost negligible. After becoming stronger, he could try killing some higher tier exotic beasts to see if there might be different rewards. Yili's thoughts were racing as his figure darted across the plains like lightning, swiftly advancing toward the mountain. Along the way, he encountered 4 or 5 late third tier exotic beasts. After exhausting 80% of his strength, Yili finally reached the summit. He hung the pained Yang Wan on the peak. A fierce gale swept through, and within just a few breaths, her clothes were torn to shreds. Yili calmly watched the scene. The only thing that slightly surprised him was the absence of the prying sensation he had anticipated. In other words, even through the means of broadcasting images, the scene here cannot be observed. It's a bit of a pity. Is it because the mountain peak is too high? Yili propped his chin and murmured softly. Thanks to this, the amount of evil points gained wasn't much. Hanging the daughter of the Yang family from Mount Shan at the summit of Split Mountain, evil points plus 2,000. Gazing at the large expanse of Yang Wan's exposed skin, Yili was pondering another matter in his heart. This martial exam, his actions would likely provoke the dissatisfaction of many teachers. Even if someone publicly denounces it afterward, it wouldn't be surprising. But he doesn't care. Yili smiled faintly. He has his own code of conduct. Even if, due to the system, I am despised by most martial artists in the future, it doesn't matter. As long as my strength is powerful enough, if I say I am a good person, everyone will have to believe it. A strong individual who forges their own path only needs to have a clear conscience. The young man's black hair gently swayed, his bright eyes gazing at the faint white light emerging on the horizon. Notoriety level up. Notoriety level LV2. Your notoriety has spread across all major martial arts high schools in Ing province. Golden quality reward has been issued. The next morning, the air outside the Rift Mountain's secret realm carried a hint of chill. For martial artists, staying up all night was no big deal. In the massive temporary camp, everyone's eyes were fixed intently on the huge light screen. Only 3 minutes remained until the rankings were finalized. The current standings were essentially the final results. 10th place, Zhenjiang No. 1 High School, Shan Wu. 9th place, Zhangbei No. 1 High School, Wang Zixuan. 3rd place, Qingshan No. 1 High School, Tang Yao. 2nd Second place, Linhai No. 1 High School, Zhang Qingzhu. Unexpectedly, despite the gap in rank, Zhang Qingzhu's final score far surpassed Tang Yao's by a significant margin. It was evident that, driven by the dream of expelling every last exotic beast, Zhang Qingzhu had put tremendous effort into honing her skills in slaying exotic beasts. Moreover, the spear, compared to swords and blades, was more efficient in breaking through the armor of exotic beasts, making such an achievement unsurprising. Not to mention, Zhang Qingzhu had also mastered the third-tier rare martial technique, Soaring Dragon Riding the Wind Manual, renowned as a divine skill for armor penetration. Therefore, in the segment of slaying exotic beasts, martial artists skilled in various competitions might not necessarily have the upper hand. This method of conducting the martial exam also indirectly reflected Hanxia's emphasis on warriors capable of slaying exotic beasts. As the champions of the provincial martial exams, they would naturally receive focused training. At this moment, the name of the provincial martial exam champion was officially announced. First place in the martial exam, Linhai No. 1 High School, Yili. In the spacious camp resembling a tiered lecture hall, everyone's gaze instantly focused on this name. Following the name was a set of astonishingly high scores. Kai Guoqiang, the chief supervisor, flipped through the records of past martial exams, his voice trembling as he struggled to contain his praise. Unprecedented. Yili's score created an almost insurmountable gap between him and the second-place Zhang Qingzhu. The reason was simple and clear. The summit of Split Mountain seemed to hold extraordinary significance for the exotic beasts within the secret realm. Much like the areas in high-level secret realms where only king beasts could reside, all the exotic beasts coveted this place. The third-tier peak exotic beast that originally inhabited this summit was brutally torn apart by the black-haired, golden-eyed youth after a fierce battle, its massive body thrown off the cliff. Under the pull of that inexplicable allure, powerful third-tier exotic beasts continuously launched attacks on the summit. Yet, every one of these beasts was slain by the youth at the peak, their blood cascading down the cliffs. By 4 in the morning, not a single third-tier exotic beast dared to challenge the summit anymore. This signified that the third-tier exotic beasts with intelligence in the Split Mountain secret realm had officially acknowledged the youth's identity as a king. Not only did he dominate the provincial martial exam, but across the entire Hanxia martial exam this year, the youth was undoubtedly the most dazzling anomaly. Impossible. Li Haoan, the vice principal of Linhai No. 1 High School, slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant, his voice filled with uncontrollable joy. You kid are simply the treasure of Linhai No. 1 High School. Who could have imagined that this young man would rise to fame and shock the provincial martial arts exam in less than a month? The nourishing elixirs for next month haven't even been distributed yet. Li Haoan could already foresee how Yi Li's name would be etched into the long history of the Hanxia martial arts exam with such brilliance. Many teachers cast envious glances. A young martial artist like Yi Li, who possesses the potential to advance to a martial arts grandmaster, would undoubtedly bring immense honor to a martial arts high school. With sufficient resources, it might take less than 50 years for the young man to reach the 7th rank and become a true martial arts grandmaster, renowned far and wide. Such martial arts students are the dream of every martial arts high school. Principal Li, congratulations. Kai Guoqiang looked at the excited Li Haoan behind him and said with a smile, next year, Linhai No. 1 High School will definitely have much more abundant resources. After saying this, he turned his head to look at Lin Yun, who was staring intently at the screen, lowered his voice, and curiously asked, Student Lin, what do you think of this child named Yi Li? How is his potential? Fong Yun University is a place of fierce competition, gathering talented martial artists from all over Hanxia. As one of them, her evaluation carries significant weight. Even at Fong Yun University, he is undoubtedly a genius. Lin Yun answered without hesitation, much stronger than I was 2 years ago. Her words showed no attempt to hide her recognition of the young man's strength. With a soft sigh, she added with a playful smile, I've met many geniuses, but when these geniuses meet Yi Li, they probably can't help but call him the true genius. Kai Guoqiang's heart stirred slightly, and he couldn't help but ask, then how does he compare to the Tianyang Saint's son from Fong Yun University? You mean senior son? Lin Yun crossed her arms, hesitated for a moment, and then replied, if compared to that monster, the difference in strength is still quite obvious, but in terms of potential, they should be about the same, right? She paused for a moment, then smiled and said, but who knows, Yi Li is still young, and that old guy is about to graduate. Who can say for sure about this? Such a high evaluation? Kai Guoqiang was a bit surprised. After all, that holy son of Tianyang was a renowned young martial artist, even within Fong Yun University. Not to mention, he had been consistently ranked in the top 3 on the Fong Yun list for years. I'm not necessarily accurate, just take it as some lighthearted talk. If my senior sister were to evaluate, she could probably give you a more accurate answer. After all, she's also in the top 10 of the wind and cloud rankings. If it weren't for her personality, she might have squeezed into the top 5. Fong Yun waved her hand, her tone carrying a hint of laziness, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, my senior sister will also be his senior sister in the future. These two will meet sooner or later, and the answer will naturally become clear then." Hearing her say this, Kaiguacheng nodded, stood up, and walked out of the camp. He let out a deep breath. With this, the martial arts exam finally came to a successful conclusion. Yili was the champion of this year's Ing province and the strongest martial arts student of this session. In less than a few hours, this news will spread across the 12 cities of Ing province. At the summit of Mount Lieshan, the fierce wind howled. Ignoring the still unconscious Yan Wan, Yili sat cross-legged at the mountain peak. The thin air at the towering summit carried a biting chill with every breath. His jet-black eyes rarely sparkled with excitement. The notoriety level had actually increased again. Yili's heartbeat quickened as he casually summoned the panel. Current evil value, 40,000 points. Noble phantasm can be drawn. The golden quality reward pack is waiting to be opened. This is truly not easy. His second golden light has finally arrived. Where there's a will, there's a way. Yili murmured softly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The efforts of these days have not been in vain, thanks in large part to the strong support of the young siblings and many martial arts students. He hoped to draw a practical skill or treasure. The last, immortal golden soul, granted him unparalleled regenerative power, turning him directly into a tank-like warrior. In battles of the same rank, he was almost undefeated, a divine-level talent with an exceptionally high baseline. It may appear slightly monotonous. Although those blazing golden eyes are awe-inspiring, making his every move in battle exude a violent aesthetic, they are merely an enhancement of physical functions. To be honest, the level of coolness, crossed out, the versatility is truly limited. Based on the current situation, if I encounter a peak third-tier martial artist skilled in long-range combat in the future, let alone easily earning malice points, just maintaining a decent fight would be problematic. A messy victory and a crushing triumph have completely different psychological impacts on the enemy, and the difference is obvious at a glance. If this time's golden quality reward isn't satisfactory enough, I'll have to try my luck with the treasure wheel to get some extraordinary artifacts. With this thought, Yili's mind was set. Forcing down the surging emotions, he silently recited, "Open the gift pack." As his thought moved, a massive golden pillar, as thick and towering as last time, instantly shot up from the panel into the sky. From the perspective of the people on the distant plains, it looked like a golden thread piercing through the mountain peak and the heavens, an awe-inspiring sight. The heavy clouds were forcibly split open by this golden pillar, with brilliant radiance surging through the mist, illuminating a clear and magnificent splendor. At this moment, tens of thousands of martial arts students at the foot of the mountain, on the plains, and in the dense forests were all drawn by this spectacle, gazing up at the sky. What's going on? Immediately afterward, under countless astonished gazes, the entire secret realm's atmosphere suddenly turned gloomy. Pitch-black clouds rolled across the horizon, centering on the peak of Split Mountain, instantly enveloping an area spanning tens of kilometers in an atmosphere of extreme oppression. Countless skeletons scattered throughout the secret realm, long devoid of flesh and blood, suddenly began to tremble madly at this moment. Almost simultaneously, above Split Mountain, an extremely eerie aura surged from the void, carried by fierce winds, merging with the young man seated cross-legged on the mountain peak. A terrifying momentum swept across heaven and earth, even causing the unconscious Yan Wan to sense a trace of anomaly. Her eyelids twitched slightly, and amidst the raging winds, she struggled to open a narrow slit, gazing toward the mountain peak ahead. The next second, her heart almost stopped beating in shock. Is that Yili? The young man dressed in a long black robe was surrounded by pure and intense rolling black clouds, which spiraled and rapidly spread outward. In just a few breaths, the entire Split Mountain was shrouded in black clouds. Within this eerie black cloud, the aura of death and rebirth was exceptionally strong. On the cracked mountain, those third-tier exotic beasts that had long been dead slowly opened their eyes. In their hollow pupils, a trace of crimson quietly emerged. Accompanied by a chilling cracking sound, they all propped up their massive bodies and respectfully bowed toward the young man at the mountain's peak. Dozens of densely packed third-tier exotic beasts now appeared like loyal servants. In such an atmosphere, how could the young man seem like an ordinary third-tier warrior? He was clearly a fearsome young king exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Yili let out a soft breath and slowly opened his eyes. Reflected in those incomparably deep, ink-black pupils was Yang Wan's extremely dazed expression. At the same time, relevant information surfaced in his mind. Congratulations! You have obtained the SSS-level martial arts talent, Spirit Mastery and Soul Command. Spirit Mastery and Soul Command LV1, a functional talent that allows complete control over the spirits of those who die by your hand, forcing them to sign the Life and Death Emperor Pact, recognizing you as their master. For the rest of their existence, they will dedicate themselves to their master's interests, never to find eternal peace. It is said that after death, the souls of the deceased return to a mysterious mountain, and the deity born from that mountain naturally possesses this gift. To gain authority surpassing that of the deity, feel free to harvest evil points. Innate ability Ability 1, Undead Slayer. Undead Slayer naturally suppresses undead creatures, preventing them from attacking you, while increasing your damage against undead by 500%. This ability's potential is ridiculously high. Yili looked at the introduction on the panel, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Then, under Yang Wan's dazed and vacant gaze, he stood up slowly with a calm expression. His voice was steady but carried a trace of mockery. I'll wait for you to come and take revenge. It was only at this moment that the vast black clouds atop the summit of Mount Lisan began to gradually dissipate. The martial arts students, who had never witnessed such a scene, showed confusion on their faces. Being below the third tier, they could only regard this as an anomaly of the secret realm. Of course, Yang Wan was an exception. Whoosh! Witnessing the boy who had just revealed a terrifying phenomenon, her eyes were filled with intense fear, and her lips trembled uncontrollably. Revenge? She no longer had the slightest thought of revenge. Yang Wan was just about to say something to plead for mercy, when at that moment, the teleportation array announcing the end of the martial exam finally rose beneath their feet. In the early morning, as the sun rose, the grand formation of the secret realm reflected dazzling rays of light. One figure after another ascended in succession, and the once empty plain was instantly dotted densely. Over 10,000 students, with varied expressions, all carried a hint of relief. The martial arts exam was finally over. For them, it was as if a towering mountain that had weighed on their hearts for so long had suddenly collapsed, leaving them feeling immensely relieved. Although the martial exam is the first true hurdle in this world, boom! A relaxed atmosphere still quickly spread across the open field. Yili was among them, his steps light and his expression somewhat relaxed. His goal for this martial exam had already been achieved. Although the students from Qingshan No. 1 High School did not come to besiege him, fortunately, the young siblings were strong enough. Not only did his infamy value increase significantly, but even his notoriety level rose by one tier. He also gained another trump card for himself, just waiting to enjoy the battle to the fullest. Yili, classmate. At this moment, Kai Guocheng came running from the upper camp and whispered with a smile to the somewhat surprised Yili. Congratulations! Let me tell you in advance, your score ranking is now first in the entire province. If nothing unexpected happens, this year's martial arts exam champion will undoubtedly be you. Given Yili's current displayed strength and potential, this proactive gesture of goodwill is entirely reasonable. As long as he develops steadily in the future, grows gradually, learns to restrain his sharpness, and avoids assassinations from various nations, in as little as a few decades, or as much as a century, Hanxia is bound to give rise to a new martial arts grandmaster. This is almost a foregone conclusion. With the mindset of forming a good relationship if possible, he smiled warmly and said, additionally, according to the young master of the young family from Shanzhou No. 1 High School who just woke up, at the beginning of the martial arts exam, it was you who first attacked him in Yangwan. Upon hearing this, Yili's expression remained unchanged. He was just about to indicate that, given the other party's provocation, his personality would never allow him to back down easily. Kai Guocheng then laughed and said, however, we asked some students from Shanzhou No. 1 High School who left early, and we can basically confirm that it was Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wanxian who initiated the challenge against you, so your results will be retained. Yili was genuinely a bit surprised this time. He had thought for sure that he would be disqualified, and he hadn't even planned to defend himself. Yet, he came out unscathed? He actually managed to make the higher-ups concede like this. Seemingly noticing Yili's surprise, Kai Guocheng smiled and said, since you weren't the one who started the fight, of course your exam qualification won't be revoked. After speaking, he paused for 2 seconds and added, although the main issue isn't with you, the Yang family in Shanzhou might not be too satisfied with this outcome. From now on, try not to show up, and even if you do, be extremely cautious. The head of the Yang family is a 5th-ranked martial artist who has been honing his skills for many years. Although he's getting on in years, his level is still there, and the Yang family isn't lacking in 4th-ranked martial artists ready to act. Before the words had even faded, Kai Guocheng had been closely observing Yili's reaction. These words could be considered a tactful reminder. Just because the organizers of the martial exam wouldn't pursue the matter didn't mean the Yang family would let it go. The likelihood of deliberate retaliation ahead was very high. After listening to Kai Guocheng, Yili nodded slightly and said in a low voice, I understand. This matter was also within his expectations. Moreover, if the Yang family really bites too hard, he doesn't plan to hold back anymore. After hearing this, Kai Guocheng visibly breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Yili might be too impulsive and insist on going head-to-head. That would be troublesome. Not to mention geniuses who haven't matured yet. Even those who have grown up, there are countless examples of them dying. Being able to listen to others' advice is a true sign of humility. Thinking of this, Kai Guocheng nodded in satisfaction. Then, he slightly turned his body, revealing Lin Yun behind him, and introduced with a smile. This is Lin Yun from Fong Yun University, who came specifically to see you. Hello. Lin Yun stepped forward, a mischievous smile on her intellectual face. I'm also a student of Old Deng, so by seniority, I'm your senior sister. Yili nodded politely, ignoring her mention of Old Deng. What do you need from me? Such a good actor. Lin Yun sighed inwardly, cleared her throat, and said seriously, I originally had nothing to discuss, but after seeing your performance in the martial exam, now I do have something. As soon as the words were spoken, Kai Guocheng consciously stepped back, leaving space for the two to talk. Lin Yun looked around and noticed the martial arts examinees were intensely discussing their experiences in the secret realm. Only then did she walk up to Yili, smile faintly, and say, it's not really anything serious. I just wanted to ask if you're interested in academy missions. Academy missions? That's right. Lin Yun stretched lazily and said with a light laugh, if you're interested, I can help you connect to the school's task system and advance. In the future, you can accept tasks through your waste token. Of course, some special tasks still need to be accepted at the school specifically. Additionally, when encountering tricky tasks, you can also use the waste token to request assistance. The connection between waste tokens can bypass most isolation methods. Within 100 kilometers, absolutely zero delay, even more effective than a phone. As she spoke, Lin Yun's gaze fell on the golden waist badge at Yili's waist, and she said enviously, with this golden waist badge, you can almost pick any of the tasks issued by the school. Feeling the other's intense gaze, Yili asked curiously, you're not a gold badge holder? Lin Yun smiled faintly, I am a silver badge. Lin Yun's voice carried a hint of resentment. Junior brother, don't think that just because you got a gold badge right from the start, gold badges are everywhere in Fong Yun University. To tell you the truth, in the entire Fong Yun University, the number of students who possess this kind of badge doesn't exceed 20. Every single one of them is a core student personally selected by the academy. I struggled for 2 years to barely earn a silver badge. Now, do you think your badge is impressive or not? Yili gently nodded his chin. Lin Yun was stunned. Looking at his calm gaze, he suddenly asked, since your rank isn't as high as mine, can you bow to me? Lin Yun? She almost lost her breath. Back when she was watching the broadcast, she already knew Yili's personality was far from weak and definitely leaned toward the assertive type. But no matter what, she hadn't expected that in front of her, a senior with clearly deeper experience, he wouldn't hold back at all. Instead, he became even more arrogant, directly asking her to bow to him. Lin Yun took a deep breath and explained through gritted teeth, the status and treatment of a gold medal student are indeed much higher than that of a silver medal student, but not to the level of an emperor and his ministers. Really? No. Yili seemed a bit disappointed, thinking he might be a little emperor. Then, he casually asked, so, what specific benefits do gold medal students have? Status, treatment. Lin Yun adjusted her mood and sighed, let's just talk about completing on-campus tasks. Leaving aside the restrictions on taking tasks for now, even the difficulty of executing tasks is different for the two. Core students with gold badges, when performing tasks outside, hold a status equivalent to that of a deputy director in a city-level anomaly clearance bureau, whereas silver badge students are only considered to be at the level of ordinary enforcers. Do you know what this means? The latter most of the time can only rely on themselves, while the former can even mobilize the enforcers stationed at the municipal bureau to assist in operations. The gap in status is evident. That impressive? Yili looked slightly surprised. It seemed that he would be considered a minor official in Hanxia in the future. Of course. Lin Yun's voice carried a hint of pride. The core students of Fong Yun University are considered genius martial artists no matter which martial arts university they are placed in. A school that doesn't give them preferential treatment would be the one with the problem. As she spoke, her voice paused, and her gaze became serious. What I've mentioned are all benefits, but you should understand that there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Although your senior sister often wishes she could get something for nothing, being a top-tier student comes with its own risks. I don't need to elaborate, you should already be aware. I don't know. Yili casually shook his head. In his previous life, he was always busy being a sycophant, and he constantly had things to deal with, leaving no time to learn about these matters. You really don't know? Lin Yun was taken aback, her expression complicated. His talent was so exceptional that, even before graduating, he had already demonstrated the technique of Dan Chi explosion in a recording. Although the Dan Chi explosion wasn't perfectly executed, it was undoubtedly the mark of a martial artist who had stepped into the third-tier True Blood realm. He was definitely a standout among his peers, with talent far surpassing her own. Since he was such an elite, his mentors must have frequently reminded him of sayings like being born in Hanxia, it's not easy for geniuses to grow up. After all, even when she was a child, she had almost grown calluses from hearing this sentence. However, as she grew older, she gradually heard it less and less. Presumably, the elders believed her talent was sufficient to not worry about assassinations from other nations. Lin Yun felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Can you stop keeping me in suspense? Yili frowned, looking at Lin Yun, whose expression had slightly changed, and said, just say what you want to say. In his previous life, when watching TV dramas, he hated people who kept others in suspense the most. He didn't expect that even in this high martial world, there were still plenty of such people. Is it so hard to get straight to the point? He made up his mind, if he encountered such riddle speakers again in the future, he would beat them up every time he saw them. Then I'll get straight to the point. Lin Yun pondered for a moment, his expression solemn. Our Hanxia is the country with the most extensive territory on Blue Star, with numerous secret realms, frequent beast tides, and a domestic situation that is often turbulent. To this day, there are only 10 martial arts masters in the Qingyi Bureau who can stabilize the situation, all stationed in cities surrounding the top-tier secret realms. Even so, the situation has rarely improved. Even the martial arts masters from those renowned sects are often summoned by the authorities to resist beast tides or hunt down cultists, and these martial arts masters from the renowned sects are all extremely arrogant. Every time they are asked to take action, they must be treated with the utmost respect, as if inviting ancestors. Now do you understand? In this situation, it's very difficult for any strong individuals in the country to step forward. Whenever those major powers overseas make a move, it's always Hanxia that suffers, because there isn't enough high-level combat power to be deployed. The nations of the world are happy to see the former Big Brother reduced to its current state, and even those former major allies are the same. If possible, they hope Hanxia remains in this state forever. Speaking, Lin Yun's gaze seemed to casually sweep around. However, Hanxia often sees geniuses emerge. If left to develop, in at most 200 years, Hanxia will likely regain its peak on the international stage. If you were one of the nations of the world, what would you do? You can only try every possible way to kill them one by one. After all, dead geniuses are of no value. Lin Yun sighed helplessly. I see. Yi Li gently nodded his chin. Simply put, the nations of the world would never allow such a formidable existence to appear in Hanxia. How about it? Are you scared? A smile hung on Lin Yun's beautiful oval face as she looked at Yi Li expectantly. You must know, even when she was just starting out back then, hearing about these situations inevitably gave her a desolate feeling of Hanxia is doomed. That day, she didn't even eat her favorite ice cream all day. In Lin Yun's view, if someone as mediocre as herself was so worried, Yi Li, who truly had talent, must be even more nervous. That feeling of becoming an enemy of the entire world overnight was like a small boat floating on a raging sea, suffocating and terrifying, enough to make any martial artist's face change drastically. This feeling does not fade with growth. Instead, as one ages and deepens their understanding of the world, the impact and sense of oppression only grow stronger. In other words, someone like Yi Li, who perfectly meets the standards, can instantly feel immense pressure. Afraid? Yi Li raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of surprise. Why should I be afraid? Since the root of the problem has already been figured out, the rest becomes much simpler. Just wait until you become strong enough to crush those countries on your own. Isn't that enough? Seeing this, Lin Yun opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately swallowed her words. Damn it, this guy is actually so calm. Ding. Why be afraid? Of course, it's because you'll definitely face assassination attempts from those countries in the future. Lin Yun actually wanted to ask him if he knew what humility meant, but seeing the almost overflowing confidence emanating from the young man, she immediately dismissed the thought. Perhaps he didn't understand humility, but he definitely possessed unparalleled confidence. Could this aura be the accumulation of everything he had experienced along the way? Lin Yun remained silent for quite a while before slowly saying, it's better to be cautious. The people watching you are not limited to the various nations. Speaking of those close at hand, there's the so-called Yang family of Shanzhou. Of course. Yi Li nodded slightly. Unlike the other party, he was quite confident in his upright character. Not only will he deal with people from various countries, but he won't spare those in Hanxia who displease him either. Lin Yun let out a sigh of relief, assuming the other party had taken her words to heart and started to be cautious. This shows that even if they are not on the same wavelength, both sides can still have a pleasant conversation. However, for now, you don't need to worry too much about assassinations from other countries. Lin Yun raised her head again, stepped forward, patted Yi Li on the shoulder, and smiled as she comforted him. You'd have to be at least a fourth-tier martial artist to even catch the attention of other nations. Otherwise, no matter how much of a genius you are, other nations wouldn't exhaust their high-tier martial artists over you. After all, martial arts masters aren't born so easily, are they? I remember there was a genius once who broke through to the second tier at the age of 6 but only advanced to the third tier at 60. The enemy nation's spies who had been watching him for half a lifetime nearly died of frustration. Speaking, Lin Yun stretched lazily, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. Seeing Yi Li nod, she extended her palm, her whole demeanor returning to that lazy state. After saying so much, I'm really worn out. Hand over the gold token, and I'll connect you. All right. Yi Li casually tossed it, the golden token tracing a beautiful arc as it flew toward Lin Yun. Be careful. Lin Yun caught the gold medal and murmured softly with a hint of surprise. This was a gold medal. In the entire Fong Yun University, there weren't many gold medals in existence. How could someone casually toss it around like a toy accessory? In their hands? Lin Yun thought through gritted teeth that if this gold medal were hers, she would treasure it like a precious gem. With it, not only would there be discounts on various martial arts courses, but she could also apply for funding to study divination. She couldn't imagine how amazing that would be. After sighing inwardly for a moment, she decisively activated the relevant formation information within the other party's gold medal and connected it to Fong Yun University's campus network. Alright, from now on, you're officially a student of Fong Yun University. Lin Yun reluctantly handed the gold medal back to the other party, then said in a serious tone, if teachers from Kyoto University or Mota University, those vixen universities, come looking for you in the future, make sure you don't agree to anything. No matter what conditions they offer you, Fong Yun University will give you double. After saying that, she laughed. The above two sentences were from old Deng. Ah no, from teacher Yu Wang, who asked me to pass them on to you. Senior sister is heading back to school to take on tasks and earn some rice. Do you have anything else you want to ask? Can you bow to me? Yili asked politely, his whole demeanor resembling that of a refined and courteous young man. Goodbye. As buses departed from Shanzhou City to various destinations, the news of the martial arts exam's conclusion spread rapidly across the entire Ing province. Although the official results had not yet been announced, there were always people in previous years who managed to leak insider information. This year's results were even more astonishing than in past years, and this time was no exception. The heated discussions mainly focused on 2 points. A martial artist named Yili from Linhai City won the championship of this year's Ing province martial arts exam with a landslide score. The highly anticipated young family twins both fell short, not even making it to the martial arts university. On forums related to martial arts high school, students from Ing province started threads to discuss, who exactly is this Yili? How did he manage to snatch the championship from Shanzhou No. 1 high school? Isn't that the guy who was recently rumored to be recommended by Fong Yun University? Oh my god, I'm stunned. Since when did Linhai No. 1 high school have such an amazing martial arts student? I'm going to apply to a martial arts high school next year, and I'll directly choose Linhai No. 1 high school. The person above is right. The impressive one isn't the school, it's Yili. I choose Qingshan No. 1 high school. Who knows, I might even get into Qingshan Sword Pavilion after graduation. Doesn't anyone care about the cries coming from Shanzhou No. 1 high school? The entire faculty was counting on this chance to make a name for themselves, but the young family's twin stars completely crashed. For years, the provincial martial arts exam champion had been almost monopolized by Shanzhou No. 1 high school. This time, the title was taken away, causing quite a stir. People seemed to enjoy witnessing such an unexpected upset. There were even rumors that the young family's twin stars were eliminated so quickly because they encountered a young martial artist named Yili in the core area. At this rate, the results of this year's martial arts exam are likely to be the most unique in recent years, and Yili's name will be etched in the memories of future martial arts students. Night fell, and the bus finally entered the territory of Linhai City. Linhai City, a quiet residential area. The travel-weary Yili finally returned home, taking out the golden waist token, unable to hide the joy on his face. Ever since connecting with Fong Yun University, he had been able to directly browse the university's library collection through this golden token. From 5th-level cultivation techniques to 2nd-level martial skills, everything was included. Although there was a difference in quantity between martial skills and cultivation techniques, both were accessible. What's more, according to the conventions of such academies, a 5th-tier cultivation technique that can be placed in the library must at least have the potential of a 6th-tier technique. Some people in the academy are very likely to be hiding such techniques. Although these martial techniques cannot be directly exchanged right now and must be obtained by entering the main campus of the academy, Yili now has the privilege of freely entering and exiting Fong Yun University, so this is not much of a challenge. Recalling Lin Yin's words before she left, Yili couldn't help but let a faint smile curve his lips. The road ahead is bright indeed, he murmured softly. There was one more thing that caught his attention. Before parting, Lin Yin seemed to suddenly remember something, turned back to look at Yili, and said, by the way, in addition to its rich features, your Fong Yun gold medal also allows you to check the Fong Yun rankings in real time. Feel free to take a look if you're interested. Wind and cloud ranking? It's something the school developed to encourage students to improve. It ranks individuals based on their performance in completing tasks and the outcomes of daily battles, carrying a strong symbolic significance. Lin Yun took out her silver medal, gently swaying it as she smiled and said, there are only 30 spots, all occupied by the most outstanding figures in Fong Yun University, practically geniuses among geniuses. You, well, you're quite talented. As your senior, I feel ashamed. In just a few years, you'll surpass me, but compared to them, you still have a long way to go. They are all proud and arrogant. It's possible that you'll face them head-on when taking on tasks in the future. For your own good, I, as your senior sister, still suggest you learn humility. After hearing this, Yili tentatively activated the ring of harmonious coexistence. A flash of light, and the bewildered Lin Yun unexpectedly knelt down, watching Yili leave. However, this lazy young woman had an overly laid-back personality. She stood up, patted off the dust, thought for 2 seconds, and then turned to leave. You made the laid-back senior sister of Fong Yun University kneel before you. Evil score plus 500. A bit too little. What a pity, she's a good person. Humility, huh? Returning to the present, Yili lay on the bed, his mind swirling with various thoughts. minutes. There are still a few days before heading to Fong Yun University, no need to rush now. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, the S-level tempering method Jiang Qingzhu promised him should be delivered soon. The third stage, first level, is about to become a thing of the past. What follows is the era of point allocation. The 40,000 sin points quietly lying in the panel are precisely Yi Li's confidence to keep moving forward. Jiang Qingzhu's speed was even faster than expected. Yi Ligang had just finished his bath and changed into clean clothes when a knock sounded at the door. He walked over and turned the doorknob. A familiar, cool-tempered young girl peeked her head through the crack of the door before slipping into the room. It worked! Jiang Qingzhu exclaimed excitedly as soon as she entered. I got the Jiang family's S-rank tempering method for you. Remarkable. Yi Li was not stingy with his praise. After all, she had indeed helped him a lot. However, as long as he had enough credits in the future, he could directly exchange them at the Fong Yun University's library. Her selfless assistance was certainly valuable, but in the future he should exercise moderation to avoid exhausting her one day. Here you go. Jiang Qingzhu took out a thin ancient book from her storage ring and handed it to Yi Li, speaking in a cheerful tone. This is Snow Mountain Sculpting. The cultivation difficulty is extremely high. For martial artists who haven't learned White Mist Frost Snow, it's basically impossible to master. Precisely because of this, it is considered an unpopular tempering technique in the Jiang family. Aside from a few direct disciples, almost no one knows it, nor can they learn it. Speaking, she paused, her lips slightly pursed, with a hint of emotion. But if it's you, you should be able to master it quickly. The fact that Yi Li had perfected the S-level breathing technique, White Mist Frost Snow, within just a few days had left her deeply shocked, and the memory was still vivid. Although, it was indeed something that had happened not long ago. Yi Li took the book and felt a cool sensation quickly spread throughout his body. He then asked in slight surprise, this thin? This S-level tempering technique was clearly half as thick as the S-level breathing technique from last time. Thin means harder to learn. Jiang Qingzhu softly explained, pausing briefly to consider her words. As far as I know, the most talented ancestor in the Jiang family's history also took 2 months to barely get started. She recalled how that ancestor had spent 2 months practicing this breathing technique and decided not to say the next sentence. Do you want his insights and reflections? If Yi Li could have learned it in 3 days but ended up taking 2 months after reading the insights, that would be awkward. Hearing her words, Yi Li nodded slightly, though he sighed inwardly. Back then, he spent a full 50 years of hard work to master White Mist Frost Snow to the highest level. This time, switching to the even more challenging Snow Mountain Sculpting, it's likely to be another massive expenditure. But it doesn't matter. His personal stats had long been fully accumulated, ready to showcase his skills. Anything else? Yi Li's voice was calm, much gentler than usual, but it still carried a hint of urgency. With an S-level tempering method in his arms and a massive amount of sin points lying in the background, this made him eager to immediately start the point-adding mode. Jiang Qingzhu didn't notice the underlying hint to leave in the words. After pondering for 2 seconds, as if summoning her courage, she invited, I'm heading back to the Jiang family soon. Would you like to come with me? The Yang family from Shanzhou is definitely eyeing you right now, and the Jiang family in the far north can offer you some protection. No, thank you. Yi Li politely nodded. In a few days, he still had to visit Fong Yun University to check things out. He had no time to run to the Jiang family to avoid trouble. The feeling of living under someone else's roof was something he had no desire to experience. Hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu's clear eyes dimmed slightly. In fact, she had long anticipated that the young man would respond this way and had mentally prepared herself in advance. But when she actually heard the rejection, she couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. Then, after a moment of silence, Jiang Qingzhu raised her head and tentatively asked, Are we considered friends? I suppose so. Yi Li calmly replied, Anyway, if anyone has a grudge against you, you can let me know. I can still help with that. Just as well, it also gave him an excuse to take action. Speaking of this, he paused, a look of sudden realization appearing on his face. So that's it. Are you going back to the Jiang family this time because someone is targeting you? If that's the case, I can go with you. No, no one is targeting me. Jiang Qingzhu subconsciously shook her head. Really? What a pity. Whoosh. Yi Li was a bit disappointed. To be able to become enemies with the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, it must surely be someone with an off-the-charts level of wickedness. Ding. Yes. Jiang Qingzhu lowered her head, but a faint smile appeared on her lips, and an unprecedented brilliance sparkled in her clear eyes. Upgradable. He actually considers me a friend. It's worth it. All the effort during this time was completely worth it. Well then, I'll take my leave. Wishing you the best of luck. Jiang Qingzhu bowed slightly, then cheerfully pushed the door open. Feel free to contact me anytime if anything comes up. See you at Fong Yun University. As her words fell, she stepped out of the room and skipped away like a cheerful bird in the direction she had come from, feigning ignorance. Watching her departing figure, Yi Li shook his head and closed the door, full of confusion. She was a wealthy woman among wealthy women and had helped him so much. No matter how you looked at it, she could at least be considered half a friend. A friend is someone who can help you in a fight. Being able to return a favor while earning some infamy points along the way, why not? Yi Li's thoughts were very simple. For those who treat him well, he looks for opportunities to repay them. For those who treat him poorly, he mercilessly tramples them underfoot. This way, one can maintain a good mindset and sweep through effortlessly. This path of no regrets is simply invincible. To persist on this path, he must keep moving forward and continuously grow stronger. In the face of this world and calamities, only the strong can realize their will. Walking back to the bedroom, Yi Li sat cross-legged on the bed. He reached out and flipped open the book Snow Mountain Body Sculpting, and a pale blue light screen slowly appeared before his eyes. Current sin value points, 40,500 points. New item, S-level tempering method Snow Mountain Body Sculpting, uninitiated. Yi Li silently let out a breath. There was nothing to hesitate about. Tens of thousands of evil points instantly surged into the panel. Begin enhancing the proficiency of Snow Mountain Sculpting, continuously consuming evil points. Opening this tome, clear text comes into view, and you are surprised to find that understanding it is not difficult at all. This is your application of the S-level breathing technique White Mist Frost Snow, which has almost reached an instinctive level. Even the most talented predecessors of the Zheng family were far inferior to you at the same age. Gain buff, training speed increased by 70%. Your current speed is like grabbing a shared bike during a long-distance race, speeding past under the astonished gazes of others. After consuming 1,000 points of sin value, you have flipped through most of this tempering method, but your understanding remains superficial. To explore its true essence, you decide to continue studying further. After consuming 2,000 points of malice value, you have fully perused this tempering method. Although you have not deeply understood it, you have grasped its basic concept, relying on true energy with a cold effect to temper yourself, causing the blood throughout your body to undergo further transformation. After consuming 4,000 points of malice value, you have proficiently mastered the method of using true energy to refine your blood, gaining a certain resistance to extreme cold environments. Snow Mountain Sculpting, beginner. Although it was unclear how much painstaking effort this would equate to if cultivated alone, there was no doubt that this period far exceeded 2 months. Those martial artists who could reach the beginner level in just 2 months, what talent they must possess. Yi Li sighed, but was startled to realize that with each breath, he could hear a sound resembling the howling of wind and snow within his body. His blood was slowly transforming amidst this sound. Could this be the permanent effect of an S-rank breathing technique? Yi Li's mood brightened, and his attention returned to the text continuously appearing on the panel. After consuming 5,000 points of sin value, you begin attempting to accelerate tempering through breathing and discover related techniques. The speed of refining true blood increases significantly, several times faster than that of the B-level tempering method. Snow Mountain Sculpting, proficient. After consuming 10,000 points of sin value, you are now skilled at creating an environment within your body similar to a snow mountain. All the blood in your body seems like countless beings forced to climb the mountain, strengthening themselves continuously in the harsh conditions. Snow Mountain Sculpting, mastery. After consuming 15,000 points of evil deeds, the snowy mountain environment you created is nearly perfect. The countless climbers formed from your blood are deeply fascinated by this snowy mountain. With just one command, they will eagerly begin their ascent. Snowy Mountain Sculpting, mastery. After consuming 20,000 points of evil deeds, the snowy mountain within you has become flawless, exuding an astonishing allure in the world of the human body. Without any prompting from you, the climbers formed from your true blood are already ravenous with desire, each one fanatically determined to climb your snowy mountain. If you ask why, they will surely answer, because the mountain is there. The tempering technique level has increased, and the Snow Mountain Body Sculpting has reached perfection. Byproduct, through your diligent practice of the tempering technique, your martial arts level has risen to Tier 3, Stage 2. Byproduct, you have become extremely familiar with the snow mountain environment, and your ability to resist extreme cold has greatly improved. Comment, this consumed 20,000 points of sin value, equivalent to 80 years of arduous cultivation. If you unleash your pill chi burst at this moment, martial artists of the same tier will undoubtedly be shaken to the ground by your avalanche-like pill chi. Accompanied by the appearance of the final line of text, Yi Li suddenly erupted with a bone-chilling cold. Boom! The sound of icy explosions echoed, and the temperature in the entire bedroom plummeted by dozens of degrees. Snow-white mist rapidly condensed on the windows. It was the height of June's scorching summer, yet the room felt as cold as a top-tier ice cellar. Yi Li's gaze flickered slightly. He had just performed a simple Dan Chi burst, and a trace of icy blue quietly rose in his pitch-black eyes, gradually spreading to his brows, eyes, and even his hair. If the realm determines the quantity and upper limit of Dan Chi explosion, then the tempering rules control the quality of Dan Chi explosion. Among martial artists of the same rank, with the same consumption of true energy, the higher the level of tempering, the stronger the power of Dan Chi explosion. Yi Li exhaled lightly, and visible cold air surged into the atmosphere, appearing extremely mysterious. He slightly circulated his inner energy, and a sense of completeness surged within him. As the Snow Mountain sculpting technique reached perfection, the chill contained within the inner energy became increasingly terrifying. In addition, his speed in tempering his blood was enhanced several times over. Compared to the B-level Great Sun Furnace, this tempering method was countless times more advanced. One must endure excruciating pain with utmost focus, while the other can be refined effortlessly in a single breath with no discomfort and greatly improved efficiency. Anyone would understand which choice to make. That's good. No wonder it's so rare for martial arts masters to emerge from humble backgrounds. Precious things have their reasons for being precious. Yili nodded slightly, his mind racing. At this moment, everyone around him was reminding him that the Yang family of Shanzhou was eyeing him like a tiger, and he must be cautious. It seems he must find an excuse to get rid of the Yang family, or how could he feel at ease? The tempering method has been perfected, making it the perfect time to enhance one's cultivation. With a single thought, Yili directed a massive influx of sin points to surge into the martial arts level column. Begin consuming sin points to continuously enhance martial arts level. Through arduous training far beyond what ordinary people can endure, your understanding of Snow Mountain body sculpting has reached perfection. Coupled with the assistance of the Great Sun Treasure Furnace, the two have miraculously achieved harmony during the tempering of true blood. Gain buff. Forging speed increased by 1000%. Your speed is like the AE-86 drifting at high speed on a mysterious mountain, and the countless curves on the path of martial cultivation appear to you as nothing more than a straight road to the heavens. Without any external force, you now seem to ride the wild wind, gifted with extraordinary talent. After consuming 500 points of sin value, the nearly perfected second level of the third stage began to show cracks. The golden glow within your true blood became even purer, greatly enhancing the quality of the human body's grand elixir. You have advanced to Tier 3 Level 3. As someone who possesses the highest level tempering technique, you can naturally forge top quality true blood. You finally understand the profound meaning of the phrase, after Tier 3, there are differences even among warriors of the same level. Buff gained, true blood quality increased by 100%. So that's it. No wonder this golden glow is even more dazzling than the blood of the wanted criminal I saw that day. Yili's heart brightened slightly. On the light screen, progress continues. After consuming 5,500 points of sin value, the golden glow of the true blood within begins to expand, extending to 1/3 of its volume. The five senses are significantly enhanced, and the black pupils with the eye of illusion gain dynamic vision far surpassing that of martial artists of the same level. You have advanced to Tier 3, Level 6. After consuming 12,500 points of sin value, the true blood circulates within the body, and the golden glow becomes as pure as if naturally formed. This causes the quality of the human grade elixir to approach perfection, exuding a refreshing and intoxicating fragrance. You have advanced to Tier 3, Level 9. After consuming 14,500 points of sin value, you have fully adapted to the sensation of the true blood realm. The energy of your core surrounds your entire body, and your bursts are nearly instantaneous, swift beyond compare. Martial arts level increased. You have reached the peak of Tier 3. This advancement consumed a total of 14,500 points of sin value, equivalent to nearly 20 years of diligent cultivation. Current evil value, 6,000 points. The moment the words appeared, an unparalleled sense of power surged through the entire body. Yili's energy erupted all around him, and a terrifying chill suddenly struck the surrounding walls and buildings. The wooden bed beneath his feet was shattered, splintering into countless fragments, and even the entire building could feel the distinct tremors. The completion of the first major stage of physical enhancement brought changes that far surpassed any previous experience. A force powerful enough to split mountains and crack stones surged into his body in an instant, flowing to his limbs and bones, causing Yili's breathing to quicken slightly. Even if he stopped cultivating in the future, he would still gain some renown in Ing province. Absolutely right. Yili's heartbeat quickened, his eyes sparkling with joy as he stood amidst the scattered wood chips, exuding the aura of a perfected bowdown realm. He turned his head to gaze into the distance, looking as far as his eyes could see. Even the dust rising hundreds of meters away was now clearly visible. With senses almost beyond human, Yili perceived a completely different aura between heaven and earth. His black pupils radiated a sharp brilliance, as if a lion lay hidden within. After a brief moment of excitement, Yili's gaze returned to the panel. Current sin value, 6,000 points. It was time to start thinking of a solution. Yili frowned slightly, calculating silently in his heart. Winning within the province, Fong Yun University. The morning sunlight shone on a towering and majestic building, with dense figures bustling within, each exuding an extraordinary aura, at least at the second-tier level. On the top floor of a tall building, Lin Yun helplessly looked at the elderly man in a green robe with flowing beard and hair before her. This teacher loved to come to the top floor every day, striking a pose of a master to showcase himself to the students passing below. Young students who have just entered school would surely be intimidated by his demeanor, their curiosity piqued, eager to find an opportunity to strike up a conversation. Teacher, Yun, look, there's a student over there staring at me intently. He must want want to become my disciple. Elder Yu stroked his beard and said with a smile, what a pity, though. Wearing a sophomore uniform, his aura hasn't even reached the 3rd tier. He's destined to have no chance of joining my tutelage. Lin Yun smiled faintly. What about Yili? That child is definitely destined. Elder Yu suddenly turned his head, his tone full of joy, and laughed heartily. The potential he possesses can absolutely achieve great things, and by then he can inherit my legacy. You probably don't know, but those old fellows at the station mocked me for acting too hastily when they heard I gave the only guaranteed spot to a martial arts student from Linhai City. I see. I simply can't be bothered to argue with them. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Let's wait and see. Just wait until that kid Yili tears through their battle division, and see if those old guys can still laugh. I'm not exaggerating on his behalf. This might not even take 2 years. His speed of advancement on the wind and cloud rankings is definitely faster than your senior sister. Indeed, I think so too. Lin Yun nodded silently, expressing her agreement. If it were someone else, she might find it hard to believe, but she firmly believed that the handsome young man could pull off such an unrelenting and grand feat. The specific reason would depend on his performance in this martial exam. What's wrong? Seeing that she didn't show any suspicion, Yu Wang was somewhat surprised. Did he perform well in the martial arts exam this time? Just now, his disciple was still full of disbelief, shouting, I'll go see what's going on. How come the attitude completely changed after coming back? More than just well. Lin Yun's expression was complex. After 2 seconds of silence, she spoke in a somewhat shocked tone, Teacher, have you ever heard of someone scoring 7 figures in the martial arts exam? This is the first time I've seen it in my life. Senior Sister Chen only scored 6 figures back then, right? Almost all the 3rd tier beasts in the Rift Mountain secret realm were nearly wiped out by Yili alone. Really? 7 figures? Yu Wang's hand, which was stroking his beard, paused for a moment, his expression stunned. Did this kid have something stolen by the beasts? No, he seized the throne in the secret realm. The beasts wanted to take it back, but he slaughtered them so fiercely that his clothes were almost soaked through with their blood. Lin Yun was satisfied with the other party's reaction and smiled as she stated the ironclad truth. In the end, all the 3rd tier beasts in the secret realm were subdued by him. Not a single one dared to climb the mountain again, and only then did he stop. The air fell silent for over 10 seconds. I see. The old man resumed stroking his beard, nodding slightly, and murmured to himself with a sense of relief. Now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. In most secret realms, there is usually a king beast present, and the place with the most abundant spiritual energy is naturally the habitat of the king beast, also known as the throne. This kid directly provoked the king beast. No wonder those 3rd tier exotic beasts, which had just gained intelligence, couldn't handle it. Unfortunately, the boy's way of dealing with this was to fight his way through without compromise. It's hard to imagine what kind of presence he will have when he becomes stronger and enters advanced secret realms filled with high-tier exotic beasts. At this thought, the old man's throat moved, and then he smiled again. Where is he? Didn't he come with you? No, he said he still had some things to take care of and would come in a few days. That's good. Elder Yu's gaze fell downward again, and he chuckled softly. I already credited him with the academic points for killing the wanted criminal last time. When he comes, take him to the library to pick some. Wait, what rank is he? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned to look at Lin Yun. The other party's tone was so natural that it made him realize something was amiss. The last time they met, Yili was just a young martial artist who had barely entered the 2nd rank. It was only by relying on a mysterious and powerful secret technique of unknown origin that he managed to suppress Tang Yao, who was at the 6th level of the 2nd rank. And now he could treat 3rd rank exotic beasts like small fry? 3rd rank true blood realm? Why? Lin Yun was a bit puzzled. 3rd rank? That's right, it's definitely Dan Chi Burst. Lin Yun thought the other party doubted her judgment, so she immediately waved her hand and said firmly, although it's a bit unpolished, it's definitely Dan Chi Burst. It should be at the early stage of the 3rd tier, around the 1st or 2nd level. Yu Wang was shocked, falling into a long silence, even stopping the movements of his hands. The last time he saw that 2nd tier martial artist, they had somehow transformed into a 3rd tier one? How long did it take? At most a week. What kind of talent is this? When did the path of martial arts become so smooth? Could it be a case of accumulated potential bursting forth? But this foundation is simply too outrageous. His thoughts raced, and Yu Wang could only conclude that Yili was inherently a top-tier genius who had been dormant for too long, allowing him to make such rapid progress in just 1 week. Anything else? He took a deep breath and asked with a try-it-and-see attitude. There's more. Lin Yun nodded. Hearing this, Yu Wang's eye twitched. Go ahead, tell me. Lin Yun sighed. Teacher, you should start packing your things. What? He wants to take my seat? Yu Wang was stunned. Not exactly. Lin Yun coughed lightly twice, her tone rather grave. According to the general manager, he dealt a severe blow to the young family's twin stars. One subsequent martial arts training was affected, and the other came out declaring they wouldn't practice martial arts anymore. Both completely failed. According to the rumors about the young family in Shanzhou, I think the young family won't be be too friendly to Yili, even though he is now a core student at Fong Yun University. This concerns life and death. I suggest you personally visit the Yang family and give them a slight warning. Hearing this, Yu Wang's gaze gradually became sharper. The Yang family in Shanzhou was known locally for recruiting many followers and had a notorious reputation for being ruthless in their actions and daring to take responsibility. It was rumored that even the enforcers of the local Qingyi bureau dared not easily show weakness in front of them. Once someone offended the Yang family, regardless of right or wrong, they would inevitably come to settle the score afterward. The reason the Yang family has been able to endure to this day lies in the fact that every time the Qingyi bureau came to handle a case, they would unhesitatingly hand over the involved party, leaving them to the Qingyi bureau's discretion. Flawless while helping the Yang family gain fame in Shanzhou City. Over time, the Yang family's reputation grew stronger, attracting countless followers, and fewer martial artists dared to provoke them. Given this, Lin Yinyun's concern for Yili's safety is hardly surprising. A faction led by a 5th-stage beginner martial artist actually dares to trouble my student. There was not the slightest warmth in Elder Yu's smile. Instead, he coldly asked, who initiated the challenge when Yili defeated those twin stars? Many students from Shanzhou City said it was the Yang siblings who initiated the challenge, but it was indeed Yili who made the first move. Lin Yinyun replied frankly. Then there's no problem. Since it was a challenge, fighting is perfectly reasonable. Elder Yu turned and walked downstairs, his voice drifting in the wind. I'll make a trip to Shanzhou City. When Yili returns, just take him to complete the tasks as usual, and help him pick out 2 third-tier martial techniques while you're at it. The corners of old Yu's mouth twitched slightly. There are credits. Alright, you can rest assured and leave it to me. Lin Yinyun nodded excitedly. I'll head to Linhai City right away. Shanzhou City, Yang family courtyard. In the morning, the bright sunlight bathed the vast courtyard, yet it made the place seem somewhat chilly. In front of an ancient mansion with a simple and traditional design, several people dressed in peculiar attire stood quietly, as if waiting for something. At this moment, an elderly man, dressed in luxurious clothing with a thin face, stepped out. His cold expression carried a hint of anger, exuding an air of authority. Patriarch, how is Wan Fong? As soon as the old man appeared, an elegant and graceful woman in the crowd quickly stepped forward and anxiously asked, I heard his meridians were injured. Will he still be able to cultivate in the future? The nearly 200-year-old head of the Yang family twitched slightly at the corner of his eye, his gaze falling on her as he calmly said, more than 3/4 of his meridians have been frozen, but the one who did it showed some restraint and didn't completely cripple him. If a 4th-tier healer intervenes, he could recover fully in about 5 years. Hearing this, the Yang family members in the courtyard finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had been worried that Yang Wanfeng would be crippled by his injuries, causing the Yang family to lose its brightest star in years and gradually fade into obscurity in Shanzhou City. 5 years, for a genius 2nd-tier martial artist like Yang Wanfeng, is neither too short nor too long. With the Yang family's resources, finding a 4th-tier healer with healing abilities is absolutely not a difficult task. However, the beautiful woman furrowed her brows, her charming face full of anger, and said bitterly, Damn Yili, how dare he let my son suffer such torment? 5 years. How many 5 years does one have in a lifetime? By then, that Yili will almost have graduated from Fong Yun University, while Wan Feng will only just be able to resume normal cultivation. Her gaze locked onto the elder above, and she gritted her teeth. Patriarch, this matter cannot be left unresolved. As soon as these words were spoken, unexpectedly, many members of the Yang family present nodded in agreement. The reason is simple. The Yang family, having been in Shanzhou City for so many years, has killed countless enemies and attracted numerous followers thanks to their reputation for repaying every grudge. How could they break precedent and ruin their reputation because of a 3rd-tier martial artist from Fong Yun University? Repay every grudge, take responsibility for your actions. This is not only the creed that made the Yang family famous but also the strongest signboard to attract followers. Let me ask, which wandering martial artist wouldn't be tempted by a force willing to avenge you at any cost? The Yang family of Shanzhou has adhered to this doctrine for over 100 years. Even though Yili is the highest scorer in the martial exam in the history of Ying province, he is now merely an ordinary true blood realm martial artist who has just stepped into the 3rd tier. If they refrain from taking action just because he is a guaranteed admission student to Fong Yun University, how could they attract followers in the future? Without followers, how could the Yang family practice the burning blood secret technique? Patriarch, I have already investigated everything thoroughly. At this moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward and said in a low voice, That kid is currently living in the southern district of Linhai City. I even have the exact house number. As long as you give the word, he won't live to see the day he enters Fong Yun University. Although they couldn't directly confront Fong Yun University, they were confident in dealing with a student who hadn't yet enrolled. The head of the Yang family savored the name carefully, a trace of ruthless killing intent flashing in his murky eyes. His hand behind his back quietly clenched. He asked, Yili is currently at the 3rd stage of the true blood realm? That's right. Someone nodded and said, according to the teachers of various martial arts high schools, he should be at the level of just entering the third rank. A third-rank martial artist, not even 20 years old. The head of the Young family chuckled and sighed. What a martial arts prodigy. Thinking back to when he was 20 years old, he had only barely broken through to the second tier. Over the years, relying on the Young family's secret techniques, he managed to ascend to the fifth tier and gain widespread fame. Although the forced breakthrough left him with hidden ailments, making it impossible to advance further in this lifetime, with the help of his retainers, he was able to solidify the Young family's position in Shanzhou City. For this reason, the elder understood better than anyone the hardships of martial cultivation. At this moment, he finally realized, if this Yili is not eliminated today, he will undoubtedly become the root cause of the Young family's downfall in the future. The Young family's century-old reputation must not be ruined in my hands. The voice of the Young family head was cold and sinister, and with one sentence, he set the tone. Yang Rong, take those two fourth-tier senior retainers and deal with him. Are you referring to Sword of Despair and Dragon Monument Hand? Someone exclaimed in shock. 30 years ago, Sword of Despair, wielding a Qingyun sword, single-handedly annihilated a faction guarded by a third-tier powerhouse. Later, his lover was killed by the remnants of that faction, leaving him disheartened and prompting him to rename himself Sword of Despair. He joined the Young family solely for revenge. As for Dragon Monument Hand, he is a martial artist skilled in external training techniques, with iron palms capable of splitting mountains and cracking stones. He has slain no fewer than 100 beasts with his bare hands. Both are renowned martial artists in Shanzhou City and even across the entire Ying province, ranking among the top in combat power among the Young family's few fourth-tier experts. The reason was simple. Nowadays, asking them to deal with a young man who has just entered the third tier. Patriarch. The middle-aged man named Yang Rong had a prominent scar on his face, resembling the marks left by a fierce burn. He looked at the noble elder above, his expression hesitant and his voice trembling as he said, "Isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? Not to mention the losses. If a fourth-tier warrior takes action, the commotion might." A fourth-rank martial artist can communicate with the heavens and earth, and the martial techniques they display are entirely different from those of beginner martial artists, grand and impossible to conceal. Once detected by the Qingyi Bureau, the Young family would lose two fourth-rank powerhouses, which would undoubtedly be a devastating blow. What are you afraid of? The head of the Young family cast him a cold glance, his tone calm. If they're exposed, so be it. The enmity between those two has already been set. They owe the Young family to begin with. Afterward, we can just hand them over to the Qingyi Bureau. Or do you think a third-rank martial artist under 20 years old is worth more than two fourth-rank martial artists whose potential has been exhausted? Hearing this, the scar on Yang Rong's face trembled slightly. Indeed, compared to such a young martial artist with limitless potential, the loss of two fourth-tier martial artists was actually bearable. Thinking of this, he bowed and cupped his hands respectfully, saying, "I will handle it right away." "Wait!" A beautiful woman called out softly, then turned to the elder above and said through gritted teeth, "Master, may I go? Replace you?" The beautiful woman said coldly, "I just broke through to the 6th level of the third tier 2 days ago, 2 levels higher than you, Yang Rong. If I go, the chances of success are greater." Before she finished speaking, a surge of murderous intent had already risen in her eyes, and her tone was icy. "Besides, I truly want to personally kill the one who crippled my son." The head of the family took in her expression completely, pondered for a moment, and nodded slightly. "All right, then you will go instead." "Thank you, head of the family." A joyful expression appeared on the beautiful woman's face, and she quickly cupped her hands in gratitude. "Dismissed." The head of the Young family responded with a faint then casually left a remark before turning around and walking back into the house. About an hour later, the crowd outside gradually dispersed. Inside the house, the air was filled with the fragrance of medicine. On the bed, Yang Wanfeng, his face pale, slowly sat up. "Grandfather, just lie down." A trace of heartache appeared on the deeply wrinkled old face of the Young family patriarch. Those mediocre clansmen outside were of no consequence. Only this exceptionally gifted grandson truly stirred his emotions. The old man understood that his time was nearing its end, and he had at most 20 years left to live. By then, Yang Wanfeng would have grown into adulthood and would be the most suitable heir. With his talent, he absolutely had the ability to elevate the Young family of Shanzhou to new heights. It might even add another member to the 3 sects and 6 factions of Hanxia. Rest assured that Yili has already been taken care of by your grandfather. Your mother, along with 2 fourth-tier retainers, will personally ambush him. He won't live for many more days. The distinguished elder patted the young man on the shoulder by the bedside, his tone much gentler than before. "As for your injuries, your grandfather will also invite the best fourth-tier physician in Ying province to treat you. Plus, with the Young family's secret technique, you might recover within 3 years. The heart blood of those few fourth-tier retainers will be obtained soon. By then, your grandfather will use the secret technique, which should at least allow you to get out of bed and walk." Yang Wanfeng nodded slightly. Upon hearing Yi Li's name, a natural hatred appeared in his eyes. He took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, Grandpa." "Thank you for what? We're all family." The head of the Young family waved his hand. Whether it's for the young family's century-old reputation or future development, this Yili must die. The distinguished elder pondered briefly, then said with some confusion, "By the way, regarding your sister Yang Wan, I don't know what kind of shock she experienced, but she's locked herself in her room, refusing to come out or see you." She. Yang Wanfeng's expression turned somewhat awkward. She might have been frightened by Yi Li's tactics. "Don't worry about it, I'll visit her in a couple of days and it'll be fine." "That's good. You two have always had a good relationship." The head of the young family nodded, not paying much attention to the matter. Whoosh! At that moment, a faint sound of something slicing through the air suddenly came from the sky outside. Immediately after, a powerful aura descended abruptly over the young family's mansion. Sensing this aura, the head of the young family suddenly stood up, his gaze directed out the window as he muttered gravely, "A fifth-rank warrior? Their aura is even stronger than mine. What are they doing at my young family? Grandfather, don't move around. I'll go out and take a look." The head of the young family stood up and walked outside. Just as he stepped out, he saw a figure surrounded by a gentle breeze sweeping through the air from afar, landing directly in the young family courtyard. The newcomer's sleeves fluttered, embroidered with several vivid drifting clouds. "Someone from Fong Yun University?" The head of the young family, standing in front of the house, frowned slightly and asked in a clear voice, "A distinguished teacher from Fong Yun University visiting my young family. May I ask what brings you here?" "As far as I know, none of our clan members have been admitted to Fong Yun University." Considering the other party was from Fong Yun University, he spoke in a rather polite tone. Hearing this, Yu Wang stepped forward and said with a cheerful smile, "I am Yu Wang, Yi Li's mentor, and also a senior teacher at Fong Yun University." Yi Li's mentor? That was quick. Fong Yun University actually values Yi Li so much. The head of the young family felt a slight heaviness in his heart and, after a moment, pretended to inquire, "I see, but you still haven't answered my question. What exactly brings you to my young family?" The answer to this question was already clear in his mind. It was for Yi Li's safety. But even so, on the surface, he still had to put on a serious appearance. Otherwise, if the news of Yi Li's death spread afterward, as the head of the young family, it would be difficult for him to distance himself from those few retainers. The director of the Qingyi Bureau in Shanzhou City is a fifth-tier powerhouse. Although he would give the young family some face, he definitely wouldn't dare not act against them. This guy is still pretending to be clueless. Looking at the puzzled expression on the distinguished elder's face, old Yu secretly cursed in his heart, but a smile appeared on his face. "I heard some rumors and came over to take a look." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the young family estate, and he seemingly asked casually, "I've long heard that the young family of Shanzhou recruits many retainers. I wonder how many fourth-tier martial artists you've gathered so far." Fourth-tier martial artists are not so easy to recruit. The head of the young family also smiled and shook his head, saying, "After so many years, even with generous conditions, we've managed to recruit only a handful." "Truly, hearing your words is like receiving a priceless treasure." The gray-haired elder Yu, with a hint of approval and a faint smile, said, "I must apologize. As a mentor at Fong Yun University, you are, of course, an honored guest of the young family." The head of the young family calmly stared at elder Yu and responded in an unhurried tone, "It's just that this matter involves the privacy of the young family, so I cannot disclose it truthfully. I suppose Fong Yun University wouldn't go so far as to pry into others' private matters, would it?" As a teacher at Fong Yun University, elder Yu was almost certainly unable to directly target the young family on the surface. "Of course." The old man nodded gently and said with a smile, "In fact, to maintain a good relationship with the students, I have always been very mindful of boundaries. Traveling from Fong Yun University to here was a journey of 400 miles. He had rushed over at the fastest speed. The young family's fourth-tier martial artists usually wouldn't have much free time, so even if this young man acted quickly, it shouldn't have been possible to mobilize them immediately. However, it seemed he had made it in time. Thinking of this, the old man showed a contemplative expression and chuckled, "Speaking of which, my Win listening chant has already reached perfection." Win listening chant? Not bad. The old man nodded slightly and patiently explained, "This is an advanced fifth-level martial skill of mine. I wouldn't claim to know everything, but I can absolutely hear every movement within a 10-mile radius of the young family estate with perfect clarity." "What do you mean by that?" The head of the young family frowned deeply. "What I mean is..." The old man walked up to him, his smiling voice turning cold in an instant. "Within the next 5 days, if even one of the 8 fourth-tier martial artists of the young family within a 10-mile radius disappears, don't blame this old man for turning hostile." Hearing this, the head of the young family's expression shifted slightly, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In reality, the young family had 10 fourth-tier martial artists, and the fact that the other party only mentioned 8 indicated that Young Mei had already set off with the other 2 fourth-tier retainers. Good girl, quick on her feet. Suppressing the joy in his heart, he feigned a troubled expression and said, "Your actions are rather overbearing, sir. Aren't you afraid I'll report this to Fong Yun University?" "Go ahead and report it." The old man chuckled as he walked toward the inner room, waving his hand as he said, "I plan to stay here for 3 3 to 5 days. I hope that's not a problem? The old man turned around, smiling as he looked at the head of the young family. Before my disciple steps into the 5th tier, no matter what kind of accident befalls him, regardless of who is responsible, I will come here immediately and personally execute you, the head of the young family. Upon hearing this, the head of the young family immediately turned ashen. This lunatic. If Yili dies, he must immediately notify the Qingyi Bureau to apprehend this madman. Linhai City, Southern District. In a quiet and ordinary residential area, Lin Yun, dressed in a light purple robe, entered an apartment building after repeated confirmation. This should be the place. She stopped in front of a certain door, looked up at the door number again, 1802. That's right, no problem. As she spoke, Lin Yun was about to knock on the door, but it opened from the inside ahead of her. When the door opened, she saw the familiar-looking young man in white standing behind it, calmly looking at her. Come in. Oh. Lin Yun hurriedly stepped inside. As soon as she entered, she noticed luggage on the floor, indicating that the other person was preparing to leave. He also knew that the young family had their eyes on him and that he needed to quickly seek refuge at Fong Yun University. Lin Yun chuckled softly in her heart. So far, the other party's behavior had been so erratic that it almost made her forget that Yili was just a young martial artist under 20 years old. It wasn't until this moment that his actions made her breathe a sigh of relief. So you do have moments of fear. That's more like it. That's more like an inexperienced young martial artist. Did you come specifically to pick me up, or is it because of the young family? Yili casually pulled over a chair and sat down, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yun. He didn't think she had any ulterior motives. After all, they had just parted ways yesterday, and now she was visiting again, which showed the urgency of the matter. The most pressing issue for him at the moment was probably the feud with the young family. Smart. Lin Yun gave a thumbs up, then stretched lazily and said, our teacher is probably being guarded by the young family right now. With him around these few days, those above the 4th tier likely won't dare to act rashly. Then why doesn't she come to escort me herself? Yili asked, looking at Lin Yun in confusion. He always prefers to take the initiative, Lin Yun said, waving her hand. When he encounters something he wants to do, he can't sit still. You don't need to worry too much about him. Anyway, he can definitely handle the young family people, she said casually. All right. Yili nodded slightly. Do you have anything else to do next? Lin Yun yawned. If there's nothing special, let's go to the school now. Once you're in the school, the young family won't even think about touching you. Even if they stake out near the school, they absolutely wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Our school is this impressive? Yili stood up. Of course. Lin Yun leaned against the door, rubbed her slightly dark-circled eyes, and smiled with a hint of pride. Just look at how many skilled fighters we have in our school. Everyone on the elite rankings is at least a 3rd-tier expert. In other martial arts universities, they'd all be the main force of the school team. She pointed to herself, her chin slightly raised with a touch of smugness. By the way, senior sister here is also on that elite rankings. What rank? Lin Yun remained silent for a moment. Seeing Yili still staring at her, she finally gritted her teeth and said, I'm not good at fighting, so I can only rank behind a 3rd-tier 6th-level guy. Then what rank is that person? 29th. Then why don't you just say you're the last one? Yili laughed. Lin Yun took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the blush and impulse on her face. She silently recited in her heart, don't get angry, don't get angry. In 2 years, I won't be able to beat him anymore, so there's no need to take him seriously. Once he meets senior sister Chen, he'll naturally understand what it means to have someone better and a sky beyond the sky. After adjusting her emotions, Lin Yun took the luggage from the ground and perked up. Alright, let's head out. With that, she took the lead in walking out of the room and pressed the elevator button. The elevator slowly ascended from the 1st floor. The residents of your building have such strange schedules, coming back from outside in the middle of the day. Lin Yun frowned slightly, her delicate oval face showing a hint of helplessness. She had just gone upstairs not long ago, yet the elevator had already returned to the 1st floor. She really disliked waiting for the elevator. At that moment, a hand rested on her shoulder. Lin Yun turned around in confusion, only to see Yili standing behind her with a calm expression. His dark eyes glimmered with a sharp light as he stared intently at the elevator door, as if he had noticed something worth paying attention to. This building has only one resident, me. Yili's voice sounded unusually calm, but to Lin Yun, it was as shocking as a muffled thunder. There's a murderous aura in the elevator, and it's very strong. What? Lin Yun immediately activated her inner energy, the laziness on her face vanishing in an instant. Coming. She didn't have time to wonder why this young man's perception was sharper than her own. Forming a seal with one hand, her purple robe fluttered without wind, and intricate, mysterious runes rapidly appeared around her. Divine calculations of fate, fortune and misfortune, rise and fall, sunshine and shadow, ever-changing. Grade A talent, reverse heaven calculation. Ha! In an instant, Lin Yun's face turned slightly pale, her breathing became a bit rapid, and her eyes were fixed intently on the elevator that had risen to the 16th floor. Her tone was heavy, as if facing a formidable enemy. There are 2 martial artists inside, one at 4th tier, 2nd level, level and the other at 3rd tier, 6th level. After saying this, she grabbed Yi Li's wrist and prepared to rush downstairs. Lin Yun had just taken 2 steps when she was forced to stop. She saw Yi Li standing firmly in place, while her palms seemed to be caught in a rubber band as strong as steel, unable to move him even an inch. What are you waiting for? Lin Yun was shocked and anxious. If we don't run now, are we just going to wait for the other side to catch up? If you can fight, don't panic. Yi Li's face remained calm as he gently turned the storage ring on his hand, quietly staring at the steadily rising numbers beside the elevator. Faced with such a setup, running away was definitely not an option, so it was better to make the first move and deal with the other side. Wouldn't that solve the problem effortlessly? On the other side, Lin Yun followed his gaze and suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Thank you. On the small screen next to the elevator, the number 18 was prominently displayed. The next second, the elevator doors opened with a ding. 2 unfamiliar figures came into view. A burly man with exceptionally wide palms and a stunningly charming beauty. The burly man kept his eyes lowered, appearing very calm, yet exuding an incredibly profound aura. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman raised her slender eyes, staring coldly at the 2 people outside the elevator. Then, her red lips parted slightly, and she spoke in a voice that could make one's bones tingle. Shall we go downstairs together, you two? Before Lin Yun could open her mouth to refuse, Yi Li politely nodded and stepped into the elevator first. Seeing this, Lin Yun gritted her teeth and followed him into the elevator. Phew! He pressed the button for the first floor, and the elevator doors slowly closed. In the cramped space, the air seemed to have solidified, making one feel suffocated and oppressed. Are you Yi Li? Yang Mei had just spoken when her emotions quickly became agitated. Her voice trembled as she asked, was it you who ruined my son? Lin Hai City is adjacent to Shanzhou City. To prevent the other party from escaping Lin Hai, she hurriedly rushed over from the Yang family. Her goal was only one, to quickly find the culprit who crippled Yang Wanfeng. And now, the mastermind was standing right in front of her. Not only that, he even had a calm and composed expression. Yang Mei wished she could tear him to pieces on the spot. Yes, madam. Yi Li's gaze first swept over the 4th-rank martial artist, then turned to Yang Mei and said with a light smile, not only that, I now intend to hunt his mount as well. Yang Mei could hardly believe her ears and was about to retort when the white-clad young man before her suddenly raised a pair of icy golden eyes, majestic and mysterious, captivating the soul. In an instant, goosebumps erupted all over Yang Mei's back and an indescribable sense of horror surged in her heart. The other party was clearly just a warrior who had only stepped into the 3rd tier, so why did he evoke such a terrifying feeling in her? Catch him! Yang Mei shouted angrily, her body instinctively retreating to the side, giving the burly man space to act. The burly man nodded slightly, his towering figure stepping forward as he extended his broad palm, pressing domineeringly toward Yi Li's shoulder. In an instant, a terrifying force of over 10 tons poured down, aiming to press Yi Li directly to the ground. But in the next second, the burly man's face showed a look of shock. Yi Li stood firmly, his back straight without the slightest bend, as if that immense force had vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, leaving no trace. Is this a 3rd-tier martial artist? Just as this thought flashed through the burly man's mind, sharp pain surged from his abdomen. A blue-gold spear entwined with dragon scales whistled through the air, directly piercing his protective energy shield and deeply embedding itself in his abdomen. Stop looking, you won't survive this. Yi Li let out a light chuckle, released the spear, aligned his waist in stance, unleashed his inner energy, and then executed his most terrifying move to date. Flood Dragon Shakes the Mountain. The burly man hadn't even had time to cry out in pain before Yi Li's fist force struck his chest. Under the dual blessings of Snow Mountain Sculpting and Golden Soul Revival, tearing through the defenses of a 4th-tier warrior is effortless. With an explosive force far beyond what a 3rd-tier warrior could possess, the burly man's massive body was sent flying uncontrollably, smashing through the elevator doors, hurtling into the floor, and finally crashing heavily against the wall. Accompanied by a clear cracking sound, the residual force shattered the wall as well. He was directly exposed to the high altitude, dozens of meters above the ground. Logically speaking, a 4th-tier expert should be able to adjust their posture midair and land steadily. But for some reason, this burly man, known as the Dragon Monument Hand, had stiffened limbs at this moment, completely out of control. Even though he desperately tried to adjust his posture, he still crashed heavily to the ground amidst the howling wind. Ha! The 5 viscera and 6 bowels were oppressed by gravity, and the strong man suddenly coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood, accompanied by an astonishing chill. A burst of frigid energy from the pill's aura? No wonder his limbs wouldn't obey. The strong man's face darkened, the intense pain in his body rendering him unable to move even a single finger. Although he was somewhat careless, he was indeed defeated in 2 moves by the opponent. Blood kept gushing from his mouth, and the spear in his abdomen continued to devour his life. Am I really going to die like this? The burly man's eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment. A single punch severely injured himself, with tens of tons of punching force erupting along with icy energy and inner strength. You actually call this level just stepping into the 3rd tier? In the elevator. Seeing the burly man easily defeated, Yang Mei's eyes widened sharply. sharply. That is the renowned Dragon Monument Hand of Shanzhou City. In terms of physical strength alone, within the Yang family, aside from the family head, no one can confront him head-on. Yet now, he has been sent flying by a young man who has just stepped into the third stage of the True Blood realm. Yang Mei's heart was instantly overwhelmed by a tidal wave of shock. But clearly, there was no time to dwell on these questions now, because that young man's figure had already appeared right in front of her. Wait! Yang Mei's mind was in chaos, and she instinctively wanted to retreat, only to feel the hard wall pressing against her back. Bad timing. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, the young man's slender, fair fingers struck like lightning, gripping her face firmly. Aha! Yang Mei screamed sharply, her chi erupting as all her strength poured out. She grabbed the opponent's outstretched arm with both hands, desperately tearing at it. After all, she was a third-tier, sixth-level martial artist. Even though she had long enjoyed a life of luxury, her basic combat instincts remained deeply ingrained. However, just as her chi fully unleashed, the arm gripping her face remained completely unmoved. Instead, it suddenly erupted with an overwhelming and intimidating power. Under the shocked gaze of Lin Yun nearby, Yili slammed the beautiful woman fiercely against the wall. The terrifying force swept directly across Yang Mei's face, causing her consciousness to blur instantly and her eyes to roll back. In the final moment of her fading awareness, she squeezed out a sound from her throat, despair. Her head was violently slammed against the wall again, and the latter half of her sentence was ruthlessly interrupted. Debris scattered everywhere as the young man launched a series of fierce strikes, his movements swift and decisive. In an instant, the wall was riddled with fine, web-like cracks. During this time, Yang Mei's body ignited with blood energy several times, attempting to use the blood ignition secret technique, but each attempt was brutally interrupted without exception. Amid the horrifying sounds of the blows, in less than a second, Yang Mei's once alluring face was already covered in blood, a ghastly sight. The only part of her still capable of emitting faint whimpers was her mouth. At this moment, a surge of intense sword energy suddenly struck from below. As the unparalleled sharp sword energy swept through, the entire bottom of the elevator and even the concrete structure below instantly turned to rubble. Yili casually tossed Yang Mei out. Freed from restraint, Yang Mei's figure plummeted downward, only to be caught like lightning by a figure in the next moment, landing steadily on the ground. With a light tiptoe, the responder quickly darted to the open space outside the residential building. Yili narrowed his eyes slightly and looked outside the building after landing. There stood a man dressed in a green robe, his figure lean and imposing, exuding an aura so chilling it sent shivers down one's spine. In his arms, he held Yang Mei, who appeared dazed and disoriented, his expression as dark as ink. Feeling Yili's gaze, the swordsman in the green robe raised his hollow eyes, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightening slightly. He slowly lifted his long sword, the tip pointing at the two people inside the building, his voice cold and stern. That young girl, if you want to keep your life, leave immediately. Today, I only want this young man's life. I have crushed the silver token. Enforcers from Linhai City will arrive within 15 minutes. The swordsman's overwhelming aura enveloped the scene. Lin Yun stepped forward quickly, raising the shattered silver token in her hand, her voice crisp as she shouted, "If you don't want to die, leave now." The silver medal of Fong Yun University shattered, enough to send out an emergency distress signal. If it couldn't deter the opponent, they could only hope the enforcers would arrive quickly enough. In an instant, Lin Yun's not-so-bright mind started working rapidly. Amidst her fear, she secretly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, through some unknown means, that fourth-tier martial artist seemed to have been severely injured by Yili. Unexpectedly, the Yang family sent 2 fourth-rank warriors and 1 third-rank warrior to join forces in hunting down Yili. Although the swordsman before them was formidable, teaming up with Yili should make it possible to hold out for a quarter of an hour. At this moment, Lin Yun stared at Yili in astonishment. Yili stepped forward slowly and calmly said to the grim-faced swordsman in the green robe, "I suggest you brace yourself, because soon, I'll make both of you soar into the air." I originally planned to earn more evil points through a collision, but unexpectedly, the other party suddenly jumped out, completely disrupting the plan. Damn, this just made my already meager evil balance even worse. I didn't want to be a living king of hell, but now I have no choice. Yili was burning with rage at this moment. Having just advanced to the peak of the third tier, the backstage malice value was down to only 4 digits. To maximize his gains, he had no choice but to take a risk and didn't immediately deal with that beautiful woman. Next, it seemed he would have to put in quite some effort. Yili exhaled lightly, his powerful inner energy circulating rapidly. A layer of white mist, as scorching as flames, gradually enveloped his body, making his figure faintly appear somewhat transparent. Come on! Even with his current strength, facing an early-stage fourth-tier martial artist still proved to be quite strenuous. Only by activating Golden Soul Revival could he unleash a burst of physical power capable of overwhelming his opponent in a short time. However, fourth-tier martial artists not only possessed superior physical attributes but their inner energy output far exceeded that of third-tier martial artists. If not for this, he wouldn't have chosen to swiftly eliminate that burly man earlier. In the confined space of the elevator earlier, the The burly man, in order not to harm the elegant woman beside him, had refrained from displaying the full strength of a fourth-tier martial artist, ultimately leading to his easy defeat by Yi Li. But now, this swordsman in a green robe, also a fourth-tier martial artist, showed no such restraint. Despite the fact that his actions might alarm the surrounding citizens, he could still strike without holding back. Calm down. Hearing Yi Li's command, Lin Yun hurriedly responded, Yi Li, his aura is even stronger than the previous one. Stop talking nonsense, listen to me, he can be killed. Yi Li cut her off, his gaze fixed firmly on the swordsman in the green robe. His eyes shimmered with a mysterious light, as if capable of piercing through all illusions and fog. Ding! Arrogant brat. As soon as the words fell, the swordsman in the green robe's hollow eyes gradually turned sharp, veins bulging on the back of his hand, and the 3-foot-long blade slashed through the air. The powerful aura of the fourth-tier heavenly barrier realm erupted instantly, and a terrifying sword energy visible to the naked eye howled as it shot toward Yi Li. Wherever the sword energy passed, the thick cement floor cracked inch by inch, the steps shattered, and countless fragments of stone were swept into the sword energy. The momentum of this strike far surpassed that of a third-tier martial artist. Facing the surging sharp sword energy, Yi Li's golden eyes burned even brighter, and the white cloud aura around him churned and ignited. With a single step forward, he fearlessly charged ahead. The majestic sword energy collided with the figure in white before the building, exploding instantly. Fierce winds erupted, dust filled the air, and debris flew in all directions. Inside the house, Lin Yun raised her hand to shield her eyes, struggling to peer through the dust at the scene ahead. Immediately after, a voice filled with both fury and shock reverberated. Bone regeneration? What kind of superpower is this? Bone regeneration? Lin Yun's heart jolted violently. She quickly stepped out of the building and looked toward the open space ahead. She saw the swordsman in green glaring at the white-clad youth who had rushed in front of him. The swordsman's thin face was full of shock, and even his sword-wielding movements slowed for a moment. But even so, his movements were still half a beat faster than the young man's. The swordsman redirected his inner energy, gripped his longsword tightly, and shouted through gritted teeth. Slash! The 3-foot blade suddenly erupted with an astonishing sword aura, as if receiving some kind of extra boost, and slashed down abruptly at the enemy within arm's reach. Golden light surged in Yi Li's eyes, and the mystical golden blood within his body churned violently. Without the slightest hesitation, he gathered all his energy into his core and instantly unleashed a perfect core energy burst, colliding head-on with the incoming sword energy. The sword energy shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. Under the incredulous gaze of the swordsman in green, Yi Li's severed 5 fingers astonishingly regrew and healed at an unimaginable speed. With the enhancement of the S-rank tempering technique, core energy burst, he could easily withstand the sword energy of even an early-stage 4th-tier martial artist. Yi Li's eyes flickered, and his regenerated fingers clenched tightly. His entire body's energy gathered once more, the muscles in his arm tensed like coiled springs, and he struck out fiercely, his 5 fingers spread wide. The energy of the elixir erupted, launching consecutively. Clang! A force like an avalanche surged forward, causing the longsword in the hands of the swordsman in the green robe to bend into an exaggerated arc, unable to withstand the immense power. The momentum was not yet spent, and the tremendous force crashed violently into the swordsman's chest. Yang Mei, held in his arms, bore part of the impact. She was instantly struck as if by lightning, suddenly regaining consciousness, and spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Yi Li followed closely behind, his figure moving like a shadow. His arms spread wide as a subsequent burst of Dan energy erupted swiftly in succession. Boom! 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 The perfect surge of Dan energy swept in like waves, one after another, its boundless power continuously impacting the figure of the swordsman in the green robe. He could no longer pay attention to Yang Mei, who was coughing up blood in his arms from the blast. The originally gloomy face was now flushed red from exertion. Is this third tier? What kind of joke is this? The swordsman in the green robe retreated repeatedly, his figure scraping against the ground, his disbelief growing stronger, and the hand holding the sword trembling slightly. The body, tempered through countless trials, was almost frozen stiff by the incoming chill. The opponent's technique was extraordinarily refined, with continuous bursts of energy that seemed to consume no true chi at all. Such terrifying combat power, how could it resemble that of a young martial artist who had just entered the third tier? It was more like a veteran who had honed their skills in the third tier for a century. The quality of the opponent's true blood was likely nearing its peak. The sword in his hand emitted a continuous, mournful wail, as if it could shatter at any moment. Whoosh! At this moment, the white-clad youth's hair and beard stood on end, his arms fully outstretched, and his entire body pushed to its limits. The flesh on his fists was nearly torn apart, exposing pale white bones, yet the wounds kept regenerating. That punch was like a meteor crashing into the earth as the 10th chi burst exploded violently on the azure-edged sword. Crack! The treasured sword, which had accompanied the swordsman through countless trials, shattered at this moment, breaking into countless tiny fragments that scattered in all directions. The swordsman in green had no time to grieve before the youth seized the opportunity, swinging his right arm in a wide arc and smashing a thunderous punch squarely into his face. A powerful force shot straight toward his face. The 4th-tier tier martial artist was momentarily stunned, his slender figure sent flying by the punch, crashing into car after car. Amid the roaring sounds, his entire body was flung dozens of yards away. However, he still managed to condense a dense sword energy defense around himself, attempting to buy some time. With the remnants of his consciousness, he looked up, only to be met with a pair of emotionless golden eyes, mere inches away. Yili followed closely like a shadow, already closing in on him. The muscles on his back bulged, terrifying power surged at his fists, and his arms swung as his punches rained down like a violent storm. The swordsman in the green robe gritted his teeth, threw Yang Mei from his arms, clenched his fists tightly, and charged forward head-on. The fists and palms of the two clashed fiercely, violent energy erupted, and waves of powerful energy burst and scattered. Sword energy overflowed, and the earth trembled. The steel car body was smashed to pieces, and a tree so large that it would take several people to encircle it toppled upon impact. He's actually at the third tier? This scene left Lin Yun, who was watching from afar, utterly stunned. That fourth tier martial artist, whose strength could definitely rival the top 10 on the wind and cloud rankings, was actually being completely suppressed by Yili. Across dire suppression, has the third tier become this insane monster? Yang Mei staggered as she climbed up from the ground, her heart filled with fear as she looked at the scene before her. Two fourth-tier retainers had been killed by him. She had just witnessed with her own eyes how the boy's body, slashed by the swordsman, regenerated instantly. His self-healing ability far surpassed that of the exotic beasts in the secret realm known for their regeneration. This boy was truly a monster. Yili swung his right arm again, his fist like thunder shattering a great bell, breaking through the sword energy's defense. The protective sword energy around the swordsman instantly dissipated. His thin face turned pale, and the true energy within his body stalled for a moment. Spare me! I was forced to serve the Yang family. Ding! Seeing Yili attack again, he screamed, I've been bound by a blood contract if I don't obey. The young man in white gave him no chance to say more, exhaled forcefully, and punched out, causing his chest to cave in dramatically. Flying! Ha! The swordsman in green spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, his body flying backward, breaking several large trees in succession before rolling dozens of times to the ground. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. He instinctively wanted to get up, but his shattered internal organs could no longer support him, leaving him completely powerless to resist. Yili exhaled a turbid breath, the golden light in his eyes gradually fading, returning to their original black hue. Nearly 70% of his inner energy had been consumed, even with the quality of his true blood greatly enhanced by Snow Mountain body sculpting. If it were an ordinary peak third-tier warrior, they would probably have been done for long ago. A fourth-tier martial artist in a serious state is indeed not easy to kill. However, this time the gains were considerable. The text on the screen flickered, appearing exceptionally cheerful. You repeatedly injured a tier 3 level 6 martial artist, evil value plus 5,000. You killed a tier 4 level 2 martial artist, evil value plus 12,000. You killed a tier 4 level 3 martial artist, evil value plus 13,000. Yili's lips curled up slightly, his wallet was finally full again. In the open space not far away, looking at the spirited young man in white stained with blood, Yang Mei's face was full of despair. She had rushed to the Yang family in a flurry, only to find such a tragic ending. Due to the commotion just now, many residents in the surrounding buildings poked their heads out, casting curious yet fearful glances. In the midst of the dead silence, Lin Yun glanced at her with pity, but there was little sympathy in her heart. Instead, she felt a trace of satisfaction. She knew that if Yili's strength hadn't far exceeded expectations, it would have been the two on her side who ended up dead. Who would have thought that the Yang family would have the audacity to go this far? Lin Yun walked over to Yili's side and said through gritted teeth, Don't worry, if they dare to target a core student of Fong Yun University, as soon as the news reaches the school, the entire Yang family will have to pay a heavy price. Judging by the arrangements made for this operation, she had no doubt that the other party had no intention of letting her go afterward. At this moment, her hatred for this beautiful woman was almost uncontrollable. Fortunately, with solid evidence of the attack on a core student of Fong Yun University, coupled with this living witness, it seemed unlikely that the Yang family would escape this time. Hearing Lin Yun's words, Yang Mei hurriedly looked at Yili. When she saw the extremely conspicuous gold waist badge, her heart instantly sank to the bottom, and a chill ran from her feet to the top of her head. A core student? No one had told her about this. Even the head of the Yang family was unaware. The outside world had rumored that Yili was a recommended student, and most recommended students were usually bronze badge holders. Who would have thought he was actually a gold badge holder? Boom! Yang Mei clenched her teeth tightly, staring fixedly at the boy's face, which still carried traces of killing intent, her emotions surging like turbulent waves in her chest. If they acted against an ordinary bronze badge student, the Yang family could use personal grievances or inadequate discipline as excuses. As long as they handed over the two fourth-tier martial artists to the Qingyi Bureau, the matter could be resolved. But if they acted against a gold badge core student, the implications would be entirely different. This is almost equivalent to assassinating the deputy director of the city's Bureau of Anomalies. The difference between the two is that the charge instantly escalates from personal vendetta to intent to rebel. Even if the Bureau of Anomalies in Shanzhou wiped out the Yang family because of this, it would be entirely justified. No wonder the other party is so powerful yet didn't kill me directly in the elevator. They wanted to leave me alive to report to the Bureau of Anomalies. Once that time comes, even if the Yang family isn't annihilated by the Qingyi Bureau, it will be close to destruction. Thinking about her own fate, Yang Mei couldn't help but shiver. She feared that even after death, she would be nailed to the Yang family's pillar of shame, cursed by future generations for eternity. With a thought in her heart, Yang Mei made a decision. She suddenly raised her head and shouted sternly, "Yili, you crippled my son, and I, Yang Mei, won't let you go even as a ghost. Dreaming of using my name to annihilate the Yang family? You're nothing but delusional. Just wait. The Yang family will never let you off the hook. The descendants of the Yang family will come one after another to seek revenge on you. You won once, but that doesn't mean you'll always win." Before the words were finished, she suddenly detonated the true energy within her body, spitting out a mouthful of blood as her aura rapidly weakened. Not good. She's trying to kill herself. Lin Yinyun's face changed dramatically, and she instantly rushed in front of her, her pupils suddenly contracting. Yang Mei was seen slowly collapsing to the ground, her breath faint and weak, already on the verge of death. Even so, she still curled the corners of her mouth, revealing a mouthful of blood, and stared fixedly at Yili. In an extremely venomous tone, she shouted, "I want you to live the rest of your life in the shadow of fear." As her words fell, Yang Mei slowly closed her eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. This is trouble. Seeing this scene, Lin Yingyun briefly examined Yang Mei's condition, her brows tightly furrowed, feeling a headache coming on. She was already seriously injured, and now with her meridians shattered throughout her body, there was almost no chance of saving her. What should be done? With no living witness, even if the Qingyi Bureau and Fong Yun University wanted to take action, they could only give the Yang family a minor lesson at most. As for Yili, any possibility of reconciliation with the Yang family was completely severed. According to the Yang family's creed in Shanzhou of seeking revenge for every grievance, it seems that, as the other party said, their descendants will indeed seek revenge on Yili. Quick, call an ambulance. Lin Yingyun looked up at Yili and said in a deep voice, "There might still be a glimmer of hope." Yili walked toward the barely breathing Yang Mei, bent down, and checked her breath. Fortunately, she wasn't dead yet. Luckily, third-tier martial artists have strong vitality, otherwise, he would have been in some trouble. "You have a way?" Seeing Yili relax, Lin Yingyun asked anxiously. As soon as she finished speaking, under her stunned gaze, Yili swiftly twisted Yang Mei's neck. Lin Yingyun blacked out on the spot. She had intended to explain the stakes to Yili, pointing out that even if Yang Mei had to be killed, it should wait until the people from Qingyi Bureau arrived. However, the words he wanted to say were interrupted by the boy's calm yet commanding voice. "Stand up." A faint trace of life suddenly emerged from the corpse on the ground. "Stand up, stand up." The voice of the young man in white grew calmer with each word, sounding less like a roar and more like a calm yet resolute command. Immediately afterward, under Lin Yingyun's shocked and bewildered gaze, three figures identical to their living selves suddenly appeared in front of Yili. A swordsman in a green robe, a burly strong man, and a charming woman. They not only look exactly the same as when they were alive, but even the aura they emit is identical. The only difference is that at this moment, they are all kneeling behind Yili, with different expressions on their faces. Yili's gaze swept over the three of them, and he said indifferently, "Since the descendants of the Yang family want to seek revenge on me, wouldn't it be easier if I just didn't let them be born? This generational hatred should be personally ended by my own hands. If the enemies have no descendants, the hatred naturally won't continue." Lin Yingyun, could it be that you really are a genius? Linhai City, Qingyi Bureau. More than 20 enforcers on duty today have been fully mobilized and are heading toward a residential area in the southern part of the city. 10 minutes ago, an emergency signal was sent from there. A silver medal student from Fong Yun University shattered their silver medal at this location, requesting assistance. This is no trivial matter. Only third-tier students at Fong Yun University are eligible to receive a silver medal. The only thing that could make them shatter the silver token for help must be an extraordinary event capable of disturbing an entire city's populace. "Stop, we're here." A commanding shout rang out as the elder leading the group halted at the entrance of the residential area, accompanied by over 20 law enforcers dressed in sky-blue trench coats. All those who came this time were experts of the second tier or higher, considered top-notch in Linhai City. "The signal source is within the neighborhood. Team 2, stay on guard. Team 1, follow me inside." The elder leading the team confirmed the location, gave a cold order, and stepped into the neighborhood first. His mood was exceptionally heavy, an anomaly that could force a third-tier martial artist from Fong Yun University to urgently call for help. To be honest, such major events haven't occurred in Linhai City for many years. Otherwise, the Qingyi Bureau wouldn't have only the chief director possessing fourth-tier cultivation. Not long ago, he was ambushed and seriously injured by a peak third-tier fugitive, and he is still recovering. Fortunately, the fugitive was ultimately killed by a top student from Fong Yun University. Although he had never seen the student in person, the elder had seen the photo provided by the school. Indeed, a remarkable individual. If given the chance, he would truly like to thank him in person. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, the old man slowly circulated his inner energy, cautiously scanning his surroundings. The community security guard sat honestly in the pavilion, silently observing the actions of the enforcers. When had he ever seen such a scene? He didn't even dare to go check out the explosion sound earlier, let alone stop the people from the Bureau of Anomalies. If it were a deliveryman or a resident, he might still have the strength to put up a fight. A dozen law enforcers quickly rushed into the residential area and then came to a halt. A young girl in a yellow dress, her expression complex, walked out from the depths of the neighborhood, her eyes filled with shock as if she had witnessed something profoundly impactful. It wasn't until she saw the approaching law enforcers that she raised the shattered silver badge in her hand, signaling that she was the one who had called for help. Where is the anomaly? The elder leading the group glanced at the shattered silver token and instinctively asked, what exactly happened? Well, Lin Yun immediately felt a headache and raised her hand to rub her temples. She had spent 2 years at Fong Yun University and had seen all kinds of martial arts prodigies, but this was the first time she had ever seen someone in the True Blood realm directly kill 2 4th-tier martial artists and 1 3rd-tier martial artist. What was even more outrageous was that this True Blood realm individual could summon their souls after death to serve him. It was simply unbelievable. Recalling Yi Li's earlier performance, Lin Yun couldn't help but shiver. Speaking of which, this is the first time the True Blood realm has won a gold medal at Fong Yun University. No wonder their teacher repeatedly emphasized that this was an exception. An exception. There must be a reason for such an exception. With such terrifying strength, not to mention awarding the gold medal, even listing Yi Li on the Fong Yun rankings in advance seems perfectly justified. If someone is not convinced, they can only say, if you think you can do it, give it a try. After much deliberation, Lin Yun decided to first fulfill the other party's request and said in as calm a tone as possible, the Yang family in Shanzhou intends to bring chaos to Hanxia. Please contact the Qingyi Bureau in Shanzhou City and have them immediately dispatch enforcers to surround the Yang family. Chaos in Hanxia? Surrounding the Yang family? The leading elder's expression showed a hint of surprise. Shanzhou City was right next to Linhai City, so he had naturally heard of the Yang family. Although many of their actions had displeased the local Qingyi Bureau, overall, they could still be considered well-behaved, even actively sending people to help during beast-tide attacks. Why did it suddenly turn into sending troops to lay siege? Just as he was about to ask a couple more questions, a series of light, quick footsteps suddenly came from behind Lin Yun. The old man frowned slightly and immediately turned his head to look behind Lin Yun. His pupils suddenly contracted as he saw a young man in tattered white clothes approaching head-on, holding a blood-stained blue-gold spear in his hand, his demeanor calm and unhurried. The most crucial thing is that the old man knows this young boy. The Yang family of Shanzhou conspired to assassinate the deputy director of Linhai City, plotted rebellion, and caused chaos in Hanxia. They were caught red-handed. Yi Li casually tossed the gold token to the old man and said calmly, please trouble everyone to contact the Qingyi Bureau at Shanzhou City and help me surround the Yang family. Don't let a single one escape. Ransack the house? Lin Yun instinctively had this phrase flash through her mind and immediately gasped, her originally calm heart suddenly pounding for some unknown reason. Is this normal? That's right. After all, just hearing the words ransack the house would excite even a monkey. The leading elder held the gold medal symbolizing status. Although he wanted to complain inwardly, you're the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau, then who am I? He understood the urgency of the situation, and the other party indeed held the gold medal of Fong Yun University, which was equivalent to his own status. What's more, the other party had shown kindness to Linhai City. As the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau, how could he be ungrateful? The elder took a deep breath, cupped his hands, and said in a deep voice amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, turned around and shouted loudly, the Yang family of Shanzhou attempted to assassinate the deputy director of Linhai City's Qingyi Bureau. The evidence is conclusive. Prepare the vehicle immediately and escort this deputy director to Shanzhou. The group of enforcers, all seasoned veterans of the Bureau, reacted quickly, snapping out of their astonishment. They bowed in unison and shouted, understood. Shanzhou City, Yang family courtyard. As the sun set in the west, the sky was filled with clouds swirling in brilliant hues, dyeing the entire vast courtyard in a dazzling golden light. The weather is quite nice today. Standing in front of the main house, Yang Wanfeng squinted slightly. After consuming the heart's blood of several fourth-tier martial artists and using the Yang family's secret techniques, he was finally able to get out of bed and walk. But even so, Yang Wanfeng's mood remained difficult to lift. Fong Yun University, for some unknown reason, sent an amiable-looking fifth-tier elder. Although this elder had white hair and beard, was also fifth-tier, and about the same age as his grandfather, he was clearly far superior to his grandfather. Otherwise, the latter wouldn't be accompanying him with a blank expression all day, wandering idly around the Yang family estate. More importantly, Importantly, although a fourth-tier physician has promised to treat his injuries over the next 3 years, for the ambitious Yang Wanfeng, 3 years is simply too long. And all of this, every bit of it, is thanks to that Yili. Thinking of this, Yang Wanfeng clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain at all, because the anguish in his heart burned far more fiercely than any physical pain. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever made him so utterly resentful as Yili. So, all of this was Yili's fault, and definitely not his own. Judging by the time, Mother should have almost dealt with that Yili by now. Yang Wanfeng let out a soft breath, and his previously irritable mood finally eased a little. End his championship dream early and block his path of cultivation for the next 3 years. The younger sister who had been inseparable from him for over a decade now completely ignores him. Simply unforgivable. That's precisely why you must die. Yang Wanfeng's tone was icy, filled with resentment and murderous intent. At the same time, several dozen miles away from the Yang family estate, a group of figures dressed in sky-blue trenchcoats formed a continuous line, shining as brightly as daylight in the twilight. Under the command of a young man, this blue sky was surging toward the massive estate with an unstoppable and overwhelming momentum. Dusk falls. The blazing sun on the horizon slowly sinks, about to completely disappear below the horizon. The wind is picking up. Yili. Yang Wanfeng in front of the main house slightly raises his head, looking at the large tree swaying in the wind in the courtyard, and can't help but chuckle softly. Well then, Yili, it's time for you to die. After complaining, he turned around and walked into the house. His current body was weak and couldn't stay outside in the wind for long. At this moment, a familiar girl's voice suddenly came from not far away. Brother, who did you say is going to die? Yang Wanfeng was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then turned his head toward the direction of the voice. Sure enough, he saw Yang Wan, pale-faced, leaning against the wall, her eyes slightly red as she looked at him. Yang Wanfeng's heart leaped with joy. Wanner, has your body recovered? Grandfather gave me the heart's blood of a retainer, so at least I can move freely now. Yang Wan's calm voice carried an unprecedented sense of detachment. I heard you mention Yili. What happened to him? She heard the other party say the words go to hell and also mention the name Yili, but she didn't connect the two. After all, the other party held the gold medal from Fong Yun University. Within Hanxiao's territory, that gold medal was almost equivalent to an ancient imperial pardon for many prestigious sections. No force in Hanxia dared to touch these gold medal students. Even if there were grudges, they would wait until after graduation to settle them. Moreover, over the past couple of days, she had inexplicably been thinking about that young man in black robes, which prompted her to take the initiative to ask him. Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's lips curled into a smile, unable to hide his inner excitement. Mother took 2 top-ranking retainers to Linhai City to kill him. Yili is going to die today. Top-ranking retainers are a special title for retainers in the Yang family, reserved only for 4th-tier martial artists. Yang Wanfeng looked at the young girl in front of him, expecting her to smile like he did, but unexpectedly, Yang Wan's eyes widened sharply. She couldn't care about keeping her distance and exclaimed in shock, is Mother crazy? What if he escapes? He's the gold medalist of Fong Yun University. Wanner. Before she could finish speaking, a trace of panic flashed in Yang Wanfeng's eyes, and he quickly interrupted her. The fact that Yili was a top-tier student was something he had not yet disclosed to the rest of the Yang family. The reason was simple. He knew that core students of Fong Yun University held extremely high status in the outside world. If his grandfather found out, he would most likely choose not to kill Yili, at most teaching him a lesson or two to preserve the Yang family's reputation. But then, what about his own hatred? His meridians had been damaged by the cold energy, locking his cultivation level for the next 3 years, and even after recovery, it was uncertain whether he could return to his peak. Yili had already advanced to the 3rd tier, and although his current level was only at the 1st or 2nd stage, what about 3 years later? With Fong Yun University's training speed, Yili's advancement could very well be 2 stages per year. 3 years later, he might have already surpassed the 6th stage of the 3rd tier. By then, no matter what, he would be unable to catch up to him. Therefore, rather than worrying, it was better to ensure Yili remained forever at the 3rd tier. Although there was some risk involved, Yang Wanfeng was confident that with the Yang family's centuries-old foundation, even if he lost the gamble, it wouldn't be a total loss. The city of Shanzhou still needed the Yang family, and the Yang family still needed him. This was undoubtedly a worthwhile gamble. Thinking of this, Yang Wanfeng nervously glanced around. After confirming no one was nearby, he cautiously whispered, Wanner, lower your voice. Grandpa doesn't know about this yet. Yang Wan was completely flustered and asked in disbelief, are you crazy? Attacking and killing a core student of Fong Yun University is a crime equivalent to assassinating the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau. It's a treasonous act. As soon as she finished speaking, her face grew even paler, and her legs trembled as she stepped back. Chaotic country? When Yang Wanfeng heard this, his head buzzed, and he suddenly realized the earth-shattering thing he had done. His face changed drastically. Are you serious? Nonsense. Yang Wan wished she could immediately sever ties with the fool in front of her. She was so angry that her voice trembled. I really didn't expect you to do something like this. Recalling the phenomenon Yili summoned that day at the summit of the cracked mountain, her voice trembled even more. I don't care about you anymore. I'm leaving here right now. Wanner, what are you panicking about? Seeing Yang Wan turn to leave, Yang Wanfeng immediately burned with anger and gritted his teeth. Wasn't I just thinking about securing the guaranteed admission spot before? How would I have deliberately understood the weight of the gold medal? Besides, even if it's a grave crime against the nation, as long as the Yang family doesn't have to bear it directly, isn't that fine? When Mother turns herself into the Qingyi Bureau afterward and hands over those two honored guests, I don't believe the Qingyi Bureau will besiege the Yang family. As soon as he finished speaking, his breathing became rapid and his cheeks flushed red, clearly showing his extreme dissatisfaction with Yang Wan's attitude. Yang Wan was so furious she was about to lose her mind. The person she had once admired the most was now speaking so casually about her mother? That was her mother, and he was talking about abandoning her as if it were nothing? Just as she was about to curse out loud, several family servants suddenly rushed in from outside the courtyard, their expressions tense and uneasy. Something's wrong. Upon seeing Yang Wan and the others, they dropped to their knees with a thud and urgently shouted, "Young master, young miss, the Qingyi Bureau has dispatched over 100 enforcers and surrounded the Yang family completely. They're demanding everyone in the Yang family to come out. The family head is confronting them right now. You two should hurry over and take a look. It's over." At this moment, Yang Wanru felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss, her entire body almost collapsing to the ground. Beside her, Yang Wanfeng was in even worse condition. He staggered and fell straight onto the cold, hard ground, the dull sound of his body hitting the surface echoing in the air. The face that had been flushed red earlier was now deathly pale, as if all vitality had been drained from him. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, producing a clack-clack sound, clearly terrified to the extreme. What is going on? What exactly are they trying to do? Yang Wanfeng shouted in panic, his tone full of disbelief and despair. That's right. He suddenly turned his head to look at Yang Wan, his lips trembling slightly, and asked in a voice filled with extreme fear, Wanner, what should we do? What should we do now? Will the method I just mentioned work? How would I know? Yang Wan's voice was mixed with grief and a hint of sobbing. A sedan was speeding through the territory of Shanzhou City. To facilitate their actions, the three of them had all changed into the uniforms of Qingyi Bureau enforcers. However, aside from Yili, the expressions of the other two were somewhat unusual. The deputy director of Linhai City, who was driving, glanced at the handsome young man in the rearview mirror, a trace of emotion appearing on his aged face. Course students at Fong Yun University are usually only granted to juniors or seniors, but the young man in front of him is so young, at most a freshman or sophomore, perhaps not even 20 years old. Such talent is truly rare. If he could join the Qingyi Bureau of Linhai City after graduation, the old man felt he would wake up laughing from his dreams. It's a pity this is just wishful thinking. After all, such a major operation like raiding a household is something even he, an elder who has guarded Linhai City for decades, has only done a few times, and only against minor forces. The other party, so young, has directly set their sights on the Yang family of Shanzhou, surely not an ordinary person in the future. The elder's heart surged with emotions as his gaze shifted forward. After a moment, he slowly spoke. In another 10 minutes, we will arrive at the Yang family in Shanzhou City. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun in the back seat felt a slight stir in her heart. She turned her head to look at Yili, unable to help but wonder how he would plan this operation. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Lin Yun already had a general understanding of the young man's style of doing things. He is always polite to kind or normal people, but as long as someone harbors malice toward him, even just a trace, the young man will show no mercy when taking action. With unparalleled talent and unwavering determination, if you can become his friend, perhaps the wish for a peaceful and carefree life in the latter half of your days might truly come true. Thinking of this, Lin Yun took a deep breath and carefully began to speak. There's one more thing. Yili, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. Go ahead. Martial Arts University has close ties with the Qingyi Bureau in daily operations. Since you hold the gold medal from Fong Yun University, according to the Qingyi Bureau's rules, they'll treat you as one of their own before you graduate. So for this operation, you have the authority to take command. Don't be too polite with them. Judging by how they treat top students, as long as you don't act invisible, the credit will definitely go to you as first merit. Lin Yun spoke seriously, implying that Yili must firmly take control of the operation's leadership. Only in this way could he secure the first merit afterward. A first merit of this level could probably be exchanged for several first-class credits at Fong Yun University, bringing significant benefits to the other party. The elderly driver did not respond, clearly acquiescing to Lin Yun's words. Comparing oneself to others can really drive you mad. This saying is so true. Lin Yun let out a sigh of relief, rested her head against the car window, and said with a bitter smile, being able to lead such an initiative even before starting school will be very beneficial for your future path. If you perform well, you might even secure a spot in this year's martial baptism. Martial baptism? Yili looked up and asked. Ah, this is a grand prize established by Fong Yun University University for outstanding martial artists. Only students in the top 10 of the Fong Yun ranking are eligible to receive it. As for how precious this opportunity is, let me put it this way, someone like Senior Sister Chen, with her personality, once fought tooth and nail for a spot in the top 10 of the Fong Yun ranking just to get this. You haven't met Senior Sister Chen yet, but that's okay. Just remember, she's a ruthless martial arts prodigy without emotions. Mentioning Senior Sister Chen's name, Lin Yin's words were full of reverence and admiration. How strong are the top 10 on the wind and cloud ranking? Yili noted down this unfamiliar term in his mind. The other party spoke so enticingly, it seemed the effect was indeed extraordinary. If the timing was right, he might even wait for an opportunity. They can all defeat 4th-tier martial artists. Lin Yun blurted out, then immediately realized the situation of having just killed 2 4th-rank martial artists. Her words sounded as if she were saying, they're almost the same as the 2 you just killed. She quickly added, it's hard to say about the top 5, but with your current combat strength you can definitely make it into the top 10. Just be patient and wait. Even for the top 10 on the wind and cloud ranking, without the corresponding performance, they wouldn't qualify for the martial land baptism. So, rather than letting you keep thinking about them, it's better to wait for them to complete this operation first. Yili lightly nodded his chin. He could understand the other party's good intentions. To be honest, he was worried he might get stage fright, but that was overthinking it. It would be better to worry about whether he might go overboard. Outside the car window, the night gradually enveloped the earth. Moments later, the car carrying the 3 of them slowly stopped in front of a grand mansion. Here we are. The old man exhaled a deep breath, looked up at the rearview mirror, and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. To be honest, he really wanted to follow and take a look, but Linhai City still needed his watchful presence, so he couldn't stay long. If the spring breeze has compassion for the flowers, could it grant me youth once more? The deputy director of Linhai City sighed quietly, suppressing the impulse in his heart, and finally instructed, friend, the head of the Yang family is a 5th-tier expert. Although both the chief and deputy chief of Shanzhou City are also 5th-tier, you still need to be careful to prevent any mishaps. Yili responded politely with a simple then swiftly got out of the car. Speaking of which, Soul Mastery had already provided a thorough report on the physical conditions of Yang Mei and the other 2, which helped him clarify some doubts. Why would 2 4th-tier martial artists with boundless potential risk the death penalty to follow Yang Mei to Linhai City with the intent of assassinating him? After seeing the blood pact on their hearts, the answer to this question naturally became clear. With their lives and deaths controlled by others, and being 4th-tier martial artists, how could they not obediently follow orders? Moreover, Yili also discovered that this so-called blood pact could actually draw the precious heart's blood of martial artists out of their bodies. Such a method of treating retainers truly opened Yili's eyes. However, this matter might usually attract attention, but right now, none of it matters, because suppressing a rebellion only ever requires a list and coordinates. Alas! Under the cover of night, a fierce wind howled in. Lin Yun inside the car instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, her pupils trembling slightly. Through the gaps between her fingers, she saw the young man stretch lazily, a terrifying killing intent surging from his body. The golden waist token at his side was particularly dazzling, and his sky blue coat fluttered fiercely in the strong wind. Yili took a deep breath, the icy sensation filling his entire chest cavity. That surge of extreme cold true energy, far surpassing others of the same level, surged rapidly within like a turbocharger. Sensing the aura emanating from the young man, Lin Yun couldn't help but ask with a trembling voice, are you planning to wipe out the entire Yang family? That depends on how they behave. Yili casually left this remark, his steps light as his figure slowly merged into the grand mansion shrouded in the night. In front of the Yang family estate, a group of enforcers surrounded the area tightly, their expressions cold and indifferent, with their hands resting on the treasured swords at their waists. Silently and without warning, a faint yet palpable killing intent enveloped the entire Yang family estate. The head of the Yang family had a gloomy expression, with his inner irritation almost written all over his face. Well, there's one more thing. He truly hadn't expected that a 3rd-tier, 6th-level martial artist, accompanied by 2 early 4th-tier top retainers, would fail to assassinate a young man who had just entered the 3rd tier. Moreover, they allowed the other party to safely report the situation to the Qingyi Bureau. At this moment, the Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou City had dispatched more than half of its enforcers to inform him of the Yang family's criminal attempt to disrupt the nation. A member of the Yang family named Yang Mei, accompanied by 2 4th-tier retainers, attacked the core students of Fong Yun University. The Hanxia Qingyi Bureau has always maintained a tolerant attitude toward many prominent sects within the country, but this matter is universally recognized as a red line. Only then did the Yang family patriarch realize that the young martial artist named Yili was actually a core student of Fong Yun University. Who could have imagined? He had never heard about this matter from Yang Wanfeng. Out of trust for his grandson, he had always conducted thorough investigations in the past. This time, in order not to miss the opportunity, he acted with unprecedented haste to retaliate, and as a result, something truly went wrong. The elder of the Yang family felt felt his throat tighten as his gaze swept over the many pale-faced young family members behind him. For the first time, he had the urge to slap young Wanfeng to death. Creak! Opposite him, 3 fifth-tier elders stood in formation. 2 of them were the director and deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau in Shanzhou City, while the other was Yili, the mentor he had just spent a day accompanying around the young family. At this moment, Yili's bloodshot eyes were fixed on him with a piercing stare. Elder Yu was surrounded by a gentle breeze, but the killing intent in his eyes was almost tangible. If it weren't for the 2 people beside him holding him back, he might have already charged forward. It must be said that the oppressive aura of the 3 fifth-tier martial artists is truly extraordinary. Hundreds of members of the young family all had weak knees, completely devoid of the will to resist, and could only look helplessly at the head of the young family, hoping he could come up with a solution. At this moment, Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan walked out of the courtyard trembling, their faces equally pale, their legs shaking. The head of the young family was instantly furious, stepped forward, and directly approached the 2, questioning Yang Wanfeng in a deep voice. Do you know that Yili is a gold medal student? I know. Yang Wanfeng didn't dare to look the elder in the eye, lowered his head, and said sincerely through gritted teeth, I'm sorry, Grandpa. I didn't explain the situation fully and caused trouble for you. The head of the young family suppressed the anger in his heart, understanding that taking action at this moment would be equivalent to admitting he was also aware. Moreover, I heard that the other party was caught red-handed, which means Yang Mei is still alive. In that case, keeping Yang Wanfeng around might still be useful. He thought Yang Mei is also a smart person. For such a simple choice between one person being doomed or the whole family being doomed, there's no need for him to say much. The head of the young family stopped wasting words, turned around, and walked toward the 3 fifth-tier martial artists holding the scene. Clearing his throat, he chuckled softly and said, Gentlemen, as I just mentioned, I truly had no knowledge of this matter. It was Yang Mei's own decision. I just said it. The bureau chief of Shanzhou City interrupted coldly. This matter is not up to you, nor is it up to me. We have to wait for little friend Yili to arrive in person to make a decision. All right. The head of the young family gritted his teeth and nodded. Just as he was about to retreat into the courtyard, he suddenly sensed an aura rapidly approaching. It wasn't just him. The expressions of the 3 fifth-tier elders also shifted slightly, especially Elder Yu, whose eyes lit up sharply. The 4 of them simultaneously looked toward the courtyard entrance, only to see a green afterimage wrapped in a fierce wind streaking toward them. It landed directly in front of the courtyard, a tall figure holding a long spear. Yili stepped out of the wind unhurriedly, his expression calm, casually tossing the figure he was holding in his other hand before the crowd. The person was dressed in ordinary clothes, with a handsome face, but now pale and trembling uncontrollably. It was Yang Mei. Seeing this scene, the head of the young family held his breath but secretly let out a sigh of relief. Captured alive, there was still hope. Yili ignored the hundreds of gazes, nearly giving the head of the young family a brief glance before turning to look at the overjoyed Yu Wang. Said you'd help me guard the young family, but ended up releasing 2 fourth-tier. He sighed, his thin lips slightly parted. Old dang, you really are useless. Humiliated a 5th-tier elder over 100 years old. Evil value plus 800. This one's on me. The old man blushed and scratched his head awkwardly. You are Yili? The deputy director of Shanzhou City showed a smile. Pleasure to meet you. I am the deputy director of the Shanzhou City Bureau of Supernatural Affairs. We can get acquainted afterward. Before he finished speaking, he waved his hand lightly, and over 100 law enforcers outside the courtyard swiftly took action, sealing off all exits of the young family compound. All 187 official enforcers of Shanzhou City are present. Please give your instructions. All right. Yili nodded slightly. So you are Brother Yili, truly a young and outstanding talent, remarkable in appearance. The head of the young family took a deep breath, his face brimming with a smile. He quickly stepped forward, reaching out to shake hands in a gesture of goodwill. No need to be polite. Yili extended his hand for a light handshake, a faint smile on his lips as he said, I'm here to raid your house, and I'm ready to get started. As soon as the words fell, swish, 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 hundreds of blades were unsheathed simultaneously, the sound of them slicing through the air deafening. All the enforcers' eyes instantly focused on the tall figure, awaiting his next command. Without a word, the air was suddenly filled with an intense killing intent. The head of the young family twitched slightly at the corner of his eye, his heartbeat accelerating. Despite the unease in his heart, he forced a smile and spoke respectfully. My friend, I've heard about the attack you encountered, but I truly had no prior knowledge of this matter. It was entirely Yang Mei's own decision. The head of the young family smiled even more sincerely, his tone becoming even more respectful. Including her, those 2 retainers have already been dealt with by the Qingyi Bureau. In addition, the young family is willing to offer 2 fourth-tier visualization techniques as a token of compensation. What do you think? As soon as the words fell, the scene plunged into dead silence. I said, caught red-handed. Buzz. Yili's voice was calm, devoid of any trace of emotion. He kicked over Yang Mei, who was sitting on the ground, and said indifferently, why don't you tell us what exactly the young family has done? Hearing this, the young family head and Yang Wanfeng in the crowd both both subtly let out a barely noticeable sigh of relief. Although Yang Mei, lying on the ground, appeared miserable, her eyes were exceptionally clear, showing no signs of being controlled by a secret technique. The insiders of the Young family could see this at a glance. Under the expectant gazes of many Young family members and the solemn stares of over 100 enforcers, Yang Mei suddenly raised her head and shouted loudly. The assassination was the family head's idea. Except for Yang Wan, all the direct disciples of the Young family knew about it. The Young family has also secretly used the heart's blood of civilians and retainers in Shanzhou City as a medicinal primer to practice the blood ignition secret technique. Who knows how many people died during the blood extraction process? The Young family, under the banner of avenging every grievance, deceives followers into signing blood contracts, later turning them into blood slaves for cultivation. Her words were swift and resounding, echoing in everyone's ears. The faces of the two directors of the Qingyi Bureau darkened instantly, while over 100 enforcers gripped their sword hilts tightly. The atmosphere of confrontation escalated rapidly, and a terrifying killing intent swept through the entire residence. Yili looked at Yang Mei with slight astonishment. His order was merely for her to tell the truth, but he hadn't expected her to reveal every detail about the blood contracts. However, at this moment, those details no longer mattered. Under the bright moonlight, Yili raised the golden token high, his hair lightly brushing against the wind. His dark eyes gazed indifferently at the stunned head of the Young family as he coldly said, "The Young family intends to throw the nation into chaos. Arrest them all." Before the words had even faded, over 100 figures in green cloaks shot out like arrows piercing the night. The once calm gale suddenly intensified, and a chilling aura descended upon the land. The young man's raised eyes shone like the vast stars, radiating a divine brilliance. Yili considered himself not to be cold-blooded. He still possessed emotions and desires, far from being some saintly figure who viewed others as mere weeds. Otherwise, with such a system at his disposal, he could have easily embarked on a path of killing anyone he encountered. Whoosh! Perhaps this seems a bit pretentious, but Yili insists on moving forward while staying true to himself, earning sin points by standing firm. To be honest, it's hard for him to act as a completely emotionless executioner. However, following his own thoughts and earning more sin points as he pleases is no problem. Anyone who resists shall be killed without mercy. The boy's voice was icy, echoing throughout the Young family courtyard, exuding a bone-chilling coldness that made every member of the Young family present feel a deep sense of dread. A single sentence determined the life and death of the Young family, exuding an awe-inspiring aura that struck fear into people's hearts. In the crowd, Yang Wan's face was deathly pale, her fear barely concealed, and her heartbeat grew increasingly rapid. Her gaze lingered on the boy's profile but quickly averted when he turned to look at her. "My Young family's century-old foundation." The head of the Young family listened to Yili's words, his face ashen, his voice choked with grief and humiliation, unable to accept the situation before him. He understood that ever since Yang Mei exposed the crimes of the Young family was destined to disappear from Shanzhou City. The direct descendants of the family would be sent to the front lines to fight against the beasts, and as the head of the family, he himself was very likely to end up as a prisoner. The root of all this was simply because the Young family harbored murderous intent toward the warrior Yili. No, even earlier than that, it was when Yang Wanfeng and his sister provoked him during the martial exam, indirectly leading to today's tragedy. Moreover, why would Yang Mei be so spineless, confessing everything so clearly in no time at all? For a moment, the head of the Young family was in utter turmoil, his heart feeling as if it were being cut by a knife. If he could go back to a week ago, he would undoubtedly have killed Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan without hesitation. Unfortunately, there are not so many ifs in this world. It's too late to say anything now. The young man in green robes stood with his hands behind his back, his golden eyes sweeping over the many members of the Young family. With a gentle wave of his hand, clang! Hundreds of enforcers formed a battle formation, their aura perfectly unified, the smooth blades reflecting the bright moon in the sky. Led by Yili, they surged mightily toward the members of the Young family. Many members of the Young family were so frightened by the scene that they collapsed to the ground. Some shouted loudly to surrender and obediently allowed themselves to be shackled. Others panicked and fled into the courtyard, trying to find a way to escape. For a moment, cries for mercy echoed across the Young family estate. Some attempted to break through and resist, but as soon as they mustered their momentum and charged toward the young man in green, they were either slapped down or punched hard into the ground, unable to even struggle. The appearance was extremely miserable. A few seconds later, more than a dozen law enforcers arrived, struggling to drag the severely injured members of the Young family off the ground and put them in shackles. They looked in the direction where Yili had left, their expressions carrying a hint of admiration. Although they had heard rumors before, even they had to obey the young martial artist, a core student of Fong Yun University, who was no ordinary person. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be so extraordinary. Not only did he personally lead the team to storm into the Young family estate, but he also spared no effort in using his inner energy to help them suppress the unrest. It should be noted that besieging renowned sects is an extremely dangerous task for enforcers, with a casualty rate second only to that of beast tides. The other party party's fearless charge at the forefront greatly alleviated their burden. Simply the ideal boss that every worker dreams of. These members of the Young family actually dare to resist. They really don't know their place. On the other side, inside the Young family compound, ding! Yili's figure swiftly darted around, hammering down one rebel after another who tried to resist, while the system's broadcast voice continuously echoed in his ears. Amidst his joy, he gradually came to realize the terrifying nature of soul command. It made former enemies serve him wholeheartedly. At first glance, it seemed nothing out of the ordinary, but upon closer reflection, this service was truly outrageous. Yili initially thought this skill was merely for assisting in battles, but he hadn't expected it could also make them use the knowledge and resources they had accumulated in life to aid him. For example, the Young family estate covers a vast area with a complex layout, and he almost got lost several times. But every time this happened, Yang Mei would appear. "My lord, I know a shortcut. Please follow me." With her guidance, Yili successfully captured many Young family members who tried to escape. No wonder they say to eliminate traitors first during a war between two nations. Yili felt proud while sincerely marveling in his heart. The whistling wind by his ears accompanied his growing familiarity with the mansion, and his speed became faster and faster. Finally, in a corner, he blocked a familiar figure, a refined yet disheveled young man. It was none other than Yang Wanfeng. "Thank you. What a coincidence." Yili walked over slowly, speaking as if greeting someone. "Yili, bro, ancestor." Yang Wanfeng saw Yili approaching step by step and hurriedly scrambled backward, shouting in alarm, "Don't come over. I surrender. I'm willing to submit to the Qingyi Bureau." Before he could finish speaking, his face was tightly gripped by 5 distinct fingers and slammed fiercely onto the ground. The force wasn't overwhelming, just enough to make him writhe in pain but not lose consciousness. "Lies." Yili let go of his hand, looked at young Wanfeng, who was still conscious, and calmly asked, "What's your name?" "Name? You beat me like this, brought people to storm into the Young family, and still don't know my name?" The dizzy and dazed young Wanfeng was stunned at first, then a strong sense of shame and anger surged in his heart. This is simply too insulting. But the situation leaves no choice. He still wobbled as he got up from the ground, obediently knelt in front of Yili, breathing heavily. "Yang Wanfeng." "Yang Wanfeng." Yili nodded and repeated it. Then he suddenly remembered a somewhat hellish joke and asked with a smile, "Do you know what can still talk after it's dead? A skeleton monster?" "Wrong." Yili slightly shook his head and chuckled softly. "It's your horse." After speaking, he gently snapped his fingers. Under Yang Wanfeng's astonished gaze, Yang Mei's figure quietly appeared beside him. "What did you say?" This former beautiful woman now wore a respectful expression, kneeling before Yili with perfect decorum, and softly began to speak. "My lord, what are your orders?" "Yang Wanfeng? No way, are you serious? Publicly humiliating the eldest young master of the Young family in Shanzhou City, evil value plus 3,000. This. Yang Wanfeng could hardly believe his eyes. At this moment, his mind suddenly cleared, and he understood many things. Why could the other party reveal the crimes of the Young family? Why did Yili say the evidence was irrefutable? His pupils trembled violently, and his voice was filled with shock. What kind of innate ability is this? He had never heard of a martial talent in the world that could turn the dead into slaves. One last question. Yili did not respond to his questioning but stood up in front of Yang Wanfeng. A long spear appeared in the hand of the young man in green, though his words carried not the slightest hint of threat. "Are you the one who wants to kill me?" Yang Wanfeng opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Even if he were a fool, he had already noticed during these few confrontations that the other parties seemed to possess the ability to see through lies. His mind raced, trying every possible way to break the deadlock. But the moment he saw Yili tighten his grip on the spear, his composure completely shattered. "It's not me." Yang Wanfeng's liver and gall shattered as he cried out in shock. "It's Yang Wan. She harbors resentment and insists I help her take revenge." Before he could finish speaking, his head exploded like fireworks, and his body fell straight to the ground. "Killed a tier 2 level 8 martial artist, evil deeds value plus 1,000. As expected, with the increase in strength, many methods yield far greater benefits than killing. Yili sighed silently. To be honest, this kind of hypocrite full of lies disgusted him so much that he didn't even consider signing a life and death emperor pact with him. After dealing with Yang Wanfeng, Yili stood up from the ground but did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked up at the night sky. Outside the courtyard, the night was deep, with constant bursts of true energy fluctuations shaking the ground. Brilliant lights illuminated half the sky. Through his perception, he could sense over a dozen figures engaged in fierce combat outside the courtyard, each exuding an aura far stronger than his own. Clearly, 4th tier and even 5th tier martial artists were locked in an intense battle. Put. The chief and deputy chief of Shanzhou City, Fong Yun University mentor Yu Wang, the head of the Young family, over a dozen senior Yang family retainers, and several senior enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau. The fight is intense, it won't end anytime soon. Later, I'll try my luck. Picking up someone who's already weakened would still be a gain. Yili put away his spear, pressed his finger against his chin and thought for a moment, then leapt onto the beam and swiftly headed out of the courtyard. Only after Yili's figure disappeared into the night did a young girl near the corner, not far from Yang Wanfeng's corpse, dare to take deep breaths of fresh air. She was tall and slender, with sweet and delicate features, but her pale, doll-like face was devoid of color. It was Yan Wan. Even while leaning against the wall, her frail body trembled uncontrollably, her reddened eyes fixed on the corpse in the corner, Yang Wanfeng. Although she had already felt estranged from Yang Wanfeng in her heart, years of companionship had still left her with some lingering expectations. But those expectations were completely shattered the moment she saw him lying to the young man in green. Even in his final moments, he was still trying to pin the blame on her. Yang Wan's heart was filled with grief and anger. What vow to protect you for a lifetime? It was all lies. In Yang Wanfeng's eyes, perhaps only his own life mattered the most. It was just that the enemies he had encountered were weaker than him, allowing him to feign righteousness. Once faced with a stronger and more ruthless opponent, this facade instantly collapsed. Boom! However, no matter what, he is already dead now. The figure she once admired in her heart has also been replaced by someone else. Tears welled up in Yang Wan's eyes as she looked at the corpse, almost biting her lip. Brother, be more careful in your next life. I truly wish I had never known you. More than 10 years of companionship, even with a dog, would evoke some sadness. After speaking, she looked up in the direction where the young man had disappeared, and a surge of intense emotion rose in her heart. The other party had besieged the Yang family, and she should have hated him to the core, yet why did her heart always tremble uncontrollably every time she saw him? Yang Wan fell silent. After a moment, she softly murmured, Yili, eh? At that moment, a young voice behind her, tinged with surprise, exploded like thunder. Your perception is really impressive. In an instant, Yang Wan's scalp went numb, as if it were about to explode. From just now until now, she hadn't even noticed someone behind her. She whipped around abruptly and fixed her gaze. All she saw was a figure in a green robe entering her sight. The handsome young man she both loved and hated was already standing before her, his palm ablaze with white cloud-like energy, as if it were about to descend upon her. Yili, you didn't leave? Yang Wan exclaimed in shock. Without time to ask more, she immediately activated the true energy within her body and simultaneously employed the blood ignition secret technique, her aura instantly surging to the level of the 3rd tier. Yet even so, it was like an ant trying to stop a chariot, as she was instantly suppressed by the vast aura that far exceeded her own. Bang! Yili casually struck aside her hastily raised arms and directly clamped his hand around her slender neck, slowly lifting her off the ground. However, a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Her instinctive exclamation just now indicated that she hadn't sensed his presence, so why had she called out his name? If you didn't notice me, then why did you call my name? Yili asked, puzzled. Yang Wan's cheeks suddenly flushed red, her legs struggling desperately. Yili frowned slightly, applying a bit more force with his fingers. Struggle one more time, and you can forget about moving for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Yan Wan's face stiffened, and she had no choice but to stop struggling. Answer my question. Yili loosened his grip slightly, his voice calm. Since I arrived at the Yang family, you've been secretly watching me all along, haven't you? The detained Yan Wan said she didn't know, so it must be true that she didn't know. Judging solely from her actions, the crime doesn't warrant death, but if she harbored other intentions, that would be a different matter. After all, the other members of the Yang family didn't dare to look him in the eye, yet she alone secretly stared at him from beginning to end, which was clearly unusual. What do you want to do? Yang Wan asked. I want to. Her expression shifted dramatically. I don't recommend lying, Yili said calmly, though his dark eyes were as cold as snow drifting on a midwinter lake, making Yang Wan's heart tighten sharply. Her breathing quickened, and after a brief struggle, she finally rasped out, I want to stay by your side. This was not without reason. From the moment he came to confiscate the family property, Yang Wan had already conceived this idea. The young man had just graduated from martial arts high school and had already become a 3rd-tier martial artist. With extraordinary talent, mysterious strength, and boundless potential, his future was limitless. As for herself, the family she once relied on had been dismantled, and she would likely only be able to join the Clear Anomaly Bureau in a 1st-tier city. While it seemed barely acceptable, in reality, her life would hang by a thread. She had heard that the core students of Stormcloud University were allowed to bring one servant to accompany them during their studies. If the young man agreed, she, the former eldest daughter of the Young family, wouldn't mind humbling herself to become his servant. Of course, the two of them would need to be in a romantic relationship. Then, he could teach her martial arts, lend her resources, and perhaps her life could take a turn for the better, with even the hope of breaking through to the 3rd tier before the age of 20. Thinking of this, Yang Wan's heart burned even hotter. Yili frowned slightly, a clear look of disgust flashing in his eyes as he pushed her away. What are you getting all worked up for? Yang Wan fell heavily to the ground, coughing violently twice before gritting her teeth and saying, I really do like you. I'm willing to do anything for you. Lies. Yili sneered. Do you like that I killed your brother, or that I destroyed the Yang family? Neither. Yang Wan's expression shifted slightly, not expecting his words to be so sharp. She thought to herself, any ordinary guy would be overjoyed and agree. Immediately after hearing this, right? Even Yang Wanfeng in his lifetime couldn't resist. Anxious but determined for the sake of her future, she forced herself to say, "But I truly want to stay by your side, and I'm willing to give up everything for it." That does sound sincere. Yili raised his eyebrows slightly and then asked, "Then what can you do? I'm beautiful and can be your girlfriend." Yang Wan raised her head, biting her lip as if she had made a great sacrifice. "My talent isn't bad either. As long as you're willing and genuinely good to me, I will definitely be able to help you in the future." Her gentle and sweet face, though bearing a few lingering scars, still made it hard for people to look away. "So that's it, I understand now. You want me to invest in you." Boom! But Yili paid no attention to her face. Nodding as he walked up to her, he spoke in a calm voice. "How about this? If you can take one strike from me, I'll agree to it." Boom! Really? Yang Wan recalled catching his 2 punches last time and immediately asked in surprise. "Of course." Yili's response was as calm and unruffled as usual. "I never lie." Yang Wan instantly became excited. "Alright then." As soon as the words fell, Yili gathered all his energy into a concentrated force and struck out with a sudden palm. Boom! What seemed like a light and effortless palm strike landed heavily on Yang Wan's chest, and the crisp sound of bones breaking echoed sharply. Crack! Yang Wan's body was instantly hit as if by a massive blow. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, her eyes filled with disbelief. Her body flew uncontrollably backward, smashing through one solid wall after another like a cannonball. Each impact carried immense force, with bricks and stones scattering in all directions and dust filling the air. In the end, her body slammed heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away, producing a dull thud. Her eyes rolled back, and her breath was as faint as a thread. Utterly baffling. Yi Li's voice was icy as he withdrew his hand. He glanced at the unconscious young lady of the Young family, let out a cold snort, and turned to walk out of the courtyard. Truly, her brain must have been damaged. He had originally planned to settle the battle results, but the other party neither showed gratitude nor wanted to drag him into some kind of romance game. This kind of person is probably making a joke of themselves. Outside the Young family courtyard, the fierce wind howled. The 4 elders continuously emitted various radiances, their battle aura shaking the heavens and the earth, even causing the Young family's land to tremble and crack. Although the Young family had only one 5th-rank martial artist as the head of the family, there were more than 10 4th-rank martial artists among the clansmen and retainers. Even if a few 4th-tier clansmen were too afraid of death to fight desperately, the remaining 8 honored guests had no choice but to resist with all their might, prioritizing their survival. The Young family's lineup couldn't even compare to some 4th-tier cities' Qingyi Bureau. The Hanxia troops stationed outside the Young family, to avoid collateral damage, could only use low-tier weapons such as anti-tank sniper rifles. The reaction speed of 5th-tier martial artists is extremely fast. Even if ambushed, they can instantly dodge sniper bullets. Both sides were locked in fierce combat, with piercing sonic booms erupting one after another, fully showcasing the immense power of 5th-tier warriors. Relying on the absolute advantage of 3 5th-tier warriors, despite the stalemate, the Qingyi faction firmly held the upper hand, and the fall of the Young family was only a matter of time. The ground was in complete disarray. Yu Wang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a gentle breeze swirling around him, his aura as steady as a rock, clearly in control of the battlefield. He glanced indifferently at the battle not far away and said coldly, "Preserving your useful life to slay beasts in the future and earn merits, isn't that better? This way, you still have a chance to live." The noble elder opposite him knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, his body covered in wounds, with one arm already gone, looking utterly miserable. Upon hearing this, the Young family head smiled bitterly and said, "Sir, I have at most 20 years left to live. Do you want me to spend the rest of my life as a laborer in the Qingyi Bureau?" Unlike those powerful individuals who can break through the 5th stage and 6th level at just over 100 years old, this 5th stage, 1st level martial artist at the age of 180 is not far from the 200-year lifespan limit. Spending the rest of his life fighting against exotic beasts, the Young family patriarch would rather die than live such a life. "At least you can still live." Yu Wang's voice was calm. "Ha, to think you're a professor at Fong Yun University, yet you don't understand the principle of it's hard to go from luxury to frugality?" The head of the Young family forced himself to sit up. Despite trying his best to steady his voice, he couldn't hide his exhaustion and weakness. After leading the Young family to glory for decades, he was defeated by a young martial artist not even 20 years old, his heart filled with regret and unwillingness. He gazed despondently at the battle unfolding not far away. At this moment, all the 4th-tier warriors of the Young family have surrendered, and among the 8 4th-tier retainers, 5 are seriously injured, leaving only 3 struggling under the command of the 2 Shan City Bureau chiefs. Judging by his expression, it seems he won't last much longer. One careless move, and the entire game is lost. The head of the Young family sighed deeply. At this point, no matter what happens, the Young family is finished. I can only blame myself for not being ruthless enough back then. If I had sent a few more 4th-tier warriors to surround and kill that kid, the outcome might have been different. Speaking of which, the other side was quite decisive, attacked in the morning. morning, and by evening, they came straight to raid the house. Thinking of this, the young family head looked at Elder Yu, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. That kid acts so heartlessly and unethically. Aren't you afraid of raising a disaster? That's none of your concern. The old man shook his head and chuckled lightly, retorting, you make it sound like my disciple killed your young family members for no reason. Wasn't it your people who struck first? He was the one who made my grandson Yang Wanfeng unable to cultivate for 3 years. The head of the Yang family glared with venomous hatred in his eyes. I must settle this score with him. Boom. Come on now, you know very well what kind of character your grandson has. The old man chuckled and said that the student he initially selected for the recommendation was actually Yang Wanfeng. However, upon discovering that this so-called model genius was secretly engaging in vile acts with his younger sister's photo and even sneaking his own blood into others' meals and spiritual medicines, he changed his mind. Although the specific effects of this were unclear to the old man, judging by Yang Wanfeng's sneaky and self-satisfied demeanor, it was definitely not something good. If not for this, he would have already given the recommendation spot to this so-called model genius of Shanzhou City. Fortunately, he observed a little more closely. Noticing the slight change in the young family patriarch's expression, the old man continued with a smile, I dare to bet that, given your grandson's insidious nature, he must have tried to play dirty but ended up being severely taught a lesson by my prized disciple instead. As soon as these words were spoken, the young family patriarch's expression shifted repeatedly, and he fell silent. Next time you want to sow discord, take a good look in the mirror first. Don't think I wouldn't dare to kill you. If it weren't for wanting to help lighten the burden on my colleagues at the Qingyi Bureau, that strike just now would have cost you more than just an arm. The old man stroked his beard proudly. If you don't believe me, just keep struggling. Hearing this, the head of the Yang family clenched and unclenched his fists several times. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, I understand. I surrender. A ball of blood-red energy appeared in his palm. With a wave of his hand, the 2 fourth-tier retainers who had been struggling immediately raised their hands and shouted loudly, we surrender. At least you know what's good for you. The old man took out a heavy shackle from his storage treasure, raised his hand, and tossed it to the other party, then casually applied a restriction. With this, the operation to eliminate the Yang family officially came to an end. It shouldn't be difficult to credit Yili with the first merit. This way, that boy will have a bit more reverence for me. The old man was in an excellent mood. At this moment, a familiar tall and slender figure slowly walked out from the Yang family courtyard, a few traces of excitement on his handsome face. It was none other than Yili. After seeing the situation outside the courtyard, the excitement on his face quickly faded. Finished? Yili asked helplessly. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have wasted words with that young one. Not only was her malice value low, but he also felt genuinely disgusted. It was a complete loss, utterly thorough. Later, he must use these eyes of deception to thoroughly scour the young family inside and out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to calm his heart. Finished. Boom. Elder Yu walked up to Yili with a smile, coughed lightly twice, and said, tomorrow, you will accompany me back to Fong Yun University to avoid any further accidents on the way. Yili nodded slightly. He had originally planned to go over earlier to quickly understand the situation. The martial arts library had not been updated for a long time and was gradually falling behind the iterations. For example, the Heavenly Gang Void Stepping technique, which was so useful at the 2nd tier, ended up being ineffective this morning. When facing that 4th tier Green Mountain swordsman, his arm was forcibly severed. The pain was intense, and if not for Yili's stable golden soul and firm will, he might have needed some time to recover. Yili, the head of the Yang family, clenched the shackles in his hand, resentment surging in his heart. Compared to the spirited young man, how pitiful his current state was. When the young man came out, he even glanced at him, his gaze seemingly tinged with a hint of regret. Regret for what? Regret that he surrendered? The Yang family was already gone, yet this boy was still not satisfied and wanted to kill me too? Does he truly see me as an old dog to be humiliated at will? The head of the Yang family breathed more heavily, anger boiling within him. He wanted to fight to the death but felt uncertain about his chances. Finally, after seeing Yu Wang completely step into the courtyard, the killing intent in his eyes erupted at last, intense and pure. Suppressed for so long, the old man's earlier surrender was actually just a ploy to find an opportunity to kill the young man. In front of the courtyard, Yili seemed to sense something and suddenly turned around. He saw 2 4th-tier retainers, who were about to be shackled, suddenly spring into action. The 2 city chiefs of Shanzhou were instantly drawn in and shouted sternly, outrageous. At that very moment, the patriarch of the Yang family forcefully tore apart the restriction imposed by Yu Wang, abruptly stood up, and charged toward Yili with murderous intent. At the speed of breaking the sound barrier, he instantly appeared in front of Yili. In the common knowledge of the high martial world, the extreme punching power of an ordinary peak 3rd-tier martial artist can reach approximately 8,000 kilograms. However, Yili's punching power can reach 12,000 kilograms, precisely because his peak 3rd-tier cultivation was achieved under the dual refinement of the perfect level S-grade breathing technique and S-grade tempering technique. This is almost unprecedented in the history history of Hanxia. If it is ensured that Hanxia's historical records have no omissions or falsehoods, then the word almost can also be removed. This is also one of the reasons why Yi Li's combat power far surpasses that of an average third-tier peak martial artist. Not to mention the 5-minute enhancement from Golden Soul Awakening, which can boost his punching power to a terrifying 30,000 kilograms and his physical speed to approximately 300 meters per second. Based on physical stats alone, he is significantly stronger than an ordinary early-stage 4th-tier martial artist. However, this is only at the physical level. The Heavenly Bridge of a 4th-tier warrior and the Divine Mansion of a 5th-tier warrior can greatly enhance combat power. Therefore, if Yi Li wants to kill a 4th-tier warrior, the primary method is close combat. But if facing a 5th-tier warrior, close combat will no longer be effective. Even with the boost from Golden Soul Revival, his physical body still cannot match the realm of a 5th-tier warrior. The strands of hair on his forehead were lifted by the fierce wind, and Yi Li's handsome face was filled with solemnity. The Eye of Illusion granted him dynamic vision, giving him a brief moment to react. Is this the oppressive aura of a 5th-tier warrior? His heart trembled slightly, and a burly man instantly appeared before his eyes, his entire body covered in solid, bulging muscles, with sharp glints flashing in his gaze. It was one of the 2 4th-tier martial artists who came to attack in the morning. Stop him. Yi Li secretly gave the order in his heart, while instantly raising his vast golden eyes, blazing like fire, exuding unparalleled majesty. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist abruptly, the muscles on his back bulging piece by piece, as terrifying power rapidly accumulated in his right arm. He was going to deliver a fierce punch to this aging 5th-rank martial artist. Upon receiving the order, the burly man immediately blocked the young family head, who was charging at full speed. This time, he finally displayed the imposing power of the Dragon Monument hand, his broad palm striking down toward the young family head, who was within arm's reach. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the ground beneath was violently torn apart by the force of the punch. Almost simultaneously, a dark golden beam of light, carrying immense force, whistled as it smashed toward the head of the young family. Fong Yun? Seeing the burly man's figure, the head of the young family was forced to halt his forward charge. A trace of astonishment flashed across his aged face. What madness is this? The next second, this astonishment quickly turned into a ruthless and venomous expression. The old man erupted with blue light all over his body, colliding head-on with the rapidly approaching dark golden beam. The shockwave spread out, the ground instantly cracked, and the dark golden radiance was directly shattered. The burly man was struck by the elder's punch, and his tower-like body immediately exploded into countless black mist. Seeing this, the elder of the young family narrowed his eyes slightly. From that punch just now, he hadn't felt the sensation of hitting anything at all. Anger surged in his heart. How could this kid have so many strange things on him? But there was no time to think deeply now. In the blink of an eye, 3 elders were already charging over angrily from the distance. The head of the young family gritted his teeth, tore his heart meridian once more, exhausted the remainder of his life force, and activated the blood pact. The 8 4th-tier retainers instantly lost their sanity for a brief moment, desperately resisting the 3 elders, and he himself stomped the ground, his figure once again charging toward the retreating youth. Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. Even if he were to exhaust all his strength and die today, he was determined to kill this 3rd-tier junior who had annihilated the young family. Bang! Gazing at the rapidly approaching figure before him, a fervent light surged in Yi Li's vast golden eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he exhaled a puff of white mist. In the next moment, the majestic energy accumulated within him suddenly erupted. White mist danced in the air like frost and snow, surging forward with a roar. What? The terrifying chill swept in all directions, carrying a turbulent momentum that instantly engulfed the elder of the young family, causing the heavily injured man to slow down slightly. Before the elder could resist this not too troublesome yet astonishing chill, a slender figure suddenly leaped out from above. He looked up, his eye twitching involuntarily. A swordsman dressed in a green robe was seen wielding a sword in one hand, slashing out a streak of sword light across the vast sky. The dragon-like sword energy crashed down on the old man, slicing through large swaths of flesh, with torrents of blood spraying everywhere. The attack of a 4th-tier martial artist forced the old man to deplete his already dwindling true energy. A mysterious blue light reappeared around him as he gritted his teeth and charged forward. This time, before the swordsman could strike his next blow, he had already rushed to the young man shrouded in white flames. Die! The young family patriarch, with his single arm, suddenly struck out, slamming a fierce palm into the young man's chest. The sound of bones cracking was piercing and chilling, making one's scalp tingle. His palm actually penetrated directly through the semi-transparent chest. The young man's handsome face slightly furrowed in a frown, clearly feeling a hint of pain. Even his blazing golden eyes dimmed slightly, but the corners of his mouth lifted into a faint, cold smile. This severely injured 5th-rank martial artist can only rely on the information gap to find a chance to counterattack. Old bastard, I finally caught you. Yi Li's voice was cold and strained. His arms suddenly spread open, his entire body surging with energy, and a flowing fist intent suddenly emerged on his fists. Flowing fist intent. Flood dragon shakes the mountain. mountain. Bang, bang, bang. Yili's fists struck out like a storm, with his Dan energy erupting far beyond the usual peak of the third tier. The young family patriarch had no time to revel in joy before wave after wave of avalanche-like impact slammed into his face. Accompanied by a series of dense muffled sounds, the skull tempered over 100 years cracked, and the brain suffered relentless blows. At this moment, the old man saw stars, feeling dizzy and nauseous. He instinctively wanted to pull back his arm, but he couldn't muster any strength. You. The head of the young family's gaze grew increasingly dazed, with shattered teeth and blood spraying everywhere, unable to utter a word under the relentless blows of the opponent's fists. Yili's strength was like a drawn bow, his punches like thunderclaps, ultimately smashing half of the opponent's head to pieces. The old man's body seemed like a kite with a broken string, violently struck and sent flying by the residual force. In the final moment of his consciousness, he heard the boy's indifferent voice. Old fool, dare to act tough, and I'll make you fly. Detected that you have overstepped and killed a 5th-tier Divine Mansion realm martial artist. Evil value plus 30,000. Detected that under the attention of all the people in Shanzhou City, you successfully eradicated the young family of Shanzhou. Evil deeds value plus 20,000. Current evil deeds value, 108,000 points. Yili took a deep breath, the crimson wounds continuously appearing on his chest telling the story of his fierce battle, his heartbeat gradually accelerating. Satisfying. Yili let out a long breath but suddenly spat out a large amount of fresh blood. He had no choice but to sit cross-legged on the ground and slowly close his eyes. Not far away, Elder Yu, seeing this, was filled with rage. Without hesitation, he smashed the heads of 2 4th-tier retainers and rushed forward. Behind him, the 2 bureau chiefs of Shanzhou City and numerous enforcers wore complicated expressions. After dealing with the remaining severely injured 4th-tier retainers, they silently followed. What an outstanding genius, and yet just like that. Ha! Suddenly, everyone at the scene froze, their eyes widened, breathing irregular, and bodies trembling uncontrollably. From the wound on the boy's chest, countless flesh, muscles, and bones suddenly grew, along with writhing internal organs, reconstructing and becoming completely renewed. Amid countless astonished and horrified gazes, the young man's handsome face regained its color, his black hair gently swaying at his forehead, and the aura around him gradually grew stronger. The next second, he suddenly raised his pitch-black eyes and stood up, his entire being completely restored to its original state. Outside the young family courtyard, the air fell into a momentary dead silence. On the open ground, dozens of battle-hardened senior enforcers, having witnessed this astonishing scene, were filled with intense shock in their eyes. A 3rd-rank martial artist defeating a 5th-rank martial artist across levels, even if the opponent was seriously injured, is truly unbelievable. Moreover, a fatal wound piercing through the chest actually healed completely within seconds? What kind of joke is this? Since when did a martial artist's body become so convenient? The 2 directors of the Shanzhou City Bureau also held their breath, staring intently at the handsome young man with relaxed brows, their hearts filled with disbelief. As the level of martial arts increases, the vitality of most martial artists does indeed gradually strengthen, their bodies becoming more resilient and less prone to easy demise. However, similarly, once high-level martial artists suffer serious injuries, it becomes very difficult to restore their peak condition through ordinary medical means. Without rare secret realm elixirs or treatment from physicians of the same level, they will almost inevitably be left with imperceptible hidden injuries. And these hidden injuries are precisely one of the greatest obstacles on the path of martial arts advancement in the future. It is said that in the world of advanced martial arts, there is an innate ability called super self-healing, ranked at the peak of grade. It can perfectly restore fatal injuries within a few months, making it one of the martial arts talents least afraid of hidden injuries. However, even this talent, which countless martial artists dream of, pales in comparison to the boy's performance just now. Unbelievable, unheard of. Elder Yu regained his composure, stepped forward, and, both shocked and somewhat ashamed, patted Yili on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, "It was my oversight. I'm getting old and never expected him to break through the restriction at the risk of his life." He had actually long known that Yili possessed a highly potent self-repair ability, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so excited that day in Qingshan City. Initially, he thought Yili had cultivated super self-healing to its peak, but now it seemed the situation was far beyond that. To surpass the peak of grade A, super self-healing, would mean it had already become a new S-grade ability. Thinking of this, Elder Yu's breathing grew heavier, and only then did he truly realize how precious a treasure he had stumbled upon. "It's okay." Yili waved his hand indifferently, trying hard to suppress the emptiness surging within him, and said with a light laugh, "With such poor vigilance, you probably weren't much better when you were young, were you? It is I who have wronged you." A faint blush appeared on Elder Yu's face. Although he knew the young man was joking, the guilt in his heart deepened even further. "Once we return to the school tomorrow, I will help you secure this martial ground baptism." The old man let out a long sigh of relief, his expression slightly softened, and he said in a low voice, "Consider it a bit of compensation for you." Hearing this, Yili nodded slightly. As he breathed, he utilized his perfected breathing technique to continuously restore the nearly depleted depleted true energy within his body. To ensure the killing of the young family patriarch, his earlier burst of true energy had been exerted to the utmost, coupled with the effort to heal his injuries. At this moment, he was already somewhat at the end of his strength. His gaze swept over the 8 fourth-tier retainers lying lifeless on the ground, and Yili sighed with a hint of regret. I'll go inside and take a look, and help wrap up the work of clearing the anomalies. With that, he turned and walked into the young family courtyard. Search thoroughly for me. Elder Yu watched him enter the courtyard. A moment later, he turned to gaze intently at the members of the Qingyi Bureau outside the courtyard and said in a deep voice, all of you are elites of the Qingyi Bureau. As for the abilities of my disciple, I believe I don't need to elaborate. You all know what to do, don't you? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present grew solemn. As elites who had navigated the high martial world of Hanxia for years, they naturally understood Elder Yu's concern. It is difficult for Hanxia's geniuses to grow safely under the watchful eyes of the nations surrounding the four seas. Over the years, whenever a genius from Hanxia was successfully assassinated, despite the perilous situation, the authorities would spare no effort to dispatch martial arts masters to retaliate. However, this did not put an end to such incidents, at most reducing their frequency. Not easy to handle. The deputy director of the Shanzhou City Bureau pondered for a moment, weighing his response. For this operation, he is the team leader, so the combat records must be truthfully documented. After a pause, he added, once the records are submitted, they will go through multiple layers of review. The probability of them being leaked to other nations is not absolutely 100%, but it is definitely over 90%. After speaking, he stared intently at Elder Yu, fearing that the latter might raise the difficult issue of falsifying records. After all, rules are rules, and even with a reason, exceptions cannot be made lightly. You still don't understand what I mean, Elder Yu sighed. The deputy director of Shanzhou City furrowed his brow slightly, about to continue questioning, when the director beside him lightly coughed twice and interjected. Sir, your disciple's martial arts talent is super self-healing. This matter is truly difficult for us to conceal in the report. We hope for your understanding. Super self-healing? The deputy director of Shanzhou City was slightly taken aback but quickly understood. After all, the strongest self-healing talent known to everyone was super self-healing. Reporting it truthfully wasn't an issue. Moreover, the young man was under the protection of Fong Yun University, only needing to leave the campus a few times a year, with almost no chance of being assassinated by other nations. I understand, and I appreciate your efforts, Director. Elder Yu said with a smile. He simply wanted to do his best within the bounds of the rules to delay the time when the young man would be targeted. Although he was not a martial arts grandmaster capable of shaking cities with his fists, as a fifth-tier martial artist, he already held considerable deterrence in the eyes of ordinary forces. However, in the eyes of the high-ranking officials of other nations, this level of power was still insufficient to protect a genius who could one day shake the world. Fong Yun University is quite influential, with 2 renowned sixth-tier martial artists stationed at its headquarters, making it unshakable and commanding respect far and wide. However, within the university, the Fong Yun ranking lists 30 top-tier geniuses, and below the ranking are thousands of martial arts prodigies from various provinces of Hanxia. During their leisure time, the teachers mostly focus on instructing their own disciples. On regular days, they have their own matters to attend to, and, in times of crisis, they must assist in suppressing anomalies across Ying province. It is simply impossible for all of them to revolve around Yili. Therefore, Yili must quickly break through to the 5th tier on his own. By then, the difficulty of assassinations from other nations will greatly increase, and the likelihood of being targeted will naturally decrease significantly. Yu Wang's thoughts churned as he planned to allocate more opportunities for advancement to Qinjingli and Yili in the future. The former is also a rare martial arts prodigy in Hanxia, while the latter, Yu Wang firmly believed that with Yili's personality, he would absolutely make the most of every opportunity. This godlike young man's desire for progress was crystal clear to the old man. All he needed was an opportunity to provide a stepping stone, and the young man could soar like a dragon, even riding the wind to transform into one. As for Lin Yun, Elder Yu sincerely wished her success at the earliest. Inside the young family mansion, amid countless intricate and complex rooms, a young man in a green robe was leading a team of enforcers, searching through every corner, overturning boxes and cabinets, even smashing walls to investigate. Such skillful actions made the enforcers serving him involuntarily gasp in surprise. Under Yili's leadership, they not only confiscated a large number of the young family's martial techniques but also uncovered all the hidden secret passages. Second-tier martial technique, Poison Dragon Drill. First-tier movement technique, Blue Butterfly Wandering Body. Yili casually flipped through the martial arts manuals and tossed them to the enforcers behind him. Pack them all up. Yes, sir, the group quickly responded. Their gaze fell on the gold token at Yili's waist, and they couldn't help but marvel. How many raids like this had this lord led? His ease and proficiency were truly beyond imagination. If only they could work under him, they would have long since risen through the ranks, becoming senior enforcers or even deputy chiefs of some branch office. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, Yili was still studying, though only a few years away from graduation. Several enforcers sighed quietly. At this moment, Yili finished his search, stood up, and walked out of the house. Next stop. My lord, an enforcer tentatively asked. You look a bit pale. How about taking a break first? No need. Yili's figure had already disappeared at the doorway. Oh. A few people quickly followed after. Thanks to the soul of the young family head, Yili was almost the person who understood the young family the most at this moment, bar none. With the mindset of not wasting anything, he naturally wanted to take full advantage of everything he could. Treasure medicines and treasure tools had to be confiscated according to the rules, but there was no issue with taking a look at martial techniques and secret methods. S-level visualization method, ocean tides. In front of a secret room, after a thorough search, Yili looked at the fourth-tier cultivation method in his hand, which was almost the young family's most treasured possession, and a clear smile finally appeared on his fair face. If all his hard work only resulted in a pile of worthless items, it would truly be a loss. According to the soul of the young family patriarch, this visualization method was obtained by their ancestor in exchange for the young family's blood ignition secret technique. Of course, to ensure the uniqueness of the young family's secret technique, the young family ancestor later successfully killed the other party during a secret realm expedition. Unfortunately, the threshold for the S-level visualization technique is extremely high, and the vast majority of the young family descendants throughout history have been unable to master it, having to settle for learning the young family's B-level visualization technique, including the current family head. However, Yili was not worried about this. These 100,000 points of evil value were quietly lying in his back-end panel. There is nothing that can't be solved with a single allocation of points. If there is, it means the evil deed's value hasn't been spent enough. If it's still not enough, then go to Fong Yun University in a couple of days and tap the King of Hell's register a few more times on the Fong Yun ranking. Alright, pack this one up too. Yili finished flipping through it and casually tossed the book to several enforcers. His casual attitude made the others feel even more admiration for him. Director Yi, according to the rules, you can keep this visualization method. It just requires deducting some points from your merits. Carefully holding the priceless S-level visualization method, an enforcer couldn't help but speak up. No need, I don't need it for now. Yili stood up and walked out of the secret chamber, leaving behind a faint remark. It's not easy for the Qingyi Bureau to slay exotic beasts. Keep this book, consider it my submission. As his words fell, the secret chamber plunged into a brief silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Watching the young man's figure gradually fade into the distance, and then looking at the seemingly scorching tome in their hands, the breaths of the enforcers grew increasingly heavy. This is a rare S-level visualization method that is seldom seen by outsiders. Even at the renowned Fong Yun University, it requires a tremendous cost to obtain. Yet the other party simply said no and gave it up. Such a person is truly extraordinary. One can't help but wish to follow them day and night. Under the shroud of the pitch-black night, the city of Shanzhou was brightly lit, leaving some enforcers behind to handle the aftermath. Yili followed the group through countless reporters blocking the way and returned to the Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou City. It was already late, and the young family resided far in the suburbs. Yueng planned to stay here for the night and take Yili to Fong Yun University tomorrow. Led by an enforcer, Yili quickly arrived at his room door. Director Yi, feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. A few experts from the bureau and I are staying in the room next to yours. Yili took in the respectful demeanor of the enforcer, nodded slightly, walked into the room, and closed the door. Once the figures outside dispersed, the room instantly became quiet, neatly arranged and well-equipped. Yili sat cross-legged in the designated cultivation area and let out a deep breath. His flamboyant style of doing things is likely to provoke the displeasure of many prestigious sections. Their members are surely employed at the Qingyi Bureau, and upon hearing of his deeds, they will instinctively harbor hostility. Coupled with the sharpness he has displayed this time, it's possible that assassins and killers from all over the world will soon be drawn to him. Tomorrow, I'll be heading to Fong Yun University, where the strong gather, and geniuses are as numerous as cattle, most of them proud and arrogant. Just as I wish. Yili chuckled lightly, showing no trace of panic at being an enemy to the world. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. He planned to push through everything in his path. Speaking of which, this trip to the young family brought him considerable gains. In the future, when facing enemies backed by powerful forces, as long as the opposing force makes a move, he must act decisively, otherwise, the hatred might persist endlessly. To achieve this, he must improve his strength as quickly as possible. The head of the young family was merely a fifth-tier, first-level martial artist, severely injured, yet still managed to pierce through his chest even under Yili's control of two fourth-tier souls. This incident made Yili feel an acute sense of urgency. To humiliate the opponent, one must first possess overwhelming strength. His past experiences have also proven this. Before confronting an enemy, gaining an absolute advantage is crucial. Now holding a massive amount of sin points and having acquired an S-level visualization method, it's hard to imagine to what extent his combat power will rise after this wave of point allocation. foundation. Thinking of this, Yili brought up the panel. Current sin points, 108,000. S-Class visualization technique, ocean tides, uninitiated. S-Class techniques surpass other supreme skills by a significant margin. Cultivating them to perfection brings numerous benefits. Not only can they reduce subsequent energy consumption, but they also allow one's combat power to far exceed others of the same level, greatly aiding in the advancement of one's realm. These insights had long been understood by Yili. Although the subsequent realms remain unclear, laying a solid foundation is undoubtedly beneficial. An unstable foundation in a high-rise building spells disaster for a 20-year-old office worker sentenced to 23 years as a civil safety officer. An unstable foundation in martial arts spells disaster for himself. Though the difficulty of improvement is great, it does not intimidate him. However, if foundational issues prevent the construction of a towering martial arts edifice in the future, that would be troublesome. After all, the past cannot be undone, but the future can still be rewritten. According to the head of the Young family and the two fourth-tier retainers, the fourth-tier heavenly barrier realm emphasizes breaking through the barriers of the physical body, constructing the heavenly barrier bridge, allowing the 5 internal organs to communicate with the heavens and earth. Vast true energy can then be controlled outside the body, unleashing immense power with every gesture. The heavenly barrier bridge serves as the channel for true energy flow, and its quality is crucial for martial artists in the heavenly barrier realm. Overthinking is useless. The proper thing to do is to first fully cultivate the most important visualization technique. Resolving himself, Yili focused his mind, and a vast amount of sin value surged into the panel. Begin consuming malice points to continuously enhance the S-rank visualization technique. Great Ocean Tides. You open this visualization technique, a long-cherished treasure of the Young family, and a breathtaking visualization diagram comes into view. You can't help but marvel at how incredible the artwork is, but it offers no insight into breaking through the fourth tier. So you decide to skip the visualization diagram and start with the text, only to find it as incomprehensible as a book of heavenly script, leaving you utterly baffled. Relying on your past life's problem-solving experience, you decide to skip the difficult parts for now, and in less than 2 minutes, you've finished reading the entire visualization technique. Forced by circumstances, you have no choice but to focus again on that visualization diagram, as it is fairly well drawn. After consuming 2,000 points of sin value, you finally immerse yourself in the visualization diagram, feeling a surge akin to the rising tide of the ocean, with no other sensations except suddenly craving a sip of ice-cold cola. Perhaps sensing your struggle, the soul of the Young family patriarch appears beside you, imparting all the insights of the Yang ancestors regarding this visualization method. After listening, you nod slightly, gaining some understanding, and ask the other party to explain it a few more times. Gain buff. Cultivation speed increased by 150%. Is this even possible? Yili stared in surprise at the text appearing on the panel. Compared to the straightforward tank-like boost of Immortal Golden Soul, the mechanism of Soul Command had already brought him several surprises. The dead speaking, making enemies work for him, and now even stat boosts. What else does this skill have that he doesn't know about? Moreover, judging by this situation, his future path is bound to be terrifying. Enemies alive can generate sin points, and once dead, they still have to work for him, offering up their lifetime accumulations entirely for his use. Taking and eating without hesitation. Yili chuckled softly to himself, feeling that this path indeed aligned with his expectations, without any sense of incongruity. He considered himself principled. Since they were enemies, he naturally had no psychological burden in exploiting them. Squeezing out the enemy's value could also be seen as another form of respect for the opponent. As for whether the enemy was willing or not, why bother? As long as he had a clear conscience, that was enough. It had to be admitted that the potential of SSS-level martial arts talent was astonishing. Even though the two talents in his hands hadn't leveled up much, he could already handle most crises with ease. When the skill, Soul Mastery, is fully leveled up, the power it can unleash is truly unimaginable. A gleam flashed in Yili's eyes as his gaze returned to the panel. The light screen was still constantly shifting. After consuming 5,000 points of sin value, you have comprehended some of the true essence within the visualization diagram. Even with your eyes closed, the so-called Ocean Tides diagram still appears in your mind, though there is always a faint inspiration that seems to elude you. Ocean Tides, beginner. After consuming 15,000 points of evil value, you finally grasp the trace of true meaning within the visualization diagram. At this moment, as you open the ancient text, the previously obscure and difficult chapters seem to be annotated, making understanding much more efficient. You have mastered the method of simulating your true blood as Ocean Tides. Ocean Tides, proficient. By transforming divine sense into gravity and viewing true blood as seawater, you can freely create an environment within your body to break through the physical barriers of the flesh. With the ebb and flow of the tides, by relying on this method, you now possess the qualifications to break through to the heavenly barrier realm. As the words surged, Yili felt a flood of memories emerge in his mind. The golden glowing true blood within his body could now, with with just a single thought, surge forth, flow into his 5 organs, and strike at the heavenly barrier. But it was still not enough, far from enough. The gravitational pull of his divine sense was insufficient, and the scale of the tides he created was too small. Using such a minor tide to strike at the heavenly barrier bridge would never allow him to become one of the finest within it. Got it. Yili wanted a great tide, a vast bridge forged by the impact, comparable to a terrifying mega tsunami. System, show me your limits. As Yili murmured in his heart, the text on the light screen began to flicker rapidly. Ding! After consuming 25,000 points of evil value, as your understanding deepens, the scale of the tide you can create becomes increasingly astonishing. However, once it exceeds a certain limit, your control ability will noticeably decline. Whoosh! If you forcibly use the great tide to impact the heavenly barrier, your body may suffer severe damage. However, as long as it is kept within the limit, your ability to control the tide has already far surpassed what it was before. Ocean Tide, Mastery. After consuming 35,000 points of evil value, the scale of tides you can control continues to rise, almost infinitely approaching the ultimate great tide recorded in the visualization method. Ocean Tides, Mastery. According to the Yang family head, the heavenly bridge you will construct in the future will undoubtedly far surpass the Yang family ancestors, reaching heights unattainable by countless heavenly barrier realm martial artists. However, to pursue the ultimate, one must dedicate their entire life's effort. You scoff at this, thinking that the so-called Yang family ancestors are utterly insignificant and cannot compare to you at all. In your opinion, having such conditions but not pursuing the highest quality is truly a sign of a flawed mind. You think this way. ISN striving to accumulate sin points precisely for the sake of pursuing the ultimate? With this thought in mind, you continue to immerse yourself in the study of visualization techniques, and your unshakable conviction compensates to some extent for your lack of talent. Gain buff. Cultivation consumption reduced by 80%. After consuming 40,000 points of evil value, the state of perfection that should have taken a long time to achieve surprisingly required much less time than expected. The scale of tides that was previously uncontrollable can now be manipulated effortlessly with just a thought. Ocean Tides, Perfection. Byproduct, Water Command Token. Water Command Token enables walking on water, riding the waves, and controlling the flow of water within a certain range. When in the ocean or lakes, this ability will be greatly enhanced. Byproduct, the quality of true energy has been greatly enhanced, possessing terrifying destructive power akin to a massive tidal wave when surging. Comment, this enhancement consumed 40,000 points of evil deeds, equivalent to 160 years of your arduous cultivation. Through such rigorous tempering, you have completely mastered this highly demanding visualization technique. As the surging within the light screen ceased, Yili focused his thoughts, and a sound like the roaring of ocean waves echoed within his body. Whoosh! He raised his hand and made a gesture, instantly gathering tiny, visible water droplets from the air, which condensed into a palm-sized water ball in his hand. According to the introduction of the Sea Water command, as long as there is sufficient inner energy in the future, it might be possible to trigger a truly massive tidal wave over vast lakes and oceans. With a shift in thought, Yili exhaled lightly, and the rolling cold air instantly froze the water sphere into ice. Quite interesting. He flicked his finger lightly, and the ice ball whistled through the air, smashing against the wall and shattering into countless icy fragments. Though its power wasn't particularly strong, it was more than enough for a snowball fight. When stepping into the heavenly barrier realm and gaining the ability to release true energy, this might become a means of long-range attack. Alternatively, condensing water vapor into the shape of a spear and then freezing it with cold air could likely serve as a temporary weapon. Very good. From now on, it can be considered a skill similar to turning paper into soldiers. Yili stroked his chin, various derivative applications emerging in his mind. Upgradable. Apart from that, the miraculous effects of his true energy are also increasing. In the future, when using Dan Chi Explosion, it will be like an avalanche combined with a massive tidal wave, naturally resulting in greater destructive power. In other words, the opponent will face even greater pressure. However, this is ultimately just a slight elevation atop the peak of the third tier. According to Fong Yun, the top 10 experts on the Wind and Cloud ranking are almost all 4th tier level genius martial artists. He still had more than 60,000 evil points left. It seems the next direction is already very clear. First, firmly grasp the truth in his own hands. System, continue. Yili's gaze was resolute as he looked at the panel. With a single thought, a torrent of evil deeds surged like a tide toward the martial arts level. Ding! You have honed yourself at the third stage for a long time. The recent consecutive battles have brought your human core to a state of perfection, and your 5 organs have naturally achieved a state of communication with the outside world. Gain buff, 100% reduction in consumption when breaking through the 4th tier. The means you use to break through the heavenly barrier have reached an unprecedented level. With just a thought, a tidal wave of true blood, as vast as a tsunami, is born within you, surging and roaring at your will. The heavenly barrier, which is unbreakable to ordinary 3rd tier martial artists, appears to you as fragile as a tofu dam struck by a super tsunami tsunami, utterly vulnerable. Gain buff, speed of breaking through the heavenly barrier increased by 600%. Your speed resembles the mythical Confronting divine bird, soaring with the wind straight into the heavens. You race toward the so-called heavenly barrier at an incredible pace, deaf to the envy and praise of others. At this moment, your eyes see only the martial path to eternal transcendence. Ding! A rock rises with the wind in a single day, soaring straight up to 90,000 miles, consuming 800 points of malice value. The first heavenly barrier of the physical body had no time to defend before being violently torn apart by the supermassive tide you simulated. The first heavenly barrier was successfully breached, and a bridge of golden radiance quietly formed within your body. You have advanced to Tier 4, Level 1. Having perfected the S-rank visualization technique, you naturally constructed the most flawless heavenly barrier bridge. This bridge can withstand apocalyptic supermassive tides and will provide immense benefits for your future cultivation path. Gain buff. The quality of the constructed Tianguan bridge has increased by 800%. According to the Yang family head and the two 4th-tier retainers, they have never seen such a resilient Tianguan bridge. Although they are unclear about the cultivation path beyond the 5th tier, there is a rumor in the high martial world that the quality of a 7th-tier grandmaster's golden body depends on the foundation laid before reaching the 7th tier. As expected, not a single bit of evil value was wasted. Yili let out a sigh of relief. His free time was limited, so his understanding of the rumors in the high martial world was minimal. His belief in the importance of a solid foundation was mostly based on judgments from his past life experience. Fortunately, the seniors kept their word. On the light screen, the scene kept changing. After consuming 12,000 points of sin value, the second heavenly barrier was broken through by the massive tide you stirred up in unwillingness. The two organs constructing the heavenly barrier bridge reflected each other, greatly enhancing the strength of your physical body. You have advanced to Tier 4, Level 3. Seeing this, Yili nodded slightly, not feeling that this heavenly barrier is too fragile. He understood in his heart that the great tide he had cultivated for so long should possess such impact. His gaze was fixed on the panel, and the speed at which he revealed the text grew increasingly faster. After consuming 20,000 points of sin value, you consecutively broke through the 3rd and 4th heavenly barriers. For supreme heavenly barrier bridges now shine brilliantly within your body. From now on, there will only be the risk of true energy depletion, but no danger of the heavenly barrier bridges being severed. You have advanced to Tier 4, Level 7. After consuming 28,000 points of sin value, you conquered the 5th heavenly barrier bridge. Torrential true energy surged like a flood, followed by the influx of true blood, ultimately constructing the final heavenly barrier bridge. With the breakthrough of the final barrier, the heavenly bridges of your 5 vital organs are fully constructed, unleashing a torrent of true energy that extends for hundreds of meters. You have advanced to Tier 4, Level 9. After consuming 30,000 points of sin value, you have broken through the heavenly barrier and stepped into an inhuman realm, effortlessly traversing through barrages of bullets and wielding weapons weighing thousands of kilograms. Your speed can reach several times the speed of sound, and conventional thermal weapons are no longer a threat to you. Martial arts level increased. You have advanced to the peak of Tier 4. This upgrade consumed 30,000 points of sin value, equivalent to over 100 years of your arduous cultivation. Remaining sin value, 30,800 points. In an instant, 5 bridges symbolizing the pinnacle of the heavenly gate realm appeared within Yili's body. Unparalleled true energy surged forth, bursting out along the 5 gilded heavenly gate bridges. A terrifying torrent of true energy erupted from Yili's body, instantly shaking the entire Qingyi Bureau. A majestic aura, like a dragon awakening, surged from within him. Unprecedented power filled his entire being. Though his muscles did not swell, the strength within him seemed to grow explosively, as if it could burst forth at any moment. Not to mention the 2 4th-rank martial artists from earlier, even the Yang family head tonight. Yili was confident he could crush his skull with a single palm strike the moment they got close. So, this is the feeling of the peak of the 4th rank? With a trace of a shocking sound, Yili's breathing quickened, his heart pounded like a drum, and he clutched his chest tightly with both hands. Every cell and muscle in his body was cheering with joy. At this moment, his 5 senses were so sharp that they seemed almost inhuman, as if a thin veil he had never noticed before had been lifted, making the entire world unprecedentedly clear. After a brief adjustment, Yili slowly restrained the aura of the 4th-tier peak. In the hall of the Qingyi Bureau, several figures were turning their heads, staring blankly toward the sleeping area, their expressions unusually vivid. In the main hall of the Qingyi Bureau, the director of Shanzhou City wore a grave expression as he turned to look at Yu Wang and the other two. Did you all feel it? A few seconds earlier, an extraordinary aura had emanated from the direction of the dormitory building. It vanished in an instant, but its presence was undeniable. The aura was immense, faintly brushing against the barrier of the 5th tier. This was undoubtedly the level of a martial artist that warranted vigilance. I felt it. Yu Wang withdrew his gaze from the direction of the dormitory building, slightly surprised. The intensity of that aura had even shocked him. It was most likely a 4th-tier martial artist, someone who had honed their skills for years and possessed an exceptionally high level of cultivation, a senior enforcer. He nodded lightly, then smiled and said, "The Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou City truly hides many talents. There is such a highly skilled individual among the senior enforcers. No wonder they have been able to guard the provincial capital of Ing Province for decades without a single mistake." Hearing this, the director of the Shanzhou City Bureau quickly ran through the people in the bureau in his mind, showing a look of confusion. Among their senior enforcers, is there really someone with such a level of skill? It doesn't seem like it, does it? As everyone knows, 4th-tier martial artists, having broken through the heavenly gate and practiced visualization techniques, usually emit a completely distinct aura. One can even sense the depth of their cultivation from their aura. The heavenly gate bridge acts as an energy output gateway. The higher the quality, the more intimidating the aura it emits, and the efficiency of true energy output increases accordingly. The intensity of the aura just now was comparable to that of a 5th-tier martial artist, suggesting that the quality of the heavenly gate bridge must be extraordinarily high. Rather than resembling the senior enforcers in the bureau, it is more akin to those highly regarded martial arts prodigies. At this moment, in the Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou City, the only one who fits this condition is likely the other party's disciple, Yili. In an instant, the elder's body was covered in goosebumps, and his breathing became rapid. If this is true, the combat power the young man displayed tonight is merely the tip of the iceberg of his true capabilities. Not yet 20 years old, and already at the peak of the 4th tier? So that's it, this is what it means to be such a monstrous genius? No wonder the Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou had to help cover up the news. If this were to spread to the nations across the seas, they might stop at nothing to send assassins. Thinking of this, the director of Shanzhou City Bureau slowly clenched his hand, then looked up moments later at the deputy director, who also had a furrowed brow. "Lao Chao, in our bureau." The deputy director also looked up, his expression grave, clearly aware that there were no enforcers in the bureau with such an aura. "Our few old fellows have broken through." Before the words were finished, the director of Shanzhou City interrupted with a light laugh. "What's so strange about that?" The deputy director's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had guessed something. "Old Lu." The director of the Shanzhou Bureau raised his slightly trembling hand and patted him on the shoulder. "This is a good thing." He then turned to Yu Wang and the drowsy Lin Yun, and his aged face revealed a hint of hope for the future. "Your disciple, is he called Yili?" Yu Wang was startled, then nodded and said, "That's right, Yi as in leaf, and Li as in courtesy." "Good name." The 5th-tier elder who had guarded Shanzhou City for decades gently nodded, his tone carrying a touch of sentiment. Only at this moment did he finally understand the true weight of the term genius. A true genius can indeed allow you to glimpse a future worth aspiring to. "It's getting late, you two should rest early." The director of Shanzhou City pulled the still-shocked deputy director and walked out with a smile. "All right," Yu Wang nodded in response. Lin Yun also nodded in acknowledgement, her expression somewhat dazed. To be honest, she still hadn't understood what the group was talking about. After the two left, Xiao Lin, elder Yu looked at Lin Yun, whose face was heavy, with a hint of helplessness. "Why are you so tired?" "It's easy for you to say that. I haven't slept for 2 or 3 days." Lin Yun groaned and lay on the chair, "and seeing so many shocking scenes, so what if I feel sleepy?" "What exactly did you see?" Yu Wang asked casually. "What did I see? I saw a 3rd-tier martial artist completely overwhelm 2 4th-tier martial artists, and even 3rd-tier martial artists of the same level couldn't withstand a single punch from him." Lin Yun suddenly became excited, sat up straight, and gestured with her hands as she said, "Before the fight started, I was even thinking of protecting him a bit. But when that pill energy erupted, it scared me so much I didn't dare look directly." He went head-to-head with a 4th-tier martial artist and actually threw the guy straight to the ground. After the fight, Yili still wasn't satisfied and even said he wanted to take me up the mountain to raid the Yang family. And then there's his innate ability, I have absolutely no clue about it. This. By the end of her words, Lin Yun spread her hands, her expression full of helplessness. She still couldn't figure out why a martial arts student who had just graduated from martial arts high school could be so strong. While she was still pondering how to last a few more moves against a 4th-tier martial artist, he was already killing 5th-tier ones. If he got into Fong Yun University, he'd definitely make it into the top 10 of the Fong Yun rankings. The old man listened silently and then asked, "What if I told you that tonight he also killed a severely injured 5th-tier martial artist? What would you think?" Lin Yun was stunned. Begin consuming sin points to continuously enhance martial arts level. This time, the Yang family's purge can be considered a success. After reporting to the school, Yili should be able to earn 3 first-class credits. Ignoring the astonishment on Lin Yun's face, the old man smiled and said, "When the time comes, take him around the school and help him complete a few tasks." "Me?" Lin Yun, snapping back to her senses, pointed at herself and asked in confusion, "I take him on the mission? Is there a problem?" "Of course there's a big problem, okay?" Lin Yun grabbed her hair with both hands and sighed helplessly. "The mission he wants to take on is definitely dangerous for me. If I go, I'll just be a burden." She asked earnestly, "Teacher, you wouldn't want to see Yili die tragically while trying to save me, would you? That's true. Yu Wang's expression immediately turns serious. Lin Yingyun clenched her teeth, suppressing the urge to curse. After a long pause, she finally spoke. In any case, I can help him get familiar with the school, but as for the tasks, you'd better let Senior Chen handle them. Coincidentally, both of them are among the top 10 on the wind and cloud rankings, so they can support each other. The old man fell silent for 2 seconds after hearing this, feeling that it made a lot of sense. After all, when teaming up for a mission, if a teammate can't keep up with the intensity, the risks are significant, and it could even lead to injury or death. Although Yili had extraordinary recovery abilities, he still needed to be extra cautious. Alright then, the old man sighed and said with a hint of a headache, the main thing is, you know your senior sister's temper. If Yili is in danger during the mission, she probably won't intervene. Forget it, it's just about getting familiar with the process anyway. There shouldn't be any problems. After speaking, the old man waved his hand and walked out of the house. Go back and rest. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. The next morning, white mist enveloped the air. A high-speed train, like a steel dragon, pulled into Fong Yun City. A group of people disembarked and headed toward the massive building in the city center. Fong Yun City is located at the intersection of 3 provinces. Although it is not the capital of Ying Province, it surpasses Shanzhou City in prosperity due to the presence of Fong Yun University. The reason is simple. A city guarded by powerful individuals naturally attracts countless ordinary citizens and even drives the economic development of the entire city. Fong Yun University gathers martial arts elites from all over Hanxia. Both the principal and vice principal are 6th-tier martial artists, giving the institution significant prestige. Yili sat inside the taxi, watching the scenery outside rapidly recede, his mind filled with countless thoughts. Speaking of which, once a martial artist steps into the 4th tier, their maximum running speed can almost approach the speed of sound. Among the 3 of them, even the weakest, Lin Yingyun, was already at the 3rd tier, capable of running over 100 meters per second. If it weren't for the city's prohibition on scaling walls and rooftops, they would have long since run straight to Fong Yun University. Fortunately, the taxi wasn't slow either. Before the sky fully brightened, the group arrived at the main gate of Fong Yun University. On the massive stone at the entrance, the 4 characters Fong Yun University were inscribed in bold, powerful strokes, exuding an imposing aura. Yili got out of the car and followed behind Yu Wang and the other person, passing through the gate one by one. The gatekeeper took his gold waist token and was immediately startled. There were fewer than 20 gold token students in the entire university, and he remembered each one clearly, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Secretly amazed, he thought, where did this extraordinary figure come from? Unable to resist, he looked up again at the handsome face, silently committing it to memory, then returned the waist token to him. Take care. Yili nodded in acknowledgement and stepped into the campus. Looking around, he couldn't hide his amazement. In his view, towering buildings rose from the ground, each with a unique design. Even though he knew nothing about architecture, he could vaguely sense that these structures were more magnificent and refreshing than any university city he had seen in his previous life. I'll head to the academic office first to report on this situation and apply for a few more first-class credits for Yili. You take Yili to settle in first. Contact me anytime if there's anything. After saying this, old Yu took the lead and left. Lin Yingyun, taking Yili along, continued walking deeper into the school. Fong Yun University spans over 10,000 acres, and it is equipped with almost all technological facilities related to martial arts. Along the way, Lin Yingyun yawned as she introduced, since you have a gold medal, according to the rules, you'll have your own exclusive single-family residence. I'll take you there now. Boom. Yili nodded slightly, occasionally glancing around. Although the school year had not yet started, the campus was far from quiet. Groups of 3 to 5 young martial artists could often be seen walking together, then entering a large building that occupied a vast area. Judging by their aura, the lowest level among them was at least the peak of the 2nd tier. Is this the level of Fong Yun University? Most of them don't seem that impressive. Yili sighed inwardly. Most of them are sophomores and juniors, trying to earn extra credits during the summer break. At the same time, the place they're heading to is called Zway Tower, where our school takes on tasks. Seemingly noticing Yili's gaze, Lin Yingyun explained, Senior Sister Chen will be back in the next couple of days. She will guide you through the task procedures then. The two walked through the campus and arrived at the entrance of a secluded courtyard. Entering the courtyard, they saw a few locust trees standing tall, with stone tables and wooden chairs all in place. Inside the spacious room, various advanced high-end testing equipment was arranged, far surpassing the specifications of the training room at Lin Hai No. 1 High School. The bedrooms are more than one, making the place appear very spacious. The courtyard next to yours is home to the person ranked 18th on the wind and cloud list. While tidying up the room, Lin Yingyun reminded, it said that he has a rather unfriendly personality and a mysterious master behind him. Whether you want to befriend him is up to you. Alright, Yili nodded politely. After settling in briefly, the two walked out of the courtyard. Sister Lin, what is that? Yili gently raised her chin and finally asked the question question she had been curious about all along. In front of them stood a towering, majestic tree 100 feet tall, its green leaves emitting a faint glow, swaying gently in the wind, as beautiful as a fairyland. The tree trunk is thick and heavy, supporting an ancient and rustic-looking aerial pavilion. That is the Enlightenment Tree, the most distinctive cultivation sanctuary of Fong Yun University. Lin Yun's spirits lifted as she smiled and said, although cultivating under the tree cannot directly enhance martial arts levels, it provides strong support for comprehending martial techniques. Do you see those pavilions around the tree? They are all places for martial artists to cultivate. The higher the floor, the better the effect. Spots are limited and only open during the day, so it's basically full of people every day. Can't the attic be built larger? Yi Li asked curiously. No, the current size was determined by the school after repeated calculations. Lin Yun shook her head and explained, the Enlightenment attic can accommodate up to 200 people practicing at the same time. If this number is exceeded, the Enlightenment tree won't be able to bear the load, and the cultivation effect will be greatly reduced. The attic's interior space is also divided quite spaciously, with each cultivation room accommodating at most 2 people. But you know, geniuses always have their quirks. The top floor of the attic is often occupied by someone monopolizing a cultivation room all to themselves. They simply refuse to share with others. Oh no, I almost forgot to give you 2 things. After speaking, Lin Yun hurriedly took out 2 books from her storage ring and handed them to Yi Li. These are martial techniques that the teacher asked me to pick for you. One is an auxiliary technique for concealing your aura, and the other is a movement technique for traveling. They're both useful for missions you'll undertake in the future. Yesterday, when we met, I was too busy watching you fight and forgot to give them to you. My apologies. Thank you. Yi Li accepted the books, but his mind was still preoccupied with the matter of the Enlightenment Tree. He can enhance his point allocation efficiency through external buffs, but he usually finds it troublesome to specifically seek out buffs and plan accordingly. So most of the time, he simply chooses to max out the points directly. But with the Enlightenment Tree nearby, and 2 new martial techniques in hand, the Enlightenment Pavilion is free to enter during the first year, but from the second year onward, you'll need to pay with credits to get in. Lin Yun looked at Yi Li and tentatively said, although it's definitely full inside now, it doesn't hurt to go and check the situation. Shall we go? Yi Li asked. Let's go. She nodded firmly. Yi Li immediately responded, turned around, and closed the courtyard gate. With the evil deed points in hand, a new martial skill mastered, the unknown. Cultivation benefits, and that annoying guy who always hogged the training room. This time, he simply couldn't resist the urge to go and find out. After speaking, he grabbed the test crystal and instantly crushed it. Fong Yun University, Enlightenment Pavilion. This pavilion is quaint and unique, with an exquisitely decorated interior. The spacious hall bustles with people, most of whom were hurried expressions on their faces. Yi Li stepped inside, secretly observing his surroundings. Although most of the decorations here were made of wood, the wood contained spiritual energy, making the aura within the pavilion far richer than the outside world. It was clear that these were rare spiritual woods. This also indirectly proves the profound heritage of Fong Yun University. Not using metallic materials, is it mostly to protect the health of the Enlightenment Tree? Yi Li casually speculated on the reason in his mind. At this moment, the sun was high in the sky, making it the perfect time for cultivation. Among the young martial artists coming and going, those with second-tier auras accounted for more than 70%. This made Yi Li worry about his own gains. After all, most second-tier martial artists at Fong Yun University lack pride. Even if they once had it, it was worn down to submission during their freshman year. The chances of these people actively causing trouble are almost zero, and the malice value generated from beating them is also very low. Hope the big shots at the top can lend a hand. Not seeing anyone showing off, Yi Li felt somewhat uneasy. The Enlightenment Pavilion has 5 floors. As I just mentioned, the top floor has the best effect, but only martial artists of the 3rd rank or above are qualified to ascend, Lin Yun explained, standing beside him. No wonder it's free for freshmen, Yi Li chuckled lightly. Freshman martial artists have just graduated from martial arts high school, and those who reach the 3rd tier are extremely rare. There's no need to worry about the best spots under the Enlightenment Tree being taken advantage of for free. As for those geniuses who reach the 3rd tier in their freshman year, it's no big deal to let them enjoy it for free for a year. That really seems to be the case. Lin Yun smiled helplessly. Anyway, I didn't get any benefits back then. She paused, pointed ahead, and continued, go up the stairs to the 5th floor. There will be dedicated reception staff who will verify your blood energy level and then take you to an available training room. I'm going back to catch up on sleep, Lin Yun said with a yawn, smiling as she added, if you run into someone who likes to cause trouble, just go ahead and fight back. The school encourages sparring, and as long as it doesn't go too far, the medical expenses can even be halved. But make sure to gauge your opponent's strength. The top 5 monsters on the Wind and Cloud ranking are all powerhouses capable of fighting across levels, so don't mistake them for easy targets. Understood. Yi Li nodded lightly. He walked past Lin Yun, crossed the hall, and his thin figure quickly disappeared at the staircase commonplace entrance. Yili. Watching the direction he disappeared, Lin Yun's expression was complex. It had only been 5 days since she met this young man, yet the continuous shocks to her perception made it hard for her to remain calm. It was even more intense than the shock brought by senior sister Chen Jingli back then. It was hard to imagine that Yi Li's talent could be so terrifying. A third-level martial artist under the age of 20 like this would be regarded as a valuable potential talent to be nurtured by any faction within Hanxia. Now, with the protection of Fong Yun University, the number of missions each year is pitifully small, and the level of safety goes without saying. Under such circumstances, how far can Yi Li go in the future? Lin Yun couldn't predict, but she vaguely felt that by the time he graduated from Fong Yun University, she might not even be able to catch up with his taillights. Perhaps, he might even achieve an overtake on the curve. Before graduation, he might be able to keep pace with Senior Chen, or even the top-ranked sword-blind man on the leaderboard. In the quiet attic, only the faint sound of footsteps occasionally echoed. Most of the students in the cultivation room consciously maintained silence. Yi Li walked up to the 5th floor and headed straight to the spacious reception desk. Hello. Seeing him approach, a receptionist lady immediately smiled and asked, "Are you here to train?" Yi Li nodded slightly, handed over the gold card, and then asked, "I'm a freshman. May I ask how to verify my strength?" Taking the gold card, the receptionist lady paused slightly, then looked up to examine Yi Li again. Golden waist token, a new face, a new core student. As her thoughts raced, she quickly completed the information registration and took out a crystal-clear white crystal from the counter. "Mr. Yi Li." Handing the crystal to Yi Li, the receptionist said with a faint smile, "The sound of the Dan Qi eruption is quite loud, so please hold this test crystal firmly." "Then what?" Yi Li asked as he took the crystal. "Then squeeze it hard," the receptionist explained. "With the grip strength of a third-tier warrior, as long as you can create a crack." Before she finished speaking, bang! The white crystal suddenly shattered in the handsome young man's calm expression, turning into a cloud of powder that slowly fell to the ground. Yi Li shook his hand. "Is that all?" 4th stage peak, combined with a perfect S-level breathing technique, tempering method, and visualization method. He hardly exerted any effort, and the white crystal directly shattered. It was truly too fragile. Seeing this, the receptionist widened her eyes, and her colleagues behind her froze in place, mouth slightly open, full of astonishment. The young woman in charge of reception breathed heavily, her throat moving as she spoke with a hint of difficulty. "That's enough. Thank you for your effort." As she finished speaking, she herself began to doubt, because the other party's casual demeanor seemed as if he hadn't exerted any strength at all. "Follow me, I'll take you to the cultivation room." She suppressed the turmoil in her heart, quickly stepped out from behind the counter, waved her wrist to summon a holographic projection, and headed upstairs. Amidst a few stunned gazes that hadn't yet recovered, Yi Li followed closely behind, leaving the reception desk. "You are truly amazing." The receptionist, while confirming the location, couldn't help but exclaim, "I've never seen anyone crush a crystal so effortlessly. A freshman, no wonder you won the gold medal." Even the Sun Saint specializing in physical strength wasn't as relaxed as you when he first came to the top floor. She instinctively compared him to the most outstanding student in her memory, only to find the gap was obvious. No, it was far greater. Doesn't this clearly indicate that the freshman named Yi Li is destined to rank among the top 3 on the elite list in the future? Yi Li did not respond, his gaze sweeping around to find that most of the rooms had red lights on, clearly indicating they were fully occupied. "It seems the Enlightenment Pavilion is indeed very popular, and the results are quite impressive. We've arrived. There are 2 cultivation rooms left here, each with only 1 person inside. I've chosen one nearby for you." Walking through the corridor and arriving at a door, the receptionist gave a confident smile. "Rest assured, although the room is shared by 2 people, the space is very large. The cultivation areas are separated by spirit concentrating patterned wood, so it won't affect your practice." After speaking, she gently slid her fingers across the holographic panel, and the door silently opened. As the 2 stepped into the room, a strange sensation instantly enveloped Yi Li, as if his thoughts had been unlocked, and a surge of exhilaration, akin to solving a complex mathematical problem in a past life, welled up within him. "Is this the miraculous effect of the Enlightenment Tree?" Yi Li marveled inwardly with a hint of surprise. Just at that moment, a cold voice suddenly came from inside the room, causing the receptionist to freeze instantly. "Get out!" The icy voice echoed in the room, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. As soon as the words fell, a shirtless, muscular young man stepped out of the room, staring coldly at the 2 people at the door. "Mr. Zhao Lanhai." The receptionist forced a smile, her voice carrying a hint of pleading. "This Mr. Yi Li is a gold-level student. Could you possibly make an exception?" "Gold level?" The robust young man known as Zhao Lanhai heard this and immediately took a badge from his waist and tossed it over, sneering. "Is a gold badge so impressive? I have a gold badge too. Why don't you try reasoning with me?" After speaking, he turned his head to stare at Yi Li, his tone indifferent. "I'll say this one last time, get out, or don't blame me for being rude. Here it comes." The arrogant genius he had always dreamed of reappeared. Yi Li silently praised Fong Yun University in his heart while forcefully suppressing the urge to act immediately. immediately. He was a clever young man who understood the principle of wanting both the sesame seeds and the watermelon, knowing that there were even more important blind boxes waiting for him, and he absolutely couldn't alert the people around him. Yili was about to suggest checking out another practice room. I'll take you to another one. Okay. The young woman in charge of reception forced a smile and looked at him apologetically. I'm terribly sorry. Please follow me this way. It's okay, I think so too. Yili forgave her in his heart, then nodded and said. His voice was calm and steady, with only a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Yili turned around and followed the receptionist out of the cultivation room. As the door closed, a faintly disdainful chuckle echoed from within. Why are my fists so hard? Am I angry enough to want to hit someone, or do I just simply want to hit? Can you tell me about this person? Yili asked softly, while calming himself down internally. It's okay, soon this exhibitionist will understand why the flowers are so red. He is Zhao Lanhai, ranked 12th on the wind and cloud list. It's said that his cultivation has reached the peak of the 3rd stage, and he once escaped unscathed from a 4th stage martial artist. Mentioning the other party, a trace of fear flashed across the receptionist's face. After all, she and her colleagues were all first-level martial artists, responsible for the reception work at Fong Yun University, which naturally came with considerable pressure. Soon, the two arrived at the door of the second training room. They opened the door and walked in. The same actions as before, the same as just now. Get out! A voice filled with anger came from inside the room. Appearing was a tall woman with a high ponytail, glaring angrily at the two standing at the door. After listening to the receptionist explain the purpose of the visit, the tall woman raised her eyebrows sharply and rebuked coldly. Don't even think about it. What do you take me for? Gold medal student? So impressive? She stared at Yili with icy eyes and commanded word by word, get out of my room within 3 breaths, or face the consequences. What on earth is going on? Why is everyone like this? The receptionist's face looked so upset that she seemed about to cry. She quickly turned to the young man. Mr. Yili, how about coming earlier tomorrow, or leaving a contact number so I can reach out to you then? No need. Yili shook his head and said calmly, you go ahead with your work. I'm fine here. After saying that, he walked straight into the room. The receptionist was stunned. Was he planning to confront her head-on? She quickly glanced inside the room, wanting to warn Yili that this tall woman named Suing was a formidable figure ranked in the top 20 of the wind and cloud list, definitely not someone to mess with lightly. The words had not yet been spoken when she widened her eyes. Yili had just taken 2 steps when Su Ying's figure suddenly disappeared from where she stood. Whoosh! The speed was so fast that a light breeze stirred inside the room. I told you. Su Ying appeared again, already standing in front of Yili. She coldly struck out with a palm, her gaze flickering with a chilling light, and her voice was icy and piercing. Get out of my room. Are you deaf? A strong gust of wind pressure rushed straight toward Yili's face. Yili's expression remained calm as his body instantly spun aside. Immediately afterward, as Su Ying's pupils rapidly contracted, the teenager delivered a powerful whip kick straight to her face, energy bursting forth. A ripple exploded in the air, and Su Ying's originally cold expression instantly twisted as her entire body slammed heavily into the wall. Wood splinters flew, blood splattered everywhere. Su Ying felt dizzy, stars danced before her eyes, and she was utterly incredulous about what had just happened. How could it be so fast? Clearly, she made the first move, so how did the other party land a kick directly on her face? Yili grabbed her head with one hand and yanked her off the wall forcefully, as if cracking an egg, and slammed her heavily onto the ground. A dull thud echoed through the attic. The receptionist witnessed everything, utterly terrified, and Su Ying's face was already covered in blood. Her pupils dilated, but she vaguely felt someone heavily stepping on her face, grinding back and forth. Almost simultaneously, a mocking young voice rang in Su Ying's ears, pouring into her eardrums like a demonic sound. What's the deal? Acting so tough, but you couldn't even handle one kick. I thought you were much stronger than this. The injury wasn't severe, but it was utterly humiliating. Su Ying let out unpleasant whimpers, her silver teeth already shattered completely from that kick. She struggled desperately, her body swaying like a stranded fish, utterly disheveled. She reached out, trying to pull away the foot stepping on her face, but she couldn't move it an inch. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, faint and dense footsteps came from around, clearly the nearby martial artists coming out to check the situation. If they saw her in this state, Su Ying's breathing was rapid, and her struggles grew increasingly intense. She was, after all, the 14th ranked prodigy on the wind and cloud list. She could not endure such humiliation, nor could she allow anyone to see her in such a wretched state. Su Ying let out a sorrowful and furious roar, her body thrashing wildly, completely disregarding her clothes being torn by the shattered floor. The next moment, the foot pressing down on her head miraculously moved away. Su Ying's heart was instantly filled with a trace of instinctive joy, but an even more violent blow immediately smashed heavily onto her head. That martial arts shoe slammed fiercely into her skull, driving her head into the ground, and her consciousness instantly sank into endless darkness. I will never let you go. As her consciousness gradually faded, Su Ying let out a whimper filled with with resentment, her body collapsing limply to the ground. Crash! Yili lifted his right foot from the rubble, casting a cold glance at the tall woman who had stopped struggling, then walked straight toward the door. You. The receptionist stammered in shock. I never hold grudges, Yili calmly explained. Afterward, he passed the stunned receptionist at the door, and the dozen young martial artists in the hallway, whose breathing was uneven and eyes filled with shock, all stepped aside to make way for him. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the handsome young man in a dark long robe strode swiftly down the corridor toward the end of the training room, his pace growing faster and faster. Zhao Lanhai is in an exceptionally good mood today. He has been struggling at the bottleneck of the third-tier peak for more than a year. Fong Yun University has a 5-year academic system, and as a student about to enter his 5th year, the bottleneck he faces is becoming increasingly severe. Although being ranked 12th on the Fong Yun ranking is enough to prove his extraordinary talent, but looking at Stormcloud University, which gathers outstanding talents from 3 provinces, such talent is still not enough to stand out. The time for the martial land baptism is now just around the corner. To qualify for the martial land baptism, one must accumulate enough contribution points and rank in the top 10. Only 2 spots remain. Zhao Lanhai originally intended to forcibly break through the heavenly barrier of his physical body, but no matter how he tried, the barrier remained as immovable as if forged from refined steel. He had no choice but to shift his focus to improving his proficiency in martial techniques to enhance his combat power. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Enlightenment Tree, his proficiency in several martial techniques improved significantly in just half a month. At this rate of progress, he might be able to defeat the 10th-ranked fighter on the Wind and Cloud ranking and secure a promotion qualification before the baptism of the martial land. This made Zhao Lanhai feel a bit elated. However, right at this critical moment, someone came to interrupt his cultivation. A strange young man holding a gold medal, and an ordinary, humble maid. It was bad enough that the two of them had disturbed him, but the latter even wanted that strange young man to cultivate with him. This made Zhao Lanhai extremely furious. One must know that when the top 10 geniuses on the Wind and Cloud rankings used the Enlightenment Pavilion, all other third-tier students would automatically avoid them, fearing to provoke them in the slightest. Although Zhao Lanhai was ranked 12th, he had long considered himself one of the top 10 prodigies and naturally believed he deserved the same treatment. He drove the two away without hesitation. But shortly after returning to his cultivation spot, a deafening roar came from outside the house. The sound echoed through the top floor, neither the soft noise of a breakthrough nor the heavy thud of an impact, but rather the commotion of an intense fight between martial artists. Clearly, there was a fight going on outside. Zhao Lanhai slightly raised his eyebrows, but he wasn't too surprised in his heart. He roughly guessed the identity of the opponent. It was most likely that unfamiliar young man. Heh, the people in the other room kicked him out too. Ha, did they think he was easier to bully than me, so they made a move? Zhao Lanhai sneered inwardly. This kind of arrogant newly promoted gold medalist must be severely taught a lesson to learn their place. Back in the day, he was the same, thinking he was invincible, only to be defeated in 2 moves by a veteran core student, after which he obediently restrained his arrogance. This is Fong Yun University. If you're a dragon, you must coil. If you're a tiger, you must crouch. The medical standards at Fong Yun University are very high, but the costs are steep. Even with a discount, it's still not cheap, just the right lesson for this newcomer to remember. Thinking of this, Zhao Lanhai somewhat regretted not taking action earlier. His strength had improved significantly, and he was just in need of a punching bag delivered to his doorstep. Moreover, for an arrogant freshman like him, if he dared to make a move, Zhao Lanhai would never let him off lightly. He would definitely throw him down hard from the Enlightenment Pavilion. At this moment, a heavy thud sounded again outside the door. Zhao Lanhai's eyelids twitched slightly as he listened to the outside world return to silence. Is it over so quickly? I thought it was a bit of a tough nut to crack, but I didn't expect it to fall so fast. He shook his head inside with a hint of regret, increasingly remorseful for not taking action earlier and missing this excellent opportunity to practice and establish his authority. Suppressing the irritation in his heart, Zhao Lanhai decided to focus on cultivating his martial techniques. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from the hallway outside, accompanied by a sharp and rapidly approaching aura. Something's wrong. Zhao Lanhai's pupils contracted slightly. With the keen perception of a third-tier martial artist at the level of not even a feather can land, not even a mosquito can enter, he quickly sensed a massive threat rapidly closing in. An uncontrollable fear surged in his heart. Something extremely dangerous seemed to be rushing toward the cultivation room where he was. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately flipped out of bed, his muscles rippling and veins bulging. His robust body trembled slightly as his inner energy circulated rapidly. Zhao Lanhai abruptly turned his head to look toward the door. With a loud boom, the heavy wooden door was violently smashed open, followed by a figure in black robes darting into the room like a phantom. Zhao Lanhai was shocked and instinctively unleashed his most skilled third-tier martial technique, steel bone forging. In an instant, his entire body emitted a metallic black sheen, resembling an indestructible suit of armor. Full defense. He slightly bent his body, crossing his arms in front of him to block the rapidly approaching figure. The newcomer let out a cold snort, his entire body radiating energy that erupted like an avalanche. His right arm swung out a punch, resembling a terrifying tidal wave shattering the seabed's rock layers, crashing heavily onto Zhao Lanhai's arms. The air exploded, shockwaves churned, and an overwhelming force swept through like a storm. The thick wooden floor beneath Zhao Lanhai's feet shattered with a thunderous crash, and half of his body was directly smashed down by this domineering punch. It turned out to be Yi Li, who had forcibly smashed through the main door. His eyes were as dark as ink, burning with blazing flames. "You seem to be laughing quite happily just now." The young man's voice was icy, his entire aura wild and terrifying. Zhao Lanhai was stuck in the shattered wooden planks, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. His arms hung limply at his sides, his chest caved in from a heavy punch, and his sturdy body slightly collapsed. With just one punch, he had almost lost most of his combat strength. It all happened so quickly that he didn't even have time to react. Zhao Lanhai was utterly shocked, unable to calm his fear. He was a rising star in body refinement, capable of escaping the pursuit of fourth-tier martial artists, and his strength had only grown since then. How could he be struck with one punch, leaving his steel-like bones shattered and his internal organs damaged? Who on earth is the other party? Unfortunately, Yi Li did not give him the chance to continue pondering. Yi Li extended his slender hand, grabbed Zhao Lanhai's head from the shattered wood, yanked him out of the broken planks, and then delivered a thunderous punch to his abdomen. Zhao Lanhai's body was sent flying into the air, crashing heavily against the ceiling of the training room. The next moment, an icy spear filled with a chilling aura pierced through the air, ruthlessly pinning his body. It directly penetrated his abdomen, shattering the roof with a loud crash before vanishing without a trace. Zhao Lanhai fell heavily to the ground, his mind dazed, his body covered in wounds, and a metallic taste of blood continuously welling up in his throat. Yet he still retained a sliver of consciousness, and his slightly open eyes finally made out the figure of the newcomer. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit, the newcomer's face was youthful and fair, on the verge of shedding its boyishness, yet carrying a faint smile. Those deep, piercing eyes exuded an icy coldness, while a frosty aura swirled around him. Water gathered in his palm, radiating an extraordinary presence. True chi manifesting externally, a fourth-tier heavenly gate martial artist? Zhao Lanhai was utterly terrified, almost on the verge of collapsing on the spot. Where on earth did this heavenly gate martial artist come from? Since when did Fong Yun University have such a divine figure? On the brink of fainting, he showed a look of despair and hoarsely squeezed out a difficult sentence. "Big brother, I was just joking with you earlier." Yi Li approached him, raising his eyebrows slightly, and seemingly asked nonchalantly, "Then take a guess, which hand will I use to hit you next?" "This. If you guess right, I'll let you go." "Left hand?" Zhao Lanhai nervously gave his answer. Yi Li gently shook his head. "Wrong. It's both hands." As soon as the words fell, the young man in black exhaled lightly, his back muscles tensed, and he bent forward to throw punches. His fists struck like raging waves of the sea, pounding continuously. Bang, bang, bang. Splinters of wood flew, and the attic trembled. The dense and dull sound of punches was chilling, causing the onlookers outside the house to twitch, their bodies stiff, unable to even perform the simple action of turning around and going back inside. A few breaths later, a mud-covered figure was casually thrown out of the room, landing heavily in front of the astonished crowd outside. Immediately after, the boy's calm voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Receptionist, please take this dead dog away." "All right, okay." The young woman in charge of reception snapped out of her daze and quickly responded, "Thank you." As soon as the words fell, the surroundings plunged into dead silence. Yi Li walked through the corridor and returned to the previous cultivation room. The door slammed shut with a bang. Outside the cultivation room, the expressions of the group of third-tier martial artists varied, all appearing extremely shocked. In front of them, a robust young man appeared weak, his chest sunken. Behind him, a tall woman with a mouthful of broken teeth had her face covered in blood. The miserable state of these two geniuses, renowned at Fong Yun University, was almost unbearable to witness. Numerous third-tier martial artists breathed heavily, their eyes flashing with shock as they stared intently at the cultivation room. At Fong Yun University, regardless of daily performance or martial arts level, anyone who can make it onto the Fong Yun rankings is considered a 1 in 10,000 genius among ordinary martial artists. As for the top 10, every single one of them is a peerless talent who commands absolute respect. For instance, the third-ranked Tianyang Saint Sun ventured alone into an intermediate secret realm, killed 3 fourth-tier exotic beasts, and firmly secured his position as third. Although Zhao Lanhai and Suing before them are not as terrifying, they are still figures who inspire awe and fear among these ordinary third-tier martial artists. Yet now, these two mighty individuals, whom they usually admire so much, were beaten to the ground like dead dogs by the same person in less than 5 minutes, completely powerless to fight back. This is really hard to accept. What on earth is going on in this world? "Receptionist, may I ask, what was the name of that gentleman just now?" a third-tier martial artist asked with lingering shock. "This," the receptionist said with a wry smile, "you'd better ask him yourself. I'll take my leave first. Miss, please help us out. We're really afraid of upsetting upsetting this gentleman one day. The third-rank martial artist cupped his hands, breathing heavily, while the others all cast expectant glances. Yi as in leaf, and li as in etiquette. The receptionist took a deep breath and slowly said, additionally, these two students had a very hostile attitude toward Yi before. I hope this information can help you. That's all I can say. Excuse me. After speaking, she called over her front desk colleagues and efficiently carried the two people on the ground away, leaving the place. Yi Li, the third-rank martial artist, swallowed nervously, staring warily at the tightly closed door of the cultivation room. Even if someone told him that the other party was an old monster from one of the 3 sects and 6 factions with extraordinary skills, he would believe it without a doubt. Fortunately, he didn't have the bad habit of monopolizing public resources. Too terrifying, brother. If you see this name on the match list in the future, you'll definitely have to forfeit on the spot. I'm sure the mentor will understand. Inside the training room. Alright. Yi sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed on the light screen floating before him. Detected that you publicly defeated and humiliated Su Ying, ranked 14th on the Wind Cloud ranking. Evil value plus 3000. Detected that you publicly defeated Zhao Lanhai, ranked 12th on the Wind and Cloud list. Evil value plus 2000. Current evil value 35,800 points. The gains aren't particularly high. Moreover, it seems that due to the lack of a humiliation segment, Zhao Lanhai's gains are even lower than Su Ying's. I'll need to pay attention to making up for that next time. Could it be that he was blinded by the high income of the Young family? Yi Li sighed softly. As expected, he still needed to find a reason to take down all the top 10 on the Wind and Cloud ranking one by one. Amidst his swirling thoughts, he took out the 2 martial techniques gifted by Lin Yun from his storage ring. After a quick glance, relevant words appeared on the panel. Shadow Fusion Concealment Technique, not initiated. 3rd tier rare martial skill Wind Chasing Sun Stepping Technique, not initiated. 2 martial skills, and one of them actually has no realm prefix? Could it be a book of techniques? Yi Li pondered carefully and, after a brief review, roughly understood the functions of the 2 martial skills. The first is a technique that can restrain one's aura, eliminating the energy emanating from oneself, suitable for stealth and assassination tasks. Yi Li hesitated in his heart, unsure whether he would have the need for assassination or stealth in the future. After all, although the assassination mission had to be accepted, by then he could transform into a berserker and eliminate everyone who saw him. Wouldn't that also count as a safe infiltration? As for the latter, as Lin Yun mentioned, it is a martial technique for long-distance travel. Its essence lies in chasing the blazing sun with the help of strong winds. When performed on a scorching sunny day, the effect is even more remarkable. Although Yi Li could burst out with supersonic running speed, that was only a momentary sprint, completely different from sustained long-distance travel. This martial technique proved to be of great use at this moment. With his plan in mind, Yi Li focused his thoughts and injected the surging evil deeds value into the panel, continuously consuming sin value, beginning to enhance tier 3 rare martial skill, Wind Chasing Sun Stepping Technique. You have successfully broken through the heavenly barrier, enabling you to connect with the world. Your understanding of martial skills has greatly improved. This tier 3 rare martial skill now seems far less challenging to you than the Sky Gang Void Stepping technique from years ago. Buff gained, cultivation speed increased by 500%. You are currently beneath the canopy of the tier 7 treasure herb, Enlightenment Tree, making your martial skill cultivation twice as effective. Gained buff, consumption reduced by 30%. After consuming 2000 points of sin value, you have finally comprehended and mastered the wind chasing step. With a fleeting thought, you can soar with the wind and travel freely to any destination of your choice. Tier 3 rare martial skill, wind chasing step perfected. Tier 7 treasure herb? Yi Li put away the panel and stared at the words on the screen in surprise. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the golden token at his waist suddenly emitted a slight vibration. A message from Fong Yun University? Feeling the vibration of the token, Yi Li raised his eyebrows slightly. After all, he hadn't forgotten the communication function of this golden token. Setting aside the fact that the Enlightenment Tree turned out to be a 7th tier treasure herb, he picked up the token and connected his mind to it. A piece of information naturally surfaced in his mind. After verification by the Academy, student Yi Li once captured a peak 3rd tier fugitive in Linhai City, saving Zhenjiang University from negligence and preventing a tragedy. During the siege of the Yang family in Shanzhou, he also claimed the top merit by directly killing a resisting 5th tier martial artist. Outstanding performance, exceptional contribution, hereby rewarded with 2 first-class credits and 5 second-class credits. The credits will be credited within 2 minutes. In addition, a special quota for martial land baptism, *1 has been granted. Please keep your communication channels open, as a designated person will notify you to participate in martial land. Immediately, Yi Li saw the holographic projection from the gold medal, where the account balance changed from 0 to first-class credits *2, second-class credits *5. It turned out the credits had already been deposited. Based on the memory of browsing the library pavilion earlier, this was already a considerable amount. The exchange ratio between first-class credits and second-class credits was approximately 1 to 10, with third-class and fourth-class credits following in descending order. Yi Li raised his eyebrows slightly. Old Yuing really had some skills. He actually managed to secure so many credits. It seems he had indeed underestimated him before. It's just that he couldn't help but wonder what good things these credits could be exchanged for. At the moment, what he desires most is the S-level 5th-tier cultivation method, condensing mansion technique. As the name suggests, this method focuses on refining the divine mansion. As for why it is lacking, helplessly, he can only blame the Young family for being too backward. Having an S-level 4th-tier visualization method in the family's secret collection was already considered a pleasant surprise. Back when he raided the family, Yi Li discovered that the 5th-tier cultivation method practiced by the Young family's successive heads barely reached the level of B grade. This was clearly unacceptable to him. According to the words of the Young family patriarch Soul, the quality of the divine mansion is determined by the level of the divine mansion technique and the strength of the foundation. The grades of the divine mansion are divided into 4 levels from low to high: white, blue, purple, and gold. Within the same level, the deeper the color, the higher the quality. Bang! However, the Young family patriarch had a shallow foundation, and his cultivation of the B-level mansion condensing technique had not reached a profound level, so the divine mansion he condensed was only light blue. Yi Li was not worried about the issue of foundation. What he cared more about was the level of the mansion condensing technique. After all, this was related to the limits of his future potential. Hope the library of Fong Yun University won't disappoint me. Yi Li opened the library in the holographic projection, set the category to 5th level condensation techniques, and began searching carefully. D-level condensation technique, Azure Wood construction, 3rd class credits *4. B-level condensation technique, Earth revival, 2nd class credits *2. Grade B condensation mansion technique. Yi Li's gaze swept over the projection, his brows slightly furrowed. When he first received the gold medal, he didn't pay much attention. Only now did he realize that even in the vast and extensive library of Fong Yun University, the condensation mansion technique was still a rare item. There were indeed some books, but the quantity could hardly be called abundant. Perhaps it was due to the lack of demand? Yi Li skimmed through the collection. There were only about a dozen condensation mansion techniques here, most of which were B-level and C-level. The only advantage was that the prices were quite affordable. Compared to the 4th-tier visualization techniques in this pavilion, the prices weren't much higher. Why was that? Could it be a hidden investment? Yi Li pondered carefully, and after a moment, he finally locked onto his target. However, when he saw the price marked at the end, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. S-level condensation mansion technique, Thunderfire refining mansion, 5 first-class credits. You might as well just rob someone, brother. When converted, it would take the resources of 3 forces like the Young family of Shanzhou to exchange for 1 S-level condensation mansion technique. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem that expensive after all. Yi Li fell silent for a moment, then let out a sigh. The key is, there simply aren't that many blind forces out there. Even the Young family only dares to confront him head-on because of their unique creed. It must be admitted that ordinary forces rarely possess the boldness and audacity of the Young family to think big, act decisively, and kill without hesitation. Some things only reveal their value through comparison. I miss you, Lao Yang. I can only wait a little longer and see if that so-called Zaiwei Tower has any dangerous missions with generous rewards. The evil deed's value still hasn't been accumulated enough. I need to speed things up a bit. Yi Li helplessly returned to the previous interface and began searching through the vast catalog of the library pavilion for martial techniques suitable for himself. Because he had advanced too quickly, most of the martial techniques he possessed were somewhat outdated. They were fine for dealing with weaker opponents, but when facing martial artists of the same level or even higher, they proved insufficient. For instance, Yi Li hadn't learned a single grand martial technique of the heavenly barrier realm yet. If he encountered a martial artist of the same heavenly barrier level, he would have to endure damage head-on and only start dealing blows once he got close to the opponent. To be honest, Yi Li quite enjoyed this kind of head-on combat, but unfortunately, the drawbacks were too significant. If he encountered multiple enemies of the same level, it would be easy for him to turn into a reckless brute being relentlessly kite. The risks were too high and it lacked dignity. It's decided. Since he couldn't get anything good with the 5th-tier condensation method, he might as well enrich his combat techniques first. After all, it felt like in another 2 days, he might very likely have to face a group of 4th-tier martial artists on his own. Having made up his mind, Yi Li's gaze quickly swept across the catalog. Unlike the rarity of the condensation mansion techniques, the martial techniques for the Heaven Pass and Divine Mansion stages were quite abundant here. Each technique was accompanied by detailed annotations to help people understand the target audience and training recommendations, a truly thoughtful design. As Yi Li read, he fell into deep thought. Moments later, his eyes lit up. A holographic projection prominently displayed information about a martial technique. 5th grade rare martial technique, Ice Dragon's True Intent intent, second level credits *5. Description: a high-level martial technique that externalizes true energy, transforming it into an ice dragon with immense destructive power but significant energy consumption. If paired with the herbal medicine, rejuvenation grass core, to resist the cold, the training effect will be greatly enhanced. Recommendation: the best choice for warriors with ice-related talents or those who have trained in ice-based martial techniques. Note: the efficiency of true energy output required to perform this martial skill is extremely high. Most fourth-tier martial artists cannot withstand this consumption. This has been confirmed by 3 fourth-tier martial artists. Please consider choosing this only if your strength has reached the 5th tier. Is it possible that there are martial skills that 5th-tier martial artists can train in, but 4th-tier martial artists cannot? Although Yili was skeptical, he decisively chose to purchase it. A few breaths later, a reply message came from the waste token. Student Yili, please provide your address. Someone will deliver the martial skill and precious medicine to you shortly. Yili replied with the address of his courtyard and got up to leave the cultivation room. Sunlight streamed through the window into the attic, casting the floor outside in a golden hue. The crowd that had gathered earlier had dispersed, leaving the long corridor exceptionally peaceful, with no trace of the fierce battle that had just taken place. Yili passed by the front desk, where several intense gazes were directed at him, watching him as he left. Outstanding appearance, exceptional talent. If the gap weren't so vast, some of the maids might have been unable to resist approaching him directly for a conversation. Not many third-tier martial artists had witnessed Yili's moves firsthand, but somehow the news leaked. Within just a few hours, the story of a young man in a black robe forcefully defeating 2 prodigies ranked in the top 20 of the Wind and Cloud list in the attic of the Enlightenment Pavilion spread like a breeze across half of Wind and Cloud University. Many students who heard the news were astonished and eagerly inquired about the young man's name, only to be left utterly puzzled upon learning it. Yili? Never heard of them. Who has heard of them? When I heard about this, I was just as confused as you. So, does that mean they're a freshman? Really? Reaching the peak of the 3rd tier as a freshman? Isn't that too terrifying? Who said it's the peak of the 3rd tier? Maybe it's the 4th tier, Heaven's Gate realm? How is that possible? A freshman at the 4th tier, Heaven's Gate, would that even be human? By your logic, those freshmen who can make it onto the Wind and Cloud rankings, can they still be considered human? That is definitely not an ordinary person. Very well, the conclusion is clear. This Yili is simply a monster. Fortunately, it is currently the holiday season, and there aren't many idle students staying on campus. Most people are busy completing tasks to earn credits, so this news hasn't caused much of a stir. As for the prodigies on the Wind and Cloud rankings, most of them are far away at the moment, either participating in competitions to hone their skills or venturing into secret realms to slay exotic beasts and enhance their strength. It's likely that they won't gather on campus until a week later when the new session of the martial baptism begins. Otherwise, if they had learned of this news earlier, they would probably have etched the name of this freshman, Yili, into their minds and made sure to assess his true strength when they meet in the future. Wind and Cloud University, Golden Courtyard. The sky gradually darkened. Yili stood in the courtyard, skillfully channeling his true energy outward, carefully sensing the changes brought by the Heavenly Gate realm. His decision to cultivate the martial technique, Ice Dragon True Intent, was not made without confidence. As he understood it, the key factor influencing the explosive power of 3rd-tier true energy lay in the quality of the true blood within the body, whereas the differences between 4th-tier martial artists were primarily reflected in the varying output power of their true energy. This disparity stemmed from the Heavenly Gate bridges constructed within the body. Boom! The Heavenly Gate bridge is the main channel for true energy output, and the 5 internal organs connected to it are also important containers for expanding true energy. The greater the number of Heavenly Gate bridges, the higher the martial artist's level, and naturally, the higher the output efficiency. However, if the number of Heavenly Gate bridges is the same, the only way to improve output efficiency is to enhance the quality of the Heavenly Gate bridges. According to the system's description, the 5 gilded Heavenly Gate bridges constructed within Yili's body were of the highest quality among Heavenly Gate bridges, an unprecedented supreme-grade Heavenly Gate bridge. In other words, martial techniques that ordinary 4th-tier martial artists could not withstand, he could handle. Martial techniques that other 4th-tier martial artists could not perform, he could execute. This was the pinnacle 4th-tier martial artist, forged under the nourishment of a perfected S-grade visualization method. Clear enough now? Outside the courtyard, the sky was gradually cloaked in a faint layer of night. After confirming the stability of the Heavenly Gate bridges within his body, Yili raised his hand and waved. The water vapor within a radius of several dozen feet trembled slightly, then quickly converged. The cold air overflowed, condensing the water vapor into a chilling, icy disk. Yili's thoughts moved, and the sharp ice will begin to spin at an extremely fast speed. With a flick of his finger, the ice will pierce into the ground, and soon the sound of rocks shattering echoed. At this moment, a few presences came from outside the courtyard. Yili exhaled lightly and looked up. Several youths dressed dressed in school uniforms stood at the door, holding ancient books and jade boxes containing precious medicines. "Delivered already?" Yili asked with slight surprise. He had originally thought he would have to wait until tomorrow to receive them. "My sincerest apologies." The leading youth stepped forward and said apologetically, "There was a bit of an accident on the way, which caused the delay." After speaking, he hesitated slightly before waving his hand. The people behind him entered one by one, placing the ancient texts and jade box on the stone table beside Yili. Yili, taking advantage of the pause, the leading young man continued, a faintly bitter smile on his lips. "There's something I need to apologize to you for." "What is it?" Yili casually flipped through the heavy ancient texts on the table. Hearing this, he couldn't help but look up, a hint of puzzlement in his tone. "You probably know that cultivating the true essence of the ice dragon requires a rare herb called Heart of the Rejuvenation Grass. However, the one we've provided you is just an ordinary rejuvenation grass, which is likely far less effective." The young man smiled awkwardly and quickly added, "To express our apology, we will refund you 2 second-tier credits later. Would that be acceptable to you?" Yili slightly raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, could it be that this precious medicine is so scarce that Fong Yun University's stock is already insufficient? This ghostly university boasted so much before I came, but after arriving, it seems to lack everything. However, considering that this place produces so many arrogant geniuses, I'll let it slide. All right. He didn't have the habit of making things difficult for others and immediately nodded in agreement. To him, the other party's willingness to compensate with 2.2 second-tier credits was already a display of considerable sincerity. It's not like they intentionally wanted to affect his mindset, so this was understandable. Hearing this, the young man immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The other party was also a top student, and he didn't want to offend either side. Fortunately, this boy named Yili seemed to have a relatively good temper. A trace of a smile appeared on the young man's face as he respectfully said, "I sincerely apologize. If there's a chance in the future, I'll treat you to a meal." Yili waved his hand indifferently. After apologizing once more, the young man was about to turn and leave. At that moment, a seemingly casual yet clear voice from the boy reached his ears. "By the way, may I ask the reason?" The young man was taken aback and instinctively replied, "We're out of stock, my apologies." His tone was quite natural, as this was the most convincing reason and also the most common situation. However, the boy's previously gentle expression instantly turned stern. Yili's icy voice carried a strong sense of oppression, and the chill emanating from those dark eyes made people involuntarily tremble. As soon as the words fell, a heavy pressure immediately enveloped everyone in the courtyard. The boy's voice was not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. This oppressive force. Feeling the heavy pressure in his heart, the young man from the treasure medicine pavilion was instantly filled with fear and trepidation. The intensity of this aura far exceeded that of him, a second-tier martial artist, making even breathing somewhat difficult at the moment. "I'll ask one more time." Yili's voice was cold, yet carried an undeniable firmness. The eye of deception granted him the ability to see through lies. More precisely, it is the ability to confront the questioning of a living soul. Even if the expression on the face is calm, the heartbeat is normal, and the tone shows no trace of panic, the soul does not lie. He could accept the downgrade of the treasured medicine, but there must be a reasonable explanation. Why is the Heart of Rejuvenation Grass gone? Yili's expression was calm, his thin lips slightly parted, and his dark eyes seemed to glimmer with divine light. The young man he was staring at, along with the people around him, immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. The young man from the treasure medicine vault was inwardly miserable. Although he didn't understand why the other party was so confident, he still braced himself and said, "Classmate Yili, we didn't intentionally withhold your treasure medicine. It's just that we had no choice." "Then explain it clearly," Yili said firmly. The other person's face almost had the words "please don't ask" written all over it. Clearly, an extraordinary figure had taken his precious medicine. "In that case, the problem is easy to solve." The young man appeared slightly hesitant, but under Yili's increasingly sharp gaze, he finally gritted his teeth. "Damn it, that bastard didn't consider our difficulties when he snatched the precious medicine. And now we still have to help him cover it up? Forget it. Anyway, both of them are future big shots with golden reputations. Let the school handle this headache. Offending someone is just offending someone." Thinking of this, the young man gritted his teeth and said, "Then I'll say it, but don't get impulsive after hearing it. Although Rejuvenation Grass Core is a top-grade treasure medicine for healing meridians and is quite rare, we still have it in stock in our treasure medicine vault, and we had already prepared enough for you before noon." But just as we were about to deliver it, a gold-tier student rushed to the treasure medicine vault and forcibly took the remaining few stalks of Rejuvenation Grass Core, claiming that his meridians were damaged and needed healing. He even left his gold-tier token, telling us to deduct it from his account. The young man's expression was quite displeased, clearly showing his strong disapproval of that person's actions. "We also told him that part of the Rejuvenation Grass Core was reserved for you, but when he heard your name, not only did he show no concern, he even said that if you had any objections, you could go find him. I checked the records, and it seems you just enrolled. I was worried you might react impulsively and confront them, so I thought it would be better to avoid unnecessary trouble and sent you some rejuvenation herb first. At this point, the young man cautiously observed Yi Li's reaction. He wasn't sure how big the gap in strength was between the teenager and that senior gold tier expert, but based on Yi Li's past records, he should be a newly enrolled freshman, a core student who can win a gold medal in their freshman year. Their potential undoubtedly far surpasses that of the senior gold medalist. There might be some gap in strength right now, but that's mainly because the latter has the advantage of age and resources. If it were me, I would probably choose to endure for now and wait for revenge in the future. What is that person's name? When everyone fell silent, Yi Li asked, where does he live? Where can I find him? It must be said, Fong Yun University truly surprises and never disappoints when it comes to competing for resources, with excitement unfolding one after another. The Enlightenment Pavilion, the baptism grounds, and now even a small treasure herb has people fighting over it. This place is simply paradise. Classmate Yi Li, that person ranks very high on the Fong Yun rankings, and it's rumored that he has quite a temper. If you plan to confront him, you might want to think twice. Hearing this, the young man looked a bit conflicted, making one last attempt to persuade, you just enrolled and aren't even considered an official student. Name, address. Yi Li interrupted calmly, his tone as firm as delivering an ultimatum. Boom. Truly, the recklessness of youth. The young man sighed inwardly, forcing a smile as he said, that man's name is Yu Chuan. He lives less than 200 meters away from you, in the courtyard next door. His martial arts level has reached the peak of the 3rd tier, and he ranks 18th on the wind and cloud list. He thought to himself, with the two living so close, Yu Chuan dared to blatantly compete for the precious herb. Clearly, he was full of confidence in his own strength and didn't take a newly promoted gold medalist whom no one had heard of seriously at all. Yi Li listened, his brows slightly furrowed. Hearing the other party describe him as so intimidating, only to find out he was ranked 18th? What a disappointment. The subtle change in his expression was noticed by the young man from the Treasure Medicine Pavilion, who felt a slight stir in his heart, guessing that after hearing the ranking, Yi Li had already developed some apprehension. He chuckled and continued to add, he just returned from an off-campus mission, his blood and energy surging unsteadily. Most likely, he has just broken through recently, and his strength has improved again. At this rate, he might be able to climb a few more spots on the wind and cloud ranking. After saying this, he thought the young man would change his mind because of it. Unexpectedly, Yi Li's furrowed brows relaxed instead, and he calmly uttered a sentence that left everyone stunned. That's fine, farewell. As soon as the words were spoken, he stepped out, his figure sweeping through the night sky like riding a fierce wind, quickly vanishing into the darkness, leaving everyone stunned, standing frozen in place. Fong Yun University, side courtyard. Several young martial artists with distinct auras sat around a stone table, their gazes uniformly fixed in the same direction. On the steps, a young man with a fierce look in his eyes stood with his hands behind his back. His face was slightly pale, but his breathing was gradually steadying, clearly showing he had just recovered from serious injuries. Classmate Yu Chuan, is there something you need from us, the news department writers? By the stone table, one person was the first to speak. Yu Chuan smiled faintly. Are you all the compilers of the wind and cloud rankings? His gaze fell on a young girl with an oval face sitting by the stone table, his tone unhurried, especially Miss Lin Yun, who seems to be one of the main persons in charge. Lin Yun yawned and asked lazily, what do you want? Yu Chuan said leisurely, the martial land baptism is approaching, and I want to compete for one of the 10 spots. Boom! The people around the stone table suddenly understood, and one of them curiously asked, you want to enter the top 10 of the wind and cloud ranking? The smile on Yu Chuan's face grew even wider. That's right. Hearing the affirmative answer, the person shook his head with a laugh. But as far as I know, you're still at the 8th level of the 3rd tier, and your best achievement is merely defeating 2 martial artists of the same tier. And the current 10th place on the wind and cloud ranking has even fought to a draw with a genuine 4th tier martial artist. He looked at Yu Chuan with a somewhat teasing gaze. If you want us to pull some strings for you, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. That's right, this isn't up to us. Lin Yun spread her hands and sighed. We are only responsible for collecting true accounts and then ranking them in order. If we dare to falsify anything, we can expect to be fired and exiled. You've misunderstood. Yu Chuan looked down at the two of them and said indifferently, I invited you over merely because the martial land baptism is approaching, and I was worried that your information might not be updated in time. So I wanted to ask you all to be witnesses. Everyone, take a look. What is this? As he finished speaking, he raised his hand and brushed his storage ring, and a list emerged from his palm. The participant list for the martial ground baptism? After clearly seeing the handwriting on the list, someone asked in astonishment, where did you get this? The martial ground baptism is about to begin, and this list will be announced tomorrow. I just got it a night early, nothing to be surprised about. Yu Chuan's eyes turned slightly cold, and his tone was equally icy. Everyone, take a look. Is the 10th participant on this list the 10th ranked on the wind and cloud ranking? Yi Li? Someone called out the name of the 10th person, paused slightly, turned to look at their companion, and asked, is it that person everyone's been talking about today? As members of the the news department, they were well informed about all kinds of rumors on campus. This unfamiliar young man had forcefully defeated two prodigies, ranked in the top 15 of the wind and cloud rankings. They had verified the authenticity of the news this afternoon. Shockingly, it turned out to be true. The achievement was impressive, but to say he could directly replace the 10th rank, it seemed a bit of a stretch. However, easily taking the 11th spot wouldn't be a problem. Among those present, only Lin Yun remained calm. What are you trying to say? Seems like this person is quite famous on campus? Yu Chuan took in everyone's reactions, raised an eyebrow, and asked, I just want to know, does this person's performance deserve this spot? Deserve it? He could knock you down with one punch. Lin Yun sneered, ready to retort, but her companion beside her beat her to it with a mocking remark. Brother, the guy hasn't even enrolled yet and has already defeated two peak third-tier fighters. Do you think you're qualified to question whether he deserves this spot when you've only beaten two third-tier 8th level fighters? Exactly, a third-tier 8th level questioning a third-tier peak fighter, classic. Brother Yu Chuan, if it were me, I wouldn't even have the face to let people witness this scene. The people from the news department spoke as if their words were laced with poison, making others feel uneasy. Lin Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had originally planned to mention Yi Li's feat of slaying a 5th-tier fighter, but that was a heavily injured 5th-tier fighter, and she wasn't sure how severe the injuries were. Moreover, she hadn't witnessed it herself, so it felt a bit uncertain. Fortunately, today's performance was enough to intimidate everyone, otherwise, she would have had to recount the legendary tale of a 3rd-tier fighter killing two 4th-tier fighters. Yu Chuan listened to the piercing doubts of the crowd, his face twitching, then let out a cold snort. I wouldn't dare call you here to witness this without a reason. As soon as he finished speaking, an astonishing surge of true energy erupted from his entire body. The energy surged, and fierce winds scattered in all directions. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the true energy reached a height of over 10 zhang. True energy unleashed, the heavenly barrier is broken. Someone exclaimed, you've advanced to the 4th tier? Yu Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes faintly glimmering with a dark red light, and his tone carried a hint of playfulness. Now, who still dares to doubt me? As he spoke, he glanced around, his face brimming with confidence. To break through this heavenly barrier, he had put in countless efforts and, with the help of his master, crossed that threshold in a life and death moment. All of this was for the sake of the martial ground baptism. Now, he had reached the heavenly barrier realm, far beyond what the 3rd tier could compare to. Below the 4th tier, who could possibly defeat him? I'll go find Yi Li in a moment. After winning, I kindly ask everyone to fairly rearrange the rankings.